Chapter 811. Oling is more than 2 meters tall. Standing in front of Olive and Giazina, he is half a head taller than them. His snake tail is also much thicker. The height of the sirens when standing upright is not equal to their body length, because the snake tail accounts for 3/5 of their body length. He has broad shoulders, and a necklace of sharp teeth around his neck. He looks strong and wild. How about I invite you two to have a drink in the tavern in front? I wonder if you can get some information in the tavern. Oling seemed a bit attentive. His eyes were always on Olive. We are going to the pub, but you don't need to treat us, or I will treat you. Olive twisted her waist. Only when she turned sideways could she show how sexy her upper body was. Seeing Olive's teasing look, Giazina raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. Giazina didn't want to stay here. She could see the hypocrisy in Oling's eyes. Feeling that Giazina was a bit impatient, Olive quickly hugged Giazina's arm, looked at her flatteringly, and gave her a look that said don't leave. Giazina was somewhat helpless, rolled her eyes at her, and passed on that it would not happen again. The siren man seemed very happy. He led the way in front, turned around and walked into the fog. Then Olive and Giazina saw that the thick fog in front of them actually retreated to both sides, and soon a passage appeared. At the end of the passage was a tavern, which was actually only about 50 meters away from where they were. This tavern was a pointed wooden house. Under the fog, the whole house was condensed with water droplets outside, and it kept dripping down. The sign at the door of the tavern looked rusty, and the wooden door was also covered with moss, with only the door handle being bare. When Oling walked forward, his upper body was basically motionless, with only the snake tail swaying left and right. His way of walking was very different from that of Olive and Giazina. When Olive and Giazina left the sea and walked on land, if they did not transform into legs, they would sway their bodies while walking, with their hips, waists and shoulders almost twisting. When they walked forward like this, their bodies would sway in the wind. The door of the tavern was open from the inside, and Oling walked in with his head down, followed by Olive and Giazina. The waiter in the tavern opened the door for Oring, a Naga mermaid with a silver collar around her neck. She stood at the door cautiously. When she walked into the tavern, Giazina looked at her deeply. When Oring, Olive and Giazina, the 3 sirens, walked into the tavern suddenly fell into silence. Because at this moment, the tavern was almost full of grey dwarves, and most of the seats inside were small tables and stools specially made for dwarves. There were only a few normal tables in the corners of the tavern and near the bar, but those chairs looked very different, looking like a shorter slide. Olive and Giazina suddenly discovered that these chairs seemed to be designed specifically for sirens, and sirens could lean on them comfortably. A row of wooden tables near the bar was now full of mutant sea monsters. Giazina saw a humanoid octopus leaning against the table. One tentacle rolled up the wine glass, lifted some small tentacles around its mouth, and poured the orange-yellow-golden beer into its mouth. A small amount of wine dripped down the small tentacles. It made people feel a little sick just looking at it. However, at this moment, the drinkers in the tavern were staring at Oling in fear, and Oling didn't care at all. He walked straight to the bar, and said to the dwarf standing inside the bar, "Gragas, give me 3 glasses of gin." The mutant sea monsters on the wooden tables near the bar heard Oring say this, and left their seats one after another, holding their glasses and squeezing towards the corner of the tavern. 2 Naga mermaid maids hurriedly came out with rags, and began to clean the slime on the tables and chairs. They were very quick, and it seemed that they were very skilled in this job. They also wore silver collars around their necks. Oling came to a relatively clean table, and leaned on a special chair. The Naga mermaid maid brought over 3 crystal wine glasses with amber wine in them. Olive and Giazina also leaned on the special chairs, feeling quite comfortable. When the grey dwarf saw Oling sitting down, those who were close to him also moved their wine glasses to a farther position. At this moment, Olive's attention was attracted by the silver collar on the neck of the Naga mermaid maid. Seeing that the scales on the back of the Naga mermaid's cervical vertebrae had been worn away by the silver collar, Olive leaned over and asked the Naga mermaid maid's profile, "Why do you all wear this kind of collar? It's heavy, and my neck is rubbed raw." The only Naga Sea tribe member Olive had contacted was Miss Tiffany, so she was not hostile to the Naga Sea tribe. She was very relaxed when talking to these Naga mermaid maids. She even wanted to reach out and touch the crude silver collar on the neck of the Naga mermaid maid. The Naga mermaid maid turned pale with fear. She trembled all over, but dared not dodge. She could only close her eyes with a face full of pain. Giazina glanced at Olive. Oling asked Olive in surprise, "You haven't even seen a slave collar?" He took the initiative to extend his hand to Olive. "Formally introduce myself, my name is Oring, I am the sheriff of this town." Olive stopped observing the Naga mermaid maid, she handed a hand to Oring and said, "My name is Olive. She is Zaina. We came here to accept a commission to inquire about the news of Ralph." The Grey Dwarves in the tavern started drinking again, and they didn't seem to dare to eavesdrop on the conversation here. Olling's eyes swept over the Grey Dwarves in the tavern and smiled at Olive. "You brought so many Siren warriors. I thought you were going to occupy the Lost Sea." "We don't have such plans for the time being," Olive replied. "Then maybe in the future?" Olive did not directly answer Olling's question, but asked Olling, "Have you been cooperating with the Grey Dwarves to sell elven slaves?" Olling nodded. "The market for elven slaves is huge. There are many buyers, and they are best sold at sea. In fact, those elven slaves are not only captured by the Grey Dwarves in the elven continent, but some are even sold by the elves themselves. We just provide a slave market here. We have different ideas. Giazina and I believe that as long as all these Grey Dwarf bandits are arrested, the slave trade here will be reduced by at least half." Olive's eyes fell on the Grey Dwarves in the tavern. "But some people disagree. They say that only those Grey Dwarves who have made mistakes should be sent to the mines. If we do this, it will be unfair to those Grey Dwarves who have done nothing. You really came here for the slave trade." Olling's eyes were a little complicated. "We occupied K Island some time ago. Now we have to settle accounts with the slave traders there one by one. We found out that Ralph is a slave trader. So we are enemies?" Olling looked at Olive and Zena and asked them. Olivia smiled and said nothing, raising her glass to Olling. Zena didn't even look at Olling. Olling asked gloomily, "Aren't you afraid that I will leave you on the island?" Olivia shrugged and said, "I am a little scared, otherwise I wouldn't have been holding her arm and letting her accompany me." Giazina snorted, "Don't think too highly of me. If I really encounter danger, I will abandon you and escape at the first opportunity." Olive chuckled, and the seductiveness in her bones was released at once, and responded, "Then you have to run faster." Olling laughed dumbly, and he crossed his hands in front of his chest and said, "You really are not afraid of me at all." Giazina raised her head and glanced at Olling at this time. That look made Olling feel like he was stared at by a deep-sea monster, and the darkness and coldness of the bottomless abyss instantly penetrated into his bones. Roy led the half-elf guards out of the hotel, and continued walking along the foggy long street. It turned out that in the Lost Sea, the biggest partner of the Sirens was the Grey Dwarves. But the hotel owner didn't tell Roy how many Grey Dwarves there were on the island, and maybe even he didn't know. After leaving the hotel, Sabrina, who was waiting at the door of the hotel, followed Roy. "How was it? What did you gain?" The hotel owner is a coward, and he doesn't dare to say many things. Roy walked along the street. "I'm going to the slave market in town." The team met some Grey Dwarves on the street. When they saw the elf guards, they immediately went into the alleys on both sides of the street. The mutant sea creatures were so scared that they hid in the house. In the fog, the sound of doors and windows closing was heard one after another. Almost all of the houses on both sides of the street were wooden houses. These wooden houses have been in a dark and humid environment for a long time, and many wooden boards have grown moss and mold. The main residents here are some mutant sea creatures and the Grey Dwarves who migrated here. The mutant sea creatures are different from those subhumans, including but not limited to fishmen, werewolves, dog-headed people, and eagle-bodied people. The mutant sea creatures refer to those marine creatures that have formed abnormalities during their growth. They often gain primary or intermediate wisdom, and some parts of their bodies have completed anthropomorphism. The mutant sea creatures have no tribes, or their tribes are some marine creatures. These marine anomalies have many natural enemies in the sea, and there is little comfortable living space, so it is not easy for them to grow up. However, it was a good thing for these mutant sea creatures to have a shelter on the Lost Sea's Priesteden Island. There were also some stalls on the street, and most of them were selling fish, large and small sea fish, and cooked red octopus. The street was not paved with stone slabs, and it looked a bit muddy. Walking through the fog, only things that were close at hand could be seen clearly. The slave market soon appeared in Roy's sight. Roy immediately recognized that this was the slave market because there were two moss-covered sculptures at the entrance of the market, one of which was an elf in chains, and the other was a naga entangled in a fishing net. There were many Grey Dwarves at the entrance of the market. These Grey Dwarves walked in and out of the market barefoot. They had no metal armor on them, and almost all wore light leather armor, with hammers or axes hanging on their belts. When these Grey Dwarves saw a team of half-blood elf guards appearing at the entrance of the market, they were frightened and retreated. These elf guards wore silver armor, elven swords hung on their waists, and shields and spears were carried behind them. They looked armed to the teeth, but there was a magic halo flashing under their feet. Roy and Sabrina walked in the front. In fact, Among the human priests behind Captain Jiroi's mixed blood team, they also wore thorium armor and mixed in with the mixed blood elf guards. After putting on helmets, no one noticed anything unusual. Roy walked straight into the slave market. The market was even more muddy, but there were high platforms built on both sides of the market, and there were pieces of tarpaulin above the heads of these platforms. Because of the tarpaulin, there was not much fog under the high platforms. There were slaves of various races on the high platforms. They all wore slave collars. Some strong slaves were handcuffed, and even their whole bodies were wrapped in chains. There were stone locks weighing hundreds of pounds hanging behind them. Roy walked into the slave market with the half-elf guards, and the gray dwarves in the market became a little overwhelmed. The gray dwarves looked at the half-elf with hostility, but none of them dared to rush up directly. Roy found that the slave market was mainly selling elves and Naga slaves. Many signs had clear prices. In addition, most of them were women and children. They were almost naked standing on the platform, looking listless and exhausted. But there were also slaves of the Empire, orcs, lizardmen, etc. on some high platforms. The number of these slaves was relatively small, and the price was far less valuable than that of elves and Nagas. Roy's half-blood elf guards were wearing armor, so they stood out when they entered the slave market. When the elf slaves on the stage saw half-blood elves walking into the market, they looked pleading, but their bodies were trembling, and they didn't even dare to move. Many slaves had whip marks all over their bodies, and it was obvious that they had been beaten a lot. In fact, the gray dwarf slave traders on the stage were also a little confused at this time. How could so many fully armed half-blood elves appear in the slave market? The gray dwarves stared at the half-elf guards with hostility. More and more gray dwarves came over after hearing the news. More and more gray dwarves gathered in the slave market, and no one knew how many were hidden in the surrounding fog. When Roy walked to the middle of the slave market, he had difficulty moving. Almost every time he took a step forward, the gray dwarves 2 meters away took a step back. Even the gray dwarves in the crowd began to ask loudly in Elvish, "What are you doing? Who asked you to come to Priestedden Island? They are half-blood elves. Should we rush up and catch them? Everyone, look at how valuable their armor is." At this time, Roy strode to the bottom of a high platform and slowly walked up the wooden steps. The half-blood elf guards were standing below the platform. He came to a group of elf slaves and turned his head to look at the gray dwarf slave traders in the corner of the platform. Several gray dwarves wearing leather armor held short axes in their hands and stared at Roy murderously. Roy asked the gray dwarf slave trader calmly, "How much are these elf slaves?" Chapter 8:12. The imperial man who led an elven army actually asked a gray dwarf about the price of elves in the slave market. The gray dwarf slave trader was shocked. He subconsciously glanced at the elf guards under the platform and found that they did not feel any dissatisfaction with the actions of the young imperial man. And when Roy asked for the price, he did not seem to care about the group of elf guards under the stage. What kind of confidence allowed him to choose elf slaves in front of the elf guards? The gray dwarf slave trader was a bit confused. Although he was also a bold slave trader, he was still shocked by Roy's behavior. The stage was large, and the group of elves standing in front of Roy was very mixed. More than a dozen half-blood elves huddled together, looking haggard and almost covered. Among them, 3 half-blood elf children were relatively free. Although they had slave collars, they had no shackles on their wrists. There were also 3 wood elves sitting with this group of half-blood elves. Their skin was pale and a little blue, and they were taller than the half-blood elves. Not only were their wrists, but also their ankles were shackled. A silver moon elf sat alone on a wooden box, some distance away from the half-blood elves. There were only 2 male elves among these slaves, and only 1 boy among the 3 elf children. These elves all had rashes on their bodies, and it seemed that the humid environment here made them suffer a lot. The gray dwarf slave trader looked at Roy in confusion, and the guards around him wanted to rush up, but he stopped them with one arm. "Wait." The gray dwarf slave trader came over with a strong doubt in his eyes, and said to Roy, "Adult female half-blood elves are priced at 2 magic crystals, and male half-blood elves are priced at 3 magic crystals. You can pick anyone." His hand pinched the chin of a young and thin female half-blood elf, forcing her to open her mouth. Although her tongue coating was a little white, her teeth looked quite neat. Tears flowed from the corners of the female half-blood elf's eyes, and she looked a little painful. It is estimated that the humiliation she suffered in her heart was worse than the pain in her body. The gray dwarf slave trader let go of her hand and let her return to the group of slaves. He pointed to the 3 female wood elves sitting together and said, "The price of an adult female wood elf is also 3 magic crystals. For the time being, I only have 5, the 3 on the stage, and 2 in the dungeon, but they are all sick. You also know that the environment on our Priestedden Island is not very good. It is more delicate to raise a wood elf than a silver moon elf. The Grey Dwarf slave trader pointed to the female silver moon elf on the other side. She had long white hair that was dripping with water. Roy also saw the emblem of the moon goddess Elun on her shoulder. Roy quickly looked away to avoid letting the Grey Dwarf slave trader observe his emotional fluctuations. Although he didn't know this female silver moon elf, he could tell from the moon goddess emblem on her shoulder that she should be from the Moon Temple, or at least a priest of the Moon Temple. Just like putting her on the table like an animal and selling her at a price, Roy could only sigh at this time. The original price of the female silver moon elf was 5 magic crystals, but now there is only 1. This female slave was originally ordered, but the buyer has not come to pick up the goods and pay the balance. It is seriously overdue. If you want to buy it, you need to pay 7 magic crystals. After saying this, the Grey Dwarf slave trader came to Roy and whispered, "The slave market is not good now. All merchants are selling at this price. If you have the ability to transport them to Roland Continent, the price can be at least 10 times higher. If you know the imperial nobles, the price can even be 20 times higher. No business is as profitable as human trafficking." Roy thought he was right about this point of view. He squatted in front of a half-blood elf child and reached out to grab the half-blood elf child's hand. The whip marks on the child's arms and back showed signs of infection and suppuration. Roy looked at the Grey Dwarf slave trader with great dissatisfaction. "Your property is depreciating. You are not a qualified slave trader." Roy took out a bottle of potion from his magic belt, pulled out the cork, and poured the potion on the half-blood elf child's wound. The magical potion washed the wounds on the half-blood elf child. Roy took out a handkerchief and dipped it in the potion, wiping the pus bit by bit. "I want all the elf slaves. Please make a list and calculate the price." Roy's voice sounded like the most beautiful music to the ears of the Grey Dwarf slave trader. In the past month, there were almost no large ships docking at the port, and the business in the slave market was also very bleak. Although the buyer who came now was a little different, he didn't even bargain and wanted to buy all the elf slaves, which made the Grey Dwarf slave trader very happy. He felt that although this young imperial man came to the slave market with an army of elves, he was a generous sponsor. Originally, he wanted to say that there were a group of elf slaves in the dungeon, but when he saw that Roy's eyes had fallen on the platforms of other slave traders, he quickly counted the number of elf slaves and said to Roy, "I have 15 adult half-blood elves, 2 of whom are male, totaling 32 magic crystals, 3 adult wood elves totaling 9 magic crystals, 1 silver moon elf 7 magic crystals, and 3 half-blood elf children. Let me count. You can give me a total of 50 magic crystals." The Grey Dwarf slave trader quickly calculated. Roy took off a leather bag from his waist, opened it, counted out 50 magic crystals from it, and handed them to the Grey Dwarf slave trader. The Grey Dwarf slave trader stared at Roy with a smile on his face. After taking the magic crystals, he immediately asked the Grey Dwarf guards to open the shackles on the elf slaves, and then handed a bunch of slave collar keys to Roy. "If you still want to buy elf slaves, I can go to the dungeon and bring them here." The Grey Dwarf slave traders, who had been watching the scene, saw the successful elf slave trade and immediately stood around the platform and shouted, "Dear guest, you can go to my place. My place is full of half-blood elves, which are cheap and affordable. In fact, half-blood elves have better physiques and are not prone to getting sick after long-term boat rides. They also eat more diverse food and are easier to feed." Roy tied the money bag around his waist and responded to the slave trader, "Then go and take a look." As he said that, he walked down the stage. The 22 elf slaves on the stage also followed him obediently. These elf slaves had nothing on them except silver collars. After they walked down the stage, the half-blood elf guards immediately took out their cloaks and wrapped them around them. Of course, the half-blood elves were taken care of first, followed by the 3 wood elves. As for the silver moon elf with the mark of the moon goddess engraved on his shoulder, he finally put on a cloak tremblingly. Then the whole slave market began to stir. Everyone knew that a young imperial man came to the market with an army of elves. He was actually sweeping the slave market and buying elf slaves. As long as there were elf slaves, he would pay for them directly, and he would not bargain. As for other slaves, even if they were imperial, he would walk away without caring. Even if those slaves shouted loudly, "Redeem me, I can give you a job, and if there is a chance to return to the kingdom of Isha Alliance, I can give you double the ransom." Roy also walked away without caring, leaving those human slaves standing on the high platform in despair. In fact, they never thought that Roy simply didn't understand the imperial language and didn't know what they were shouting. Only when they see elf slaves will they stop and buy them at a fair price. If there are gray dwarf slave traders who deliberately make trouble, they will choose to leave without looking back, unless the gray dwarf slave traders can take the initiative to lower the price. This slave market is about the size of a football field. There are only 9 gray dwarf slave traders selling elf slaves here. The other gray dwarves are selling slaves of other races, and these slaves are not mixed together. Roy bought nearly 20,700 elf slaves in one go. More than half of them are mixed blood elves, and the rest are silver moon elves and wood elves. The number of silver moon elves is more than that of wood elves, and there are no dark moon elves. In fact, Roy's thoughts were very simple. He didn't want to care about what would happen in the future. Even if he had just bought the elf slaves today and had to go to war with the gray dwarf slave traders tomorrow, he would buy them back first. If the problem can be solved with magic crystals, there is no need to take risks in other ways. This is the creed of Boss Roy. He said to a group of gray dwarf slave traders who were watching, "If you still have elf slaves, you can send them directly to the port terminal. I will pay according to the market price." More than 200 elven slaves gathered in the slave market. Roy stood among them and said in elven language, "They all like to call me Boss Roy. I am the lord of the Partington Plain. I will take you to the dock of Priestedden Island, take my ship, and then return to K Island. Okay, follow me." After saying that, Roy walked through a group of gray dwarf slave traders and walked straight to the market gate. The half-blood elf guards cleared the way on both sides, and they protected the elven slaves in the middle. The elf slaves followed Roy out of the market. Many of them were so excited that they were shaking all over, and kept saying thank you to the half-blood elf guards around them. These half-blood elf guards were also hunted by the headhunters of the plateau in the Partington Plain. They understood the suffering of these elf slaves very well. They tried to hit the iris shield with the hilt of the elf sword, making a series of neat muffled sounds. The elf slaves finally calmed down from their hesitation. Their pace was also gradually accelerating, and some of them couldn't wait to get to the dock. Chapter 8:13. Wendy stood in the slave market. She had not yet recovered from the days of being rescued, and her mind seemed to be a little dull. She was whipped by the gray dwarf slave traders last night, and she had not eaten anything in the morning. Because she had lived in a hot and humid environment for a long time, large red spots grew on her arms, and even tiny scales grew in some places. This is the problem that will occur if you live on Priestedden Island for a long time. Your body will mutate slightly and turn into a marine life. She is very worried that she will turn from a wood elf into a naga. The place where the scales grow is very itchy. The dungeon was damp and cold, like sleeping in muddy water. The ground was covered with moldy straw mats, and almost all the elf slaves had some skin diseases. Wendy had been locked up here for more than half a year. The gray dwarf slave traders were worried that her body would continue to mutate, and she would end up being stuck in their hands and unable to sell. They were a little anxious recently. When they were in a bad mood, they would beat her and then starve her. The gray dwarf slave traders would send Wendy to the slave market every day, and then stand on the stage for a day. Slave traders select slaves like animals. Those who are selected will disappear from the slave market, and their future fate is unknown. If they are not selected, tomorrow will be the same as today, standing on the platform and being selected by buyers like animals, and even prying open their mouths to check their teeth. If a slave gets sick or dies, the slave trader will pay compensation, and other slaves will be punished. Wendy is looking forward to a boss buying her and ending this life on the platform. She has almost forgotten what it feels like to wear clothes. What comforted her was that other elf slaves were like this, so she could feel less ashamed. The food she could eat every day was very limited, which made her lose weight all the time. Now she didn't even need to raise her arms to see her ribs clearly. During this period, there were very few gray dwarf slave ships and slave trading ships, and the atmosphere on the entire Priestedden Island was very dull. The red rashes on her buttocks and back were not only burning and painful, but also very itchy. But she didn't dare to scratch them at all. If she scratched her skin, the wound would be even worse once it eroded. She wanted to apply some ash on the rash, but unfortunately, there was no fire in the past half-month. In the morning, the slave market was a little chaotic. The slave traders were talking privately, and there was an elf sailing ship docked at the port. Many gray dwarves in the slave market ran to the dock, and soon there was bad news, saying that the group of elves who came to the port were very strong, and the gray dwarves on the dock suffered a great loss. Many gray dwarves ran back to gather people. Fearing that the elf army would suddenly attack the slave market, some slave traders closed their stalls early. None of the gray dwarf slave traders in the slave market had expected that this half-elf army would really come to the slave market. Wendy stood on the platform and saw the panic on the slave traders' faces. She felt a little happy in her heart, but she couldn't show that feeling on her face. She looked under the platform and actually saw a line of elven guards walking into the slave market in unison. The young imperial man who was walking in front stopped at the entrance of the market for a moment and walked directly to the platform where she was. When the young imperial man saw her body, Wendy was ashamed and covered her chest with her arms. She wanted to squat down and curl up, but if she did that, she would be whipped and might not even have dinner. Wendy's mind flashed with the fierce eyes of the gray dwarf slave trader. At this time, she tried her best to show her best side, even though she was still very ashamed. "How much are these slaves?" the young imperial man said in Elvish. At this moment, she felt extremely complicated. She hoped that the young imperial man would buy her, but she didn't want him to be a greedy and lustful slave trader. She hoped that she could escape from this hell, but she was worried that she would soon fall into another hell. All she could do now was to show herself as much as possible and wait for the young imperial man to buy her. Soon, the young imperial man paid for her and bought all the elf slaves without even choosing. Then everyone's shackles were removed from their hands and feet, and many elf slaves crowded together and walked down from the platform. Wendy kept encouraging herself in her heart. It was good to be bought. Even if the future life was bad, how bad could it be? Would it be worse than the slave life on Priesteden Island? Her somewhat numb eyes had some color. After walking down the platform, the half-blood elf guard took out a rain cape from his body and covered her body. Seeing the half-blood elf guard with a gentle look, Wendy's tears fell. She tightened the cloak wrapped around her body with both hands and looked at the half-blood elf guards wearing silver armor with tears in her eyes. "Don't cry, it was Boss Roy who saved you. When you return to K Island, you must find a job first. According to the minimum wage, you will need to work for about 3 months to pay back the ransom and then regain your freedom," a half-blood elf guard captain said to everyone. The hesitation in the hearts of these elf slaves disappeared at once, and everyone said, "I will pay it back." Although Wendy didn't say it, she said it in her heart. "That's good." The half-elf guard captain smiled slightly and strode out of the slave market with the elf slaves. Roy had just walked out of the slave market to the street when the fog blocked everyone's sight again. Then, there was a riot in the team. Fighting broke out in the fog, and the half-elf guards drew their swords. A gray dwarf warrior holding a two-handed axe broke through the fog, and the two battle axes in her hands crackled with arcs of electricity. The moment his figure appeared, an axe flew towards Roy, with a flash of lightning on the axe blade. The axe blade caused the lightning to rotate continuously, and the arc tore the surrounding fog. New arcs were constantly generated in the fog and gathered on the flying axe. The gray dwarf warrior's power was a dwarf berserker with a huge fire on his body. His power slammed into the gray dwarf warrior's body fiercely. The gray dwarf warrior's body was ignited with blue flames, and the fog around his body instantly dissipated. His face was hideous, and electric arcs kept flying out of his body, flowing in the mist. He gave Roy a sinister smile. An axe flew in front of Roy. The flying axe was so fast that it flew in front of him in an instant, with crackling electric arcs. At this moment, all the magic patterns on the Griswold magic pattern structure lit up. A layer of faint holy light surrounded Roy's whole body, and the fog around him dissipated. Roy subconsciously raised his arm, and a thick book of judgment appeared in his hand. The book was originally placed in the magic waste bag, and it appeared the moment he raised his hand. Roy practiced for this countless times. Puff! The axe hit the book of judgment heavily. The sharp axe blade was deeply embedded in the copper cover of the book of judgment. Several arcs of electricity ran on the book of judgment, but they were all blocked by the holy light on Roy's body. Roy staggered back 2 steps, and his arm holding the book of judgment was numb. The gray dwarf warrior 10 meters away instantly jumped above Roy's head. He bent his legs backwards and raised one hand behind his head. The axe with a long lightning came down towards Roy's head. Roy had no way to block it with the book of judgment at this moment. He gritted his teeth, took out a flail from his magic waste bag, and rushed towards the short-handed axe. Roy's flail had no power, and he knew that he could not block the short-handed axe of the gray dwarf warrior. He could only try to sideways to avoid the vital part of his head, and wanted to use his shoulder armor to resist the thundering blow of the gray dwarf warrior. Before the short-handed axe with strong arcs of electricity came down, the fully activated Griswold suddenly appeared with a dragon shield. The light blue dragon scale shield was across Roy's head, blocking the axe with lightning. Countless arcs of electricity extended along the dragon scale shield, making a popping sound in the mist. The gray dwarf warrior was very flexible. He leaned forward to hold the axe on the book of judgment, exerted force with his arm, and pulled out the short-handed axe, almost snatching the Book of Judgment from Roy's hand. Then his body flipped in the air, and the short-handed axe swept across Roy's waist. This set of movements was smooth and extremely smooth. Roy only had time to open the copper book at this time. A small silver hammer flew out from the tattered pages, and hit the axe with great precision, blocking the short-handed axe with great force again. At this moment, the Grey Dwarf warrior had completed a set of extremely coherent attacks. Unfortunately, they were all resolved by Roy. Both sides took 2 steps back. Before Roy could catch his breath, the Grey Dwarf warrior threw out the axe again, and jumped up again, almost the same as before. Roy was a little speechless. Still coming? He was reluctant to use the Book of Judgment to block, and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, a holy shield appeared in front of Roy, steadily blocking the flying axe. The flying axe failed to fit into the shield, and after being blocked for a moment, it flew away. At this time, the Grey Dwarf warrior had already jumped over Roy's head, and he chopped down the short-hand axe in his hand again, and the blue flames on his body ignited the short-hand axe. Roy shouted to the Grey Dwarf warrior, "Didn't your mother tell you that the same move can't be used twice at the same time?" Just as the Grey Dwarf warrior's axe fell, a long sword suddenly appeared under the Grey Dwarf's eyes, and this sword stabbed from bottom to top. And it found the Grey Dwarf warrior's flaw and stabbed the Grey Dwarf warrior's throat like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue. The Grey Dwarf warrior quickly blocked with his black iron wrist guard. Sabrina appeared on Roy's right side. She almost shrank in Roy's arms. She quickly turned over the Surluki sword and slapped the Grey Dwarf warrior's wrist guard. The blade brushed the Grey Dwarf warrior's chest armor, and directly pierced the metal throat guard on the Grey Dwarf warrior's neck. Although the armor plate was not pierced, the huge impact force made the Grey Dwarf warrior feel that his cervical vertebrae were about to break. Chapter 8:14. The short-hand axe in the Grey Dwarf warrior's hand also fell, but was blocked by Sabrina's Surluki long sword in her other hand. The lightning flowed along the blade towards Sabrina's arm, but was crushed by the sword energy emanating from the sword. At this moment, the Grey Dwarf warrior with blue flames burning all over his body could only be forced to retreat. The short-hand axe hit the Surluki long sword, and sparks also burst out. The half-blood elf sword dancer spun like a gyroscope to avoid it, and his body showed an extremely powerful balance ability. The Grey Dwarf warrior's eyes were bloodshot, and he approached Roy again. Roy quickly opened the Book of Judgment, and a complete divine pattern appeared in front of the Grey Dwarf warrior. As Roy uttered a short prayer, the holy light bloomed from the pages. In the blooming holy light, a small silver hammer flew out at a very fast speed. The silver hammer was less than 2 meters away from the Grey Dwarf warrior. The silver hammer hit the chest, and the heavy breastplate of the Grey Dwarf warrior was actually dented. Then the Grey Dwarf warrior groaned, and his body flew back like a cannonball. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the blue flame on his body burned more fiercely. The silver hammer that flew out of Roy's Book of Judgment also turned into a piece of holy light, and quickly dissipated. The Judgment hammer was unable to penetrate the heavy breastplate of the Grey Dwarf warrior, which also gave Roy a new understanding of the dwarf heavy armor. Although the Grey Dwarf warrior was repelled several meters away by the Judgment hammer, he rushed towards Roy again when the blue fire was strong, and he was completely ready to fight to the death. Captain Jeroen, holding the holy shield, stood on Roy's left. It was he who used the holy shield in time to help Roy block an axe. At this time, he saw the second-level Grey Dwarf warrior rushing up again. It's the dwarf berserker. When they go crazy, their physical strength is endless. He took 3 steps forward and swung the holy shield on his arm towards the Grey Dwarf. Holy shield strike. Since Captain Jeroen happened to block the Grey Dwarf warrior's charge path, once the Grey Dwarf warrior changed the path, the momentum would be completely resolved. The Grey Dwarf warrior suddenly raised his hand again, holding the axe with both hands and slashing down fiercely, and the eye sockets on his face emitted blue electric light. A lightning bolt several meters long was drawn down from the sky by the Grey Dwarf warrior and struck Captain Jeroen. The moment the lightning bolt fell, it immediately turned into countless electric snakes that drilled into Captain Jeroen's body. Captain Jeroen burst out with strong holy light, trying to use the power of holy light to disperse the electric snakes that drilled into his body. At the same time, the Grey Dwarf warrior's double axes fell head-on, and Captain Jeroen's holy shield just met it, and the two sides collided again. Boom! The Grey Dwarf warrior who rushed up this time was much stronger than before in terms of strength and speed. Although Captain Jeroen had made sufficient preparations, he underestimated the power of the Grey Dwarf warrior. The double axes hit the holy shield, and Captain Jeroen was immediately shocked and took 2 steps back. The holy light on his body became very dim at this moment. The Grey Dwarf warrior was about to pursue the victory, but this time he was facing 3 second-level strongmen, Roy, Jelloin, and Sabrina, at the same time. Just as he was about to pursue, Roy holding the Book of Judgment blocked him. The Grey Dwarf warrior swept the short-hand axe towards Roy's left shoulder, but Roy ignored it. His eyes were full of cunning smiles, and he opened the heavy Book of Judgment in his hand again. The dwarf warrior had just been hit hard by the silver hammer in the book and suffered a lot. At this moment, the Grey Dwarf warrior took advantage of Roy turning the page and immediately jumped back. At the same time, he also held a shorthand axe across his chest, trying to block the silver hammer. Although the Book of Judgment that Roy opened emitted a dazzling holy light, the Grey Dwarf warrior did not see the silver hammer. The Grey Dwarf warrior was instantly furious. He felt that he was deceived by Roy. In a rage, he threw the shorthand axe in his hand at Roy again. Roy quickly raised the Book of Judgment to block. At the same time, a small silver hammer flew from behind the Grey Dwarf warrior, and hit the dwarf chainmail behind him without any defense. The Grey Dwarf warrior staggered forward 2 steps, and spit out a large mouthful of blood again. The hammer of judgment, that can penetrate everything, was blocked twice by the heavy dwarf chainmail. When the Grey Dwarf warrior rushed up again, it was Captain Jerowin who blocked him again. Captain Jerowin raised his shield to block the series of attacks from the Grey Dwarf warrior. Holy light shone on him. Behind him, there was a shadow of a priest who was doing the same actions as Captain Jerowin, and these actions were done 1 step ahead of Captain Jerowin, which seemed to predict the attack path of the Grey Dwarf warrior. Roy was stunned. There were a lot of Grey Dwarf warriors coming around. Roy held the Book of Judgment in his left hand, and a flail in his right hand. The magic pattern structure on his body provided him with a force, making the heavy feeling in his hand instantly become extremely light. This set of Griswold not only has a strong power blessing, but also provides Roy with some speed, physique and endurance blessings, and has an increase in the power of holy light. Since it is made of dragon skin, its own defense attribute is already abnormal, and finally there is a dragon shield hidden in the magic pattern. When Jerowin fought against the second-level Grey Dwarf strongman, Roy and Sabrina were not idle either. Sabrina was fighting with another second-level Grey Dwarf warrior at this time. Roy held the flail and blocked the Grey Dwarf warriors rushing up from the surroundings. Occasionally, a holy light bullet would fly out of the flail in his hand. When this holy light bullet hit the Grey Dwarf warrior, he would immediately spit blood and fall to the ground. The half-blood elf guards around were also constantly moving closer to Roy, and gathered the elf slaves that Roy had just bought together, and slowly moved along the street towards the dock. At this moment, the half-blood elf guards were still able to maintain their defensive formation and move forward slowly. But as a large number of Grey Dwarf warriors emerged from the slave market, the battle gradually became difficult. The team was also blocked on the street by the Grey Dwarf warriors. If these half-blood elf guards did not have the blessing of divine arts and excellent magic armor, they would have been dispersed by the Grey Dwarf warriors, who came like a tide. But even with a full set of blessing divine arts, the battle was still very difficult. The only place where they had a clear advantage was the battle between Captain Jerowin and the Grey Dwarf Berserker. At this moment, the Grey Dwarf Berserker had become a spent force, and the blue flames on his body were gradually shrinking. Captain Jerowin could clearly feel that he was beginning to become exhausted. Moreover, the 2 heavy blows on his chest and back had caused the Grey Dwarf Berserker to suffer serious injuries. Even the 2 short axes in his hands looked particularly heavy. Sabrina, as the most outstanding sword dancer among the young elves in Castletown in recent years, the sword dance she mastered came from the unique skills of the Ellington family. It was because she realized some of the essence of the Dance of Light that she broke through the shackles of level 20 and became a second-level warrior. Opposite her was a strong Grey Dwarf holding a square-headed hammer and a chain shield. This strong Grey Dwarf should be the leader of this group of Grey Dwarf warriors. When he stood in front of Sabrina, the Grey Dwarf warriors around him would want to fight hard in an absolutely disadvantageous situation. And he was wearing a full-cover black iron plate armor. When he stood in front of Sabrina, he looked more like a short steel puppet. Sabrina's Saruki longsword slashed at him, but he didn't even need to dodge. As long as he avoided the weak joints, it seemed painless. Even though Sabrina attached sword energy to the Saruki longsword, she couldn't hurt the Grey Dwarf shield warrior. Sabrina changed more than 10 fighting methods in a row, but unfortunately she still couldn't break the Grey Dwarf shield warrior's armor. At this time, the Grey Dwarf shield warrior began to fight back, and the square hammer in his hand could trigger lightning. Every time he swung the square hammer, he would see electric snakes dancing around. Sabrina was forced to retreat step by the Grey Dwarf shield warrior. However, the well-trained half-blood elf guards around successfully formed a shield wall with iris shields to block the large group of grey dwarves rushing over. The grey dwarf warriors rushed towards Roy. They knew that Roy was the supreme leader of this elven army. Several half-elf guards stood on both sides of Roy to deal with the attack of the grey dwarf warriors. From time to time, a holy light bullet flew out of Roy's flail. This light bullet with a sacred aura fell on any grey dwarf warrior, completely ignoring the armor on the grey dwarf warrior's body, and instantly penetrated the grey dwarf warrior's body. A grey dwarf warrior spurted blood and fell to the ground instantly. Seeing Sabrina being forced to retreat repeatedly by the dwarf shield warrior, Roy immediately rushed to Sabrina's side and used the Book of Judgment to block the square head hammer of the dwarf shield warrior, giving Sabrina some breathing space. Roy's flail hit the dwarf shield warrior's chain shield, and the flying holy light bullet quickly penetrated the dwarf warrior's body, making the dwarf shield warrior pale. At this time, a giant argali appeared behind the dwarf shield warrior, and its terrifying spiral horns rushed towards Roy. Roy even heard the argali's cry. Even though Roy held the Book of Judgment across his chest, he was still knocked away by the huge argali shadow. He felt as if his body was broken apart. Under the huge shock, even his head was dizzy and his chest hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. A holy light tree appeared behind Roy, and then Roy fell into the lush golden branches and leaves. A beam of holy light broke through the thick fog, fell from the sky, and instantly enveloped Roy. The flowers of light on the holy light tree bloomed one after another, and countless pure holy light particles fell like petals, falling on Roy. The petals of light formed a sacred armor on Roy's body, and holy light fell from the sky, repairing Roy's damaged body extremely quickly. The grey dwarf shield warrior took a big step and rushed towards Roy. Chapter 8:15. Sabrina rushed out from the encirclement of a group of grey dwarves. Her body was like a carp leaping out of the water, and she stabbed a Saruki's sword into the gap of the grey dwarf shield warrior's shoulder armor with her backhand. And layers of light shone on her body, and countless fighting spirits surrounded Sabrina's body. She danced gracefully on the battlefield, and each movement was accompanied by a very beautiful rhythm. She was like a deer in the fairy forest, tearing open the veil of the jungle again and again. Dance of light. The fog on the street dissipated on a large scale with Sabrina's dance. The grey dwarf shield warrior rushed left and right in front of Sabrina, but still could not escape the control of the long sword in her hand. The grey dwarf shield warrior was as strong as an ox, and the black iron heavy armor on his body was as solid as a rock. Every time he charged, he was powerful. But Sabrina was like a spirit deer jumping non-stop in the misty forest. Her rhythmic movements restricted the grey dwarf shield warrior tightly, leaving him with no place to display his strength. The fog on the street dissipated because of Sabrina's shining dance. The scene in front of everyone became clear. 60 half-blood elf guards protected more than 200 elf slaves in the middle. Half of the half-blood elf guards held iris shields in one hand and elven swords in the other hand to block the attack of the grey dwarf warriors. Another group of half-blood elf guards holding spears hid behind their companions. Every time they thrust their spears out, a grey dwarf warrior would fall in a pool of blood. The spears in their hands were like divine weapons, which could easily penetrate armor and shields of any thickness. If you look at the battlefield more carefully, you will find that there are several priests standing next to the elf slaves with their hands clasped in front of their chests, chanting blessing prayers. They are the core of this group of elf guards. They continuously bless the half-blood elves and let holy light fall on the half-blood elf guards. These half-blood elf guards seem to be killing machines with endless strength. The grey dwarf shield warrior was surrounded by the aura of storm. He couldn't get rid of Sabrina's entanglement, so he simply retreated to the grey dwarf warriors. Then, he transformed into a giant argali and rushed towards Roy again. This is the ability of a second-level grey dwarf warrior. On the battlefield, he is like a tank that rushes forward and can ignore any attack that cannot break through his heavy armor. The warhammer at his hand is wrapped with lightning. These grey dwarf warriors can have a little lightning power. The grey dwarf shield warrior rushed to Roy again, and the square hammer in his hand hit Roy's Book of Judgment, and an arc of electricity would burst out with each hit. Roy was repeatedly repelled, but a holy light tree appeared behind him. The lush light flowers on the tree canopy sprinkled holy light particles, which continued to flow into Roy's body. The powerful healing ability allowed the damaged body to recover quickly. It seemed that the grey dwarf shield warriors were forcing Roy to retreat. In fact, Roy did not suffer any substantial damage. Instead, the more he fought, the stronger his body became. The grey dwarf shield warriors finally realized how difficult Roy was, but the two sides were already fighting hard, and at least dozens of grey dwarf warriors fell in a pool of blood on the street. The half-blood elf guards formed a spearhead formation and moved towards the port terminal under the leadership of Sabrina. A large number of gray dwarf warriors rushed over. They were used to fighting in the fog, but Sabrina's dance of light dispelled the fog on the street, which made the gray dwarf warriors' attack lack of suddenness. Seeing the figure of the siren warrior appearing in the mist in the distance, under the guidance of Sabrina, the half-elf guard squadron began to retreat to the dock. The blue flame on the gray dwarf berserker had completely extinguished. He was sweating all over, and his blood-red eyes returned to their original color. The strong body showed signs of exhaustion. He finally threw the axe with all his strength, but was blocked by the sacred shield raised by Captain Jelloin. He wanted to rest on the spot, take a breath, and then fight with Captain Jelloin. As a berserker, every time he stimulated the full potential of his body to fight, he was bound to be weak for a while. He underestimated the half-blood elf guards, and thought that he could kill them with his own strength. He didn't expect that he was blocked by the Imperials as soon as he rushed forward. Not only was his body seriously injured, but he was also made to lose his temper by the guy holding the holy shield. He stood on the street, his chest was stuffy, and his throat felt a little hot. He wanted to cough, and the moment he opened his mouth, he spit out blood again. The gray dwarf berserker hadn't been injured so badly for a long time. He remembered that the last time he was injured was during the battle with the Naga Sea clan. Now his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, making it very difficult for him to take a step forward. The short-hand axe in his hand was no longer a part of his body. Blood kept dripping down his arm. He didn't even know where the blood came from. The strong feeling of weakness made his heart beat violently. The world in front of him was black and white, and even the scenery in his sight began to blur. He knew that this was a sign of dizziness. He wanted to call the gray dwarf warrior who rushed past him, but his throat was shattered by the half-blood elf swordsman on the opposite side, and his throat could not make any sound. Suddenly he found that his shadow was actually moving. Living on the foggy island of Priestedden, he didn't even know how long he hadn't seen the sun and his own shadow. Now, just as his consciousness began to blur, he saw an arm holding a dagger stretched out from his shadow. The gray dwarf berserker thought it was an illusion, some illusion before he fainted. But the dagger soon reached under his left rib, which was the weakest part of the dwarf chainmail. The gray dwarf berserker only felt a sharp pain in his ribs. At this time, he woke up and found that the arm was not an illusion created by his eyes, but was real. It grew out of his shadow. The next moment, a heart-wrenching pain attacked his whole body. He couldn't shout out, and watched the dagger go through the gap between the ribs along the armor, and then stabbed into the ventricle. His heart spasmed violently, and then the gray dwarf berserker's eyes went black, and he fell to the street with a plop. The dagger stuck in his ribs quickly disappeared, and a blurry figure rushed towards the fog on the street. Leah looked at the sunlight shining through the gaps in the fog on the street with some annoyance. She had been hiding well, but she didn't expect the fog to disperse so easily. At this time, Leah was behind the gray dwarf berserker. She had just raised the dagger, and now she could only hide in the berserker's shadow. Then she found that something was wrong with the gray dwarf berserker. He stood there motionless, blood flowing from his body, his pupils began to sag, and his consciousness was even a little blurred. Leah thought this was a good opportunity, so she stopped hiding herself. She pulled out her dagger and secretly stabbed it into the gap between the gray dwarf berserker's ribs. Then Leah withdrew and hid in the fog on the street again, disappearing in an instant. She was the elf in the fog. She could run freely in the fog, and as long as she appeared, she was destined to take the life of a gray dwarf. Captain Jelloin lowered his right arm, and the holy shield became dim. He could no longer lift this arm. After being continuously attacked by the gray dwarf berserker, the holy light power in his body was on the verge of exhaustion. Not far away, the sacred tree behind Roy exuded a strong holy breath. In the alleys around the street, gray dwarf warriors kept rushing out. More and more gray dwarf warriors gathered on the street, and the half-blood elf guards holding iris shields began to be injured frequently. Roy didn't dare to let the half-blood elf guards continue to fight on the street, but the gray dwarf shield warrior in front of him was like a ram in heat, holding a square-headed hammer and constantly charging at Roy. Looking at his ferocious expression, it seemed that he was ready to hit Roy to death. But there was a sacred tree behind Roy, and the falling flowers of light from the tree gave Roy an extremely strong recovery ability. The gray dwarf shield warrior was already panting with exhaustion, and even his arm holding the square-headed hammer had become extremely sore. But Roy still stood on the street holding the Book of Judgment, and even began to command the half-blood elf guards to retreat towards the dock. Roy's Book of Judgment was smashed beyond recognition, but the pages of the magic leather book inside were not damaged. He tried to throw the hammer of judgment, and it fell on the Grey Dwarf Shield Warrior, and it seemed that there was no reaction at all. Sabrina led 10 half-blood elf guards to clear the way at the front of the team. Captain Jelloin approached with one arm hanging down. The shadow of the priest behind Captain Jelloin became a little dim, but he was still able to throw holy light bullets. Every time he hit the Grey Dwarf Shield Warrior, the Shield Warrior would stop for a while. A few more Grey Dwarf Warriors desperately surrounded him, and Roy hurriedly recited a prayer. Hammer of Punishment. The silver hammer kept spinning around Roy, repelling all the Grey Dwarf Warriors who tried to approach. Before those Grey Dwarf Warriors could stand firm, they were stabbed in the chest and abdomen by a dagger stretched out from the shadow, and fell down one after another. Captain Jelloin stood in front of Roy again. He put the holy shield in his left hand, and cast insight again. Every time he raised his shield, he just predicted the movement trajectory of the Grey Dwarf Shield Warrior's square hammer, and blocked it before the hammer in his hand could exert any force. The face of the second-level Grey Dwarf Shield Warrior turned red with anger. Roy was behind Captain Jelloin, holding a flail and continuously hitting holy light bullets. Finally, when the Grey Dwarf Shield Warrior rushed over again, blood oozed from under his black iron mask. First, there was a trace of blood, and as the Grey Dwarf Shield Warrior stopped, blood oozed from other parts of the mask. The Grey Dwarf Shield Warrior dropped the square hammer and chain shield in his hand, and under the gaze of a large group of Grey Dwarves around him, he struggled to open the visor in front of the helmet, revealing the face full of pain inside. His mouth was already covered with blood. He tried to cover his mouth with his hand, but a lot of blood and purple blood clots still came out of his mouth. His mouth, nose, eyes, and ears were all bleeding. The Grey Dwarf Shield Warrior stared at Roy and wanted to smash the square hammer in his hand, but unfortunately he had lost all his strength and could only give Roy a death stare. Then he fell on his back, and the heavy armor on his body made a crashing sound. Captain Jelloin glanced at Roy and saw that he didn't seem to understand what the Grey Dwarf Shield Warrior said before he died, so he whispered to him, "Holy light bullets can ignore heavy armor and directly destroy the Grey Dwarves hiding inside the armor." He can only blame himself for choosing the wrong opponent. "Let's go quickly. There are more and more Grey Dwarves here, and the sirens on the island are coming to kill us." Sabrina led the way with 2 big swords, and Roy and Captain Jelloin followed behind. Under the siege of the Grey Dwarf Warriors, the team continued to retreat to the dock. Chapter 8:16. There was a commotion on the street, followed by the sound of fighting. As soon as Giazina stood up from her seat, she saw a Grey Dwarf rushing in from the door and shouting in Dwarven language, "Everyone go help us! Our people are fighting outside. Our opponents are a group of well-trained half-blood elves." Giazina didn't understand Dwarven language, but she knew the word elf in Dwarven language. Seeing the Grey Dwarf in the tavern pick up the weapons he carried and rush out, Giazina also turned around and walked out. Oling immediately stood up to stop Giazina, and he stretched out 2 strong arms to block Giazina. Giazina looked at the strong and burly Oling, with murderous intent in her eyes, and asked bluntly, "How dare you stop me?" Oling said to Giazina and Olive with a serious face, "As the sheriff of the town, I have to protect the safety of the residents of the town." "Hack your cat's safety." Giazina took out a bayonet from behind with her right hand, and stabbed it directly into Oling's ribs. Her movements were extremely smooth, and there was no hesitation. Oling was 1 step faster than her, and actually grabbed the blade of the bayonet with his bare hands. His palms seemed to have thick scales, and the bayonet was not sharp, but he held it firmly in his palms. Olive stood behind, put down the half-drunk gin in her hand, and the smile on her face gradually turned cold. She stood up and stood behind Xena and said to Oring, "I know that one day we will meet in battle, but I didn't expect that day to come so soon. You represent the lost sea of Plusterton Island, and my allies are those half-blood elves." After that, she began to chant the Nada spell, and her 10 fingers tore the air in front of her, forcibly tearing open a space crack about a foot long, and her right arm suddenly became metallic, especially the scales on the surface turned completely golden. Olive's right arm stretched into the space crack, and dragged it hard, and actually pulled out an evil eye. There were many tentacles growing on the eyelids under the evil eye. Those tentacles waved randomly in the air, and some even rolled around Olive's arm, but they never dared to touch the edge of the space crack. When Olive caught the evil eye, it stopped struggling and floated above Olive's head. Dark air began to appear around the evil eye, and then a magic pattern array appeared just below the evil eye, and the pupil of the front of the evil eye suddenly opened. Its entire body is a fleshy eyeball, about the size of a human head. Except for the eyelids, there are only a few particularly weak tentacles under the eyes. This evil eye comes from the depths of the demon abyss, and its eyes naturally breathe a cloud of sleep. As long as the eyes are opened as wide as possible, when it is most frightened, the pupil can release the cloud of sleep. It was a light pink mist that suddenly spurted out from the tear glands of its lower eyelids, and the entire tavern room was filled with this light pink mist. Olive saw the evil eye spurting out the sleeping cloud, and immediately stretched out her golden arm, and her sharp long nails dug into the skin of the evil eye. As it struggled hard, Olive forced the evil eye back into the space crack. Then Olive hurriedly used the 10 fingers of both hands to weave around the space crack. As she chanted the magic spell, the 1-foot-long space crack began to heal. While weaving the space crack, the tentacles of the evil eye tried to reach out, but were savagely stuffed back by Olive. At this time, the Grey Dwarf warriors, who had not yet run out, fell in the tavern one after another. Even Oring and Jizina were affected by the sleeping cloud. Their bodies kept shaking, and they looked extremely sleepy, as if they might lie down and sleep at any time. At this time, Oring quickly let go of Jizina's bayonet, and slammed his fists hard on his chest. A huge bombardment sound came from Oring's chest. Oring's face was distorted, but he was very awake. After shaking his body twice, he flashed in front of Olive. Oring stretched out a hand and grabbed Olive's neck. Olive held a long staff in both hands. As she waved the staff, she chanted a spell, and an ice shield blocked her from Ling. The moment Ling's hand touched the ice shield, a strong icy breath spread from his hand to his entire arm, not only completely freezing his arm, but also condensing a thick layer of frost on his arm. Olive held the long staff tightly in both hands, gave Ling an apologetic smile, but her body flexibly retreated a few meters. The phantom of the ancient snake man immediately appeared behind Ling. The chest of the 5-meter-tall snake man phantom had already hit the ceiling, and the upper part could not be seen in the tavern at all. 6 arms stretched out from its torso, and it exuded the wild breath of ancient wildness. The phantom of the ancient snake man instantly merged into Ling's body. Ling opened his eyes again, and the look he gave Olive became cold and ruthless. The frozen arm was able to move instantly, and all the ice crystals on the arm bounced off. He moved as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he rushed to Olive again, grabbing Olive's slender neck with both hands. Olive wanted to swing the long staff, but Ling punched Olive's abdomen, causing her whole body to twitch violently. At this time, Olive discovered that Ling actually had 6 arms. In addition to the 2 hands holding her neck, the other 2 hands were clenched on Olive's upper arms. One hand was clenched into a fist and hit her lower abdomen, and the last arm held a scimitar across her throat, cutting without any hesitation. At this time, Jizina, who was behind Ling, had no time to rescue him. But Jizina was only 3 meters away from Ling. The bayonet in her hand was stabbed towards the kidney of Ling's lower back. Although he had a waist guard to protect him, if Jizina stabbed him, even if Ling didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Olive, who was about to be killed, smiled seductively at Ling at this moment, without any expression of pain on her face. The moment Ling's scimitar cut down, there was a very obvious sense of stagnation. Then Ling found that Olive's body, which was held by his hands, began to gradually lose color. Not only that, her body became very hard. When Ling clenched his fists, Olive's body actually shattered, and countless glass fragments exploded in Ling's hands. The scimitar in Ling's hand actually cut the glass, making a very sharp sound. He then came to his senses, and realized that what he had caught was just the mirror image of Olive. Ling's real body retreated behind Jizina at some point, and the 2 mermaids with different personalities, but equally beautiful, overlapped. At this moment, Ling was actually a little dazed. Jizina's eyes revealed a cold and murderous intent, which was so strong that Ling was a little afraid. That was the aura that only a true sea siren possessed. Ling had only felt it from 2 sea sirens in his life. Without waiting for Ling to turn around completely, Jizina caught up with him like lightning. Seeing that Ling avoided her kidney strike, Jizina wrapped her body around Ling and stabbed 2 bayonets into the scales of his collarbone, which immediately flew out a spark. The bayonet could not pierce Ling's thick scales, so Jizina stabbed the bayonet into Ling's eyes again. At this moment, Ling's 6 arms turned around abruptly, his joints reversed, and the 6 strong arms tightly strangled Jizina's body. The arm holding the golden scimitar suddenly stretched out from behind and stabbed at Jizina's back. At the same time, Jizina's body also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and 2 arms grew out of her left and right armpits. And all the arms held magic weapons, especially the lower arms held 2 short spears. One spear blocked Ling's golden scimitar, and the other spear stabbed into Ling's lower abdomen. Ling's face was twisted, he didn't even feel much pain. Just looking at the lower abdomen with a bloody hole, His eyes were full of anger. But Jiazina didn't give Oling a chance to fight back. She used her 6 arms to push Oling's arms apart, and found a gap to break free from Oling's restraints. This time, the ancient sea monster behind Oling appeared again, injecting a red light into Oling's body. Oling's body not only had 6 arms, but his body actually began to swell. He was originally a head taller than Jiazina, and stronger than Jiazina. Now that his body had swelled, he was actually half a head taller than Jiazina. His head almost hit the ceiling of the tavern. Then a strong fighting spirit burst out from his body, and his 6 arms actually formed a huge fist mountain, bombarding towards Jiazina. Jiazina also transformed into 6 arms, holding a spear, a long sword, and a bayonet. When the fist mountain bombarded, all weapons were swallowed by Oling's fist mountain. Olive didn't even have time to support, and the overlapping fist shadows fell on Jiazina. Then a loud sound like popping beans came from between the two, and Jiazina was directly blasted out of the tavern by Oling's fist mountain. A wall of the tavern shattered, and half of the tavern collapsed. Jiazina fell on the foggy street. When she sat up with her arms supporting her body, there was blood on the corner of her mouth, and the sea beast leather armor on her chest was full of fist marks. In front of her, there was also a 6-armed sea monster phantom. The phantom used 6 arms to overlap and tightly embrace Jiazina, protecting her. Olive was also affected by Oling's fist mountain, and she used the magic of water control to escape from the collapsed tavern. She opened her lips slightly and sang a series of whispers, which made Oling turn his head to look at her. Hearing Olive's charming voice, Oling immediately stood there in a daze. Olive walked towards him step by step, until she was in front of him, then she drew a magic sword from her waist and stabbed at his throat. The confused expression on Oling's face disappeared immediately. He grabbed Olive's long sword and punched Olive in the chest with his backhand. Olive's body cracked like a mirror again and shattered into pieces. Then she suddenly appeared next to Jiazina, with a seductive smile on her face, which made Oling dazed. Chapter 8:17. The fog in the distance of the street gradually dissipated. Even though the fog here was constantly rolling, there was just an area that the fog could not approach. A half-elf sword dancer was at the front of the team. She walked forward while dancing the most graceful dance steps, with a long sword in her hand standing upright above her head and spinning continuously. Waves of sword energy spread out from her feet like ripples. It was these waves of sword energy, with a sacred aura, that prevented the surrounding rolling fog from approaching. There were always gray dwarves rushing out of the surrounding fog. But the half-elf guards following the sword dancer used the most simple and unpretentious moves to stab and pick up the gray dwarf warriors. It is said that the half-blood elf guards cannot have such a strong force, but now they have the power to match the gray dwarf warriors, and they have the most sophisticated weapons. Combined with the formations they have practiced countless times, dealing with this group of ordinary gray dwarf warriors along the way is as neat as cutting melons and vegetables. Oling's eyes were attracted by the melee not far away. Those gray dwarves who were bloodthirsty, fierce, greedy, and cunning in his eyes were pierced by spears one by one and fell in the street. Oling saw a group of siren warriors hiding at the edge of the fog, watching the battle here without participating in the battle. He immediately picked up the whistle hanging on his chest, put it into his mouth, and blew it hard. Beep! A sharp and piercing sound rang out, and the siren warriors hidden in the fog rushed out one after another. After they saw Oring, they followed Oring's gestures to besiege Sabrina. At this time, the siren singing sounded around. But these songs seemed a bit chaotic, and had no effect on these half-blood elf guards. Sabrina still rushed to the front, stepping on the bodies of the gray dwarf warriors and moving forward. A row of siren warriors appeared in front of him. Sabrina did not stop at all. She handed out the Surluki long sword to a siren warrior, and the blade licked the siren warrior's wrist like a snake's tongue. The siren warrior only felt a slight chill on his wrist, and his right hand holding the trident was broken at the wrist. The other siren warriors had not yet reacted, and saw Sabrina entering the battlefield with a blade glow all over her body. Her speed was faster than these siren warriors, so when the blade was flying in the air, the siren warriors could not stop her at all. Almost immediately after the 12 siren warriors met, they were strangled by Sabrina and lost their ability to fight. At this time, the half-blood elf guards following Sabrina caught up with them, and they waved their weapons to kill the siren warriors. Sabrina, who always went out with the siren raid group of Zetsu to carry out raids, was of course the most aware of the sirens' weaknesses. Although they had great advantages in speed and strength, their most fatal flaws would be revealed when they were fighting. The arms of the siren were a little stiff, and each time they changed their moves, they would be a beat slower. Sabrina took advantage of this weakness of the sirens and broke through their defenses in an instant. Oling saw a group of siren warriors falling on the street and immediately rushed towards Sabrina. He didn't get any benefits from Xena and Olive, and when he saw this half-blood elf sword dancer strangle 12 subordinates in one breath, the anger in his heart immediately broke out. His body swelled again, and this time he turned into a 2-story-high 6-armed siren warrior on the street and rushed to Sabrina in almost a breath. Sabrina was followed by a team of half-blood elf guards, and she couldn't retreat at this time. The shadow of the elven swordsman behind him instantly solidified, and the double-edged sword in his hand slashed towards Oling, but Oling flashed under the sword and came in front of Sabrina, and 6 fists instantly burst out into a fist mountain and blasted Sabrina away in an instant. Sabrina's body flew back suddenly, hitting 3 half-elf guards in succession, and finally fell into the crowd of elven slaves. Instantly, screams rang out. Roy immediately noticed that the front of the team was in chaos. He asked Captain Jarwin to stay behind the team to cover the rear, and he rushed to the front of the team. The one who led the way was Sabrina, and now it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Roy suddenly became a little impatient, and the holy light tree behind him shone brightly, and a large amount of holy light power fell from the crown of the sacred tree. The human priests in the team could all feel the strong sacred aura. The Book of Judgment in Roy's hand was too damaged. Only a few pages were left in the part in his hand. He injected a large amount of holy light power into the flail in his hand, and the whole flail was emitting holy light. As he began to chant the prayer, a small silver hammer appeared above Roy's head again. The small silver hammer quickly locked onto O-Ring, who was surrounded by the half-blood elf guards. At this moment, O-Ring was punching the half-blood elf guards, who were protecting Sabrina with shields one after another. Roy's heart was hanging in his throat, and he quickly swung out the silver hammer. The silver hammer filled with holy light passed through more than 30 yards, and hit the giant siren warrior's chest directly. Hammer of punishment. Instantly, the giant siren warrior froze in place, and the long swords in the hands of the surrounding half-blood elf guards were stabbed into his body. At this time, Xena caught up from behind, holding the elven long sword in her arms, and directly placed it on Oling's shoulders. The 2 swords were like scissors on his neck. Oling quickly used his arms to block the 2 long swords in Xena's hands. Xena raised a spear high above her head and thrust it towards Oling's head from top to bottom. Oling stretched his other 2 hands above his head again and held the spear with both hands. The bloodthirsty Xena did not give Oling a chance to breathe. At the moment he grabbed the spear, the 2 bayonets in her hands had already pierced into Oling's lower back. Oling only felt a sharp pain in his lower back. He looked at Xena in surprise. She was obviously seriously injured by his punch, but she dared to rush up and strangle him at this time. Oling felt a stream of blood gushing out of his stomach, and the strength in his body began to dissipate rapidly, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head with difficulty, looked at the murderous face of Xena, and smiled painfully. I thought we would be friends. Oling's body began to shrink, and soon became the size of a normal mermaid. However, he didn't know how many elven swords and spears were stuck in his body, and a circle of half-blood elves stood around him. At the moment, when Oling held up Xena's raised spear, all the weapons fell on Oling, and every time he breathed, he sprayed a lot of blood foam, and his lungs were completely pierced like a sieve. When you choose to stand on the side of the Grey Dwarves, there is no possibility. After saying this, Xena pulled out the bayonet stuck in O-Ring's waist, and then O-Ring fell powerlessly in a pool of blood on the street. Seeing the sheriff being killed by these half-blood elves, all the siren warriors rushed here like crazy. At this time, Leah suddenly emerged from the shadow behind Roy, squatted beside O-Ring with a dagger in her hand, grabbed O-Ring's hair with one hand, put the dagger across his neck, and then cut it hard, and the whole head fell into Leah's hands. Then Leah raised the bloody head of O-Ring high above her head, and walked towards the siren warriors rushing up. The half-blood elf guards stood in 2 rows. The elf guards in the front raised their shields, and the elf guards in the back shot arrows. A group of siren warriors were covered with feather arrows, but they still rushed up desperately. Xena followed behind Leah. Sabrina was helped up by the half-blood elf guards, and Roy came forward to check Sabrina's injuries. How are you? Compared to the dark faceless warlord, he is far worse. Sabrina bit open a bottle of life potion with her mouth and drank it in one gulp. Perhaps she choked, or perhaps her chest and abdomen were injured. She started to cough violently. A holy light spell fell on Sabrina, and a human priest in the slave group shouted to Roy, "Boss Roy, leave this to us. With us here, Sabrina will be fine." More and more siren warriors gathered around. Jazina was now standing at the front of the team, her body leaning forward, her long hair dancing wildly, and she released the petrifying gaze at the large group of siren warriors. More than a dozen siren warriors, who were only 2 meters away from Jazina, instantly turned into limestone sculptures. Leah appeared beside the petrified sirens, raised Oling's head high, stared at the sirens in front of her calmly, and said to them in Naga, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." No siren warrior listened to her threats, and the sirens continued to rush forward. When they were about to rush in front of Leah, their steps began to slow down. Leah thought her threat to the sirens worked, but when she turned around, she found that it was Jazina standing behind her. Jazina not only exuded the aura of a strong person, but she was also a sea beast priest. Although her contracted partner could not go to the island, he could lend some of his power to Jazina. At this moment, Jazina was like a giant beast lurking in the deep sea, and could devour these sea monster warriors with just one bite. But such a sea monster priest continued to have a holy halo, and holy light fell on her, making her powerful aura continue to grow. The sea monster warriors did not dare to look at Jazina for a second, and ran away after a few seconds. Roy checked the injured half-blood elf guards. The grey dwarf warriors around did not dare to rush up to die, they could only roar unwillingly. The team returned to the dock along the long street. There were still many grey dwarves outside the dock confronting the half-blood elf guards on the 3-masted sailing ship. When they saw the bloody half-blood elf guards coming out of the fog, they were scared and made way. Then, they saw a large group of elf slaves following the elf guards, and walking to the dock one after another. The half-blood elf guards on the ship saw Boss Roy returning to the dock with a large group of elves, and hurriedly ran out of the ship to greet them. The dock suddenly became noisy. Chapter 8:18. The half-blood elf guards on the 3-masted sailing ship at the dock all drew their bows and arrows, and a rain of arrows fell on the edge of the dock. When the fog was thick, there was no way to avoid the feather arrows falling from the sky. The grey dwarves standing on the dock were shot one after another. Some of the grey dwarves fell in a pool of blood, and some were dragged back by the crowd. Behind them was a large group of siren warriors rushing up. The siren warriors on these islands chased after them like crazy, and the half-blood elf guards on the 3-masted sailing ship were not to be outdone. After they took their companions who had rushed back after a round of bloody battles to the ship, more than 200 elf slaves also boarded the ship safely. Then, under the leadership of Roy, nearly 1,000 half-blood elf guards ran out from 4 3-masted sailing ships. The fully armed half-elf guards fought with the siren warriors and grey dwarf warriors on the island at the dock. This time, the siren warriors could clearly see the holy light falling from the sky and landing on the half-elf guards. The halo full of sacred breath looked dazzling. In the fog, these half-elf guards burst out with outstanding attack power. The siren warriors, who were more than 1 meter taller than them, did not have any advantage in terms of strength. These half-elf guards had the most sophisticated weapons and armor in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. They did not worry about being fatally injured during the battle. Their fighting style was also comprehensive suppression. Relying on a tight formation, they drove all the siren warriors on the island out of the dock. There were many bodies of siren warriors lying on the dock. As long as an elf was injured on the half-blood elf guard side, it would be immediately replaced by the half-blood elf guard behind. The injured half-blood elves would be treated by human priests as soon as possible. The siren warriors on the island soon couldn't stop the attack of the half-blood elf guards. They fought and retreated. Many injured siren warriors were abandoned on the battlefield. The siren warriors who resisted stubbornly basically became corpses. Those siren warriors who chose to surrender were tied up tightly with oil hemp ropes by the elves and became prisoners. The grey dwarf warriors around the dock were even less able to launch any effective counterattack. They mixed in the defeated crowd and could only flee to Priestedden Island in a hurry. The owl beast that looked a bit like a penguin used its wings to protect its head, blocked the rain of arrows, and strode out of the dock with its butt sticking up, and soon disappeared in the rolling fog. The Book of Judgment was no longer usable. Roy held a flail in his right hand, and an iris shield in his left and right hands, and led the half-blood elf guards to kill their way out of the dock. The siren warriors and grey dwarf warriors on the island retreated back into the fog. Roy led the half-blood elf warriors to occupy the buildings near the dock. The mutant sea creatures had completely given up resistance. They found that as long as they did not resist, the half-blood elf guards would not tie them up and take them away. On the other hand, the life of the grey dwarves on the island was not so good. The half-blood elf guards rushed into these houses and searched for grey dwarves everywhere. If these grey dwarves resisted, they would be executed and their bodies would be dragged to the street and lined up. The half-blood elf guards rescued the elf slaves from the houses and escorted them to the dock. Roy originally didn't think there would be many elf slaves in this seemingly small town, but when the half-blood elf guards gradually occupied the houses in the town, he found that he had obviously underestimated this group of grey dwarves. In this town, it is very common to have families with elf slaves and Naga slaves. Even the houses of the mutant sea people hide Naga slaves. Obviously, these mutant sea people prefer Naga slaves, and the houses of the grey dwarves are more elf slaves. When the grey dwarves fled from their homes, they had no time to take the elf slaves away. The half-blood elf guards rescued them, and many of the elf slaves had a certain degree of mutation. Roy's mutation has several stages. At first, only rashes and erosions appear on the skin, and then some fish scales grow from the erosion wounds. As the mutation continues to worsen, some bone spurs will grow in the joints of the limbs. Later, fascia-like flippers will grow between the fingers of the elf slaves, and the body will change to the physical signs of fishmen and monsters. The elf slaves rescued from the town house will have more or less these changes. Perhaps they have been slaves for too long. When they see the half-blood elf guards appear in front of them, they will even hide around because of shame, which makes the search of the half-blood elf guards more difficult. Roy returned to the inn. The fishman boss had already opened all the doors and allowed the half-blood elf guards to search the inn. There were several Naga sea slaves standing at the door of the inn. The slave collars on their necks had been removed. They looked mentally okay. When they saw the half-blood elf guards entering the inn, they lined up and joined the line of Naga slaves on the street. It was obvious that the fishman boss was still very reluctant. He mustered up the courage to get close to Roy and whispered to him, "If you are still planning to sell these Naga slaves, please let me know. I will send them to the dock of Priesteden Island, and then they will regain their freedom. At that time, they can leave the Lost Sea with my fleet, or they can leave immediately." Roy stood at the door of the hotel, staring at the Murloc boss. "If you want to know any useful information, you can go to the grocery store to ask. The owner of the grocery store is very well informed, and he is not a grey dwarf." The Murloc boss spoke to Roy in fluent Naga language. Although Roy's Naga language is not very good, he has no shortage of translators around him. He passed through the rolling fog and followed the innkeeper's instructions to the door of a grocery store. The store was occupied by half-blood elf guards. The door of the grocery store was open, and the half-blood elf guards were searching for elf slaves inside the store. A fat walrus squatted at the door of the grocery store, looking inside from time to time. He looked a little old, with a big belly, and the beard on his lips looked a little funny. His two big eyes rolled around. When he saw Roy coming, he instantly became restrained. He put his hands on his big belly and stared at Roy with some fear. He didn't have the energy to observe the situation in the grocery store at this time. The half-blood elf guard searched the grocery store and found no trace of slaves. This situation is relatively rare in a small town. Roy walked directly into the grocery store and saw a lot of fishing gear and some fish. These fish were not very fresh and were condensed with a thick layer of salt frost. "Can you understand the Elvish language?" Roy picked up a salted fish and put it under his nose to smell it. There was a faint stench. The walrus boss shuddered slightly, nodded immediately, and said very honestly, "I can understand a little." His vocal cords were very low, and his voice seemed very honest. Roy continued to pick up a fishing rod from the shelf. It must be said that the fishing rod made by the walrus looked very good. "Then let me ask you, do you know Captain Ralph?" The walrus boss's eyes were a little unnatural. He thought for a few seconds, and although he was a little hesitant, he still nodded. "Very good. Do you know where he lives?" Roy continued to ask. The walrus boss hesitated when answering the first question, but it became much smoother to answer the second question. "Yes, his house is not in the town. He has a territory on Plesterton Island. His manor is built on the territory, but he has not been back to Plesterton Island for a long time. There are only 2 old dwarves guarding the manor," the walrus boss said. Roy walked out of the grocery store. The smell of salted fish was too strong. The half-blood elf guard had checked the grocery store inside and out, and really didn't find any slaves. Although the grocery store was in a mess due to the search, the half-elf guards did not touch the goods in the store. The walrus boss looked at Roy. "Can you take us there?" Roy asked. "Sure." He followed Roy obediently, walking slowly. A team of half-elf guards followed Roy. Led by the walrus boss, they walked north along the long street of the town. "Do you know how many grey dwarves there are on this island?" Roy asked the walrus boss. "This island is very big. Not all the grey dwarves live in the town. I am only familiar with the area around the town. I know Captain Ralph's house because I regularly deliver some fish to that manor." The walrus boss paused before saying, "There are probably more than 3,000 gray dwarves living in this town. They almost all make a living by trading slaves. There are a total of 16 slave trading gangs of all sizes in the town, all composed of gray dwarves. We mutant sea creatures don't have the courage, and the sirens dare not leave the lost sea. I think the number of gray dwarves on the island will not be less than 5,000. The walrus boss struggled to move his body, and led Roy along the long street. The fog was thick all around, and gray dwarves rushed out of the fog from time to time. His two thick elephant legs looked short, but his actual steps were very big. With every step, Roy felt the entire street ground shaking. How many sirens are there in the town? There are about 6,000. Currently, there are less than 1,000 sirens left on the island. You came at the wrong time. Great Elder Slytherin had just left the island with the Siren Chanter Corps, and you came, so you didn't meet the most powerful Siren Corps on the island. But it won't be long before they rush back. After all, the Lost Sea is not too big." When the walrus boss said these words, he looked at Roy nervously, worried that these words would anger Roy. But Roy didn't care at all and asked again, "How many mutant sea creatures are there?" The walrus boss said anxiously, "Not all mutant sea creatures live in the town. There are more than 70 mutant sea creatures gathering places of various sizes on Preston Island." Chapter 819. These gathering places are big and small. In the small gathering places, there are dozens of mutant sea creatures living in the sea. In the larger gathering places, there are nearly 1,000 mutant sea creatures. So if you ask me about the specific number of mutant sea creatures, I can't tell you, but I can still give an approximate number. There may be tens of thousands of sea creatures. The walrus boss walked on the foggy street, and his heart became colder and colder. He had walked for so long, but he didn't see any effective resistance from the gray dwarves and sirens. It seemed that all the residents in the town were fleeing everywhere. There were about 1,000 half-blood elf guards following Roy. Everyone was worried about getting lost on the island, so they followed closely. The half-elf guards behind would stop the half-elf guards in front if there was any situation. "Take me to Captain Ralph's manor." The walrus boss did not stop and did not change direction. When there were no buildings on both sides of the road, the team walked out of the town. Although there was a small road under their feet, it was foggy, and they could not identify the direction at all. There were some low shrubs covered with moss all around. These shrubs did not grow well in the fog, and the leaves were covered with water droplets. A holy light fell in front of us, and the surrounding fog dissipated, but unfortunately new fog soon filled in. The walrus boss introduced the current situation on the island as he walked. Everyone left the town and entered a swamp formed by bushes. In this swamp lived a group of swamp fishmen. They were originally servants of the sirens, and later settled on Priestedden Island and slowly multiplied. There are many mutant fishmen in their gathering place. Mutated fishmen usually leave this swamp when they have the ability to live independently. Some fishmen live in the town, and some fishmen follow the gray dwarves to go out to sea to trade slaves. The walrus boss told Roy that this Priestedden Island was quite large, and each gathering place had its own territory. These territories were divided by the sirens on the island. When they crossed the swamp, they really met some gray dwarves who had escaped from the town. The half-blood elf guards naturally refused to let the gray dwarves go when they met them. A group of gray dwarves quickly chased them and surrounded them. Sure enough, at this time, a large number of fishman monsters appeared around the swamp. They emerged from the swamp, all wet, holding some scraps of copper and iron in their hands, hiding in the mist, not daring to get too close, nor willing to leave. Some swamp fishmen also made chirping sounds, which made people feel a little irritated. The elf guards fired several rounds of arrows into the mist, and the swamp quickly became quiet. These gray dwarves chose to surrender, and the elves tied them up with ropes and asked them to follow the team. Morapus sat on a thatched house in the swamp. He had changed from an owl beast to a siren. His ugly face showed pain, and he covered his face with one hand, trying to slow down his breathing and calm his irritability. He was a siren, and had lived on Priestedden Island since he was a child. When he was about to become an adult, his body mutated, and fascia grew on his arms. When he opened them, flesh wings appeared, just like a bat. Later, the siren slowly discovered that the fog on this island contained strange toxins. Living on the island, you will be affected by the poisonous fog and your body will mutate. Sirens are strong, so they are least affected, but they may also mutate. Morapus is one of them. The first time I met O-Ring, he was still a very young siren, following the great wizard of Slytherin. He was the first siren who did not laugh at his mutated arm when he saw it. The great wizard of Lastrin agreed to accept him, So Oring walked from the great wizard to him, and stretched out his hand to pull him out of the mud. Later, many sirens fled to the Lost Sea, and this place became a gathering place for sirens. Later, the sirens of the Lost Sea formed an alliance with the Grey Dwarves. The Great Witch Lastrin saw that the Grey Dwarves were not afraid of the Naga Sea people, so he agreed to form an alliance with the Grey Dwarves. After the alliance, the cooperation between the sirens and the Grey Dwarves was still very pleasant. The Lost Sea also became more and more prosperous because of the slave trade. It was a paradise for slave traders, and slaves of any race could be traded here. In fact, most of the slaves were elves and Naga Sea people. The Naga army attacked the Lost Sea several times, but all ended in failure. The main reason is that the Lost Sea is covered with fog all year round, and it is basically impossible to completely occupy this island. But if the sirens are not driven out, they will attack everywhere on the island. And the biggest problem of Priestetten Island is that it will cause any creatures living here for a long time to mutate, which is what the Nagas cannot accept the most. That is why the powerful Endless Sea Naga Empire has never been able to conquer this place. Without the threat of the Naga Sea tribe, the sirens began to manage this island. They never considered that the elves would one day break into the Lost Sea, because it is well known that elves always like to live in their comfort zone. The Lost Sea is located deep in the Endless Sea, and elves usually do not enter the deep sea area. But they did not expect the half-blood elves to invade the Lost Sea in large numbers, and they did not expect that there would be a powerful siren army behind them to support them. When Morapis was patrolling the dock in the morning, he found 4 three-masted sailing ships docked, and the faces of half-blood elves appeared on the ships. He realized that the situation was not good. As soon as the great Elder Slydron left the island with the siren army, this half-blood elf fleet suddenly appeared. Then he found a large number of siren warriors in the sea. Those siren warriors were full of murderous intent, and they were always in a state of fighting. Morabus likes to appear in the form of an owl beast. He wants to delay these half-blood elves and wait for Teacher Slydron to return to the island before dealing with this half-blood elf army. But those stupid Grey Dwarves did things without thinking. They had a conflict on the streets of the town, but these half-blood elves rushed back to the dock. What Morapis could not accept the most was that Oring was dead. The headless body was lying in front of his feet. His body was almost stabbed into a sieve. The whole body was bloody. It was said that he was surrounded and killed by several strong men in the half-blood elf army. Morapis lowered his head in pain. Those Grey Dwarves were stupid. If they hadn't acted rashly, the town might have been able to hold on for a while, and Orin wouldn't have died. Morabus hated those brainless Grey Dwarves, but he hated the murderer who killed Orin even more. A team of half-blood elves is passing through this swamp. The chief of the fishman monster ran to Morapus' feet, and put his face on his instep. "How many more people can we gather?" Morabus asked numbly. "The town has been occupied by the half-elves, and we can't find other siren warriors, but there are still hundreds of Murloc warriors in the swamp. Lord Morapus, you can lead us to fight together," the Murloc chief said excitedly. Just now, a group of Grey Dwarves were captured by them again. A Murloc ran over to report in a panic, and the Murloc chief immediately lost his face in fear. Morapus stood up and strode out. "Take me there." Although Morapus could not see the half-blood elf guards in the fog ahead, he could hear clear footsteps. Hundreds of Murlocs followed behind him. These Murlocs held some scraps of copper and iron in their hands, which could not even be called weapons. Morapus knew very well that these Murlocs in his hands were definitely no match for the half-blood elf guards. Even if he had a group of Grey Dwarf warriors, it would be difficult to win. Unless he had a Grey Dwarf army that was several times larger than the enemy's. But now the Grey Dwarves in the town have been dispersed, and even the sirens can't be found. The swamp where he is a temporary gathering place for the siren warriors. Once an emergency occurs on the island, the lost siren warriors will gather here. He has been waiting for a long time, but no siren warrior has arrived here. He can only lead a group of fishmen to follow the half-blood elf army. He dare not act rashly. After the fishmen found the half-blood elf guards, they actually talked about this group of half-blood elves. Their voices spread over, and soon there was no sound at all on the other side. Only the fishmen's spirits hiding in the mist were still talking non-stop. Suddenly, a rain of arrows fell. Several of the fishmen's spirits were shot through by the rain of arrows, and they immediately began to cry in the mist. Morapus was even ready for battle, but after waiting for a while, he found that the half-blood elves did not rush over. He immediately asked the fishmen's spirits to continue to follow. Soon they reached the edge of the fishman territory, and the group of half-blood elf guards continued to move forward. Just when the fishman spirits hesitated, Morapus ordered the fishman chieftain, "Let's continue to follow." The fishmen received the order from Morapis and immediately stepped out of the edge of the territory and followed him all the way. Morapis had been paying attention to the movement in front of him. Almost all of his attention was focused on the front. Just as he crossed a small puddle, a sharp arrow flew towards him along the swamp and accurately hit his ankle. But his ankle was wrapped in a thick layer of leather, and the feather arrow only grazed his ankle and flew away without a trace. Morapis looked down at his ankle and found that it was not injured, so he immediately walked forward. At this moment, the mist in front of him suddenly dissipated quickly, and Merapis's hair exploded. A small silver hammer cut through the mist and flew towards him, spinning continuously. Morapis had no time to dodge, and immediately chanted a spell, and an atmospheric shield appeared in front of Morapis. The silver hammer hit the atmospheric shield almost at the same time as it appeared. Bang! The atmospheric shield was instantly shattered, and the silver hammer shattered into a large ball of sacred aura. Chapter 820. A sacred breath blew towards him, and Morapis felt a tingling sensation all over his skin. A wild totem more than 10 meters high appeared behind him. The totem pole was engraved with countless beast heads, exuding a strong wild atmosphere. Morapis knelt in front of the wild totem and prayed in a low voice. The wild totem exuded a faint glow. He cut his wrist and let the blood flow onto a mammoth head. A red light shot out from the wild totem pole, as if the soul of a mammoth had crashed into Merapis's body. His eyes were red, and blood vessels all over his body emerged, as if something was growing out of his body. Morapis wailed in pain, and the wailing was even a bit heartbreaking. Then his body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and continued to grow until it became like a small hill. Roy stood in front of the mammoth, and could only see its trunk and tusks sticking out of the mist. Roy looked particularly small in front of him. As the wild totem pole slowly disappeared, Morapis let out a high-pitched cry. The fierce sound waves rushed towards him, and Roy could hardly hear anything except the buzzing sound in his ears. There was only the sound of a huge object moving in the mist. Roy only felt a sudden violent airflow above his head, and he immediately realized that the situation was not good. Before he could react, he felt someone behind him pushing him hard. He used the force to rush forward, and Roy fell into the muddy water of the swamp. The foot of a mammoth fell down, and a big pit was trampled in the swamp behind Roy. The soil around the elephant's leg was all bulging, and only a part of the elephant's leg with a diameter of more than 3 meters was exposed in the mist. The huge fluctuations on the swamp surface almost made Roy fly again, and then a stronger and more fierce wind swept over. Roy only had time to see a huge black shadow in the mist. His body left the ground, and all around him was muddy water from the swamp. Roy had no way to react. At this moment, Leah appeared beside Roy again. This time, she didn't have the strength to push Roy out. Instead, she grabbed one of Roy's arms and pulled him out horizontally. Roy only felt the elephant trunk, which was thicker than the waist of the walrus boss, swinging over. Leah flashed in the mist twice in a row, and her face turned pale. At this time, Captain Jelwin followed from behind, holding the holy shield in his hand, trying to block the next attack of the mammoth. But when he saw the mammoth's trunk thicker than a Roman column, he immediately put away the holy shield and did not dare to use the shield to resist the mammoth's attack. Roy was not injured, but the sudden attack forced him to have no power to fight back. I didn't expect that the penguin beast could actually turn into a mammoth. A group of half-blood elf guards followed Captain Jelwin and rushed out of the fog. They suddenly saw the mammoth like a small hill and stopped immediately in fear. At this time, there was another huge earthquake in the swamp. The mammoth rushed towards the camp of the half-blood elf guards, and immediately knocked the half-blood elf guards in the swamp to the ground. At this time, the group of gray dwarves tied with oil hemp ropes also fled like crazy. They were still tied with ropes, but that couldn't stop them from running away. It was unknown how many half-blood elf guards were knocked away by the mammoth. At this time, the gray dwarves began to flee in all directions, and the mammoth in the fog slowed down. The half-blood elf guards climbed out of the mud and immediately took out their spears from their backs, circled around the mammoth's body, and threw their spears out. The mammoth was instantly pierced with spears. It made an ong sound and began to trample the half-blood elf guards around it again. The half-blood elf guards immediately fled in all directions. The mammoth was too big, and the half-blood elf guards' spears could not hurt the mammoth at all. It's witchcraft, using sacrifices to exchange for the power of the ancestral totem. Captain Jelwin came up to Roy and said to him. Roy and Captain Jelwin had known each other for such a long time that he immediately understood what Captain Jelwin was suggesting. A sacred tree appeared behind him again. The sacred aura emitted by the sacred tree immediately dissipated the surrounding fog. A huge window appeared within a range of more than 10 meters around Roy, and a beam of dazzling sunlight shone in from above his head. Roy stood under the sacred tree, and the scattered flowers of light kept falling. He raised his head, put his hands together in front of his chest, and began to chant the prayer of exorcism. At this time, Captain Jarowin, who was standing next to Roy, also chanted the prayer of exorcism. Behind Roy and Captain Jarowin, 12 human priests chanted the prayer with him. A huge divine pattern appeared under the feet of these priests, and golden runes kept appearing in the middle of the divine pattern. These mysterious golden runes appeared from time to time. The mammoth rushed out of the rolling fog, just in time to see the rich sacred breath rising into the sky. This sacred beam of light was 20 to 30 meters high, with countless golden runes rotating in it. As soon as the mammoth's body touched the sacred beam of light, the golden runes in the beam of light poured into the mammoth's body. At the same time, the mammoth also froze in place, and his body began to disappear from time to time. The true form of Merapis' siren also continued to appear in the mammoth's body. As the prayer was about to end, the sacred beam of light had the momentum to rush to the clouds. Exorcism. The soul of the mammoth lord possessed by Merapis was completely purified by the power of holy light, and Merapis showed the body of a siren. He knelt in the swamp with his hands on the ground. At this time, his body seemed to lose all strength. The sun fell on him, and the soul breath in his body was quickly burned away. The warm sun shone on him, making him groan in pain. The half-blood elf guards around him quickly surrounded him, and shot him into a hedgehog with feather arrows in an instant. The fishmen in the swamp were immediately scared and fled. Those gray dwarves, who had just been captured, didn't know where they ran to. Merapis felt his body getting colder and colder. He lay in the mud and water, and the dazzling sun fell on him, but unfortunately he couldn't feel any warmth. His breath was getting weaker and weaker, and even the image of Ling appeared in his eyes, as if Ling was waving at him from the clouds. Merapis felt a little regretful. If he and Ling had joined forces, there might be a chance to turn the tables. Now he could only exhale the last breath in his chest and close his eyes quietly. He saw himself lying in the muddy water, covered in blood, and had stopped breathing. Then he became smaller and smaller in his sight. Roy sat on the muddy ground, a little exhausted. If Leah hadn't desperately pulled him out from under the mammoth at the critical moment, he would have been trampled to death by the mammoth. At this time, Leah also staggered out of the mist, and found a dry place to sit down. Captain Jarowin was checking Merapis' body. This guy was too scary. If there was a team of well-trained siren warriors in this swamp to support it on both sides, it might still be unknown who would win or lose. The walrus boss, who led the way, was also so scared that he was shaking like a sieve. He didn't expect to see such a fierce battle, and even wanted to bury his head in the muddy water of the swamp. Roy patted his back with great effort and asked him to get up from the muddy water. The gray dwarves that had just been caught with great difficulty had all run away, and the fishmen and monsters in the swamp could not even be seen. "Okay, continue to take us to Captain Ralph's manor," Roy said to the walrus boss. The half-blood elves counted the number of people. In the battle just now, 16 half-blood elf guards were hit and seriously injured by the mammoth. Fortunately, the human priests following the team rescued them in time, and no elf guards were killed. The walrus boss climbed out of the muddy water and looked around carefully. He soon found Merapis' body, then widened his eyes and whispered to Roy, "This is Lord Merapis, who is usually in charge of the affairs at the dock. If you kill him now, Commander Slydron will definitely not let it go. Before he comes back, I think you should leave quickly." Roy stared into his eyes and said nothing. The walrus boss immediately turned around and began to identify the direction in the fog. The swamp soon became quiet. The walrus boss took Roy out for a long way. The whole island was shrouded in fog. Everyone couldn't tell the direction in the fog, so they could only make some marks on the ground every few sections of the road. Everyone quickly walked out of the swamp and walked away. They didn't meet the gray dwarves again. Every time they walked through an area, the walrus boss would introduce Roy to the surrounding environment and the mutant sea creatures nearby. These mutant sea creatures lived on the island and had a strong sense of territory. There were no dense forests on the island, only some shrubs that didn't like light. Many places were covered with wet moss. If you stepped on it, the soft moss would swallow your whole foot, and the rich juice in it would quickly soak your shoes. The road was much harder than expected. "Do you usually take this road to deliver fish?" Roy asked the walrus boss. "No, I always take the sea route. This road is so difficult to take, and I have to carry a lot of fish, so there is no way to take it," the walrus boss answered honestly. He just saw a massacre with his own eyes, and he is still a little uneasy. Roy wanted to ask him why he didn't take the sea route, but wasted time on land instead. But he shut up when he saw the walrus boss dragging his clumsy body and struggling to move forward. The group walked for more than 20 kilometers. Roy found that the walrus boss was moving along the edge of the island, and the sound of waves could be heard faintly in the distance. Finally, a boundary marker was found in front of him. It was a piece of wood that was almost completely rotten, half buried in the soil, and half exposed to the air. There were even some black fungi growing on the wood. Many words could no longer be seen clearly, and they were in the dwarven language. From here, going further inside is Captain Ralph's territory. He bought a large piece of land on this island. The walrus boss slowly crossed the wooden board and began to speed up his pace. After crossing the boundary marker, the grass was obviously different. Here were soft and single coniferous grasses, and the road became much easier to walk. Continue walking north along the gravel path, and indeed, I saw an arched corridor. It's a pity that this arched corridor is hidden in the fog, and the whole picture is not clear at all, but with such a corridor building, it is obvious that this is already part of the manor. At the end of the corridor is Captain Ralph's manor, which is full of dwarf-style buildings built of stone. All the houses are very low, and look like they only have one floor. After entering the house, the stairs extend downwards. These buildings are almost half above ground, and the other half is hidden underground. It looks very clean here, and it should be cleaned regularly. There are piles of dry firewood next to the fireplace. The walrus boss explained to Roy, there are only a few old dwarves left here. They usually hide in the basement, and rarely come out. I just want to give them some fish to ensure that they won't starve to death living here. As the walrus boss was talking, a half-blood elf guard came directly to the kitchen, found a cellar entrance, and pulled out an old gray dwarf hiding inside. The old gray dwarf did not struggle, but observed the surrounding situation with hostility. He was brought to Roy by the half-blood elf guard. How many gray dwarves are there in the manor? Roy sat on a chair by the fireplace and asked the old gray dwarf. There was half a fish in the pot hanging on the fireplace. The fish was cooked and coated with a lot of sauce. We are the only 6 old guys left here. The old gray dwarf waited for the walrus boss to look before answering. Roy waved his hand, signaling the half-elf guards to start searching. These dwarf buildings are very concentrated, but also very independent. They are all single-family houses. The search is also very simple. Just rush in and rush directly to the basement. Sure enough, there are almost no gray dwarves in the manor. These houses are all dwarf residences. All dwarf residences have basements, half of which is used for winter storage, and the other half is used as cells and torture chambers. This kind of gray dwarf house has 2 rooms. One room can accommodate 6 gray dwarves, which means that one dwarf hut can accommodate 12 gray dwarves. Unfortunately, there is only an empty house now, with nothing inside. Roy slowly patrolled the manor. Although there was fog, he had a general idea. This manor was bigger than Roy had imagined. Roy could initially accommodate 3,000 to 5,000 dwarves. There was even a blacksmith shop and some other workshops in the manor, but unfortunately they were all deserted, and there was nothing valuable inside. The treasure map of Ralph clearly marked the point on this island. The half-elf guard searched the manor inside and out, but found no clues to the treasure. Chapter 821. The dwarf manor hidden in the mist was far from what Roy had imagined. It was a slope covered with sedge grass, with hundreds of independent stone houses built on it. The stone houses were no more than 2 meters high, and even the roofs were covered with thick sedge grass. Each stone house had steps extending downwards, and only by walking down the steps could you enter the stone house. Captain Ralph's stone house looked bigger. After entering the door, there was a large meeting room with rows of long tables in the hall. Behind this hall was Captain Ralph's bedroom, which was filled with many floor-to-ceiling bronze mirrors, a blood-stained giant axe hanging on the wall, and even a black cat statue at the head of the bed. It can be seen that Captain Ralph is often haunted by ghosts in the manor. There is nothing valuable in the room, and the wooden boxes by the wall are empty. Many stone houses in this manor are empty. The tied-up old gray dwarf followed Roy, frowning and explaining to him, there is nothing valuable in the manor. A few years ago, the mutant sea creatures on the island came to move things, and basically all the things in the manor were moved away by them. Roy stood in the hall, looking at the rows of long tables. The room in the corner of the hall was the kitchen. The stove and chairs in the kitchen were still there, but the iron pots and spatulas were gone. The room exuded a strong musty smell. The walrus boss followed behind and said to Roy, there are indeed many thieves on the island. Those guys often go to the town to steal things. Once they are caught, they are almost always beaten to death with sticks and thrown into the sea. The half-blood elf guards searched through more than 300 stone houses in the manor, and only caught 6 grey dwarfs. 4 of them had bad tempers and tried to resist. They were beaten black and blue by the half-blood elf guards. The other 2 grey dwarfs were smarter. They surrendered obediently. When Roy asked them about the manor, they answered honestly, so they didn't suffer. They saw Roy rummaging around in the manor, and knew what he was looking for, so they said to him, before Captain Ralph left, all the slaves were sold, and the money was taken away. There is nothing here, only these hundreds of houses. It was getting dark around, and it should be night time. Roy decided to stay in Ralph Manor for one night. There was a blazing fire in the fireplace, and the air was filled with the scent of whale oil. A huge piece of whale oil was hung above the stove. As the flames roasted the whale oil, drops of oil dripped onto the dead branches in the fireplace, and then turned into dancing flames. The dwarf stone house was very dry, and the fog outside could not get in at all. The half-blood elf guards also moved into the stone house. They walked around in the fog all day, and by the evening, even their underwear was probably soaked. At this time, the elf guards moved into the stone houses in groups. Everyone gathered around the campfire, drying their underwear and taking care of their magic armor. A team of human priests walked between these stone houses. They wanted to purify all the elves before everyone went to sleep. One after another, purification spells fell on the elf guards, removing all the diseases from their bodies. The fog on this island contains some kind of toxin that can cause any creature to mutate, and purification spells can just eliminate this disease. Leah still hid in the shadows in the corner of the room, refusing to warm herself by the fireplace. Roy and Captain Jelly sat by the fireplace, had a simple dinner, and then sat together to chat. If it's not here, where else? Roy looked at the treasure map in his hand, and fell into deep doubt. The area given on the treasure map was very vague, but the treasure location marked should be this island, but the island was foggy, and without a local guide to lead the way, it was simply impossible to move forward. Captain Jelloin took the treasure map, and took a casual look at it. He asked Roy, if Ralph hid those things in his own home, why did he draw a treasure map? Roy was awakened by Captain Jelloin's words. Captain Jelloin continued, what we need to know now is, who is this treasure map for? Maybe it's you who discovered the treasure map, or maybe it's other Grey Dwarf pirates on the ship. The purpose of this treasure map is just to lead you to Priesteden Island. As for the dwarf treasure that Ralph robbed, it's just a coincidence. In fact, Ralph didn't intend to put that treasure on this treasure map. Roy shook his head. He did not agree with Captain Jelloin's statement. After all, he learned from the Grey Dwarf Doyle that Captain Ralph had robbed 3 three-masted sailing ships full of dwarf treasures. The dwarf treasures on these sailing ships were very valuable. Where did Ralph hide the dwarf treasures he robbed? Maybe he didn't hide them at all. Captain Jelloin continued, have you noticed that the dwarf treasures seem to be worthless in the eyes of the Nagasi clan? In addition, the route they took to the island was not the same as ours. Their ships would dock at the dock near the manor. Roy stood up suddenly, patted his forehead, and said to Captain Gerald, we should go to Captain Ralph's private dock. 6 old grey dwarves were locked in a stone house. One of the old grey dwarves, who was beaten black and blue, kept cursing in the house, you betrayed Ralph. But I also saved your life. Another old grey dwarf, who was not beaten, said, if you don't want to live, then quickly hit your head against this wall and stop nagging here. If you still want to live, you must accept my kindness and express your sincere gratitude to me. Another old grey dwarf joined in. Even if you didn't say those words, the elves wouldn't kill us. There is no death penalty in the elf world. Not executing the death penalty is the law of the Silver Moon Elves. Open your eyes and take a look. The people standing in front of you are a group of half-blood elves. They are different. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door, and the 6 old grey dwarves immediately fell silent. Someone pushed open the heavy wooden door from the outside, and some light shone in from outside. Roy appeared at the door, and saw the 6 old grey dwarves huddled together. Although they were not tied with ropes, their ankles were chained. They knew that Roy was the leader of these half-blood elves, and thought of the half-blood elves' various misdeeds of killing prisoners, and thought that Roy wanted to secretly deal with them at night, and they were so scared that they stared at the door with wide eyes. Looking at the trembling appearance of the 6 old grey dwarves, it was known that they were very afraid of death. Where is Ralph's private dock? Roy asked the 6 old grey dwarves. Although the 6 old grey dwarves didn't say anything, seeing their pupils shrink slightly, Roy knew that there must be something wrong. Roy was about to separate them for interrogation, when he saw an old grey dwarf with flickering eyes. He hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, the pier is not far from the manor. Go south from here, and you will reach the seaside. The pier is there. Roy glanced at the old gray dwarf with a red nose and ordered the half-blood elf guard behind him. Take him with you. Let's go. The old gray dwarf came to the outside of the stone house. It was still foggy outside. The morning sun shone through the fog on the island, and it was just a little dim all around. Some of the half-blood elf guards stayed in the manor, and continued to look for clues to the dwarf treasure in the manor. Some of the half-blood elves followed Roy to Captain Ralph's private dock on the seashore. The walrus boss also followed the team. At this time, the old gray dwarf knew that even if the gray dwarfs didn't tell him, this boss Roy could still find the private dock. After walking for less than a kilometer, they came to a cliff. The fog rolled, and the sound of waves came from under their feet. Roy picked up a stone and threw it down. It took 3 seconds before he heard the sound of the stone falling to the ground. The walrus boss walked slowly along the edge of the cliff for more than 10 meters, and found a natural gap on the cliff. The gray dwarfs dug a long staircase on the gap, leading to the beach through the gap. The walrus boss led the way in front. The steps were a bit steep, so he walked very carefully. The stone walls on both sides of the gap in the cliff were covered with water droplets. A black python as thick as an arm poked its head out from the crack in the rock, constantly spitting out its tongue. Roy was startled by the black python's triangular head, which even had black horns as thick as a thumb growing on its head. As if it sensed Roy's presence, it shrunk into the crack in the rock. Be careful, there are pythons around, don't get bitten, Roy said to the half-blood elf following behind. The dew condensed on his hair, and kept dripping down. Roy wiped his face with his hand, and walked down the beach in one breath. The old gray dwarf took a few quick steps forward, and Roy followed him forward. In the fog, a simple dock built with logs appeared in sight. The waves kept hitting the rocks on the shore, and the splashing waves kept washing the wooden boards on the dock. Roy walked up, and the wooden boards made a creaking sound. There was actually a small wooden boat tied to the end of the dock. This private dock has been in disrepair for a long time, and many of the wooden boards have completely rotted. The logs that extend into the sea are also covered with oysters and conches. The sea water is cold and clear. The dock was very simple, but it was a very good deep-water dock. It was just too old, and might not be able to accommodate large ships, like 3-masted sailing ships. This beach was covered with large reefs. A few meters behind was a cliff more than 30 meters high. The moss-covered cliff was hidden in the mist. Roy regretted not bringing Tiffany here. Chapter 822. Is there a safe haven nearby? Roy stood on the pier that was about to collapse, looking out at the foggy sea. The old gray dwarf's pupils shrank again. Seeing that Roy had been staring at him, he quickly turned his head away guiltily. The walrus boss answered honestly, "Yes, it's over there." He walked onto the pier, his 2 thick legs making the wooden boards creak. The walrus boss boarded the small wooden boat and took the initiative to hold the rudder. Roy and 6 half-blood elf guards also boarded the small wooden boat. The old gray dwarf was the last one to board. The small wooden boat was fully loaded. The sea was very rough, and the wet sea breeze blew by, but it could not blow away the rolling fog. Suddenly a wave came over, and the small wooden boat suddenly rose up, then fell down, and the waves exploded at the bow, soaking the clothes of everyone on the boat. The 6 half-blood elf guards took turns to use 2 oars, and slid the small wooden boat hard. The walrus boss did not sail far into the sea. He almost sailed eastward along the edge of the island. The coastline was full of huge rocks and cliffs dozens of meters high, and it was impossible to reach the safe harbor by land. In fact, this shelter is not far from the private dock. Under the guidance of the walrus boss, the small wooden boat stumbled into a gorge in the waves. This is a natural shelter, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, with only one entrance more than 30 meters wide. The waves kept hitting the reefs. After the small wooden boat entered the shelter, the waves in the shelter became significantly smaller. Nothing could be seen in the fog. The walrus boss could only sail around the shelter in the sea near the cliff. It took half a day, and the small wooden boat finally returned to the entrance of the shelter. There was nothing but fog and salty seawater. Roy stood on the bow of the small wooden boat, all wet. The old gray dwarf curled up at the stern, closing his eyes, as if he was asleep. No, I must have missed something. The waves hit the bow, and Roy's thoughts were a little confused. He scratched his head with his hand, constantly recalling what he had seen along the way, and always felt that he had missed some important clues. The small wooden boat returned to the private dock under the hard paddling of 6 half-elf guards. After getting off the boat, standing on the dilapidated dock filled with fog, he imagined the scene of the 3-masted sailing ship docking. Boom! The moment a large ship docks, it may smash the private dock to pieces. That's right, this dock is a little too small. It can't accommodate a large ship of 60 or 70 meters. But this is Ralph's private dock, and there is a very good shelter not far away. Roy walked up the steps to the cliff and thought all the way. Walking up the cliff, there is a slope covered with needle grass, and there are more than 300 gray dwarf stone houses built on the south slope. Although these scenes are all covered by fog, they form a complete picture in Roy's mind. Roy came to the cliff and walked towards the safe haven. On the cliff was a vast and gentle hillside, and below the cliff was the turbulent sea. They were like two completely different worlds. The half-blood elf guards followed Roy, all of them wet with mist. Suddenly Roy stopped and stared at his feet. There were actually two wheel tracks in front of him. Although the wheel tracks were completely covered by the needle grass, he just passed by this piece of grass and stepped on the wheel tracks. There was still a big difference between the place with grass and the place without grass, so he tried to use his boots to push it, and the wheel tracks were revealed at once. Ralph had been gone for so long, and the manor had been abandoned for 7 or 8 years, but grass hadn't grown on the wheel tracks yet. Roy squatted down and pulled away the grass. The two wheel tracks were full of gravel, and they were pressed very hard. On this soft grassy field, the two solid stone wheel tracks were very eye-catching. Roy turned his head to look in the direction of Captain Ralph's manor, and then walked in the opposite direction along the wheel tracks. The old gray dwarf was trembling all over. He wanted to step forward to stop them, but he didn't have the courage. Roy only walked out more than 50 steps and came to the end of the wheel tracks, where a huge sea reef appeared in front of him. In fact, this sea reef was a bit abrupt. He had never seen this kind of sea reef that was washed out by the sea for years and months anywhere else on the cliff. A group of half-blood elf guards surrounded him. Doesn't this road for transporting goods lead to a private dock? One half-blood elf guard couldn't help but complain. Everyone, move this big rock away. Roy walked to the side of the reef. This reef was taller than him, and it was estimated to weigh at least 10 tons. It was impossible to move such a large reef because we didn't know how big the part close to the ground was, so pushing or pulling was impossible. The best way was to let the stone lie in the pit. So more than 20 half-blood elf guards used shovels to dig a pit under the reef. Roy carefully observed the reef, looking for the secret of this reef. The walrus boss also gathered to watch the fun, and the old gray dwarf stood beside him without saying a word. How can this stone be moved? Roy asked the old gray dwarf. The old gray dwarf shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he didn't know. Roy didn't continue to ask, but stood aside and waited for the half-blood elf guard to move the reef away. As the reef rolled into the pit, a hole appeared behind the reef. The hole extended half a meter inside, and it was a cast copper door covered with a thick layer of patina. The old gray dwarf's eyes were a little empty, his legs were weak, and he fell on the grass. The half-elf guards walked up and tried to open the door with a crowbar. Several half-elf guards took turns trying, but the door didn't move at all. Roy walked to the side of the door and saw the triangular keyhole on the door handle at a glance. I remember that when he, Jasper, and Abbott found the treasure map, they also found a golden key. At that time, the treasure map was divided into 2 parts, one for Jasper and the other for Abbott, and the golden key was always in Roy's hand. He took out the golden key from his magic waste bag and inserted it into the keyhole. The spring in the keyhole locked the key. Roy twisted the key hard, and there was a clicking sound from inside the door. The last snap popped open, and the heavy copper door suddenly opened, opening a crack inside. 2 half-elf guards immediately stood in front of Roy. A foul smell came out from the crack of the door. The half-elf guards pushed the copper door open together, and a strong stench came out from inside. The passage behind the door allowed 2 elf guards to pass side by side. There was wind blowing out of the passage, and Roy asked the half-elf guards to wait at the door for a while, until the wind blowing out from inside had only a faint stench, and then he walked in first. A ball of holy light appeared in his palm, and as this ball of holy light floated into the deep cave, the scene inside the cave came into Roy's eyes. This cave was dug very neatly, with metal support frames every 5 meters. The slope of the passage was gentle, there were no tracks on the ground, and ordinary flatbed trucks could pass through it. At any time, the ability of the gray dwarves to dig mines could not be questioned. Walking into the tunnel and going down the slope, at the first turn of the tunnel, some iron cages for imprisoning slaves were seen. These iron cages were covered with water droplets and rusted. The tunnel continued downwards. Just after Roy passed the 7th turn, he could already smell the faint smell of the sea. This passage actually leads to a huge mountain belly, and there is sea water in the mountain belly. The huge mountain belly is pitch black. As groups of holy glimmers continue to float up to the sky, dozens of holy glimmers are like stars in the night sky, lighting up only a part of the mountain belly. Roy found that this mountain belly has been completely transformed by the Great Wars. There is a narrow and long pier built with stones in the mountain belly, and 2 dusty 3-masted sailing ships are docked in the mountain belly. This safe haven in the mountain belly can accommodate at least 6 to 8 large 3-masted sailing ships, and there is also a water prison in the corner of the mountain belly. A row of huge iron cages were placed side by side in the sea. The half-elf guards lit the street lamps on both sides of the dock. There was still lamp oil in the oil bowls of these column street lamps. After the street lamps were lit up one by one, the entire safe harbor in the belly of the mountain was clearly revealed. The bottoms of the 2 unrepaired 3-masted sailing ships were covered with shells. No one had been here for a long time. Roy came to the 2 3-masted sailing ships. Many parts of the hulls of these 2 ships were damaged. He climbed onto the deck of a ship along the sampan. 2 of the 3 masts on the deck were broken. The deck was filled with wooden boxes. There were at least 200 or 300 wooden boxes on the nearly 60-meter-long deck. Roy asked the half-elf guard to pry open the lid of a wooden box, and there was actually a thick layer of waterproof tarpaulin inside. Carefully peeling off the tarpaulin, Roy felt his heart start to beat wildly. Inside the box was a brand new floating device, and the entire device was actually coated with a thick layer of butter. In such a humid environment, the floating device in the wooden box was actually brand new, without any signs of rust. Roy felt a little suffocated when he saw the wooden boxes neatly arranged on the deck. With so many floating devices stored on the deck, if they were to be transformed into magic airships, at least a dozen could be transformed. "Boss, come and see over there." A half-elf guard ran up to Roy and said breathlessly. Hearing this, Roy followed the half-elf guard. The half-elf guard took Roy into the ship's tower and walked down the stairs to the deck below. On a normal 3-masted sailing ship, the lower deck should be the crew's room and some guest rooms, but on this 3-masted sailing ship, the lower deck was a warehouse. There were no compartments in the warehouse. The wooden boxes inside were all 4 meters long and 1 meter high. These wooden boxes were made of oak boards that had been treated with antiseptic and insect repellent. Each wooden box looked more like a coffin, but it was twice as long as a coffin. Roy saw a group of half-blood elf guards surrounding an open wooden box, looking at it non-stop. "Don't tell me there are Naga mermaids in it." As Roy walked over, he couldn't help but joke with the half-blood elf guards. The air circulation in the warehouse under the deck was very poor. There was no odor in the warehouse, but it was very stuffy. Roy walked to the wooden box and looked inside. He saw a metal cylinder lying inside. There were many lines engraved on the metal cylinder, and these lines had many forks. These were all filled with gold. At first glance, he thought it was some kind of handicraft, and then Roy suddenly thought of something and looked at the half-blood elf guards beside him. The half-blood elf guards also waved their hands. "Boss, we haven't seen this either. We don't know what it is." Chapter 823. In fact, Roy didn't know what the metal cylinders engraved with magic runes in these narrow wooden boxes were. Since the floating devices worth 1,000 magic crystals could be piled on the deck and a large amount of internal space could be used to store these cylinders, Roy felt that these metal cylinders must be more valuable than the floating devices. Originally, he wanted to see what was in the second deck of the 3-masted sailing ship, but he didn't expect that this deck was also full of these metal cylinders. The floating devices looked more like something that was loaded onto the ship. There were basically 2 types of supplies on this ship. There were more than 300 floating devices on the deck, and nearly 500 long wooden boxes with metal cylinders in the cabin below the deck. Such a large amount of cargo made the ship very deep in the water, and the ship was severely damaged. The traces left on the outside during the battle had not been repaired in time. The deck of another 3-masted sailing ship was also full of floating devices, but the cabin below the deck contained more precious magic boxes. These magic boxes were filled with magic metal parts, and the metal inside was a very delicate magic center. They looked like some precision machinery, but many parts had magic patterns and arrays. Roy also couldn't figure out what these magic machines were used for. But the estimated value of these 600 floating devices alone exceeds 600,000 magic crystals. Roy stood on the deck and said to Captain Jelloin, "You can't imagine how crazy my best friend did for these dwarven treasures. If they were still alive, I don't know what they would think when they saw these floating devices. We originally planned to travel the entire continent together, but now everything has come to nothing." Captain Jelloin observed this hidden safe haven, looked around the cave wall, and said, "Don't be sad, Roy. What we need to consider is how to transport these big boxes. We can't just leave them here." Our 4 three-masted sailing ships are already full of elven guards, and now we have to take the elves rescued from the island. I guess they are already fully loaded and can't carry other supplies at all. Roy was not worried about this. He said, "There are 2 three-masted sailing ships moored at the dock of Priestedden Island. I plan to requisition those ships. Now all we have to do is open the door of the safe harbor and drive our ships in. If possible, I plan to take these 2 three-masted sailing ships that are about to be abandoned. Anyway, there are still many 3-masted sailing ships waiting to be repaired on Kauai Island." After saying this, Roy supported himself on the left side of the ship with one hand, jumped from the deck, and jumped nimbly onto the dock. Walking to the end of the dock, there is a capstan in the shape of a millstone with a diameter of 5 meters. The chain connected to the capstan is almost as thick as an adult's waist. 2 chains extend from the huge sprocket under the capstan, and through a complex set of pulleys, they are connected to the cave wall a few hundred meters away. There was a gate several dozen meters high, but due to the lack of light, Roy could not see clearly what was going on over there. However, a half-blood elf guard had rowed a small wooden boat to the edge of the cave wall to check the situation. The chain passed through the sprocket, and the other end led directly to the top of the cave. There was also a fixed pulley connected to the chain on the top of the cave, and a huge counterweight iron was suspended at the highest point of the cave. Roy called over several half-blood elf guards, who looked the strongest. They were all sword dancers, elf warriors with a strength orientation. 12 half-elf guards stood in front of the 12 push rods of the winch. They pushed at the same time, and the huge winch slowly rotated, and the huge chain connected to the winch also moved slowly with a creaking sound. However, the winch rotated very slowly. Every time the winch turned a circle, the chain moved about 2 meters. After being released through the pulley group, it was finally transferred to the cave wall door, which was only a little finger away. In order to fully open this door, Roy estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 days. Roy asked Walker to take the walrus boss back to the dock of the town of Prestington, call the fleet over there, and let them stop near Captain Ralph's private dock. The other half-elf guards stayed and continued to search this secret safe haven. In addition to the 2 three-masted sailing ships, the most prepared in the safe haven were the iron cages used to hold slaves. It is estimated that the cages in the sea are used to hold the Naga Sea tribe, and the iron cages on the shore are probably used to hold other slaves. The dock was built with stone slabs, and the cracks in the stone were filled with mortar. The seawater failed to take away the mortar in the cracks, but instead caused the mortar to solidify into hard stones, which were covered with a large number of oysters. If there was no faint stench in the cave, and some Naga Sea bones floating in the sea, Roy would even want to dig a few oysters, open the lids, and suck them into his stomach. Roy stood in front of the capstan for a while, then turned to the old gray dwarf and asked, "Do you usually open the door like this?" The old gray dwarf had a pale face, and looked like he had lost all hope in life. He ignored Roy's question. "Yes, there are slaves on Ralph's ship. Who cares how long it takes for them to push the capstan?" Roy said. He walked towards the first 3-masted sailing ship. The metal cylinders on the ship reminded him of the cannons on the pirate ship. Although these metal cylinders looked very delicate, but they looked like the kind of cannons that were filled with gunpowder, then a solid iron ball, and then the fuse was lit, and a puff of white smoke exploded. If the giant whale-hunting crossbow on the magic airship was replaced with a cannon, would the firepower of the magic airship be greatly improved? In fact, among the 3-masted sailing ships he seized from the Grey Dwarf bandits, there were some ships equipped with cannons, but those cannons seemed to be ordinary cast iron barrels with 3 iron hoops on the barrels to prevent explosions. The outside of those cannons did not have such exquisite gilded magic patterns. Roy felt that in this world, as long as something had the word magic in it, its value would increase exponentially. The cannons in these long wooden boxes must have been blessed with magic, and Miss Tiffany needed to come over to give the correct answer. If it really is a ship full of magic cannons, it would actually be quite good. Installing them on those magic airships would give them long-range strike capabilities. After all, the range of the whale-hunting crossbow is limited. He boarded the ship again, but before he could enter the warehouse under the deck, he was stopped by Captain Jarowin, who stuck his head out of the captain's room. Captain Jarowin waved to Roy at the door of the captain's room. "Boss Roy, come here quickly. I saw some information in the captain's diary." Roy ran up the ship's tower and followed Captain Jarowin to a dusty desk. The captain's room was also covered with mold, but it was not as damp as the other rooms. Some dust, like dirt, could be seen on the seats. It was obvious that no one had entered the room for a long time. Captain Jarowin's footprints were all over the floor. On the table was a very old monocular telescope and several books that were about to grow mushrooms. Captain Jelloin took out a captain's diary from the books. The cover of this captain's diary is made of unknown sea beast pieces, and there are some magic parchments inside. This kind of paper is made of magic beast leather, which is moisture-proof and fire-resistant, and it will not rot for a long time, and can be preserved for a long time. There is a brand on the cover of the diary, and the signature on the brand is written in Dwarven language, Adela. Roy opened the diary, and didn't recognize the Dwarven language on it at all. Now he regretted not learning 2 more foreign languages in the Elf Academy. If he could learn Naga, Imperial, and Dwarven at that time, he would not be so miserable at this time, and he would need others to translate everything for him. Roy looked at Captain Jelloin in silence. Captain Jelloin knew the reason for Roy's embarrassment, and said to Roy, "Actually, I know a little bit of Dwarven language. It's also because life in Haiti in the Dark Land is very boring every day, so I learned a little bit of every language." Roy looked at the unfamiliar words on the page and asked Captain Jelloin, "What is written on it?" Captain Jelloin casually opened a page, pointed at the words on it with his finger, and translated it to Roy bit by bit. July 3rd, 1397 in the Elven New Calendar. I wanted to suggest to Commander Sosa that we remodel the fleet in the area off the Mensa Plain. Install the floating device on the 3-masted sailing ship in advance, so that even if we are sailing on the sea, we can fly into the air immediately if we encounter an attack from the Naga Sea clan. But Commander Sosa thought that my proposal was a waste of time, because the outer seas of the Elven continent are basically full of Grey Dwarf fleets, and there is no danger on this route. Our mission is to pass through the Endless Sea and the 7 Seas as quickly as possible and reach the Twin Seas in the south as soon as possible. Only by occupying the Garo Island over there can we, the Grey Dwarves, have new territory. It's a pity that Commander Sosa did not accept my suggestion. He believes that these Hextech products are just some fancy things. Once the fleet equipped with floating devices enters the outer sea of the Elf Kingdom and encounters the Silver Pegasus Legion of the Elf Empire, it will inevitably be annihilated. The elves are much more resistant to Hextech than the dwarves. So my suggestion this time was rejected by the Commander-in-Chief again. Captain Jelloin flipped through another page. October 17th, 1397 in the Elven calendar. Our fleet sailed past the sea off Murayaki, and was pursued by the Silver Pegasus Corps. Fortunately, there was no floating device on the ship. Those Silver Pegasus Knights chased us for 3 days, and then turned back to the Elven continent. It's really fortunate that these Silver Pegasus Knights must not know how many floating devices are installed on my ship. If they knew, I think our fleet would definitely not be able to get rid of the pursuit of the Silver Pegasus Knights so easily. The diary was not finished, and was thrown away by the recorder. There was a large blank space behind it. As Captain Jelloin turned the page again, January 9th, 1398, in the Elven New Calendar. We finally left the sea area where the elves often appeared. Everyone on the ship relaxed. There will be a dance party in the evening. Susan has sent me a note. She wants to dance with me in the evening. I need to take a shower, trim my beard, and change into a clean leather armor. Unfortunately, most of the space on the deck is occupied by cargo boxes, so we can only hold the party on the roof. I just hope that those floating devices can be unloaded from my ship as soon as possible, and those useless magic cannons. I really don't understand why the Commander-in-Chief brought these magic cannons out. They should be left in the material warehouse. This thing is suitable for destroying fixed points on the ground, but it can't defend against the Silver Pegasus Legion. They shouldn't be here. Unless we build an air fleet, and then defeat the Silver Pegasus Legion. Otherwise, our magic airships and magic cannons will always be hidden in the cabin. Captain Jelloin stopped reading here, took a sip of water, and threw the captain's notes aside. It turns out that the wooden boxes on this ship are filled with floating devices and magic cannons. Are these magic cannons not very powerful? It seems that this Grey Dwarf captain doesn't like magic cannons very much. Roy stood opposite Captain Jelloin, found a chair and sat down and said, "Magic cannons need shells. The power of magic cannons depends entirely on the shells, and they are very expensive. You can think of this thing as a giant whale hunting crossbow. In fact, how powerful the giant whale hunting crossbows on the magic airship are depends entirely on what kind of magic crossbow arrows you use. The magic crossbow arrows you purchase are all high-end goods, so your magic airship can snipe the dark faceless warlord at high altitude. If you install magic cannons on your magic airship, you must contact the Magic Union to purchase ammunition suitable for these magic cannons." Roy nodded and said, "When Grahams comes next time, I will ask him if he can get ammunition for the magic cannons." "Are you sure there is no ammunition in the cabin?" Captain Jelloin shook his head and responded, "We searched all the cabins, but we couldn't find the ammunition for the magic cannon." In addition, these magic cannons should not only have barrels, they should also be equipped with a very heavy gun mount that can adjust the pitch angle and left and right angles, but these gun mounts are not on the ship. But we found this. Joan took out a blueprint of the magic cannon shells and smiled at Roy. As long as we have this blueprint, we can ask those great magicians to make some by hand. So the dwarf treasure that Ralph mentioned is this. Roy sighed and said. Then Captain Joan asked Roy, can these 2 3-masted sailing ships be repaired? Roy said, it should be possible. We have enough replacement parts on the ship. Chapter 824. Captain Jeroen, who was sitting in the captain's room, couldn't calm down for a long time. He was not from the Expeditionary Artillery Regiment, and his understanding of magic cannons was limited to those things on paper, but he still knew very well how powerful it was. The Temple Expeditionary Force spent a lot of money to purchase these magic weapons from the Dwarf Kingdom. But those stingy dwarves didn't want to sell the magic cannons in their hands. The reason was very simple. The magic cannons were non-renewable resources. Why did magic weapons, like magic cannons, become non-renewable resources? The main reason is that magic cannons are products of Hextech. These magic cannons were powerful magic weapons created by goblin inventors during the period of goblin civilization. Later, when the goblins were not satisfied with creating magic puppets, they began to collect the godhood of fallen gods to create titans. The original titans only had the strength of demigods. Later, after repeated optimization and upgrades, the strength of titans gradually approached that of low-level gods. This obvious blasphemous act brought disaster to the goblins. The decline of the goblin civilization heralds the end of the Hextech era. People gradually forgot Hextech, and only the dwarves who were good at digging found a clue from the ancient ruins. They also began to inherit the products that emerged from the collision of technology and magic. For example, magic broom handles, dwarf sabers, magic guns, floating devices, magic cannons, dimensional space folding doors, etc. Among these Hextech technologies, magic broom handles, dwarf sabers, floating devices are renewable resources, because dwarves and magicians have mastered the core knowledge of these technological products, and they can be manufactured at any time as long as they need them. However, no great magician has been able to reproduce advanced Hextech technologies, such as magic cannons, and dimensional space folding doors. They are completely the kind of things that will be lost if one is damaged. The elders in the Dwarf Kingdom regard these magical technology products as treasures. Even if the Archbishop of the Statue of Liberty personally wrote a letter to the Dwarf King, only 12 magic cannons were received at that time. Captain Jeroen, who was sitting on a chair, said with a sigh, when the Supreme Commander of the Green Empire Temple Expeditionary Force, His Majesty Bishop Okasai, borrowed magic cannons from King Tandon of the Dwarf Empire, they probably knew that anything lent to the Statue of Liberty would probably not be returned, so they were only willing to lend the Temple Expeditionary Force 10 magic cannons. These magic cannons are pure goblin technology. The dwarves have not been able to replicate them until now. The dwarves are very good at magic cannons. I didn't expect. In the end, these gray dwarves got the advantage. Roy asked curiously, are you saying that the Dwarf King of Tandon gave these magic cannons to the gray dwarves? How is that possible? Captain Jeroen waved his hands repeatedly. Then he said, the dwarves have mastered the core technology of the floating device, and after so many years of continuous improvement, the floating device has better stability and energy saving, so magic airships can be seen almost everywhere in the Green Empire. But the core technology of magic cannons has not been fully mastered by the dwarves so far. Several key magic pattern array drawings are missing, which makes the magic cannons they make very unstable. Only the magic cannons left over from the Goblin era can be considered real magic cannons. The dwarves cherish these magic cannons very much, and will not lend them out easily. These gray dwarves can have so many magic cannons. I guess they probably stole them from the dwarves. The gray dwarves are famous robbers and thieves among the dwarves. If the expeditionary army had so many magic cannons, the expedition could have gone further. Captain Jeroen said with great regret. You mean these magic cannons are very valuable? Well, I can say responsibly that the value of these magic cannons is inestimable. Roy was immediately alerted when he heard Jeroen say this. He no longer wanted to continue sitting in the captain's room. Instead, he ran out of the ship and went directly back into the warehouse under the deck, asking the half-blood elf guards in the warehouse to open the wooden box again. As the 4-meter-long box lid was opened again, Roy couldn't wait to lift the oil paper on the barrel, and the magic cannon barrel hidden inside came into Roy's sight again. The black barrel was shining with metallic luster, and the complex gilded patterns on the entire barrel finally had a little magical fluctuation under Roy's gaze. Roy thought this might also be his psychological effect. Roy was a little dumbfounded after walking around the wooden box. He found that the barrel with a diameter of 30 centimeters was actually only as thick as the little finger, which meant that the shells fired by this thing were only as big as the little fingernail, and it couldn't fire continuously. Roy was a little confused. If that was true, how powerful could this thing be? And judging from the thickness of the wooden box and the multiple support frames inside it, this thing should be very heavy. Roy touched the cannon with his hand. It was cold. The holy light power transmitted from his fingers instantly sank into the sea. I felt that the magic cannon was like a huge, extremely dry sponge, and the trace of holy light power flowing from the index finger was like a drop of water. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Have you searched the cabin below? Have you seen other parts? Roy asked the half-elf guard unwillingly. Boss, we've looked everywhere, and there's only this type of wooden box. This layer and the second layer are full, and the closed cabin is below. The half-elf guard answered honestly. Boss, how about we open all these boxes and check them again? Forget it. Let's just leave it alone. Roy waved his hand and said. He knew how heavy this thing was. It was definitely not an easy task to open all the wooden boxes containing magic cannons. If the lid was not properly sealed, it would be even more troublesome if it rusted. At noon, 6 three-masted sailboats had arrived near Captain Ralph's private dock. 2 of the three-masted sailing ships were requisitioned from the 2 three-masted sailing ships anchored on Priestedton Island, according to Roy's instructions. The Grey Dwarves in the town were captured or escaped, so naturally no Grey Dwarf dared to stand up and protest at this time. Due to the limited transport capacity of the fleet, the captured Grey Dwarves could not be brought back and arranged on the ship, so they could only stay at the dock of Priestedton Island and be watched by a team of half-blood elf guards. The walrus boss knew that Roy needed to repair the 2 old ships in the secret haven here, so he specially transported some materials from the port. The only thing missing was the 3 main masts that were removed, which Priestedton Island really didn't have. In this half-day, the cave door of the secret haven was opened by nearly 3 meters, but it would probably take at least 2 days to fully open the door. Miss Tiffany, Giazina, and Olive swam in through the gap after the cave door was opened. After swimming a few laps in the cave, the 3 of them surfaced and climbed onto the dock silently. Roy waited on the dock and asked them, "What's the situation on the seabed?" "They are all the corpses of the Naga Sea tribe. It's been too long, and many bones have been broken into slag." Tiffany twisted her wet long hair and shook off the water on her body. It was still quite cold in the cave. Roy didn't say anything. This was similar to what he guessed. What's the situation in the town? The whole town was searched by the guards. As for the Grey Dwarves, those who should be caught were caught, and those who ran away ran away. Given the environment on the island, it's not realistic to chase them. How many Grey Dwarves were caught? About 500 or so. A little more died, and even more escaped. After saying this, Xena added, "Almost all the Grey Dwarves in the town are involved in the slave trade." Roy nodded. He knew the half-blood elf guards he brought with him best. These half-blood elf guards usually hated slave traders the most. If the Grey Dwarves on the island could surrender, it would be better. If they resisted the elf guards, they would definitely be killed or injured. "Have you found the treasure?" Miss Tiffany asked Roy. Roy pointed to the 2 old ships docked at the dock and said, "These are the supplies on the 2 ships. I plan to repair all the ships and take them away together." The light in the cave was a little dim. Even if the 2 rows of lampposts on the pier were all lit, they could not illuminate the entire mountain. Miss Tiffany took out a towel and wiped her hair with her head tilted. After she got ashore, she turned into an elf. "What are you going to do with this island?" Miss Tiffany asked Roy. Roy shook his head. He had made up his mind to give up Priestedton Island. The environment here is too bad. The fog on the island can induce mutations in the body. "I plan to give up here." Miss Tiffany breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, you really don't care about this lost sea?" Roy said in confusion. "The environment here is so bad, why should I care about it? Isn't it better to focus on managing K Island now?" Miss Tiffany took out a sea chart from the wet magic waste bag on her waist. She unfolded the sea chart with one hand, pointed to a route on it, and said to Roy, "It is about 20 days' journey from here to the Queen of Winnie Islands. It is an excellent supply point from the Elf Continent to the Roland Continent. If you want to open a route to the Roland Continent, from K Island to the Lost Sea, and then to the Cambrian Islands. This route is quite good." Roy's eyes were a little dull. He had never thought of crossing the Endless Sea. After all, the Nadesi clan in the Endless Sea was extremely powerful. If we sail west from Kui Island, how long will it take to reach Roland Continent? Roy also asked this question to the Empire merchant Darwin. Although Darwin did not clearly tell him the route from the Elf continent to the Roland continent, they had cooperated so many times, and he probably knew something about the route. The fleets of these imperial merchants rarely crossed the endless sea. They sailed north along the west coast of the Elven continent. After reaching the border of the frozen sea, they sailed west along the edge of the floating ice area of the frozen sea, first arriving at the Dwarf Kingdom, then sailing west to reach the Star Sea port in the province of Sloit. The route that Miss Tiffany pointed to was usually a dangerous route that those slave traders, who were not afraid of death, would occasionally choose. If you can catch the monsoon blowing from the frozen sea and everything goes smoothly along the way, it will take about 30 months. Roy smacked his lips. It takes at least 5 years to sail from Roland continent to Elf continent. It's really far. All 6 three-masted sailing ships entered the sea outside the safe harbor. At dusk, the cave door opened 7 meters, and the bottom of the door was already out of the sea. Tons of surging fog continued to flow into the mountain through the gap close to the sea surface. Roy also got out of the cave door in a small wooden boat. The sea outside was indeed the sea surrounded by mountains on 3 sides that he had explored before. However, when the small wooden boat entered the sea area, Roy and his team did not find this gate due to the fog on the sea. Now he got out of the small wooden boat and saw the location of the gate clearly. 6 three-masted sailing ships were docked on the sea not far away, and only some vague outlines could be seen. As the wooden boat docked on the 3-masted sailing ship, Roy climbed up the grid ladder to the deck of the 3-masted sailing ship. There were many shackles piled near the bow deck, and some half-blood elf guards were changing the ropes on the sails on the deck. Everyone was working in an orderly manner. Some half-blood elf guards saw Roy boarding the ship and saluted him. There were also some elf slaves on the deck. They were queuing in a long line, waiting for the half-blood elf guards to remove the slave collars on their necks. They noticed the half-blood elf guards' unusual movements and turned their eyes to Roy. Wendy was also among those elf slaves. The slave collar on her body had been removed long ago, and she was maintaining order on the deck at this time. Seeing Roy board the ship, Wendy saluted Roy like other half-blood elf guards. These elf slaves seemed to have taken a bath and eaten something, and they were in good spirits. Roy came to the front of the ship and saw 2 priests purifying the disease from the elf slaves in the cabin near the door on the first floor of the ship. He greeted them and went to the captain's room on the 2nd floor. Captain Rodhart immediately stood up from the sofa in the lounge and saluted Roy. "Why are you here?" "Boss, I am now responsible for driving this new ship," Rodhart replied. Roy asked him, "How many rescued elves are there on this ship?" Rodhart answered without hesitation, 1,275 elves. "How can there be so many? Is there enough cabin?" Roy asked. "If we squeeze in, we can still accommodate." Captain Rodhart wiped his nose and answered. Chapter 825. Looking through the glass window of the captain's room at the foggy deck, Roy saw some elves sitting on the reinforced braces around the mast on the deck, so he casually asked Rodhart, "How can this ship carry so many elves? What about the other ship? Is it also so crowded?" Rodhart came from behind and stood by the window and said with embarrassment, "The other ship carried about 800 refugees rescued from the island." Roy frowned and asked again, "Is that ship smaller than this one?" Rodhart shook his head and explained, No, in addition to the rescued elves, there were also Imperials, orcs, and lizard men on that ship. Everyone was not willing to live in the same cabin." Roy interrupted him with some displeasure, "Then squeeze the elves into one ship." Rodhart said, "In fact, most of the people on that ship were elves. The slaves rescued in the town this time were mostly elves and Naga sea tribes." Roy lowered his head and thought for a while, then said to Rodhart, "If they don't want to squeeze into the same cabin, drive them to the deck to set up tents. In short, elves should be given priority to live in the cabins. The remaining cabins will be occupied by refugees of other races. Those who can't fit in or don't want to fit in can be arranged on the deck. If they don't even want to blow the sea breeze, then ask them to return to the island and live the life they want. Don't make things difficult for your own people. What's the point of treating foreigners preferentially? Just because they can speak a few words of a foreign language that you don't understand, you should give them special treatment." In the end, they patted their butts and left. It's not about whether they appreciate your kindness or not. They will come back and scold you, saying you are such a fool. What will you do then? Rodhart wiped the sweat from his forehead and responded, "Yes, boss. I will ask them to reallocate the cabins right now." Roy put his hand on his shoulder and said to him, "Let your people do some things. Don't do everything yourself." "Yes." Roy stood in front of the window of the captain's room and thought of the Naga mermaids rescued from the town. If I had known that there were 2 broken ships parked in the safe harbor, I should not have let them go so early. Now if I want to gather people to clean the barnacles on the bottom of the ship, I could only let Zaina and Olive send some siren warriors to do this dirty and tiring work. Had the rescued Naga sea tribes been released back into the sea? Although he had already guessed the result, he still asked. Rodhart said, they were released back into the sea a long time ago, but they didn't dare to leave the lost sea alone, and have been following the fleet. Now they are lying on the seabed, waiting to set off with us. Had they been following us? Roy's eyes lit up. He turned his head and thought about it again, thinking about how much those Naga slaves had suffered in the town, and now it seemed a bit inhumane to ask them to shovel the bottom of the ship for him. Oh, forget it. Follow them if you want. Once the fleet sails out of the lost sea, we get rid of them, Roy said. Yes, boss. Thinking of the 2 ships, Roy said again, Rodhart, among your crew members, who are good at repairing ships, select them, and let them be responsible for repairing the 2 3-masted sailing ships in the safe harbor. I don't care what method you come up with. You must repair these 2 ships as soon as possible, at least make them ready to go to sea. If it was on K Island, Rodhart would definitely take on this matter without hesitation. But on Priestedden Island, there is nothing on the whole island. He thought he was better off being conservative. Boss, I'd better go over and take a look first. 6 3-masted sailing ships were parked in the sheltered harbor outside. Roy and Rodhart climbed up the grid ladder on the side of the hull to the small wooden boat again. The 2 took the small wooden boat into the cave, and Rodhart's eyes suddenly darkened, and then the fog in front of him slowly disappeared. Although the light in the cave was very dim, he could see very far. The lamp posts on both sides of the dock were lit up, and there was some holy light floating on the top of the cave. Unfortunately, the side walls of the cave were not very clear, and it gave people a feeling that this cave was very big, and there was no telling how deep the sea in the cave was. At the edge of the dock, several half-blood elf guards were pushing the capstan to open the door on the mountain wall. Further inside, there were 2 severely damaged 3-masted sailing ships. In addition to the broken masts, the hulls were also severely damaged. At present, the 2 3-masted sailing ships were fully loaded with cargo, and Boss Roy did not want to move these heavy cargoes. For Rodhart, the only good news was that although the 2 ships had a deep draft, there was no leakage in the hull. Rodhart followed Roy and jumped off the small wooden boat, and then walked onto the dock. Rodhart saw a waterline from time to time in the dim sea. These waterlines were very slight, and difficult to be discovered if you didn't pay attention. Rodhart deliberately slowed down his pace, and found that after the Naga sea tribes swam into the safe harbor, they all gathered around the iron cages in the sea. Miss Tiffany was also standing on the shore near the iron cages, talking to the group of Naga sea tribes. Tiffany sat on the floor of the dock, her legs hanging down and shaking. She supported herself on the floor with both hands, letting her body relax. In front of her was a row of iron cages, 2/3 of which were under the sea, and the other third was above the sea. All the iron railings were severely rusted, and a group of Naga mermaids gathered outside the iron cages and cried silently. They couldn't make any sound, and they had very few tears. As long as they squeezed out from the corners of their eyes, they would soon turn into crystal clear and round little pearls and fall into the sea. In fact, it is not difficult to know that these iron cages must have been used to imprison these Naga sea people. Miss Tiffany thought about her experience on the Sea Wolf. If she had not met Roy and Jasper, her final fate might be like these Naga sea people, being transported back to Priestedden Island, imprisoned in these iron cages, waiting to be sold by those gray dwarf slave traders. Don't cry here. Instead of wasting energy like this, you might as well lie down on the seabed for a while. Miss Tiffany spoke to the Naga mermaid next to the iron cage in a gentle tone. Several young Naga mermaids surrounding the cage were so scared that they hid in the sea instantly. A Naga mermaid whose neck was rubbed off by the slave collar, and was almost as thin as a piece of paper, swam in front of Miss Tiffany with her tail. She exposed her skinny upper body to the water, and her scales seemed to have lost their original luster. Her arms were curled up, her eyes were full of fatigue, her eye bags were dark and deep, and she looked in a bad mental state. But the 3-color fishtail showed the last dignity of the Naga nobles. "Are you also a member of this fleet?" she asked Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany swung her 2 white lotus-like legs and blinked her green eyes. "Yeah." Her hips were a little fat, which made her mermaid line very obvious. The thin Naga mermaid woman forced a smile and said to Miss Tiffany, "Thank you for saving us. To be honest, although we were rescued, we still don't know who to thank." Tiffany waved her hand indifferently and responded to her, "Boss Roy saved you." These Naga mermaids are not from Tiffany's tribe, so Tiffany did not show any closeness. She was not after their waists, so it was unreasonable to rescue them from the slave traders and ask for a pickup and delivery. The Naga woman hesitated for a moment, but still mustered up the courage to say, "We are worried that if we leave Priestedden Island now, we will be killed by the Siren army, so we want to follow your fleet and leave here. I wonder if it is possible." Miss Tiffany sighed softly, and finally said to the Naga woman reluctantly, "Okay, but you'd better not crawl around randomly. For example, in this hidden cave, not all elves can communicate with you calmly. If you need anything, you can come to me, and I will try my best to help you." The Jana woman showed a sad expression on her face, which was an unspeakable pain. Many companions have experienced some inexplicable terrible things on the island. We don't know what happened. Other slaves also have this disease, but I found that the human priests on your ship seem to be able to treat this disease, so I would like to ask you to help us. The Naga woman lowered her head when she said this. After she finished speaking, she raised her arm towards Miss Tiffany, and 3 green limbs grew out from her armpits, like crab legs, each of which was curled up weakly, looking ferocious and terrifying, but powerless. The Naga woman saw the shock in Miss Tiffany's eyes, and she turned around and waved behind her. Another Naga mermaid swam over, and there were traces of a slave collar on her neck, but she looked much younger, and her face was also very beautiful, especially her eyes as blue as the sea. Tiffany looked at her pitiful expression, and couldn't help but snorted. "Sandra, show your legs to Lady Tiffany," the Naga woman said to the young mermaid. The Naga mermaid in the sea first lay flat, then twisted her waist, and turned sideways in the sea, showing her exaggerated waist and hip curves. Next to the beautiful light golden fish tail, a baby-like calf was weakly exposed. Yes, in addition to a beautiful light golden fish tail, this mermaid also grew 2 human cubs' lower limbs, which looked like tadpoles that had not completely turned into frogs. After revealing her flaws, she covered her face with her hands and plunged into the sea, refusing to come out again no matter what. Then the Naga woman found 2 Naga mermaids with more obvious symptoms. One had fascia growing between her arms and ribs, looking like a manta ray. The other had a large bone spur growing on her back, looking like an underwater porcupine. Miss Tiffany looked down at her hands and thought, "I was just being polite to you, but I didn't expect you to take it seriously." Chapter 826. I know you want to ask me to ask the priests to use magic to remove the blood curse on you. But I am not familiar with those priests. Using magic to help you dispel the blood curse is beyond my ability. But I can apply to the higher-ups, and I will try my best to help you. Miss Tiffany supported the floor with one hand, turned over and stood up gracefully. At this time, there were many half-blood elves busy in the secret haven, and they moved some shipbuilding materials to the dock. Tiffany stood on the dock and looked around, but did not find Roy. Then he grabbed the shoulder of a half-elf guard and asked him, "Have you seen the boss?" The half-elf guard pointed to the top of the ship's tower of a 3-masted sailing ship docked at the dock and said, "The boss and Captain Rodhart are both over there, and they seem to be discussing the repair of the 3-masted sailing ship." "Thank you," Miss Tiffany said to the guard. Then she came to the top of the ship's tower, and Captain Rodhart hung himself at the stern with a rope, holding a crowbar to check the condition of the steering wheel. Roy held the railing on the top of the ship with both hands and stretched his head to look down. Then he heard Captain Rodhart say loudly, "The entire transmission shaft is completely rusted. If there is a new transmission shaft, it is best to replace it with a new one. If there is no brand new transmission shaft, this shaft on the ship must be removed and refurbished. In addition, both ships need to clean the seaweed and barnacles on the bottom of the ship. All of them must be removed." Roy knew that the bottom of the ship needed to be cleaned. The bottom of the ship was full of barnacles, oysters, mussels, etc., and you could have a seafood feast by digging a little. But he didn't expect the situation at the stern steering wheel to be so bad. "Got it. I find someone to clean the bottom of the boat and the stern steering wheel." Then Roy looked up and saw Miss Tiffany, who was also holding the railing with both hands and looking down. She rarely came up at this time. Roy asked her, "Why, do you want to talk to me?" Miss Tiffany asked with a puzzled look, "Is my intention so obvious?" Seeing her unconvinced look, Roy responded, "Not really, it's just that you rarely come up at this time. If you come up hard, you must have something to talk to me about. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Miss Tiffany repeated what the Naga woman said to Roy. "So do you think I should help? Or not?" Roy looked at Miss Tiffany and asked. "If I were to make the decision, I would certainly favor my fellow Jana people a little, so I think I can help, but not for free. I can provide them with some help for a fee. For example, we can ask them to clear the seaweed and shellfish from the bottom of the ship." Miss Tiffany said, pursing her lips. That's a good idea. Let's do it. Leave it to you, Tiffany. I knew it would be like this. You're asking for trouble. Miss Tiffany complained speechlessly. This time she didn't even bother to walk on the sampan on the boat. She just jumped lightly at the stern and jumped into the sea. The water splashed, and then turned into a water line, and swam to the place where the Naga Sea tribe gathered. Miss Tiffany emerged from the water, and said to the Naga mermaids here in Naga language, "Who of you is willing to help me clean the barnacles and seaweed attached to the bottom of the boat? As a reward, I will give you some very practical help after you finish your work. Everyone, please pay attention. I won't force you to do these things. If you are willing to help, then come to me to sign up. If you don't want to do it, it doesn't matter." After Miss Tiffany finished speaking, she swung her tail twice and swam directly to the shore and sat on the dock. The group of Naga Sea tribes gathered together to discuss for a while, and many Naga mermaids surrounded Tiffany and expressed their willingness to clean the seaweed and barnacles on the bottom of the 2 3-masted sailing ships. Tiffany casually called over 2 half-blood elf crew members, and soon the 2 half-blood elf crew members carried a large bundle of shovels from the ship. This kind of flat-headed iron shovel is used to shovel shellfish on the bottom of the ship. Those shellfish have strong adhesion, and it takes a lot of strength to remove them. The Naga mermaids picked up the shovels and sank into the sea. Then, they saw a lot of bubbles around the 2 3-masted sailboats, and the surrounding seawater quickly became turbid, and some seaweed that had lost its roots also floated on the sea. On the deck of the 3-masted sailboat, an Imperial slave bravely ran to Roy and said something in the Imperial language. Roy looked at him in confusion. The Imperial slave was completely dumbfounded, looking at Roy helplessly. Roy could only say to him in Elvish, "I don't understand the Imperial language. Do you speak Elvish?" Captain Jeroen pushed open the door, walked out of the ship, talked to the Imperial in the Imperial language, and took him away. "Boss, he probably thinks you are an Imperial." Captain Rodhart climbed up from the stern along the rope and said to Roy, "Ever since the half-elf guards rescued all the slaves in the town to the ship, there have always been some slaves who think they have a special status and run to Roy, asking him for privileges, preferential treatment, and a high-quality life after being freed from slavery, and writing Roy some irrelevant empty checks. For example, if you are willing to send me home, I will give you a box of magic crystals and a piece of land, so that you can become a noble with a fiefdom." Roy didn't even want to explain anything to them. At this time, another elf guard shouted to Roy, "Boss, there is a big lizard here who keeps asking to see you. He said he wants to join our mine guard group." The half-blood elf guard stood on the deck, and next to him stood a lizard man wearing a loincloth, with bulging muscles all over his body, looking very powerful, but with a lizard head on his neck. At this time, if you look closely at his hands and feet, you will find that their nails are still as sharp as eagle claws. The pupils of the lizard men were light gold. Roy remembered that the elf teacher at the Elf Academy had said that through the pupils of the lizard men, one could see the gate of death. Regarding this, Roy really wanted to try it. When the half-blood elf guards rescued the elf slaves in the town, they also rescued several lizardmen slaves. Now the male lizardmen on the ship were the most active. The lizardman saw Roy appear on the roof of the ship, standing on the deck, showing his muscles with his arms, and asked loudly, "Sir, can I join you?" How could Roy allow a few more male lizardmen to join the half-elf's army? No, the mine guard is an elf army, and will not accept warriors of other races for the time being, Roy said firmly. The lizardman said in a very heavy metallic voice, "Although I know that most elves are excellent archers, I still want to tell you that only we lizardmen have the most profound understanding of bows and arrows. So if you can recruit a lizardman to join your mine guard, it will definitely provide you with greater help. I will prove my value and become the most outstanding officer in your archer group." Captain Rodhart saw Roy squinting his eyes, and knew that he was a little impatient. So he spoke first. "Sorry, the mine guards do not accept foreign warriors." The muscular lizardman protested with great dissatisfaction. "Hey, you are a bit racist. What's wrong with us lizard men? We are strong, sensitive, and have protective colors. We are the best jungle scouts." Several half-blood elf guards appeared on the deck. At the signal of Captain Rodhart, they walked quickly to the lizard man and prepared to pull him back to the cabin below the deck. Unexpectedly, the lizard man actually fought back. During the shove, he almost pushed a half-elf guard into the sea. The half-elf guards rushed over and pressed the lizard man, who was about to go berserk on the deck. The lizard man was still stretching his neck and shouting, Hey, man, don't pull me, let go, let go." Seeing the half-elf guards tie his hands, the lizard man was a little annoyed and cursed. "You elves are arrogant and unreasonable guys. I'm really fed up with you. I was fine on Priestetten Island. You came killed so many gray dwarves and sea monsters, and then forcibly detained us on the ship. What on earth do you want to do? He stretched his neck and yelled. I just want to know, what do you want to do? Roy was so angry that he closed his eyes, turned around and said to Captain Rodhart, send him back to the island, and see if the other lizardmen want to leave, and send them away together. Rodhart saw that Roy was really angry, and hurriedly said, I do it right away, boss. The half-blood elf guard on the deck also saw Rodhart's gesture, and immediately hit the back of the lizardman's neck with a knife. But the back of the lizardman's neck was full of bulging muscles, and the half-blood elf guards couldn't knock him out at all. In the end, the captain of the half-blood elf guard drew out the elf-long sword at his waist, and hit the lizardman's head with the hilt of the sword, knocking him out. For half-blood elf guards dragged the lizardman off the boat. Chapter 827. Watching the scales on her shoulders fall off piece by piece, the original scales on the skin gradually healed, and the rows of regular cracks on the skin disappeared, and the skin that had recovered to its original white luster returned. Wendy stood next to the bath wall. A stream of clear water poured down from the top of her head. The clear and sweet fresh water flowed down from the top of her head, passing through her chest like a water drop, her flat belly, her round long legs, and finally spreading from her feet. She raised her head, and let the clear water splash on her face, and pour into her mouth. It was as if the clean water, with a sacred aura, could cleanse the soul, and the heart that had been twisted in the darkness saw the light again. It was like a beam of light, reflecting the gorgeous light on her fair body. Tears mixed with the clean water, and flowed down the body into the ditch. In the bathroom, after regaining their freedom, some of these female elves were crying and venting the pain and humiliation they had suffered over the years, while others were looking at themselves in the mirror and smiling silently, and even touching their necks that had been rubbed with marks by the slave collar. These female elves didn't even pay attention to the changes in their bodies, but secretly asked the human priests, is there any trick to remove the neck scar? Suddenly, there was a commotion at the bathroom door. A female elf standing next to Wendy pushed her shoulder and whispered in her ear, Wendy, it seems that they are recruiting people outside. I heard that there are not enough clothes on the ship. They are recruiting female elves who are good at cutting skills. They need to make a batch of body-covering clothes as soon as possible. Then, she added, it seems to be for us to wear. She took a towel from the wall of the bathroom, wiped the water stains on her body quickly, and said to Wendy beside her, Wendy, I remember you are a tailor, right? You should sign up. It is said that the elves who work for them can enjoy some privileges. She threw the half-dry towel to Wendy, and walked quickly to the bathroom door. Wendy looked at the towel in her hand. It was actually a piece of raw linen cut out, and there was not even a hem. Wendy also ran to the door, found the cloak in the storage box, put it on, and then squeezed out of the bathroom. She still cherished this cloak. For her, the existence of this cloak is more meaningful than its use value. On the first floor of the ship, besides the pitifully small kitchen and food warehouse, there is only this bathroom. The three-masted sailboat is still surrounded by fog, and the sound of waves keeps hitting the ship. The ship is not shaking too strongly, but many elves are still seasick. On the deck, many female half-blood elves are queuing up to register. At the end of the line, there is a wooden table and a chair. A half-blood elf holds a quill pen and carefully registers them in the account book. Wendy was also standing in the line, which was so long that it stretched from the bow to the stern. Someone behind her suddenly said in Elvish, Do you wood elves know how to cut? I heard that the elves in Darnassus City all wear clothes made of leaves. Wendy was startled by the voice. She didn't say anything, and the female elf in front of her responded, Only the wood elves of the nature cult would use leaves to cover their bodies. Most wood elves still know how to wear clothes. The half-blood elf stood in a team, pointed at the female elf and Wendy, and said unceremoniously, Humph, you wood elves are usually the most dull, you'd better remember. It was the half-blood elf army that saved you. Their dispute immediately attracted the attention of the elves around them, and even some half-blood elf crew members looked over here. Everyone's eyes fell on this side, and Wendy, who was naturally introverted, blushed. At this time, a half-blood elf crew member immediately walked over here and scolded them. No noise is allowed on the deck, you guys pay attention. The half-blood elf wanted to argue a few more words, but was immediately pulled back by his companions behind him. Soon it was Wendy's turn to sign up. Wendy saw a half-blood elf wearing standard armor, with one arm resting on the wooden table, holding a quill pen, looking at her and asking, Name? Wendy! Wood elf? Yes. Have you learned cutting or sewing? I have a junior tailoring certificate, am a member of the Darnassus Fabric Industry Association, and have experience in independently designing evening gowns. The elf in charge of registration looked up at Wendy again, and saw that Wendy didn't seem to be lying, so he pointed to the door next to the captain's room on the second floor of the ship and said, "Darnassus Cloth Industry Association, sure. Go there and report." The female elf, who came with Wendy, had successfully mixed into the ranks of sewing women. She was waving at Wendy. Unexpectedly, Wendy pursed her lips and pointed to the second floor of the ship, indicating that she was going there. The female elf smiled happily and waved to Wendy, telling her to go quickly. Wendy nervously grabbed the edge of her cloak, walked up the stairs barefoot, and then came to the door of the room on the second floor. There were only a few female elves in the room. One of them was cutting a piece of cardboard on the table, and 2 female elves were taking apart a tube skirt. Wendy walked in and explained her purpose. After Wendy introduced herself, the cardboard-cutting female elf said to her, "Come with me to design the fabric samples. In addition, we have to keep an eye on the female cutters and make sure they don't waste fabric." The fabric on the ship was originally intended to be used to make hemostatic bandages for the mine guards, but now we need to make some tube skirts, so we should save as much as possible. There were many bundles of fabric in the room, almost all of which were original colors. Everyone spread out the fabric and stacked it layer by layer, and stopped when the fabric was stacked about 50 layers. At this time, use the design pattern to draw the fabric of the tube skirt on the top layer of fabric. All the patterns should be arranged compactly until all the patterns are filled. At this time, the female elf pulled out a pair of thin and long cutting scissors from her waist. Although the knife was very sharp, she was very cautious and carefully scraped it on the belt twice. She gestured on the fabric, and the blade was inserted into the thick fabric, and she began to hesitate. Wendy saw that she had little experience in cutting large quantities of fabric, so she came to her side quietly, took the sharp cutting scissors in her hand, and slowly pushed the knife up and down along the lines drawn on the fabric, cutting the fabric one by one like cutting a cake. Wendy was a head taller than the average elf, so she seemed to find this job particularly easy. A batch of fabrics was cut out very quickly. Next, these fabrics would be distributed to the sewing women, who would sew them into simple tube skirts. After watching the fabrics being cut out, the female elf breathed a sigh of relief and took Wendy to rest for a while next to the wooden table. At this time, the other 2 female elves began to clean up the piles of fabrics on the floor, and then laid the fabrics out again, still with 50 layers. The female elf looked at Wendy with a smile. She glanced at the cape on Wendy and asked, "This cape of yours is only available to the mine guards. Is this a gift from Boss Roy himself?" Wendy was stunned. "You mean the half-elf who looks like an imperial?" The female elf covered Wendy's lips and whispered to her, "You better call him Boss Roy. He doesn't like people mistaking him for an imperial." When the female elf let go of her hand, Wendy stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. The female elf looked around and saw that no elves were paying attention to them, so she whispered, "I think he might be interested in you. You see, there is a wood elf sword dancer next to him. Her skin is as white as yours, and she is also tall and big. I heard that some half-elves like to be taller than themselves." When she looked at Wendy, her eyes were full of strangeness. Wendy blushed slightly and didn't know how to continue. The fabric has been laid out again. This tube skirt is simple in style and does not require complicated cutting techniques. The steps to make the clothes are very simple. A junior tailor like Wendy can also cut skillfully. Although the female elf's cutting skills are very ordinary, she is well informed. At this time, Wendy heard her whisper to herself, "Do you know, the leader of this elf army is actually a half-elf. He likes half-elves very much. His partner is a half-elf." Wendy was a little dumbfounded. She always thought that Boss Roy was an imperial. "Isn't he an imperial?" The female elf raised her eyebrows and whispered, "Who said that? I heard from the crew that he grew up in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom and received an elf education." Seeing that Wendy didn't quite believe it, she said, "It's okay to tell you, my brother is a guard in the Guard Corps. After I was captured by the Grey Dwarves outside Manassas City, he ran to many places to find me. Later, he spent all his money and took a boat to the Partington Plain, intending to make some money there and then look for me. I didn't expect that he actually joined the City Security Corps, and later the Mine Guard Corps expanded its army and joined the Mine Guard Corps." The elf's face showed a proud color, and she said to Wendy, "This time he followed the guards to the Lost Sea, and he didn't expect to find me on Priestedden Island. I'm so happy. He knew I learned tailoring, so he asked me to come here to help. In fact, I am a tailor apprentice, and I am not very familiar with this kind of mask cutting. Fortunately, you are here." The elf was not greedy for credit at all, and was very friendly to Wendy. Wendy smiled at her and shook her head repeatedly to indicate that it was nothing. The elf poked Wendy's arm, pointed to the elf sword dancer wearing silver armor standing on the deck, and said, "The wood elf is called Sabrina, and she is actually a half-blood elf with wood elf blood." Then she pointed at her see-through white dress, pulled up the hem, revealing a pair of long white legs, and said unconvincingly, "I just walked back and forth in front of Boss Roy several times, and deliberately showed him my legs, but he didn't even look at me." Wendy blushed. She felt that this female elf was cheerful and generous, but she was a little uncomfortable with her superficial talk. The female elf continued to talk to herself. "Even if we return to the elf world, we have slave marks on our bodies. I don't know if the elves in our past will be okay, but those who know our details, I don't know how they will talk about us behind our backs." She pointed to the scar on her neck with some self-mockery, and pulled open the collar of her chest to let Wendy see the brand on her chest. This number mark is her name when she was a slave. The female elf leaned on the back of the chair next to the wooden table, holding a pair of scissors in her hand. There were only 4 female elves in the room, all of whom were rescued from Priestedden Island. Only Wendy was a little special. She was a wood elf. The other 3 were half-blood elves. It's better to take the initiative now. As long as you can seize the opportunity, if you really succeed, you can get a happy life. Wendy asked her, "Did you seize this opportunity?" The female elf shrugged her shoulders and said very casually, "Failed, idiot. If I succeeded, would I still be sitting here and telling you all this? But I think you can try it. Even if you fail, you won't lose anything. Maybe Boss Roy likes your type." Wendy and the other 2 female, half-blood elves looked at each other silently, and no one spoke. "Sister, have you made the sample?" A half-elf guard opened the door and asked the female elf in the room. "It's sewn. Are you in such a hurry?" The female elf answered. The half-elf guard lifted the visor on his helmet, and the female elf on the opposite side said again, "Send the sample to Lady Sabrina. As long as Lady Sabrina nods, we can sew in batches. Sister, please send the sample over quickly." The female elf responded, "I know, I send it over right away." "Forget it, Wendy, you should go. Don't forget what I said, you must seize the opportunity." The half-elf guard asked in confusion, "What opportunity?" The female elf replied bluntly, "It's none of your business. If you have nothing else to do, go. Don't disturb our work here. We need to cut the fabric, and we have only cut out the fabric for 200 skirts. There is still a lot to go." Wendy picked up the skirt she had just sewn from the wooden table and walked out of the room. She was tall, and had to lower her head when passing through the door. The half-elf guard standing at the door couldn't help but say, "She is a wood elf. She looks a bit like our Lady Sabrina, and gives me a strong sense of oppression." "Are you okay?" the female elf asked. The half-elf guard quickly retracted his gaze and hurried downstairs. Sabrina pushed the door open and walked out of the room, and saw a wood elf standing at the door, holding a tube skirt in her hand. "Did you finish it so quickly?" Sabrina asked her to walk into the room. Wendy hurriedly came in holding the tube skirt, and then spread it out in front of Sabrina. "How were you captured?" Sabrina asked Wendy. Wendy replied, "I was captured by a group of gray dwarves in the Whispering Plains. I was sent to Saunders Island by the Union. There was a shortage of tailors there, and I was going to work in a fabric workshop there. Unfortunately, they captured me before I boarded the ship." Chapter 828. I always felt that the cape she was wearing was familiar. Sabrina leaned in to take a closer look and immediately recognized that the cape belonged to Roy. Looking at Wendy's fair and gentle face, an impulse instantly arose in her heart, causing her to lift the cape with her hands. She was actually wearing nothing inside, and some parts of her cape were even more exaggerated than her own. This also reminded her of the first batch of slaves Roy bought on a high platform at the slave market, and it seemed that he gave out a batch of capes. Unexpectedly, this guy even gave out his own cape. Wendy's face flushed. Sabrina knew she had done something very excessive. She took the skirt from Wendy's hand, deliberately not looking at her face, took off her shoulder armor, and turned her back to let Wendy help her unfasten the buckle behind her breastplate. Soon Sabrina put on the skirt, but it was obviously not a good fit. The main reason was that it was a little small for Sabrina, and it was more suitable for ordinary half-blood elves. After Sabrina put it on, it was tight everywhere, and even made her a little breathless. Seeing that Sabrina was not deliberately humiliating her, Wendy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "This tube skirt is a little too small for us. You have to consider the size of the wood elves and make a few larger sizes. I remember there are other wood elves on this ship." Sabrina protected her chest to prevent the tube skirt from breaking when she breathed. Wendy lowered her head and chuckled, but did not say whether to do it or not. Then the 2 elves returned to the original topic again. "You said you were kidnapped by those gray dwarves in the Whispering Plains. Do those gray dwarves dare to sneak into the Elven continent?" The Whispering Plains is very close to the sea. Wendy was also secretly looking at Sabrina's figure. She had an extremely well-proportioned and fit body. Even if she was wearing a very ladylike tube skirt, her whole body could reveal an aggressive sense of oppression. How long have you been on Priestedden Island? Almost 2 years. Wendy saw Sabrina take out a suitcase from under the bed. It contained many daily dresses, and she picked and chose a few. Sabrina turned around very casually, stretched out her hand to Wendy and said, "We've been talking for so long, but I still don't know your name." "My name is Sabrina, and my hometown is Castletown." Wendy could only hold the edge of her cloak awkwardly, and said to Sabrina with a slightly red face, "Wendy, I live in the 17th county of Darnassus." "Wendy, I'm quite curious about Darnassus. Can you talk to me about it?" Okay. Sabrina took off her tube skirt successfully with the help of Wendy. Wendy told Sabrina that most wood elves like to live in nature, and some wood elves only drink dew and eat nectar, and don't eat anything else. Sabrina also revealed some news to Wendy. "Our fleet may not be able to go to the Elven continent for a long time, and even if we go to the Elven continent, we will not go to Darnassus. If you want to go home, you may have to wait for a while." Wendy showed embarrassment and a bitter smile on her face. "It doesn't matter, going back may not necessarily be better than now. I don't even dare to tell them about the previous experience." After saying that, she lowered her head in embarrassment, like a child who had done something wrong. Sabrina didn't say anything to comfort her, but patted her shoulder and said, "You can choose to live in the Partington Plain. It is a very rich plain. There are several elves gathering places there. The largest city of Padstow is home to about 1.5 million half-blood elves. The city is surrounded by a large forest." Seeing that Wendy wanted to nod and agree, Sabrina quickly covered her mouth. "Don't rush to make a decision. You have other options. You can go and take a look first, and then make a decision after comprehensive consideration. From the moment you boarded the ship, the experience on Priestedden Island has become the past. Now you just need to think about what your future life will be like." The kindness in Sabrina's eyes immediately infected Wendy. "Why are you so nice to me?" Sabrina said casually, "I've said it before, I have half the blood of the wood elves in my body. I'm very curious about the world of the wood elves. I don't know when I can go to Darnassus City to take a look. Listening to you talk about the world tree, I will just treat it as if I have been there." Wendy asked in surprise, "You don't have freedom either?" "How could that be? It's just that. Sometimes we have to give up something else for something we want to pursue." Sabrina responded in a low voice. She put a whole set of clothes from inside to outside into Wendy's arms, and said, "I happen to have some clothes that I don't wear very often. We have similar body shapes, so you can wear them. Just don't look down on me." Wendy's face turned red again, and she didn't refuse this time. The clothes Sabrina took out were all her usual clothes, and they were suitable for Wendy. From underwear to petticoats, from long skirts to outer skirts, almost everything was available. To put on a whole set, someone had to stand behind Wendy to help her tighten the waist rope. Fortunately, Wendy's waist was thinner than Sabrina's siren, so it was not difficult to wear this dress. "Just right, you will look better in this dress than me." There was a knock on the door, and Wendy immediately became a little nervous. Sabrina asked outside the door, "Who is it? What's going on?" The voice of a half-elf guard came from outside. "Captain Sabrina, it's our team's turn to go on duty." "Okay, got it. Wait for me, I'll be there soon." Sabrina quickly put on the standard heavy armor again. This kind of armor is very cumbersome to put on. Fortunately, Wendy helped her put it on quickly. The silver armor made Sabrina look heroic. Sabrina threw the slightly stretched tube skirt to Wendy and said, "Just make it according to this style. Pay special attention to the size and specifications." After saying that, he picked up the sword hanging on the wall and hurriedly left the room. Wendy closed the hatch of Sabrina's room and was about to turn around and leave when she felt a hand on her shoulder. "Sabrina, who are you? Why are you wearing Sabrina's clothes?" She was startled and turned around to find that Boss Roy was standing behind her. Roy was also startled by Wendy. He didn't expect that a female wood elf would wear Sabrina's clothes and stand at Sabrina's door. However, he quickly ruled out the suspicion that the female wood elf was a thief. This beautiful wood elf lady seemed to have been seen somewhere before. Wendy quickly knelt down to Roy and explained, "Boss Roy, I am Wendy, and this dress was given to me by Lady Sabrina." Seeing her beautiful face that was both pure and lustful, Roy patted his forehead and said, "Oh, I remember you." Roy didn't see many wood elves in normal times. A few days ago, when he was asking about the whereabouts of Ralph's treasure at the slave market, he happened to see her sitting naked on the platform, and then he had the idea of buying them all back with money. Wendy blushed slightly, and subconsciously hugged her chest with both hands. She knelt down to Roy, then turned around and ran away quickly. The temporary cutting room was next to the cab. Wendy ran back to the room. The female elf saw that she had changed into a dress that the elves liked very much. The surprise on her face immediately turned into surprise. She patted her shoulder hard and said to Wendy in an excited tone that could not be suppressed, "Why did you change your clothes? I was saying, did you succeed? I felt that you had the most hope a long time ago." Wendy blushed and explained in a low voice, "No, this dress was given to me by Lady Sabrina." The female elf was a little disappointed, handed the cutting scissors to Wendy, patted her on the shoulder, and encouraged her, "If it doesn't work, then wait for the next time. Now you help us cut all these fabrics quickly. None of us have your skills. Here, leave it to me." Cutting is very simple for Wendy. Especially when holding the cutting scissors, Wendy saw the fabrics cut in a row, and felt a very pleasant satisfaction. Seeing that Wendy was so diligent and hard-working, the female elf actually finished cutting the cloth in one go before stopping to take a breath. She whispered to Wendy, "There is a material supply team in the mine guard group. Usually, they wash fruits, distribute plates, and organize tents, sleeping bags, blankets, and other things in the guard group. My brother has already reported my name. Do you want to sign up as well? There should be a great chance that you will be recruited." Wendy was also thinking whether she should find an opportunity to stay. In fact, in this situation, even if she was given freedom, she didn't know where to go. Wendy said honestly, "If you want us, then of course it's good, otherwise I have nowhere to go. After I'm done with this, I take you to sign up." The female elf patted her chest and made a promise to Wendy in a low voice. At this time, two female elves moved the pieces of fabric on the floor. Another female elf took new linen fabric and spread it layer by layer on the floor. Wendy said to the two female elves in charge of spreading the cloth, "You can lay the full 80 layers this time. The blade of this knife is long enough, so you can cut more at a time." After that, Wendy walked to the mirror and looked at the dress on her body in the mirror. She was in a particularly good mood. Captain Jeroen walked into the captain's room. The fleet arrived at the safe harbor. Although there was no fighting, Roy was the most tired. He needed to participate in everything. Roy leaned back on the sofa, his eyes showing fatigue. Seeing Jeroen walk into the captain's room, he motioned for Captain Jeroen to sit down. "Jeroen, what do you want from me? The priest's sacred powers have all been used up again. This time I'm looking for you to help them again, because there are still some Nagas on the dock that have not been purified." Roy took out a potion bottle from the drawer under the table. He looked a little tired, bit off the cork, and poured the potion into his mouth. He stood up and strode out of the captain's room. As expected, a group of human priests gathered on the deck. When they saw Roy coming out of the captain's room, they saluted him in unison. Roy took the group of human priests to the stern, and everyone gathered together. Soon a sacred tree appeared in the mist. This was the shadow of the sacred tree, which just covered the heads of the priests. As Roy prayed again, the shadow of the holy light tree instantly became extremely solid, and a large number of light flowers appeared on the treetops. As the light flowers continued to fall, the priests sitting under the tree cheered, and then sat under the tree to pray without any prior agreement. The flowers of light flew into the bodies of the priests, and the holy light power in their bodies began to slowly recover. Roy had to sit obediently under the holy light tree, and the holy light power in his body was constantly extracted by the holy light tree, and then turned into flowers of light blooming on the top of the tree. The falling flowers of light turned into holy light particles, and began to slowly nourish the priests. The petals of those flowers of light fell on the human priests in the room, and disappeared one after another. On the dock outside, some human priests were purifying the diseases in the bodies of the Naga Sea people. At this moment, the holy light power in their bodies was almost consumed. In the Sea of Mist, these human priests have very limited means to restore the power of holy light. Now only Roy's sacred tree is somewhat effective. For the Naga Sea clan, the priest's magic can not only drive away the toxins in the mist, but even the lesions that grow will quietly disappear under the purification spell. The Naga Sea clan was excited and lined up at the dock waiting for the human priests to purify the disease. Seeing the extremely focused look of the human priests, they wanted to give themselves to them. They were very quiet. During the purification process, the purification was interrupted several times for various reasons. Twice, the Naga Sea clan thought that these human priests would not come. Soon, a group of new faces appeared in front of the Naga Sea clan. These humans were all priests. They ran over and started to treat the Naga Sea clan without saying a word. This was also Roy's promise. As long as the Janus finished cleaning the bottom of the ship, he would purify the disease from their bodies. This matter was discussed by Miss Tiffany herself, but the priest's holy light power was severely consumed in the past few days. After they exhausted the holy light power, they needed to rely on Roy's sacred tree to restore the holy light power in their bodies. Roy drank another bottle of spiritual potion and prepared to restore the holy light power for the priests, who were walking back to the ship from the dock. This time, the priests refused. The human priests told the exhausted Roy that their work had been completed and all the Naga Sea people had been purified. Roy walked out of the ship building, and sure enough, there were no Naga Sea people queuing at the dock. At this time, Roy was a little exhausted and very excited. He lay back on the bed and couldn't fall asleep. Chapter 829. The holy tree had spawned a large number of flowers of light several times in a row, which made Roy exhausted. Although he drank several bottles of mental potion in a row, once this thing was used frequently, it felt no different from a glass of mint ice water. Back in the lounge behind the captain's room, there was a big bed in the room. Roy took off his magic pattern structure and placed it on the chest of drawers, by the wall one by one, then drank a sip of sleep-inducing tea made with tranquilizing flowers. Roy lifted the bed sheet, lay on the bed in his pajamas, closed his eyes, and felt a little dizzy. But he was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling with grid patterns. It was the first time that Roy couldn't fall asleep in such a tired state. It was hard to describe this feeling. Just when Roy was tossing and turning in bed and unable to fall asleep, there was a knock on the door. Before Roy could answer, the door was pushed open by a hand, and Olive's beautiful face peeked in from the crack of the door. Seeing Roy lying on the bed, with dark circles under his eyes, Olive smiled and walked in. "Didn't bother you. Why are you here?" Roy said with some surprise. Olive pulled a chair from the corner, and sat down naturally near the head of Roy's bed. She was wearing a very conservative nightgown, with a gentle smile on her face, and put one hand on the back of Roy's hand. "I heard that your mental strength is overdrawn, and you need to rest well. Let me sing you a lullaby." Roy had heard the sirens singing before, but he had a strong sacred aura. Under the protection of the power of holy light, the beautiful voices of the sirens chanters did not seem to have much impact on him. There were also some sirens with beautiful singing voices in the sirens' army of Giazina. Every time they fought, they would hide in the rear of the camp, and use their singing to lower the enemy's morale and disturb their minds. But Roy did not think that the siren singing could have any fundamental impact on the battle situation. He always thought that the Siren Raiders' soldiers were able to win the battle because they worked hard to earn it. Occasionally, after the battle, the siren singers would use their songs to calm the siren warriors' restless and bloodthirsty emotions. Although Roy didn't think the siren singing would have any effect on him, since Olive had taken the initiative to ask him, he dared not do anything but let her try. "Close your eyes, empty your mind, don't think about anything." Olive's voice reached Roy's ears, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. "Think about your childhood, maybe a quiet and hot afternoon, maybe a starless midnight. You were lying alone in bed and fell asleep." Olive whispered in Roy's ear, making Roy's mind constantly appear the scenes of his childhood. This is the charm of Olive, making people unconsciously fall into memories. Afterwards, some lullabies that Roy heard when he was a child appeared in Olive's mind. It doesn't mean that Olive can really sing those lullabies. Instead, Olive would make some memories buried in Roy's heart emerge, and then sing the melody he most desired in his heart. So at this time, Roy's ears were filled with a very soft voice. "The moon is bright, the wind is calm, and the leaves cover the window lattice." Looking at Roy sleeping soundly on the spacious bed, Olive frowned. Although she didn't understand this strange pronunciation, let alone the meaning, she could sing this lullaby perfectly. Roy slept soundly, and even had a smile on his lips. Unfortunately, she couldn't peek into Roy's dreams. Seeing Roy's tough and handsome face, Olive couldn't help but lower her head and touch his lips with her warm lips. Just when Olive wanted to try further, she felt a pair of eyes opened in the shadow of the corner, staring at her coldly. Olive quickly withdrew her hand, stood up and left the room. Seeing Olive hurriedly leave and close the door, Leah, who was squatting in the shadow of the corner, closed her eyes again. The room fell into silence, with only Roy's even breathing. "I slept for a long time. When I woke up, the room was still dark." He opened his eyes, and after regaining consciousness, he slowly sat up from the bed, got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, put on loose clothes, and walked out of the lounge. On the corridor, outside the ship, Sabrina was sitting on a high chair, supporting herself on the railing with her arms, as if looking at the sea in the distance. But there was a thick fog in front of her, and she couldn't see anything at all. "Awake?" Roy leaned on the railing and could just see the crew coming and going on the deck. "Well, how long have I slept?" Sabrina said casually. 2 days and 2 nights. Roy was shocked. He didn't expect that he slept for so long. "How is the safe harbor? Is there anything unusual?" Sabrina said, "No. Oh, by the way, the 2 3-masted sailing ships are about to be repaired." Roy rubbed his rumbling stomach with his hand and walked down the stairs. He planned to go to the restaurant to fill his stomach first, and then go to the safe harbor to see the 2 3-masted sailing ships under repair. The repair work on the sailboat has come to an end. Captain Rodhart and a group of crew members are carrying out the final round of maintenance on the sailboat. Roy personally went to the ship to check. Several masts were erected again, and there seemed to be no damage. "Can these 2 big guys sail away?" Roy asked Rodhart. "Boss, these 2 sailboats are ready for sailing." "Okay, let's leave here before dusk," Roy said excitedly to Rodhart. The fleet stayed in Ralph's secret haven for 4 days. The 2 3-masted sailboats, filled with dwarf treasures, had been repaired and could sail away. Roy's fleet increased to 8 ships. That evening, the fleet sailed out of the safe harbor. Soon the fleet arrived at the dock of the town of Priestedden Island, and took nearly 1,000 half-blood elf guards stationed on the dock. The 8 3-masted sailing ships left Priestedden Island under the guidance of the siren. The whole process was very smooth. Roy thought he would be attacked by grey dwarves or even sirens, but in fact he was not. Although he was unable to figure out the appearance of the entire lost sea this time, at least he had found the dwarf treasure and rescued so many slaves. After the fleet entered the sea, Roy found that the walrus boss was also on the ship. He was carrying a large bag and was setting up a tent on the deck. Seeing his clumsy appearance, Roy wanted to go over and help. After staying on Priestedden Island for nearly 6 days, Roy did not see a large number of siren warriors during this period. 8 3-masted sailing ships lined up in a line in the fog, but each ship had a separate sailing track. Led by the sirens, the 3-masted sailing ship headed towards the northern edge of the foggy sea. The rolling fog carried a lot of water vapor and blew onto the sails, so that the sails of the 8 3-masted sailing ships were all wet and swollen. The masts on the ships kept making loud creaking noises. The elf crew added double the fixed cables to the masts to make them completely stable. Water drops kept dripping from the sails, and the elf crew on the watchtower ran to the deck. Because it was foggy weather, even if they stood on the watchtower, it would be useless. Instead, the siren corps in the sea took on this navigation task, and the treasure map drawn by Captain Ralph, except for some details of Preston Island, the entire drawing was a complete miniature of the underwater world of the Lost Sea. The 3-masted sailing ship was moving at full speed silently in the fog. Many elf slaves rescued from Plusterton Island stood on the deck, and some elves even stood on the ram horns at the bow. Even though there was fog in front of them, they were full of expectations for the outside world. Having lived on the foggy island for too long, all the elf slaves lived in a very depressing environment. They were very eager to bathe in the sun and see the blue sea. When the first 3-masted sailing ship broke out of the fog, the dazzling sunlight made all the elves on the ship squint their eyes involuntarily. The weather was very hot. There was a light mist around, which quickly dissipated in the dazzling sunlight. The steam rising from the sea in the distance even distorted the vision slightly. Roy was also standing on the top of the ship at this time. He looked back at the foggy sea behind him. A lot of fog quickly disappeared in the sunlight, but the violently rolling fog continued to surge out, maintaining the existence of the entire foggy sea. "I didn't expect to get out of the foggy sea so smoothly," Captain Jeroen, who was standing next to Roy, said excitedly. The elf slaves on the ship cheered, raised their hands, and hugged each other excitedly. "Walker, fire a magic flare into the sky." As the magic flares exploded in the sky, the red fireworks drew dazzling arcs, and the 3-masted sailing ship sailed north. This route could return to Kauai Island at the fastest speed. Almost 20 minutes after the magic flares were released, a clear cry was heard in the air. A black dot appeared from the edge of the sky, flying at almost full speed. When the elves on the ship saw its appearance clearly, a dense mass of black dots appeared behind it. "It's the Griffin Cavalry Regiment." Sabrina climbed up the high-mast observation deck with her hands and feet. The white griffin flying in the front was her fighting partner. Seeing a huge white figure swooping down from the sky, Sabrina jumped from the observation deck without thinking. The white griffin just flew under her feet, and she rode steadily on the leather saddle on the back of the griffin. The white griffin let out a clear cry again, flapped its wings violently, and rushed into the clouds with Sabrina on its back. In the sky behind, 10 magic airships were slowly approaching this side under the protection of a group of griffin cavalry. Chapter 830. Just as Roy's fleet joined the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, thousands of Siren warriors arrived at the dock of Priestedden Island. A Siren swayed his long snake tail and climbed onto the dock. He was wet all over, and the sea beast's demon leather robe on his body kept flowing seawater onto the floor, leaving a large area under his feet full of water stains. He looked at the almost half-destroyed dock with a gloomy face, his eyes full of doubts. A group of grey dwarves were cleaning the blood stains on the dock. When they saw the Siren appearing from the fog, they immediately became surprised and happy. Everyone almost trembled and came to him. The Siren did not speak either. He silently walked to a row of stinking corpses. In the environment of Priestedden Island, corpses that were rotten to this extent might need to be stored in the natural environment for 4 or 5 days. Among these corpses, there were Siren and grey dwarves. Slytherin's face became more and more gloomy. He endured the stench of corpses in the fog and continued to walk forward for a while. Finally, he found a surviving Siren warrior who was digging a sand pit on the beach and burying the dead Sirens in it. "What happened on the island during my absence?" Slytherin asked, standing behind the Siren. After hearing this voice, the Siren shook violently. He turned around suddenly and saw that the Siren standing behind him was really Elder Slytherin. He wailed and rushed forward to hug Slytherin's calf. The frightened Siren told Elder Slytherin what had happened in the past few days one by one. Slytherin's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. He swayed his body and rushed directly to a grey dwarf. He grabbed his collar with his strong arms and asked viciously, "Where are they from?" The grey dwarf was grabbed by the collar, and his face turned red. He couldn't even breathe. When he was about to suffocate to death, seeing his eyes rolling up, the Elder Slytherin let go and threw him on the wet dock. The grey dwarf protected his throat, breathed hard, and then answered breathlessly, I heard that they came from K Island." Elder Slytherin calmed down a little at this time. He turned around and asked the Siren, "Where are Oring and Morapus buried?" The Siren said in a trembling voice, "Lord Oring is buried on the beach next to the pier, and Lord Morapus is buried in the swamp. They took away all the slaves on the island and killed all the Sirens and grey dwarves on the island, leaving only a group of mutant sea creatures without eggs." Slytherin did not listen to the Siren's long-winded crying and asked the Siren to lead him to Oring's grave. Seeing that Oling's tomb was chosen under a long-dead coconut tree, and someone even carved Oling's name in Nada language on the stone tablet, Elder Slytherin felt a little better. There was indeed the breath of Owen in the tomb. The young Siren with a high talent for fighting died just like that. Elder Slytherin couldn't help but close his eyes. The Siren who buried the body on the beach whispered, "Elder, they should be coming for the group of grey dwarves." They and the grey dwarves first had some conflicts with the grey dwarves on the dock, but both sides were relatively restrained at that time. Later, the elves rushed into the town and began to ask around for Ralph's residence, and then bought a large number of elven slaves in the slave market. When they came out of the slave market, the grey dwarves organized an attack on the street. As a result, the grey dwarves failed to capture the elves, but let them escape back to the dock. After whispering these, the Siren said, "Oling died in this battle." The eyes of the great Elder Slytherin turned blood red, and he roared angrily, "These idiots." He punched the dead coconut tree next to him and broke it. The fallen trunk hit the beach with a loud noise. The Siren continued to whisper. The half-blood elves who fled back to the dock immediately launched a full-scale attack on the town. There are a lot of them, and all the elite troops who rushed down from the ship were wearing armor. These elf warriors have great power. When we wrestled with them, we were even suppressed. And they are well equipped. When we fought in close combat, we were no match for them. Later, these elves completely occupied the town. They turned over all the buildings, killed all the grey dwarves and Sirens who dared to resist, rescued all the slaves in cages, and drove away all the three-masted sailing ships on the dock. "Enough!" Slytherin roared angrily. Then he regained his sanity and stared at the Siren and asked, "Where did Morapus die?" The Siren was frightened by the roar of the great Elder Slytherin and turned pale. He said in a trembling voice, "Lord Morapus was killed by the elves in the swamp after they captured the town of Priestedden. He was buried in the swamp." Elder Slytherin clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and asked in hatred, "Where are they now?" The Siren saw that Elder Slytherin could still control his temper, and quickly replied in a low voice, "Last night, they suddenly took away the elf guards stationed at the dock." A spike was inserted into the head of the grey dwarf closest to Elder Slytherin. The entire fish-bone-polished spike easily pierced the grey dwarf's skull, and the bright red blood flowed down the grey dwarf's face. Then the grey dwarf leaned back and fell silently on the beach. Elder Slytherin took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood stains between his fingers carefully. The thick fog rolled, and Slytherin roared unwillingly. It's not that easy to run away after plundering. He did not go into the town full of corpse odor, nor did he go to the swamp next to the town, but quickly walked back to the dock. At this time, a row of siren warriors stood on the foggy dock. They had just emerged from the sea, and their bodies were wet and dripping. In the sea, a large number of siren warriors swam in one direction and gathered on the dock, with an increasing number. These siren warriors also knew the news that the town of Preston was attacked, and a group of siren warriors were full of anger. Looking at these indignant siren warriors, Elder Slytherin raised the voodoo staff in his hand, and a hexagram magic circle appeared under his body. As the sound of the spell began to resonate with the magic circle, the island began to shake slightly, the waves surged violently, and even the log supports built on the dock were cracked. The hexagram magic circle turned into a beam of light composed of countless runes, which instantly shone into the sea. Everyone tried to hold on to something to avoid falling. Great Elder Slytherin came to the front of the dock, holding a staff in his hand. As the vibration sound became louder and louder, the sea water rolled more and more violently. Not long after, the sea suddenly split to both sides. A black head, even bigger than a Kodo beast, emerged from the sea, its nose against the edge of the dock, and a pair of extremely cold eyes also appeared on the sea. Its body was hidden in the sea, and when it twisted its body, the waves it stirred up continuously hit the beach. Elder Slytherin held a voodoo staff in his hand and stood on the sea snake's back, stepping on its nose. Then the sea snake turned and swam towards the sea. In the fog, it was impossible to see how long the sea snake was. Chase it. Elder Slytherin's voice came from the fog. The siren warriors on the dock jumped into the sea one after another, turning into water lines and chasing in the direction of the sea snake swimming. Roy's new fleet merged with the magic airship, and a large number of Griffin cavalry hovered over the fleet. At this time, in addition to the siren army led by Jazina and Olive, there were also a large group of Naga sea creatures following the fleet in the sea, which made Roy very speechless. After all, they had already left the Lost Sea, so why would these Nagas follow the fleet? Roy stood at the stern, looking at the waterline on the sea that followed the fleet forward, and complained to Miss Tiffany, "Tiffany, can you tell those Nagas not to follow us anymore? They are free and can go home. Don't let them follow us anymore." "Well, you are really a heartless guy." Miss Tiffany rolled her eyes at Roy. Roy looked at Tiffany in surprise. "I took them out of the Lost Sea. Isn't that what I have done?" Yes. Everything you said is right. I go inform them, okay," Miss Tiffany said casually, and then she climbed up the stern crossbar, stretched her body and jumped, splashing water in the sea. Near the three-masted sailing ship, there were a large number of siren warriors guarding the left and right, and those Naga sea tribes could only follow behind the ship, and they couldn't get close. Miss Tiffany jumped into the sea, swam towards these Naga sea tribes, and signaled them to float to the surface of the sea. Only then did Miss Tiffany have the opportunity to say to the group of Nagas, "Everyone, you are free. Our fleet is heading to the edge of the endless sea. As for you, you should go to Gomez, the nearest city. The road you are taking now is getting farther and farther away from Gomez. For you, it will become increasingly unsafe if you continue to walk like this. Everyone, go home." The Naga sea tribe continued to gather around Miss Tiffany, and some Naga mermaids were a little bit unbelievable. They asked Miss Tiffany, "Can we leave now? I heard that those elf slaves want to be free and go back to the island to work. Don't we have to go?" Everyone focused their attention on Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany could only add again, "That's a matter between the elves, and you really don't need it. You can leave now, swim over there, and you will soon reach Gomez." The Nagas dived into the sea and moved along the seabed. Chapter 831. At night, the heat was blown away by the cool sea breeze, and dots of light appeared on the sea, which shone with the stars in the night sky. 18 three-masted sailing ships were docked next to an unnamed island. The elves who had been trapped in the Lost Sea for a long time ran out of the cabins one after another. Everyone sat on the deck and chatted freely under the starry sky. Finally getting rid of the fog and the slave traders on Priestenden Island, the elves on the ship began to carefully plan for tomorrow's life. A large group of griffins lived on an island nearby. A siren patrol team swam out of the big crack, bypassed a large patch of seaweed, and suddenly found two very eye-catching light spots in the distance. The two light spots gradually grew larger, slowly like two huge searchlights, which were particularly eye-catching in the dark sea. Several siren warriors of the patrol team quickly hid in the dense seaweed, and then saw the overwhelming sirens emerging from the darkness. Protected by these sirens in the middle was a sea snake several hundred meters long. The sea snake was covered with hard scales, and an arc of electricity flashed from its body from time to time. The sirens on the patrol were so scared that they dared not move. They hid their whole bodies in the seaweed, and did not dare to look out. These siren warriors recognized at a glance that it should be the contracted partner of a sea beast priest, and that sea beast priest was probably next to the deep sea monster. Then came the strong sirens. Although they could not see far away at night, this army was too huge. The siren warriors on the patrol waited in the seaweed for a long time, and only dared to show their heads when there was no sound outside. When they saw that the siren army had all gone away, they immediately swam in the opposite direction until they reached a place they felt was safe enough, rushed out of the sea, took out the red magic flare they carried with them, pulled out the fuse, and a magic flare rushed into the night sky with a whoosh, blooming brilliant red fireworks in the night sky. A few seconds later, another red magic flare shot up into the sky, 3 in a row. After releasing 3 magic flares for warning, the siren patrol team rushed to the bottom of the sea and began to swim southwest. They needed to bypass this huge siren army and join the troops in front. When 3 red flares appeared in the night sky in the northeast, Roy had already changed into pajamas, and was ready to get into bed for a nap. Before he could lift the blanket on the bed, there was a hurried knock on the door. Roy knew it was not a good thing. "Come in." Adjutant Walker appeared at the door. "Boss, there is an extremely dangerous signal coming from the northeastern sea." Roy scratched his head in annoyance and responded, "Got it. Go and notify Captain Jeroen, Captain Xena, Captain Oliver, Captain Sabrina, Miss Tiffany, and the captains of each ship to come to the captain's room for a meeting. I thought there would be no trouble after leaving the Lost Sea. Now it seems that I really underestimated the group of sea monsters in the Lost Sea. At this time, the danger coming from the northeast must be the army chasing out from the Lost Sea." Roy didn't think that the Grey Dwarf bandits could organize any effective counterattack. On the contrary, when the mine guards captured the town of Priestetten Island, the main siren army of the Lost Sea was not near Priestetten Island, so the mine guards quickly occupied the town. Now it is probably that the siren army has returned. They chased out of the Lost Sea at this time, and it seems that they don't want to give up. Roy walked to the side of the wall cabinet, took off his pajamas, and put on the magic pattern structure again. According to the great magician Grams, he even hoped that Roy would wear this magic pattern structure when he slept. After putting on the magic pattern structure again, Roy walked out of the lounge. He did not go to the captain's room immediately, but came to the outer corridor of the ship's tower and looked towards the northeast. Unfortunately, there was no movement on the dark sea. Giazina was the first to climb the ship's side. When she saw Roy standing on the corridor, she asked him, "Why are you calling us here so late? What happened?" Roy pointed with his finger and said, "The patrol team sent a danger signal from the northeast. There may be a large number of troops chasing from that direction. Send a few smart siren warriors to check over there to see what is chasing us." Although Giazina had a bad temper, she was still very decisive and had strong execution ability at this time. "Okay, I do it now." She turned around and arranged the reconnaissance mission for her subordinates. Sabrina pushed the door open from the next room and walked out. She also wore the standard structural armor, holding a certain mithril helmet in her hand, and cast an inquiring look at Roy. "Sabrina, send a few Griffin cavalry to check over there." Roy pointed to the northeast and said, "Yes." Sabrina also immediately began to arrange manpower. A group of captains from various sea vessels gathered on Roy's ship, and the lights of the surrounding 18 three-masted sailing ships were also lit. The half-blood elf crew members on the ship took action one after another. At this time, the crew members could not sleep. Soon, another news came to Roy. It was the siren corps of the Lost Sea that caught up from behind. Since it was night, the specific number of this siren corps was not yet clear. Every once in a while, the Griffin cavalry also sent back news that a large number of sirens appeared on the Northeast Sea. Everyone in the captain's room was staring at Roy. Roy sat at the main seat at the conference table in the captain's room and said to everyone, "Since they are catching up, what reason do we have not to fight? Get ready for battle." All the officers sat up straight, and everyone's emotions were all mobilized. Roy looked at Giazina on his right and said to her, "Captain Giazina, your siren assault group will be the main attack group and prepare to fight." His eyes fell on Captain Jeloin next to Giazina. "Captain Jeloin, let the priests bless our siren warriors with divine arts." Roy's eyes fell on Giazina again, and he reminded her, "Be careful, the opponent is the Siren Legion chasing from the Lost Sea. The strength of the opponent is still unknown. Once the opponent is strong, you can lead the Siren Raiders to retreat to the island. I will let the Elf Guards and Griffin Cavalry meet you on the island." "Got it." Giazina answered very straightforwardly, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Olive, who was sitting opposite Giazina, didn't seem so happy. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked Roy, "Boss Roy, what about the combat mission of my Siren Legion?" Olive glanced at Roy with eyes full of unhappiness. Roy thought for a moment before saying, "Olive, your Siren Corps will attack from the side and cooperate with Giazina's Siren Assault Group. In addition, the priests of the Knights Templar cannot bless your Siren Warriors with divine spells in the first place, so your Siren Warriors may have to wait a little. This time we are facing a well-trained Siren Corps, and we must play to our strengths." Giazina knew what Roy meant by the following sentence, which was to let her Siren Corps rush forward later, and leave all the pressure on the front to Giazina's Siren Assault Group. Although she was unwilling, considering that the Siren Assault Regiment and the Griffin Cavalry Regiment had fought together many times, the magic airships had already worked together, and this advantage was completely lacking in her Siren Legion. "Okay." Giazina agreed without hesitation, but she gave Roy a resentful look. Roy could only pretend not to see it. He said to Sabrina, who was sitting next to Olive, "Sabrina, your Griffin Cavalry will fully cooperate with the Siren Assault Regiment. As long as their Siren Warriors dare to show up on the sea, they will be shot with short flying spears." Sabrina nodded to Roy and agreed. Roy set his eyes on the half-blood elf captains and ordered them, "All magic airships take off. I think there may be a sea beast priest in this Siren army. If he dares to summon deep sea beasts to fight, all whale-hunting crossbows should shoot him with magic crystal arrows, just like we did with the Dark Faceless Commander. If he dares to show his head, don't give him a chance to escape back to the deep sea." The half-blood elf captains realized that Boss Roy wanted to wipe out this Siren army in one fell swoop. "Yes!" A group of half-elf captains stood up in unison. Roy also stood up with everyone else, supporting the table with both hands, and said to everyone, "Then, let's move, everyone." Elder Slytherin stood on the head of the Abyss Serpent, looking at the starry night sky through the clear seawater. This Abyss Serpent has the ability to lock onto the enemy's breath. They followed the breath left by the fleet in the sea all the way to catch up. As the breath became clearer and clearer, Elder Slytherin also knew clearly that the enemy was in the sea not far ahead. And they have left the Lost Sea at this moment. As a Sea Beast Priest, he can feel the danger ahead. But he doesn't think the opponent's elf army can defeat his Siren army on the sea. Even if the opponent's army also has an elite Siren army, it is the elf commander who commands the Siren to fight. The battle in the sea is completely different from that on land. As long as the Naga Sea tribe of the Endless Sea does not get involved, his Siren army is invincible in this area of the sea. He knelt down, holding the voodoo staff in one hand and stroking the hard scales of the sea snake with the other. It would be an invincible spear on the battlefield, piercing the entire battlefield in an instant. At that time, no matter what powerful existence there was on the opposite side, they would flee the battlefield in disarray. The killing time for the Slytherin Legion would officially begin. The eyes of the great elder of Slytherin showed a confident light. "Oling Morapus, you must wait a little longer in front of the sticks. Your enemies will soon follow you into the world of the dead." The great elder of Slytherin stood up, and a huge bubble appeared on his body. As the head of the sea snake rushed out of the sea, a large amount of sea water flowed down from the sea snake, and the sea surface around him was like a heavy rain. Elder Slytherin raised his voodoo staff, which was constantly filled with arcs in the night. Even Elder Slytherin's eyes were full of sparks. The singing of the siren singers began to sound on the sea surface. The sound was mixed with the sea breeze, just like the sea breeze was constantly sobbing. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. A large number of siren warriors emerged from the seabed. They had already found the three-masted sailing ships docked near the island. In the dark night, there were several lanterns hanging on the masts, swaying in the darkness, pointing the way for the sirens. Elder Slytherin's heart was surging. This was a feeling he had never had before. He felt his heart beating wildly, and all the blood in his body rushed to his head. The last bit of fear in his heart was also blinded by the desire for revenge. The singing of the siren chanter behind them was also the source of the siren warriors' courage. These songs could also inspire all the fighting spirit in the siren warriors' bodies. The siren warriors emerged from the sea one after another, raised their tridents, hid in the waves, and were pushed forward by the waves. Under the influence of the siren chanter singing, a green curtain-like fog even appeared around the island. Waves surged, causing the three-masted sailing ship anchored next to the island to shake violently. At the same time, on the other side of the three-masted sailing ship, the siren warriors lined up to receive the blessings of the human priests. 300 priests were divided into 50 groups, casting divine spells non-stop. Every few seconds, 50 siren warriors covered in holy halos would jump into the sea. Olive was now accustomed to the luxurious fighting style of the siren raiders. They wore a full set of ring-type siren armor, held a trident in one hand, and a small round shield in the other. The siren warriors were heavily armored, and were as ferocious as sailfish in the sea. Watching Zetswina jump into the sea with a group of siren warriors, Olive felt even worse. She held the railing with both hands and said to Roy unwillingly, "If I let these priests bless my warriors, my siren army can also pierce the sirens on the opposite side." "Okay, Miss Olive, stop complaining. Such a rare learning opportunity will not come at any time. At this time, what you should do is try to gain more experience from this naval battle," Roy reminded Olive with a smile. Olive's eyes widened, and her green eyes became brighter and brighter. Before Roy finished speaking, Olive plunged into the sea. In fact, Roy knew that Olive knew very well that the Siren Raiders of Jazina could almost represent the strongest force in the Siren Corps. They were elite warriors, who had survived countless battles with the Dark Faceless Corps. Olive must carefully observe the fighting style of this Siren Corps. Walker came up from behind Roy and said to him, "Boss, there is news from Captain Jarowin. You should also start preparing." Chapter 832. Jazina led the last group of Siren warriors into the sea, and the waves hit the small wooden boat, stirring up countless water splashes. The three-masted sailboat was shaking violently, and the wind and waves became stronger and stronger. There were even a lot of dark clouds in the northeast, and the whole sea became very agitated. Although they knew that the Siren Corps was speeding up, the Siren warriors of the assault group had not encountered the enemy siren. The sad singing came from the dark sea. These songs could boost the morale of the siren on the opposite side, but they were sad and desolate songs for the Siren assault group. Olive was about to follow and secretly learn the battle deployment of Captain Zaina, when she heard Captain Jarowin standing on the small wooden boat shouting to her, "Miss Olive, you have to arrange for your Siren warriors to receive the blessing of the priests." "The priests are ready." Olive looked at the row of small wooden boats next to the three-masted sailing ship. Sure enough, the priests who blessed the Siren Raiders walked to a relatively flat reef one after another. They looked a little tired. The new Knights Templar priests lined up on the small wooden boats, and lined up in a neat row on the small wooden boats. They all exuded a faint sacred light. Miss Olive stopped immediately. Of course, she would not miss this kind of blessing before the battle. "I learned from the Siren Raid group that every time they fight, the Siren warriors of the Raid group will receive this sacred blessing, which will temporarily increase the Siren warriors' physical abilities. It is said that the Siren warriors who have received the increase can compete with the Dark Faceless warriors in terms of strength." "Got it, I come right away." Olive coiled her snake tail on the small wooden boat, dipped her body into the sea, and began to summon the 2,000 Siren warriors she brought with her. These Siren warriors have been waiting impatiently near the island. When they saw the leader calling, they swam towards Olive. They came from Sanka Island to the Endless Sea, and so far they had not experienced a proper battle. Now they finally had a naval battle, and the Siren warriors became a little excited. Everyone appeared in front of the small wooden boat in an orderly manner according to Olive's arrangement, and beams of holy light continued to fall on them. Shelter, power, king, wisdom, light, freedom. The Siren warriors found that 6 different halos appeared on their bodies. The power contained in those holy lights continued to pour into their bodies. The ring-type siren armor on their bodies was no longer a burden. When they got into the sea water seemed to have no resistance at all. The powerful blessing effect made the Siren warriors keep trying various actions in the sea. Olive was the last siren to receive the blessing of the divine art. She only felt the infinite power infused in her body. The moment she entered the sea, her body was no longer bound by the seawater. Her body moved forward in the sea very smoothly. She casually swung her snake tail, and her body was about to rush forward. When she wanted to stop, her body stopped abruptly in the sea. The Siren warriors who entered the sea first were all trying this powerful spell blessing. Some sirens could not suppress the impulse in their bodies, and took the initiative to move towards the battlefield. Olive rushed to the front of the team, stopped the Siren warriors, who were eager to join the battle, and led them to go around from the side. Roy climbed up the grid ladder on the left side of the three-masted sailboat, and climbed onto the swaying small wooden boat below. The half-elf warrior rowed the small wooden boat to a flat reef on the reef island. A group of mentally exhausted priests were all crowded on this reef to rest. They tried to use prayers to quickly use up the almost exhausted divine power in their bodies. They exuded a weak sacred aura in their bodies, and Roy was pulled onto the reef by 2 priests. In the center of the reef, Roy released the sacred tree in his body, and the crown of the sacred tree immediately bloomed countless flowers of light. These petals of the flowers of light filled with sacred breath fell on the heads and shoulders of the priests, and then disappeared from their bodies. This part of the holy light power soon appeared in the bodies of the priests. Roy stood under the sacred tree. Recently, he always fell into a state of self-denial. He was obviously on the path of a combat priest, but now, he was doing more like a temple priest. The priests blessed the siren warriors, and then began to bless the griffin cavalry. This time, the priests needed to bless the 3 blessing spells of protection, strength, and freedom on the griffins, and the other 3 spells on the elf cavalry. Sabrina was also the last one among the griffin cavalry to bless the blessing spell. As she rode the white griffin into the sky, all the griffins disappeared in the night sky. At this moment, Roy found that the waves were surging around the reef island. Apparently, Giazina's siren assault group had already engaged the siren legion that was chasing from the lost sea. From time to time, a lightning would fall from the sea, instantly illuminating the entire sea surface. Just as Roy was observing the movement of the sea, a loud and clear cry appeared above the sea surface, and at the same time, a 100-meter-high wave crest rose on the sea surface, and a huge monster emerged from the wave crest. In the lightning that fell from the sky, its huge outline became clear. It turned out to be a sea snake that was several 100 meters long, and there were always arcs of electricity running through its body. The surrounding siren warriors were almost completely overturned by the waves around the sea snake. Roy could see many siren warriors wrapped in ring-type siren armor, being struck by lightning, and then swept away by waves. But before the sea snake could smash the 100-meter-high wave, the entire island suddenly shook violently, and the sea water rolled violently like a boiling pot. All the huge waves on the sea surface were shattered, and then a huge vortex appeared on the sea surface. The wave crests wrapped by the sea snake continued to collapse, and a tentacle that was almost comparable to the sea snake stretched out from the bottom of the sea. This tentacle entangled with the sea snake and dragged the sea snake back into the sea. Countless flashes of electricity appeared all over the sea snake, and even a silver electric net appeared on the sea surface. The second tentacle rushed out of the sea and coiled with the sea snake. Then, the third tentacle came. This time the sea snake finally realized that the situation was not good. On the snake's head, electric balls appeared one after another, exploding on the black tentacles one after another, but these 100-meter-long tentacles still could not drag the sea snake to the bottom of the sea. The sea snake bit a tentacle and coiled its body around it, stirring up countless huge waves. But it still sank into the sea little by little. The singing of those sea siren singers had long been drowned by the sound of the waves. In the night sky a few 100 meters away, 10 magic airships used propulsion devices to hide in all directions. They were afraid of being affected by the 2 deep-sea monsters. The griffin cavalry in the night sky was even more scattered, not daring to approach the area where the 2 sea monsters were fighting. Dozens of electric balls exploded next to the tentacles, blowing the tentacles into a bloody mess. A sea siren holding a magic wand appeared above the sea serpent. He was covered by a black mist. Occasionally, a flash of lightning would light up, making him visible. Between countless electric waves, a black shadow rushed towards the sea siren holding a magic wand. She stepped on a huge tentacle, and almost instantly came to the top of the sea serpent's head. The black shadow tore the black mist and fought with the sea siren holding the magic wand. The siren holding the magic wand seemed to be better at casting spells. The magic wand in his hand pulled out lightning, forming a lightning chain. The siren in the shadow was nowhere to be found in the dark night. Only when she stopped could her shadow be seen. She held 2 bayonets in her hands, and in an instant, she scratched the siren holding the magic wand. The lightning chain chased the siren's shadow. The 2 sirens fell from the giant beast into the sea. The siren raiding group led by Giazina has gone through countless wars with the Dark Faceless Legion in the past year or so, and the strength of all siren warriors has been greatly improved. They have anti-entanglement ring siren armor, and tridents with blades made of magic black iron. Those siren warriors with less ability had long died in the western sea of the Partington Plain. The siren warriors who survived until now are the elites of the Siren Corps. These 4,000 siren warriors came from 2 legions, but they were the most elite warriors in the 2 legions. After collectively blessing the divine art, their own power has formed a huge gap with ordinary siren warriors. These sirens from the Lost Sea were no match at all, and were killed to pieces by the siren raiders almost as soon as they came into contact. Before the battle was fully launched, the siren of the Lost Sea had already been defeated in the sea. Elder Sladron drove the sea serpent to rush towards the siren assault group, but was suppressed by the deep-sea giant seal summoned by Giazina. Before Olive could lead the siren warriors to the designated area, she found that the Siren Corps of the Lost Sea showed signs of defeat, and she quickly commanded the siren warriors behind her to rush forward. In the dark sea, a large number of siren warriors were strangled together. A large amount of blood was dissolved in the sea water, and the sharks wandering around rushed into the battlefield, making the battlefield even more chaotic. The melee continued until white light appeared on the horizon, and the sea surface gradually became clear. The dead siren floated on the sea with their bellies turned upside down. The sea serpent was dragged into the deep seabed by the deep sea giant seal, and they were still fighting each other to death. However, the place where they fought was at least 10 kilometers away from the reef island. The robe made of sea beast pieces on the body of the great elder Slidron was cut into a beggar's robe by Giazina, and there were holes all over his body. He also had at least hundreds of wounds. However, almost all of these wounds were temporarily sealed by the great elder Slidron with witchcraft. The great elder Slidron fled towards the lost sea, and Giazina led the siren warriors of the siren assault group to chase him with all her might. Seeing that they were about to stop the great elder Slidron, they didn't expect that Slidron would actually rush to the sea surface. As he rushed out of the sea surface, he actually spread out his 2 arms in the air, and a fascia appeared between his arms and ribs, allowing the great elder Slidron to glide in the air for dozens of meters before diving into the sea. The figure of the Griffin cavalry soon appeared in the sky, and a short flying spear followed the place where the great elder Slidron disappeared and fell into the sea. Chapter 833. Giazina swam forward with all her might. At the moment when great elder Slidron jumped into the sea, she rushed out again and stabbed the bayonet in her hand into his heart. Great elder Slidron's body shook violently, and then gradually became weak. He stared at Giazina with wide eyes. As the strength in his body quickly drained away, he couldn't say a word. He really wanted to ask Giazina why a powerful sea beast priest like her wanted to be a running dog of the elves. But Giazina obviously ignored his questioning eyes before his death. When great elder Slidron fell, she rushed over again and stabbed him. The bayonet pierced the throat of the great elder Slidron, grabbed his long hair, and held his head in his hand. With the death of the great elder Slidron, the body of the sea snake that was still fighting with the deep sea giant seal 10 kilometers away began to shake uncontrollably, and then the body began to collapse. The huge shield-like scales that were as hard as gold and stone fell off layer by layer, and the body of the sea snake gradually became stiff. The 8 tentacles of the deep sea giant seal were entangled with the sea snake, and the entanglement became tighter and tighter, and the body of the sea snake was wrapped in the tentacles. The deep sea giant seal shrank into a trench and began to slowly digest the sea snake. It didn't expect that the first time it helped Giazina, it would actually gain such a great benefit, and it actually killed a deep sea giant snake directly. If it can completely digest the sea snake, the power in its body can probably return to its peak. It never expected that it would gain such a great benefit the first time it was summoned. The deep sea giant seal carried the body of the sea snake and drilled into the trench. Its huge body squeezed into the trench, causing the entire trench to collapse continuously. A large group of sea fish rushed out of the trench, and the underwater world was messed up by the deep sea giant seal. In fact, it is difficult for these giant sea beasts to prey on any sea creatures in the deep sea. Every time they eat, they have to go to the fishing grounds hundreds of meters deep to hunt some large whales. It takes them several weeks to digest one whale. Now they can eat the sea snake full of plasma, which is undoubtedly a great tonic for the deep sea giant seal. Giazina knew the news that the deep sea giant seal defeated the sea snake at the first time. Slidron was also beheaded by Giazina. The siren core of the lost sea was killed by the siren raiders and fled to the southwest. More than 3,000 siren warriors stayed on this battlefield forever. In addition to Giazina's siren raiders, the siren core led by Olive became the main force to intercept the siren core of the Misty Sea. The siren warriors stopped the siren core of the Misty Sea and continued to fight on the seabed. The battle lasted until noon the next day before it was completely over. Roy and the 8 3-masted ships remained near the reef island, and the half-blood elf guards originally set up on the reef island were unable to participate in the naval battle. Even the 10 magic airships and the Griffin cavalry regiment in the sky could only hover over the battlefield and had no chance to participate in the battle. A group of elf slaves rescued from the Misty Sea were still shivering in the cabin last night. When it was dawn, the elves ran to the deck one after another. Some elves even stood on the top of the ship in tube skirts, looking at the battlefield in the distance. Wendy was also among these elves. As a wood elf, she was a head taller than the other elves, and was particularly eye-catching among the elves. And the skirt she wore was also quite special. Other elves wore linen tube skirts, but Wendy wore a complete set of skirts. Many elves knew that it was given to her by Lady Sabrina. Even the elf sailors on the ship would look at Wendy with envy when they saw her. As the Siren warriors emerged from the sea one by one, revealing their upper bodies on the sea surface, they raised their tridents in their hands and shouted loudly. The elves on the three-masted sailing ship naturally knew that the war was won. Everyone standing on the ship cheered in unison. Even the slaves of other foreign races mixed in with the elves, showing a look of jubilation. Then, one magic airship after another slowly descended from the sky and fell into the sea. The Griffin cavalry also returned to the deck, and the elf guards guarding the reef island boarded the ship. Everyone did not continue to stay on the reef island. The fleet set sail towards the direction of K Island. Along the way, they naturally had to pass by the islands inhabited by the Grey Dwarves. There were many of these islands, and there were traces of Grey Dwarves on almost every island. However, these Grey Dwarves already knew how to deal with a fleet of half-blood elves. As long as they saw the ships of half-blood elves, they would hide as quickly as possible. Even if there were Griffin cavalry chasing them from behind, they would ignore them. As long as they ran desperately, these Griffin cavalry would not kill them. Roy, Captain Jeroen, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany sat in the rest area in the captain's room, chatting about the Grey Dwarves on the islands in this sea area. Most of the Grey Dwarves on these islands used to be slave traders, but after several naval battles in the Queen Uini Islands, most of the three-masted sailing ships used for slave trading were lost. Later, we occupied the island of Quebec. Now there are very few three-masted sailing ships on the surrounding islands, so they can't take a ship to the coast of the Elven continent to plunder Elven slaves. It is rare to see the Naga Sea tribe in this sea area, so the Grey Dwarf slave trading route was cut off at the route. Roy said. He got this information from the captured Grey Dwarves. Captain Jeroen asked Roy, "We can send the elf slaves on the ship to the Partington Plain, but what are you going to do with the alien slaves?" Roy knew that Captain Jeroen was asking him how to deal with the more than 30 Imperial slaves. "I plan to hand those Imperial slaves over to Darwin and his team, and ask their caravan to send them back to the Green Empire. As for how to solve the ship tickets, I guess Darwin will have some ideas," Roy said. Captain Jeroen hesitated for a moment before asking tentatively, if any of them want to stay in the Partington Plain, is that okay? Roy nodded and said, "Of course, I only have one request. If they live in the Elves' city, they must follow the Elves' living habits. If they go out and live alone, it doesn't matter how they live. If they don't want to travel thousands of miles back to the Green Empire, I will take them back to the Templars' camp and let them live there," Captain Jeroen said immediately. Among the Imperial slaves on the ship, there are only 2 male slaves, and the rest are young female slaves with blonde hair and blue eyes. It seems that Captain Jeroen should have communicated with these Imperial slaves privately. What about the remaining Orc slaves? There are more than 50 half-Orc slaves on the ship. How should we get rid of them? We can't send a ship to send them back to Mensa Plains. Captain Rodhart held the steering wheel with both hands and took the opportunity to interject. Those are not real orcs. They are a mixture of dwarves and orcs. It is said that they were captured by Grey Dwarf bandits from the mountains, where the northern tundra and Mensa meet peacefully. These half-orc slaves were originally intended to be sold to the Seven Seas. Although they are a bit reckless, they are born excellent warriors. Captain Jeroen defended these orc slaves. If they don't want to leave, send them to the Pagisto Plateau. If they want to leave, let Darwin make a deal with them. I think Darwin should be very interested in them," Roy said. After deciding how to deal with the slaves on the ship, the captains dispersed. Along the way, no Grey Dwarf bandits dared to harass Roy's fleet, so the fleet returned to K Island smoothly. Only 8 three-masted sailing ships were docked at the pier when the fleet returned to K Island. The other 10 magic airships carried 4,000 Siren warriors through the portal and returned directly to the Partington Plain. These 10 magic airships would not dock at the airport pier in Padstow City, but would fly directly to the Sun Island Bay. At the pirates' dock, a large number of half-blood elves crowded at the dock to watch the excitement. The half-blood elf guards were the first to line up to get off the ship. This time, the elf guards fought hard on Priestedden Island and gained a lot. The half-blood elf guards went directly back to the camp on the island to rest. After the half-blood elf guards got off the ship, the elf slaves on the ship got off one after another. They all looked at the volcanic island with great curiosity. The towering volcano reached the clouds. Everyone was discussing this island. Nearly 2,000 elf slaves needed to be temporarily settled. Fortunately, a large number of tree houses were being built on the island, and they could live in the newly built wooden houses. As for the 30-odd Imperial slaves, they followed Captain Jeroen and his men through the portal to the Sun Island Bay. The 50 orc slaves were not allowed to disembark. They would continue to live on the three-masted sailing ship until the Imperial merchant ship arrived at K Island, and then Roy would hand them over to the Imperial Merchant Darwin. The 2 three-masted sailing ships filled with dwarven treasures were temporarily docked at the dock. The heavy wooden boxes on the ship were moved to the island one by the half-blood elves. Roy planned to transport these wooden boxes to the warehouse in Padstow City. Great Magician Grams actually returned to K Island from the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Seeing Roy return triumphantly with a large fleet, he was naturally very happy. This time, Great Magician Grams was also commissioned by Roy to bring him a batch of giant magic crossbows. Seeing the half-blood elves carrying large wooden boxes from the ship, he curiously asked Roy, "Roy, are these the dwarf treasures you found?" Roy walked to a large wooden box very proudly and said to Great Magician Grams, "Well, this time we found the Lost Sea according to the sea chart, rescued a group of elf compatriots from the island, and also found the dwarf treasures left on the island by Ralph's ship, a whole 2 ships." After that, Roy asked 2 half-blood elves to pry open the lid of the wooden box, and then he walked over and carefully lifted the oilcloth wrapped around the floating device, revealing the brand new magic device inside. Grams the Great Magician widened his eyes and whispered to Roy, "Don't tell me that you brought back 2 whole ships of floating devices this time." "Actually, it's not all these things, there are other magic devices." After Roy finished speaking, he took Grams the Great Magician to the 4-meter-long wooden box. Chapter 834. The lid of the wooden box was pried open again, revealing the anti-rust oilcloth inside, and the air was immediately filled with a strong smell of butter. Grams the Great Magician had a serious expression on his face. He did not rush to lift the oilcloth, but tried to find some special symbols on the wooden box. He even lowered his head and sniffed the linen oilcloth, then said to Roy, "It should come from the dwarf country. Only the Stains dwarves like to use whale oil as anti-rust oil. I have smelled this smell on many magic devices." Roy didn't say anything. Watching the Great Magician Grams lift the oilcloth, the dark gold pattern on the round tube inside once again made the Great Magician Grams hold his breath. He lifted the oilcloth until he saw the dark hole, and began to look for the gem base again. His hand kept stroking the pattern on the metal barrel, muttering to himself, "This is the barrel of the CX2 magic cannon, a representative work of Hextech technology in the Goblin civilization. The Goblins use magic cannons to knock on the doors of countless countries." Following Grams's gaze, Roy also saw the line of text engraved on the barrel. "It's a magic cannon. Grams, do you know how to use a magic cannon?" Roy took the opportunity to ask. Grams's eyes were a little complicated. He put one hand on the cannon, feeling the coldness transmitted from the cannon, and suddenly said, "These magic cannons are very simple to operate, but before I tell you how to use them, I want to ask you a question." "Then ask it," Roy said. Grams turned his head and stared into Roy's eyes, and asked, "Roy, when you master these magic cannons, will you point the muzzles of these cannons at the elf continent?" Roy's heart skipped a beat. Grams asked this, which obviously meant that these magic cannons were extremely powerful. He was worried that he would use the magic cannons to deal with the Silver Moon elves on the elf continent. In fact, recently, Roy had also thought about how to deal with the relationship with the Silver Moon elves in the future. Although the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain have separated from the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, their roots are still there. Many of the half-blood elves' relatives and friends still live in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Some things can never be severed. Even if Roy really wants to do this one day, I'm afraid no elves will go crazy with him. No, I think many elves who came out of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, including me, will feel that only the elf continent is our home. We came to the Partington Plain with a vision of a new life, and then transformed the Partington Plain into the home of the half-blood elves with our own hands. So what reason do I have to return to the elf continent to fight for that piece of land with the elves who originally lived there?" Roy said with a faint smile. Grams the Great Magician could feel the sincerity in Roy's tone. The magic cannon itself is driven by magic crystals. He put his hand on the tail of the magic cannon, where there was a very obvious gem groove. These magic crystals are usually installed on the gem base. Only when 6 magic crystals are filled on the gem base can the magic pattern matrix on the magic cannon be activated. Grams's fingers moved back and forth along the complicated magic patterns. After identifying some magic patterns, he continued, "Each time, the magic cannon needs about a quarter of an hour to charge. In addition, it is necessary to fill it with high-end shells with magic attributes. These shells can add fire meteor showers, water blizzards, earth meteorites, and wind tornadoes. Only when these high-level magics are printed on the shells can the magic cannon exert its maximum power." Roy asked the Great Magician Grams, "So, if you want to use these magic cannons, the shells are the key, right?" Grams nodded. "That's right. the magic cannons can only be regarded as magic amplification devices. If you want to use magic cannons, you still need to purchase such magic shells from magicians. Just like the whale hunting crossbows on the ship now, they are almost the same kind of magic devices, but the power of magic cannons is much greater than that of whale hunting crossbows. The great magician Grams rummaged through the wooden box, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. By the way, where are the gun mounts for these magic cannons? Roy was also a little confused. I didn't find a gun mount. There are only these gun barrels in the cabin of this ship. Grams was worried that Roy didn't understand the working principle of the magic cannon, so he continued to explain to Roy. Every time the magic cannon fires a shell, it will produce a very strong recoil. In order to prevent the backward shock force of the cannon from injuring the gunner, the Goblin engineer customized a very special gun mount for the magic cannon when he invented the magic cannon. This gun mount can absorb the sudden burst of momentum and instantly disperse the recoil generated by the magic cannon, forming a huge buffer. So the gun mount on the magic cannon is actually very important. This ship's warehouse is almost full of this kind of barrels, and we didn't find any other parts at all. In fact, Roy didn't care much about the so-called gun mount, because in his opinion, as long as 2 iron wheels and a horizontal axis are added to these barrels, and they are fixed in place, a cannon will be completed. He had never thought that this kind of magic cannon would need a specific gun mount. Oh right. That other ship also has a lot of magic devices installed on it. I don't know what they are used for yet. Maybe it's the gun mount you mentioned. Roy patted his head and thought that since the gun mount was so important, maybe it was placed on another ship. Grams the great magician said quickly, "Then let's go and have a look." The two walked down from the 3-masted sailboat, past the sampan on the dock, and came to another 3-masted sailboat. The floating devices on the deck have been almost removed by the half-blood elves. A group of half-blood elf crew members are removing the cargo hold cover on the deck, preparing to use the ship's lifting tools to lift the wooden boxes in the cabin and put them on the dock. Roy pointed to the open cargo hold and said to the great magician Grams, "The magic devices in these boxes look quite sophisticated, but I don't know what they are used for." Then, Roy pointed to a wooden box on the deck and asked 2 half-blood elf crew members to open the lid of the wooden box. Almost every magic device was well protected from rust. The magic device in the box looked like a conical pine cone. Each disc was engraved with the most delicate runes. A large number of runes were pieced together to form a dense magic array. The patterns on the array were all silver lines. Roy couldn't even see the gem base on this half-meter-high metal pine cone. Great magician Graham's eyes widened. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and whispered to Roy, "Is this what's stored in the cabin of this ship?" Roy glanced at the half-elf crew member next to him. The crew member quickly stood up and approached Roy and said, "Boss, we tried to open a few wooden boxes, and they were all filled with this thing." Seeing Roy's inquiring eyes, the great magician Grams reached out and touched the metal pine cone and said, "This thing is not a gun mount. This thing is actually a small magic matrix. You can think of it as the heart of a steel golem." Roy knew very little about magic, but he knew about steel golems. Because when he was in the Dark Land, Grand Mage Cedric used a steel golem to pull his huge magic caravan. Roy was deeply impressed by that steel golem. That steel golem was very powerful. Even if the waist-down part was sunk into the desert, it could still pull the magic caravan around. Roy couldn't help asking, "Is it like the heart of Grand Mage Cedric's steel golem?" Grand Mage Grams nodded. "Well, it's about the same. Maybe this thing is a little more advanced than Teacher Cedric's steel golem. Things made by the Goblin Workshop are always so exquisite." Roy asked tentatively, "With these hearts, can we produce steel golems?" Graham shook his head. "Not yet. We need other parts made by alchemists. But those magic parts are not difficult. Almost all of them have quite mature sets of drawings. This thing can be said to be the treasure that many alchemists dream of. In order to get them, many alchemists are willing to follow the archaeological team to dig in ancient ruins all year round." Grams, the great magician, flipped through the box casually and then looked elsewhere. "Are all these things in the cabin?" Roy replied, "The boxes are all similar, but there are only slight differences." As the two were talking, they saw 4 half-blood elves carrying a wooden box and preparing to get off the ship. The great magician Grams pointed at the wooden box they were carrying and said, "This wooden box is a little different. Bring the box over and let's take a look." Roy didn't see what was different, and the other half-blood elves were also confused. Boss Roy waved at them, and they immediately brought the wooden box over. After opening the wooden box and lifting the oilcloth, the magic device inside was indeed different. It was a cylindrical magic device with a pure silver base underneath. The entire cylinder was made of gold and gold, and a fist-sized ruby was installed on the top, with the tip of the ruby facing upward. Roy's attention was completely focused on the ruby. The crystal-clear ruby had no impurities, and was blood-red. The great magician Grams could not see the magic pattern array on the cylinder, so he asked the half-blood elf crew to open the four-side walls of the wooden box, and the entire magic device was completely exposed. Looking down from the top of the box, this magic device is similar to the small magic matrix just now. But when looking from the side, there is a big difference. The magic device just now was pine cone-shaped, while this magic device is cylindrical, and it is golden all over, and there is a fist-sized ruby inlaid on the top, which looks more valuable. The hearts of these magic golems seem to be more advanced. Roy said. Great magician Grams looked at Roy, and then explained, "This is a magic shield. If you install them on the magic airship, as long as you have enough magic crystals, you can open a circular magic light shield on the magic airship. This light shield can almost weaken all magic and physical attacks." Roy had seen the magic shield in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, but it was supported by 12 magic towers and a main tower, and the entire shield protected the entire camp. Graham said, "These magic shields are smaller, Roy, you can try it. This thing has almost no disadvantages except that it burns magic crystals." Graham said that it burned magic crystals, so it couldn't be an ordinary loss. At this moment, Roy seemed to be pushed into the magic gate by someone's hand. Those magic devices can be said to have brought him one surprise after another, and they were also extremely novel. Whether it was the magic cannon or the magic protective shield, it seemed that they could hit the magic airship. The only regret was that he couldn't find the gun mount of the magic cannon, but this thing was not a high-level magic device. Roy felt that the forging workshop in the Partington Plain could easily make it. Since there is such a magic protective shield, why don't the Grey Dwarves transform those three-masted sailing ships into magic airships? Roy was a little confused. Grams thought about it seriously and said to Roy, "Is there a possibility that they lost the dwarf treasure before they had time to transform the magic airship?" Roy couldn't find a more reasonable explanation, and could only agree with what the great magician Graham said. Roy returned to the dock and saw that the seawall built along the coastline on the south side of the island had actually extended to the side of the dock. Although the height of the seawall still needs to be increased, the entire seawall has been completed for the most part. It's just like what Moulin said, you should never underestimate the construction speed of the plateau headhunters. In just 3 months, they built a nearly 30-kilometer-long seawall along the coastline. Chains tied huge rocks together to form the foundation of the seawall, which looks quite solid. The waves hit the foundation stone, and even high tide can't break the seawall at all. In fact, this seawall is not mainly aimed at the Grey Dwarf bandits. Those Grey Dwarf bandits, living near Kauai Island, have long been defeated. Roy was worried that the Naga tribe of the Endless Sea would one day compete with him for the ownership of this archipelago again. At that time, whether there was a seawall or not was completely different. A group of Highland headhunters were still mining reefs on the seashore. In addition to a group of Highland headhunters, Roy also saw a large group of Grey Dwarves carrying pickaxes and shackles on their feet, who were mining those sea reefs. As long as the sea reefs were placed in the iron cages on the seawall, and the iron cages filled with reefs were connected together, it would be the most solid seawall. On the island of Kay, thousands of tree houses were the fruits of the labor of the elf carpenters. Chapter 835. Thousands of tree houses on Kauai Island are the fruits of the labor of half-blood elf carpenters over the past 2 months. For this purpose, Roy transferred nearly 2,000 elf carpenters from Padstow City. Building materials including a large number of wooden boards, felt, rainproof cloth, tiles, and glass were also transported from Padstow City. The tree houses are also equipped with corresponding furniture, beds, wardrobes, chairs, etc. In Padstow City, at least nearly 200,000 brand new tree houses are vacant. The Silver Moon Elves cut off the portal, making it impossible for the half-blood elves of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom to enter the Partington Plain, and the newly built tree houses in the northern part of Padstow lost a large number of buyers with just-in-time needs. The price of tree houses in the entire Padstow City soared to about 100 magic crystals 3 months ago, but now it can only be maintained below 80 magic crystals. These wooden houses have a solid structure and exquisite style. Most of the tree houses have 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a terrace, which is very in line with the aesthetics of the elves. Actually, you can build it yourself if you want. But if you want to build a beautiful and practical tree house, most of the expenses are necessary. The salary that half-blood elves can get in Padstow City is about 700 kolar per week, which means that half-blood elves can buy a tree house in about a year and a half without eating or drinking. So most elves will buy a tree house as long as they have a stable job in Padstow City. The habit of half-blood elves buying wooden houses has now continued to K Island. Many half-blood elves living on Kauai Island have already bought tree houses on the island. Many tree houses have clothes hanging outside, some balconies are filled with flower pots, and even baskets filled with fruits are placed at the door of the tree houses. These elves from the Lost Sea lined up and walked into the woods on the island. They had almost nothing on except a tube skirt. Originally, there was a metal collar around their necks, but now there is no metal collar. They walked into the woods barefoot, stepping on the soft moss, and the sunlight formed beams of light along the gaps in the woods. Near the square, several half-blood elves stood next to the fruit box and gave each of them 2 apples. They followed the elves in front of them foolishly with their apples in hand. Some elves even began to stuff the apples into their mouths. The team was filled with a crunch chewing sound, and the sweet smell filled their mouths. They looked around and saw the forest. Through the forest, they could even see the tall portal on the square. One magic airship after another was queuing up and entering the portal on the square. These elves knew that these magic airships would carry thousands of siren warriors through the portal to another plane. In fact, they were also very curious about what the world inside the portal looked like. While waiting for placement, the elves sat in the clearing in the forest, eating apples and chatting. Winnie didn't sit on the soft moss. She was worried that the juice on the moss would stain her skirt, so she chose a hazel tree and sat on the bare roots. The other 2 wood elves came to her side. One of them, a wood elf girl named Camus, stared at her skirt and even gently twisted the edge of her skirt with her hands, revealing a look of fascination. Wendy, have you heard? As long as we are willing to stay on the island and obey the work arrangements on the island, they will give us a house. I have found out that the elves here can eat fresh apples every day. Of course, they don't always eat apples. They can also eat breadfruit every week and occasionally berries. I want to stay. Another wood elf girl said with longing, if you don't want to stay here, you can also go to the Partington Plain. Wendy, I am going to take a look at the city of Padstow in the Partington Plain. Camus hooked his arm around the neck of the wood elf girl and asked her, then why don't you guess? So many magic airships entered the Partington Plain, and there are so many siren warriors. Will the Partington Plain be a sea? The wood elf girl blinked her green eyes and said uncertainly, I heard that there is a very beautiful forest city over there, and the specialty there is magic herbs. Camus put one arm around Wendy and the other arm around the wood elf girl and whispered, Aaron, I heard that all the people who settled there are half-blood elves, unless you want to live with half-blood elves for the rest of your life. And I also heard from the half-blood elves living on K Island that living here can occasionally encounter Imperial merchant ships. As long as one of these Imperial merchant ships goes to Darnassus, we can follow the merchant ship back home. Okay, you're right, I stay too. The wood elf, who wanted to go to the Partington Plain, immediately changed his mind. Camus' eyes looked through the gap in the woods, and saw Roy walking along the forest path. Beside him was a silver moon elf magician. A group of half-blood elf officers followed him. Elves saluted him wherever he went. I don't know if it was a beam of light shining through the dense branches and leaves that fell on her, or a warm sea breeze blowing on her face, or maybe something else made her feel a little hot. Her heart suddenly beat non-stop. She put her hand on her chest, trying to calm her excited heart. Then she glanced at Wendy's plump peaches, and suddenly felt that life seemed to be boring. Everyone calls him Boss Roy. I never thought that a half-elf could be so handsome. Camus spoke in a lower voice. She didn't want the elves other than the 3 of them to hear these words. Wendy looked at her friend, who looked obsessed, pursed her lips, turned her head away, and didn't want her friend to see her eyes. At this moment, Camus' beautiful green eyes suddenly lit up. She turned to look at Wendy, and gave her a suggestion. Wendy, doesn't Lady Sabrina like you very much? Why don't you go to Lady Sabrina and ask her if she needs a maid? If it works, it will be better than the job they arranged. I mean, if you have a chance, you can recommend us to Lady Sabrina. After all, we are both wood elves and have more common topics. Well, I try this. Wendy felt that her friend's suggestion was reliable, and most importantly, it was in line with her own wishes. Just now, she was a little uneasy, not knowing what to do next. Now that she had her friend's suggestion, she also had some of this idea, so she might as well give it a try. Camus leaned against the tree and stretched his body. If it weren't for Wendy's comparison, she felt that her figure was still okay. No matter, I plan to stay. Life on Kauai Island should be pretty good. Camus looked up, squinting his emerald eyes at a brand new tree house above his head. I heard that we will live in these tree houses temporarily. If you want ownership, you have to buy it. I always dreamed of having my own tree house, where the afternoon sun can shine on the bed, and I can sit on a recliner every day, eating strawberries while watching the sunset. It would be best if I could have a lover to spend my leisure time with me. The other wood elf girl smiled and said, I think you are not far from your dream. It would be even better if this is Darnassus. Then you should expect the Empire's merchant ships to arrive sooner. The three wood elf girls raised their heads and looked at the dense green treetops. There were always beams of light coming through the shaking leaves. The female elves around were also discussing light topics. The tree house under the coconut tree is the most eye-catching in this area of the forest. Roy originally wanted to build a few more tree houses under the coconut tree, but was strongly rejected by Captain Teprado and Captain Jelloin. So Roy's tree house became the only building on the beach of K Island. The tree house, the beach, the sea, and the sunset formed a beautiful landscape. Every time the tide rose, you could see white waves rushing onto the beach, and then disappearing inexplicably. The entire beach was very flat. Now, only the beach outside the treehouse has not yet been surrounded by a seawall. According to Roy's design, the seawall will extend to the sea after approaching the pier, covering the entire pier. On the terrace, Sabrina hung all the washed clothes on the clothesline. Wendy took a deep breath, lifted her skirt with one hand, and strode to the terrace. She raised her head and said to Sabrina, Miss Sabrina, do you need a servant here? I want to be your maid, responsible for your daily chores, such as 3 meals a day, washing clothes, cleaning the room, etc. Sabrina put down her wet hands, shook the water off her hands, squinted her eyes, and walked out from under the clothesline. There are actually many other jobs on the island. She stopped talking halfway through this sentence. She thought of what she had experienced at the Elven Academy in Castletown. As a half-elf who looked like a wood elf, Sabrina's school life at the Elven Academy was not smooth sailing. She was bullied by other elf students in the first 2 years. Wendy would probably encounter the same thing she encountered on K Island. Okay, if you are willing to work for me, you can stay. Sabrina took off her apron and threw it to Wendy, then said, Don't just stand there, come and help. When they come back, I will introduce you to the members of this treehouse and your duties. Sabrina turned around and brought over the wooden bucket filled with washed clothes. The two of them worked together to wring out the clothes, and then hung them on the clothesline one by one. Usually my sister and I live here. She is usually lazy. You should help her more often. You have a sister? Wendy said. She fantasized about Sabrina's sister. She might be very similar to Sabrina, also a tall wood elf. She went on duty. The sun is about to set. She should be back soon. Her name is Moira, and she is a little introverted. Sabrina smiled and said. At this time, a soft voice came from outside the terrace. Hey Sabrina, who is she? Wendy and Sabrina looked outside the terrace at the same time, and saw a female, half-blood elf wrapped in standard mithril light armor holding the fence with one hand and jumping into the terrace. 2 short swords were tied to her round thighs, and she threw her helmet on the windowsill. Her hair was wet, petite, and her sea blue eyes could almost see a hard lake. She took a step and sat on the lounge chair on the terrace, picked up an open coconut, and took a big gulp. Sabrina walked to her side, and the two hugged each other tightly. After a long time, Sabrina waved to Wendy and explained to Moira, her name is Wendy. She is a wood elf we brought back from Plusterton Island in the Lost Sea. She has no place to live for the time being. She wants to stay with us for a while, and help us with some housework. I agreed. The last sentence is the key point. Sabrina agreed to take her in. Moira looked at Wendy's long straight white legs, took the initiative to extend her right hand, and said, Hello, Wendy, I'm Moira, welcome to live in. Moira's words meant that she had agreed. Wendy smiled and said thank you to Moira. She looked at Moira. She was petite and had dark skin, which was completely different from Sabrina. Her eyes were like obsidian with sparkling stars. Wendy was somewhat surprised that they were sisters. Sabrina sat beside Moira, unfastened her leggings and greaves, and took off her silver boots. Take a shower while the water is still warm enough. You are soaked in sweat. The two sisters haven't seen each other for a long time, and Moira can't help but stick to her sister. What can I do? The dense forest is stuffy and hot. I have been lying in that secret post for a whole day and night. It's better to meet the Grey Dwarves. At least I can get out and move around. If there are no Grey Dwarves, I will have to lie there all the time. Sabrina pushed aside the sweaty Moira and asked, Hasn't the seawall been repaired? Why do you still need your group to go out on patrol? Moira sat up from the chair and walked into the room with a dry towel on the clothesline. Teacher Tennyson said that if we hold on for a while longer, the whole island will be cleaned up soon. By then, the whole island will be screened. I guess not a single Grey Dwarf will be able to escape. Sabrina asked Moira's back, Have you seen Roy? Not yet. I came back after completing my patrol mission, Moira said casually. He is still processing the spoils he brought back in the square. I heard that the spoils are basically useless. It should be okay. I heard that there are many floating devices. I guess they can transform a batch of magic airships. Listening to the conversation between the two sisters, Wendy's mind was a little confused. What are they talking about? Chapter 836. There was a plate of breadfruit and a pot of lemon tea on the table. The elves' dinner was so simple. The three female elves sat around the table, drinking tea and chatting about interesting things about Darnassus. During this period, Wendy was almost the only one introducing the world tree that could accommodate a huge city, and telling how the wood elves lived there. The two sisters heard that the elves living in Darnassus drank the sap of life every day just like drinking water. Wendy smiled helplessly and said, "From childhood to adulthood, the number of times I drank the sap of life is almost the same as my age. I can only buy a small cup at the Well of Life on my birthday. For those elf nobles, the sap of life may be like water. They drink a cup every day, but I am a wood elf civilian. How can a civilian drink the sap of life every day?" That being said, the Silver Moon elves obviously live better than the wood elves. Even if the half-blood elves in Castletown want to drink the juice of the Tree of Life, they won't find it particularly expensive if they buy a cup on the black market, Sabrina said casually. Wendy looked at the two sisters in front of her, who had completely different figures, skin colors, faces, and personalities. Although she knew that they were half-sisters, she always wanted to find some common points from them. Moira hugged her legs with her arms and rested her chin on her knees, so that she could curl up steadily in the chair. There were very light footsteps outside the yard, the rustling sound of boots stepping on the fine sand, and then the door of the wooden house was pushed open. A figure stood at the door. His ice blue magic pattern structure was very conspicuous, and the human face made Wendy's heart beat violently. Before Wendy could think about why he came here, Moira, who was curled up in the chair, ran over barefoot, her nightgown flying wildly as she ran. Moira threw herself into Roy's arms. Roy was worried that the ice dragon scales on the magic pattern structure would scratch her, so he quickly held her slender waist with both hands and lifted her up. "Let me see how our little cat is doing recently. There are guests at home." Roy soon noticed Wendy sitting opposite Sabrina, and he put the cat like Moira on the floor. "I remember you. How could I not remember you? There are probably only 3 wood elves on the entire island of K," Wendy thought to herself. "She is Wendy. I asked her to help me with the housework. After all, Moira and I don't have time to clean the room." Sabrina took a cup of water from the cabinet and poured Roy a cup of lemon tea. Moira squinted her eyes and held Roy's arm, refusing to let go. "Why don't you help him take off this thick leather armor?" Sabrina reminded Moira. Moira pursed her lips, helped Roy unfasten the buckle of the leather wrist guard, and hung it on the wooden rack beside. Wendy also stood up with her skirt lifted, and came behind Roy to help silently. If someone helps, it is still easy to take off this magic pattern structure. This is also the first time Wendy touches dragon skin. When her fingers touch the dragon scales, a high-pitched dragon roar seems to ring in her ears, and she can't help but take a step back in fear. "Oh, you can also feel the roar of the dragon?" Roy turned his head and asked curiously. Wendy covered her chest with one hand and nodded slightly with a pale face. "I thought I was the only one who could hear the roar in the dragon scales." After saying that, Roy walked into the bathroom in his shirt. Only then did Wendy know that Boss Roy lived here. She stood in the living room a little awkwardly, a little at a loss. "Don't be nervous, he is a very easygoing person, he rarely lives here, he always runs around." Moira took out a pile of clean underwear from the closet, walked to the bathroom, and put the clothes on the shelf next to the bathroom. Wendy forced a faint smile, standing in the living room, looking a little restrained. Sabrina felt that Wendy seemed a little unnatural, so she stood up and opened a door next to the living room, and said to Wendy, "This bedroom is for you to stay in temporarily, have a good rest, tomorrow will be a brand new beginning." After taking a shower, Roy changed into a loose set of clothes, and lay on a rattan chair looking at the sea in the distance. The setting sun had already hidden in the sea, the sky gradually darkened, stars continued to light up, and there was a faint light at the junction of the sky and the sea. The sea breeze was warm. Roy ate a piece of elf biscuit, turned to Moira, who was sitting next to him, and said, "This time we went to the lost sea to find the dwarf treasure, and everything went smoothly. The only regret is that these magic devices with Hextech technology, except for the floating device, including the magic cannon, magic shield, and steel golem heart, are temporarily unusable. But we have another gain from this voyage. The Lost Sea is a part of the slave trade route from the Elf continent to the Roland continent. Although we did not completely destroy it this time, at least the slave market there will be unusable for a long time. Moira was wearing a suspender nightgown, lying on the recliner opposite Roy, and whispered to Roy, "Roy, you have done a good job." Roy put his hands behind his head, turned his head to look at the pair of dark eyes, reached out and grabbed the soft little hand, and said, "Now everyone's life is finally a little better, but we still have to be careful of the gray dwarves around us, and we have to make them behave. After all, this is not Partington Island, this is the depths of the endless sea. I have to build the fortifications on Kauai Island stronger, not only to defend against the gray dwarf robbers, but also the Naga Sea tribe in the endless sea in the future." Roy sat beside Moira, brushing her hair with his hands. Just as he was about to lower his head, he heard footsteps coming from the direction of the dock. The voice of his adjutant Walker came from there. "Boss, the Griffin Cavalry Regiment found an Imperial caravan in the sea ahead. There are 5 merchant ships in total. The Imperial merchants want to dock at the dock." Roy stood up and shouted to Walker standing on the beach, "Tell them that the dock is not deep enough. Their merchant ships are likely to run aground if they stop here. Let them stop those merchant ships in the deep water area next to the coral reef in front." "Who is the person in charge of the Imperial caravan? Is Darwin here?" Walker replied, "It's not clear yet. I asked the Griffin Cavalry to communicate with them. Try to find out as much as possible. It's too late today. Let them rest on the boat for a night. We can talk tomorrow if there's anything." Roy sent Walker away with a few words, and then lay comfortably on the rattan chair again, with Moira leaning in his arms. In the early morning, the sea breeze blew open the white curtains. There was a knock on the door, and Roy was kicked to the floor by Moira's clean white feet before he woke up from his sweet dream. Moira muttered, "Looking for you," and then turned over again, wrapped her head in a thin blanket, and lifted her nightgown slightly, exposing her round thighs completely. Although Roy wanted to stay in bed for a while, he heard the conversation in the living room, so he could only walk out of the room in a shirt and shorts with sleepy eyes. He yawned, and someone handed him a glass of ice water. He took it and drank it in one gulp, then shuddered all over and woke up all of a sudden, seeing the adjutant Walker standing at the door of the living room with an embarrassed look on his face. Sabrina, who was sitting at the dining table, threw him a piece of breadfruit and walked to the wooden shelf at the door. She and Wendy, who appeared out of nowhere, helped Roy put on the magic pattern construct, and then Sabrina pushed him out the door. Roy took Walker to the dock. Walker followed Roy and said, "Boss, this time the Empire merchants brought nearly 5,000 half-blood elves from the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom." Roy swallowed the last bite of breadfruit and said, "Let's go and take a look." The two came to the dock, where Kaka, Eugene and their griffin were already waiting. The two were carrying small iron buckets and feeding their griffin. Roy came to Kaka and said to him, "Send us to the Imperial merchant ship." "Okay." Kaka tightened the leather saddle buckle on the griffin, then held the reins and sat on it first. Roy sat behind Kaka. The griffin flapped its wings violently and took off. Soon they arrived at the coral reef area 2 kilometers away. Kaka circled around these Imperial merchant ships, and a group of Imperial merchants appeared on the deck of the second merchant ship. Roy asked Kaka to land on the ship, and a group of Griffin cavalry followed Roy and landed on the deck. There were at least 50 fully armed Griffin cavalry hovering in the air. When the Imperial merchants saw Roy's scene, their angry expressions immediately turned into complaints. "Darwin told me that as long as we transport the half-blood elves to K Island, we can exchange them for the magic herbs we need." After that, we saw the faces of half-blood elves in the glass windows of the ship. They came to K Island by boat and looked out through the glass windows curiously. Roy patted his forehead and said quickly, "This promise has never changed." The Empire merchant could not help but continue to complain. "You don't know how much the half-blood elves on the 5 ships can eat. These half-blood elves ate up all the fruits on the ships. We originally wanted to go ashore last night, so that they would not be hungry. There is really no apple left in the ship's warehouse, and now they haven't had breakfast. Can you notify Boss Roy and ask him to take these half-blood elves away quickly?" Roy said to the Empire merchant, "Did Darwin tell you that Boss Roy is actually a half-elf who looks like an Empire person?" he said. The Empire merchant looked at Roy with his eyes wide open, unable to say the rest. "Are you Boss Roy?" "Yes, I am Roy, Walker. You and Eugene go back and call Captain Rodhart, and ask him to drive the 3-masted sailboat over to pick up the people, and tell him to hurry up." Roy turned and said to Walker. Walker hurried to find Eugene on the deck, where Eugene was chatting with other Griffin cavalrymen, and the Empire crew members also came up. Soon, Eugene took Walker to the dock of K Island. Have all these half-blood elves bought tickets for your ship to K Island? Roy asked the Imperial merchant standing at the door of the ship. How can they buy tickets? Most of the half-blood elves who are willing to board our merchant ship are stranded at the port and have no money to go home. The Imperial merchant paused for a moment before asking again. Darwin said that as long as I bring them here, I can enjoy certain discounts on magic herbs. Is that true, Boss Roy? That's right. How many half-blood elves did you bring this time? Roy asked him. More than 5,000. At this time, the Imperial crew opened the door of the cabin below the deck. A group of half-blood elves swarmed onto the deck, crowded to the side of the ship, pointed at the K Island volcano in the distance, and began to discuss loudly. We have already arrived at K Island. Why don't you let us go to the island? I heard that Boss Roy built a living area for half-blood elves on the island, and many elves said so. Are those griffins your companions? A half-blood elf saw the griffin cavalry, and approached them curiously to ask. Yes, they are our companions. A griffin cavalry answered politely. Are you the half-blood elves living on K Island? Yes. Tell us what K Island looks like. When can we land on the island? For a moment, the deck of the Imperial merchant ship was in chaos. The Imperial merchant brought Roy to the top of the ship, and it was quieter. There were Imperial crew members blocking the stairs. Give me a list of the magic herbs you need, and I will arrange them, Roy said. The Empire merchant heard what Roy said, and immediately took out a list of herbs happily. There was also the purchase price of magic herbs on the list. The purchase price of almost all magic herbs was lowered. It should be the average purchase price before the last price increase of magic herbs. We will trade these magic herbs at the market price. Let's settle the money for 5,000 tickets first. Roy paused and asked the Empire merchant, how much do you think this ticket is worth? 2 magic crystals for 1 ticket. The Empire merchant directly stated the ticket price. Roy frowned. Are you selling me the ticket at the price of a slave? The Empire merchant was stunned by Roy's question. He knew that his price was a little high, but he felt that there must be a shortage of half-blood elves on Kui Island. No matter how much he asked, Boss Roy would agree without hesitation. The Empire merchant hurriedly explained with a smile. Although the price of these tickets is a little high, for you, it will still be returned to you in the end. After all, the price of magic herbs has been skyrocketing now. Roy stopped talking. He lowered his head, and without any hesitation, he pulled out a treasure chest from his magic waste bag. The treasure chest fell on the rooftop floor with a dull sound. Roy stepped on the lid of the box and unlocked the lock on the box. Colorful magic crystals appeared inside the box. This is 10,000 magic crystals. My ship will take all these half-blood elves away later. To be honest, the Grey Dwarf bandits on the surrounding islands sold elf slaves at about the same price on Priestedden Island in the Lost Sea. You can only buy a boat ticket here. Your boat ticket is really valuable. Roy handed the magic herb purchase list to the Empire merchant and said to him, I will buy all the half-blood elf tickets at the price you set, but it's only this time. Don't send them to me next time. I will keep my promise to Darwin. I will fill your 5 merchant ships with magic herbs, and the price will be based on the market price. How long have you not been in the magic herb business? Don't you know the current purchase price of magic herbs in the market? It doesn't matter if you don't know the prices of so many magic herbs. I have a lot of hemostatic herbs in my warehouse. The price of this magic herb is not high, and the price is the most transparent. Let's trade this. When the Empire merchant heard Roy say this, he immediately broke out in a sweat and asked Roy with a bitter face, Boss Roy, you won't just sell me hemostatic herbs, right? If you hadn't promised Darwin, you wouldn't be able to take even a single herb away from K Island this time. After Roy said this to the Empire merchant, he strode down the deck with a group of half-blood elves. Chapter 837. When the Empire merchant saw Roy walking down the ship with an expressionless face, he realized that he had angered the young Boss Roy. The reason might be that the ticket price he asked for was a bit high, and the purchase price in the details of the herbal medicine purchase was too low. The Empire merchant grabbed the fence with both hands, looked at the Boss Roy who walked down the ship angrily, and shouted, Boss Roy, if you think the price is not suitable, we can sit down and talk together. Don't we businessmen need to bargain? The Griffin riders on the deck stood up when they saw Boss Roy walk down the ship with a dark face and anger. The Griffins lying on the deck and eating dried fish also stood up, stretching their nearly 4-meter-long wings. The half-blood elves on the ship looked at Roy and his group walking up to the deck in panic. A dozen Imperial mercenaries rushed out of the cabin, stretched out their hands to stop Roy, with a hideous smile on their faces. Roy looked at the Imperial swordsman with bulging arm muscles, and the Griffins on the ship let out a violent cry. A short flying spear fell from the sky like lightning and accurately pierced the railing column. The entire spear body split the railing column in the middle, and then the tip of the short flying spear was inserted in front of the Imperial swordsman's toes, only an inch away from piercing his boots. Dozens of Griffin cavalrymen in the sky drew out short flying spears from their backs and kept hovering in the air. Other mercenaries on the merchant ship climbed up the masts, occupied some high points, took out bows and arrows, and aimed at the Griffin cavalrymen in the air. The battle was about to break out, and the half-blood elves on the deck were so scared that they squatted down and hid in some secluded corners. The half-blood elf guard standing behind Roy didn't care what the expressions of the Imperial mercenaries on the opposite side were. He walked out from behind Roy and raised the iris shield to charge at the other side. "Get out of the way!" shouted the half-elf guard. Seeing the chaos on the deck, the Imperial merchant was still shouting on the deck, "Boss Roy, we can still negotiate the price of the magic herbs." Roy raised his head and looked at the Imperial merchant, who was holding the railing and talking condescendingly. He frowned and said, "I thought you were Darwin's friend and wanted to talk business with you as a friend, but I didn't expect you to treat me as an idiot." The Griffin cavalry in the air had already released a magic flare into the sky, and the red flame bloomed in the sky. When the Empire merchant heard what Roy said, his expression began to turn cold, and he said in stiff Elvish, "The purchase price I gave you is already very high, and I have always paid this price for goods in the Elven continent." Roy waved his hand and said, "But this purchase price is not the transaction price in the magic herb market." As Roy said these words, a long horn sounded from the direction of the Kauai Island pier, and hundreds of Griffin cavalry flew into the sky from the direction of the pier and flew towards this side. The bell of the sailboat leaving the port also sounded from the direction of the pier. At this time, the half-blood elf guard pushed the Empire swordsman away with a shield. Roy looked up and said to the livid Empire merchant, "If you were not Elvin's friend, I wouldn't have to tell you this. In addition, I will give you another free message. The slave trading market in the Lost Sea is temporarily closed. Don't think about trading elf slaves there." After saying this, Roy, the half-elf guard, forced the passage open, came to Kaka's side, stepped onto the Griffin leather saddle, and then the Griffin flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The face of the Imperial merchant standing on the ship's tower became even worse. 3 Imperial merchants stood on the ship's tower, watching Roy return to Kauai Island with the Griffin cavalry regiment with complicated expressions. A silver-haired Imperial merchant with braided hair behind his head said, "Moses, you seem to have angered that half-elf." The sun shone on his face, and the scar was particularly eye-catching. The Empire merchant Moses smiled bitterly. "Who would have thought that he would turn the table over as soon as we met? I said that the ticket price we set was too high. Who would have thought that he even knew the slave trading price here? Aren't they always fighting with the Grey Dwarves? How did he know this? It's really fucking." The silver-haired Empire merchant cursed. "What should we do next? Finish the magic herb transaction before leaving, or leave now?" Another Empire merchant asked. Moses looked at the towering volcano in the distance. "Do you think we can leave here now?" "As long as we keep all these elves, I think we can." The Silver Empire merchant said. "These half-blood elves must stay." Moses' face turned red, his eyes were fierce, and he said like a gambler, "But I still want their magic herbs." The Silver Empire merchant asked back, "Are those hemostatic herbs applied to the bandages?" Moses wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. "Even hemostatic herbs can make money. Now in the Empire, as long as the herbs are related to the healing potion, the price has skyrocketed. I don't know how much it has increased." The silver-haired Empire merchant said in astonishment, "The great lords of the Empire have spent all the money they hired the priest group on magic herbs. What else can we do if we don't spend money? We can't just watch the plane in our hands being eroded by the Dark Army." He said that the Lost Island was destroyed. Is it true or not? Is it true? Don't you want to go take a look? The silver-haired Empire merchant couldn't help but feel a little worried, and said, "What if it's true? Those? Should we still send them over?" Moses' eyes were as sharp as a hawk. He stared at Kauai Island in the distance. "We have been in the endless sea for so long. Are we scared since we were young?" The silver-haired Empire merchant hesitated and said, "But didn't Boss Roy say?" The Empire merchant Moses interrupted the silver-haired Empire merchant. "Hey, man, wake up, we are businessmen, profit-seeking businessmen." At this time, the mercenaries boarded the ship's deck one after another. The leading Imperial swordsman came over and said to the Imperial merchant Moses with some dissatisfaction, "Boss Moses, since he's here, why don't we control him?" The Imperial merchant Moses pointed at the Griffin cavalrymen that were falling back to the dock of K Island one after another, and said in a sinister and cold voice, "He is Boss Roy." This is K Island. Look at those Griffin cavalrymen in the sky. You don't think those Griffin cavalrymen can only throw short spears from high altitudes, do you? Roy, are you a little too impulsive? Kaka held the reins of the Griffin and let the Griffin land steadily on the dock, and continued, I mean, you can be more gentle. 6 three-masted sailing ships on the port side raised their sails and slowly left the dock. Some half-blood elf guards, who didn't know the situation, gathered around. Even Captain Teprado hurried over from the camp. Roy stood on the dock, looking at the Imperial merchant ship anchored on the sea 2 kilometers away, and said angrily, Are you asking me to be nicer to those slave traders? Wait, you said they are slave traders? Aren't they Imperial merchants? Kaka was a little confused. Roy sighed and said, They are Imperial merchants, yes, but they are also a group of slave traders. Kaka asked in a questioning tone, Then how do you know they are slave traders? Is it because they set the ticket price at 2 magic crystals? At this time, Sabrina and Moira also ran to the dock from the tree house under the coconut tree. With slid down the rope from the Black Pearl like a monkey. The Black Pearl has been repaired. He has been busy moving the flower garden on the roof of the ship to the island of K recently, and began to teach the priests of the Knights Templar to grow flowers of light. Captain Tennyson and Captain Teprado also appeared at the dock, and a large number of Griffin cavalry gathered at the dock and did not leave. Since everyone ran to the dock, Roy gathered everyone together and told them what had just happened on the merchant ship. I found 3 suspicious places on the ship. Roy looked at the people around him and said to everyone, I can now tell you very confidently that this group of Imperial merchants are a group of slave traders, and perhaps they are also doing business at the same time. Then what evidence do you have? The one who dared to interrupt Roy at this time was naturally Moira, who dared to kick him out of bed in the morning. Her voice stopped the surrounding discussions. Roy pointed to the lifeboat on the left side of the ship and said, The first thing I discovered was that the position where the lifeboat should be hung was actually a row of iron cages wrapped with caltrops on these Imperial merchant ships. Not 1 or 2, but a long row, occupying the position of the lifeboat. Although the cage is covered with tarpaulin, some parts are exposed, and there is a heavy death aura on it, which is formed by the resentful spirits that remain in the cage. When I lived in Castletown, I often went around with 2 friends from the Statue of Liberty to purify resentful spirits, so I am very sensitive to this kind of souls, and I can feel the incomplete souls in those cages. These resentful souls, who are unwilling to leave the iron cage, are probably the slaves who died in the iron cage. After Roy finished speaking, everyone around him showed a solemn expression on their faces, and everyone looked at Roy. Roy said to the Griffin cavalryman, who had just boarded the Imperial merchant ship, You also saw the group of mercenaries on the ship just now. What do you think of them? More than a dozen Griffin cavalrymen looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They had just been chatting with the Imperial crew on the ship, and did not observe anything. Only one Griffin cavalryman raised his hand and said, I was stared at by a mercenary on the ship for a long time just now. It felt like being stared at by a lion. Roy reached out and patted his shoulder to show his approval, then said, They are a group of battle-hardened and well-trained mercenaries. In fact, I think they have been very restrained just now. The shield warrior who stopped me on the boat just now should be a second-level strongman with a strong aura. His companions should also be second-level strongmen. Just now, they were clearly ready to take action, but I don't know why they suddenly changed their minds and stopped temporarily. If they had attacked just now, you might not have had a chance to leave the deck. I don't know how many powerful opponents there are on the ship. Roy held up 3 fingers and said, As for the third point, when you were chatting with the Imperial crew just now, didn't anyone notice that many of these Imperial crew members had mutations in their mandibles, backs of their hands, and toes? Some have grown very obscure gills on their mandibles. Some have grown a few scales on the backs of their hands, and some Imperial crew members have grown webbed feet on their toes. I guess these Imperial sailors have been in the Misty Sea for too long, so their bodies have mutated to a certain extent. Apart from the Misty Sea, can you tell me where else these Imperial sailors can mutate? Roy thought about it seriously, and then said to everyone, I think they dared to pretend to be Darwin's friends, and send us 5,000 mixed blood elves. In addition to wanting to make some money, they also wanted to find out the truth about the island. The first thing we have to do now is to bring all the elves on the Imperial merchant ship to the island. Next, we will also search these 5 Imperial merchant ships. Captain Jarowin, take your men to check these merchant ships. Ask the priests to bless the Dark Moon Elf warriors, and then let them board the sailing ship that transports the elves. If there are elves on the merchant ships that they don't want to hand over, find a way to take them back. You can use tough measures. Take off the magic airships number 15 and number 29 at the port, and hang them above the Imperial merchant ships. Pay attention to the suspension height, and keep it at around 600. Yes. A group of elves agreed. Then they started to act. As the two magic airships took off at the fastest speed, the deck was full of griffin cavalry. The 4 whale-hunting crossbows also opened the rainproof cloth, and the half-blood elf crew members were constantly busy on the deck. After the two magic airships rose to high altitude, they approached the direction of the Imperial merchant ship. The magic airship maintained its corresponding position in the air. Whether it was moving or not, the magic propulsion device needed to be kept in the open state, so that the direction of the hull could be adjusted. The 400 griffin cavalry on the deck exposed their heads, which was very intimidating from a distance. This time, Giazina led the Siren assault group back to Sun Island Bay with the magic airship. In order to ensure the safety of the waters around Kauai Island, she specially arranged for the 300-meter Siren warriors to stay here and usually operate around the island. This time, Roy mobilized more than 100 Siren warriors to gather around the coral reefs. As Captain Rodhart drove the 3-masted sailing ship close to an Imperial sailing ship, the two ships were connected with a ladder. The leaders who led the team to board the Imperial merchant ship this time were Sabrina and Captain Tennyson. However, these two, one in the open and the other in the dark, each has their own mission. Sabrina is to guide the half-blood elves on the ship to land on Kauai Island, and Captain Tennyson's mission is to investigate the situation on the Imperial merchant ship. The Imperial crew on the merchant ship is also very nervous at this moment. They are afraid that the half-blood elf guards on the opposite 3-masted sailing ship will rush over and snatch the merchant ship. The Grey Dwarves have said a lot about the atrocities of these half-blood elf guards. However, the person in charge of boarding the ship this time turned out to be a beautiful half-blood elf female swordsman, which made the nervous Imperial crew relax a lot. Some mercenaries hiding in the cabin also breathed a sigh of relief. The half-blood elf guards, who boarded the ship this time, were almost all wearing the most sophisticated silver magic armor. If they really fought, they would have to pay a great price to win. Moreover, this place is only 2 kilometers away from Kauai Island, and there are no telling how many griffin cavalry there are on the island. As long as there is a place to rest, those griffin cavalry are invincible. Chapter 838. 2 3-masted sailing ships stopped beside an Imperial merchant ship, sandwiching the Imperial merchant ship on the left and right. The 2 sailing ships put up sampans and mesh rope ladders almost at the same time, and 2 teams of fully armed half-blood elf guards boarded the Imperial merchant ship along the sampans. The Imperial merchant ship was more than 100 meters long, nearly half a hull larger than the 3-masted sailing ship. This sea area is full of coral reefs, and the sea ship has a deep draft. Many half-blood elves were waiting on the deck. When they saw a half-blood elf guard boarding the ship, they cheered excitedly. Those Imperial crew members stood on both sides of the ship. Their eyes fell on the half-blood elves, and their eyes were full of unconcealed contempt. The Imperial crew members all had a strong sense of banditry, but they only restrained themselves after the half-blood elf guards boarded the ship, and even retreated to an inconspicuous corner. The Imperial merchant Moses and several merchants stood in the captain's room, staring at the half-blood elf guards through the glass window. He was regretting his carelessness just now. Moses didn't expect Roy to be so sensitive to prices. The price of the 2 magic crystals ticket was indeed ridiculously expensive, but the other party was a business tycoon who had a large amount of magic herbs in his hands. How could he know so much about the price of slaves? Obviously, the other party discovered something. This time, so many half-blood elf guards suddenly rushed out of the 3-masted sailing ship that was transporting the half-blood elves. He quickly asked the mercenaries on the ship to retreat to the room to avoid unnecessary conflicts. This half-blood elf army is indeed as well trained as the rumors say. No wonder the half-blood elves were able to swallow up the island of Kauai in one bite, and beat the Grey Dwarves on the surrounding islands so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. The Imperial merchant Moses stared coldly out the window, and said to other merchants, "Moses, it looks like they are targeting us." The silver-haired Empire merchant walked back from the glass window on the other side. The door in the captain's room was pushed open, and the Empire swordsman from the mercenary group walked out of the door, and said to several Empire merchants, "I think as long as these half-blood elves are still on the ship, they may not dare to do anything to us." His hand was on the hilt of the sword at his waist, but his eyes were always on the half-blood elf guards on the deck. An Empire merchant said bitterly, "But after these half-blood elves are taken to Kauai Island, our merchant ships may be besieged by their fleet." The Imperial swordsmen of the mercenary group immediately responded, "Their 3-masted sailing ships obviously have no combat power. As long as we seize these two three-masted sailing ships, detain all the half-elves guards on board, and then head to the lost sea at full speed, we may still have a chance to escape." The Imperial merchant Moses leaned against the window, pointed at the sky outside the window, and said in despair, "We don't have much chance. Everyone look up at the sky." Other Imperial merchants followed the direction of Moses's finger and looked at the dock of Kauai Island. Some couldn't help but exclaimed, "They actually dispatched a magic airship. What on earth is on that ship?" "It's the Griffin Knight. I told you not to provoke these half-blood elves on Kauai Island, but you didn't listen. Now they have targeted us." The Empire merchant, who complained repeatedly, had a mental breakdown and began to complain. What did Darwin say? Let us honestly transport the half-blood elves to Kauai Island, even if we send them to the island for free, and then we can exchange them for a whole ship of high-quality magic herbs. As long as we can use the slave trade route to transport these magic herbs to the Green Empire, the profit will be at least 3 times higher than that of slave trade. But you insisted on collecting the tickets, and now they even send out magic airships, which clearly means they want to seize our ships. The Imperial merchant Moses scolded in a low voice. "What's the point of saying this now? As long as they don't catch us, they have no reason to detain us. After all, we are backed by the Green Empire, and we are legal Imperial merchants doing legal business." After saying this, the Imperial merchant Moses pushed open the wooden door of the captain's room. A group of Imperial merchants walked out of the captain's room one after another, and greeted Sabrina, who was walking from the three-masted sailing ship. Sabrina, wearing an exquisite set of silver armor, boarded the Imperial merchant ship. The Imperial crew members looked at Sabrina very boldly. Until the merchants walked out of the ship, the crew members' eyes were restrained. Sabrina said to the Imperial merchants in front of her, "Welcome to Kauai Island. I have been ordered to pick up the half-blood elves on the ship." Then, she turned to the half-blood elves beside her and said, "Welcome to Kauai Island. Everyone can board the ship now." She made way for the half-blood elves on the deck, and they walked towards the three-masted sailboat on the swaying dinghy. Seeing that Sabrina did not make any other moves, the tense nerves of the Imperial merchants relaxed a little. When the half-blood elves passed by Sabrina, they always asked her some questions. "Do we have to live on this volcanic island forever?" A half-blood elf guard stood behind Sabrina and held up a parasol for her. Sabrina smiled and said, "You can experience it on Kauai Island first. If the life here is not what you want, we will arrange a ship for you to leave." Currently, there are only half-blood elves on Kauai Island. The half-blood elves couldn't help asking, "How many half-blood elves live on this island?" "There are about 50,000 half-blood elves living on Kauai Island." "Are the half-blood elves managing this island?" "Yes." Sabrina reached out and asked all the half-blood elf guards around her to lift the visors on their helmets to reveal their appearance. Seeing countless compatriots standing on the ship in armor, these half-blood elves walked onto the three-masted sailing ship without any hesitation. There was a special clerk holding a notebook to count the number of people on the three-masted sailing ship. In addition, the crew temporarily settled them down. Anyway, the next journey was only 2 kilometers, and even if they stood in the cabin corridor under the deck, they would be able to pass it in a while. As the Imperial merchant Moses said, this Imperial merchant ship probably transported more than 1,000 half-blood elves, and the 2 three-masted sailing ships could just send them back to the dock. Sabrina walked around the deck casually. She saw the iron cages covered with tarpaulins next to the side of the ship, and asked the Imperial merchant Moses, "Can I take a look at your ship?" As he said that, looking at the place covered by tarpaulin on the side of the ship, the Empire merchant quickly stood in front of Sabrina and said, "The ship is too messy." The Empire merchant Moses explained earnestly, "Those are small wooden boats that are about to be eliminated. Many places are rotten. It is too smelly that they are covered with tarpaulin." Sabrina stopped and did not continue to approach. Instead, she walked towards the bow of the Empire merchant ship. There were even some crosses propped up on the ramming horn on the bow. Some of the crosses had chains hanging down, and the shackles on them were not removed. She just glanced at it casually, then looked up at the 5 huge masts on the merchant ship. The masts were also dirty, and even had some hooks hanging down. It was obviously a merchant ship, but there was a strong dark wind on the deck. Although Sabrina did not see the imprisoned elves, there were some dried blood stains in many places on the ship, and even seeped into the wood. The Imperial merchant Moses followed Sabrina nervously, and other Imperial merchants also stood on the deck nervously. While Sabrina was walking around on the deck, she attracted the attention of the Imperial merchants. Captain Tennyson hid in the shadows, and sneaked into the cabin under the deck of the merchant ship. As soon as he entered the cabin under the deck, he smelled a faint stench in the corridor. At this time, half-blood elves kept coming out of the cabin, walking up the corridor to the deck, and then boarding the three-masted sailing ship through the sampan. Tennyson also took advantage of several half-blood elves leaving the cabin and sneaked in. The space in the cabin was very small, with no seats or windows, and 3 bunk beds were squeezed into the small space. These bunk beds only had the most basic bed boards, and the cabins were filled with foot odor, sweat, and other strange smells. However, the half-blood elves who came out of these cabins at least wore some decent clothes, and they looked excited but tired. Captain Tennyson checked 3 cabins in succession, and other Dark Moon Elf warriors also checked some cabins, but they didn't find anything wrong. As the half-blood elves on this floor quickly left, the half-blood elves walked out from the lower 2 floors. The mental state of these half-blood elves seemed to be worse, with pale faces and thin bodies, and malnutrition. In addition to the stench in the cabin, there was also the smell of rotten fruit, but they had no wounds on their bodies. Hearing that the merchant ship had finally arrived at Kauai Island and could leave the merchant ship, these half-blood elves seemed particularly happy, and could not wait to go to the deck. Captain Tennyson hid in the corner for a long time before finding a chance to enter the cabin on the 2nd floor. Obviously, these cabins on the 2nd floor were not dormitories, but some large flat warehouses, but there were not many supplies in them. Some wooden boxes were used by the elves to divide the cargo hold into several areas. Currently, the half-blood elf women were crowding outside, while the half-blood elf men in the cabin were patiently queuing up. Although the air in the cabin was rather turbid, there was a bucket of drinkable water at intervals. All the half-blood elves seemed very excited, probably because they were about to leave this cabin where almost all of them lived together. If there were more than 400 half-blood elves living in the more than 90 rooms on the lower floor, the number of half-blood elves in the cabins on the lower 2 floors would have almost doubled. Captain Tennyson found that the 2 floors of this Imperial merchant ship probably carried more than 1,200 half-blood elves. There were 4 other Imperial merchant ships like this anchored on the sea. If those merchant ships also had the same loading capacity, then the number of half-blood elves they brought would exceed 6,000. In fact, for such a giant merchant ship, the lower 3 floors should also be a cargo hold, and the lower 4 floors are the bottom hold, and the sealed cabins are below. The crew on the merchant ship only opened 2 floors of the cabin to let the half-blood elves inside walk onto the deck. Captain Tennyson found that the door leading to the 3rd floor of the cabin was tightly closed, and there were Imperial crew members guarding it. If he wanted to enter the 3rd floor of the cabin, he had to find another way. In order to ensure the normal circulation of air in the cabin, there are actually some ventilation holes in such large cabins. Tennyson quickly found a ventilation hole in the corner of the cabin on the 2nd floor below, but unfortunately the ventilation hole was too small, and he couldn't get in. But he was on the 2nd floor below, hiding in a corner of the stern. This is the position closest to the rudder. Although Tennyson didn't find an entrance suitable for him to sneak into the 3rd floor below, he still didn't give up entering the 3rd floor. He took out a knife with a narrow dagger on the back from his boots. There are magic patterns on both sides of the dagger's blade. One side is engraved with the most classic sharp, and the other side is piercing. Captain Tennyson held the dagger, and the entire blade of the dagger appeared light red on one side and bright yellow on the other side. As he stabbed the dagger into the floor under his feet, the dagger stabbed into the wooden board very smoothly. Unfortunately, it was impossible to cut horizontally, so he could only stab downwards one after another, and Captain Tennyson's movements were very light. Until he stabbed the floor around his feet, the holes formed a circle. Captain Tennyson put the dagger back into the scabbard and pulled out a dagger with a single blade from his boots. This dagger was much stronger. He used it to penetrate his energy into the board under his feet, slowly pushed the dagger to connect the holes, and then used a dagger to lift up the circular floor. A hole with a diameter of more than 1 foot was exposed, and it was pitch black and silent below. In comparison, the air in the lower 3-story cabin was slightly better. Then Captain Tennyson found that there was still some sour smell in the lower 3-story cabin, and there were other smells besides. Like a black loach, he followed the round hole, and went directly into the lower 3-story cabin. After entering the cabin, Captain Tennyson was lucky to find that he was in a room for storing supplies. In addition to a large amount of wheat cakes and dried meat, there were also some oak barrels. Although the room was not too big, there were at least nearly 1,000 wheat cakes and dozens of boxes of dark red dried meat. In addition, there were dozens of round barrels. These supplies filled the lower 3-story room. Captain Tennyson squatted on top of the barrel, preparing to look for the door in the room, when he heard very light footsteps coming from the dark cabin. Then, there was the sound of a door opening in the dark room, and a little bit of gentle light came from the door. It was an arm holding a candle. as the figure squeezed in through the crack of the door. Captain Tennyson was very surprised to see a gray dwarf, wearing simple linen clothes, holding a candle and walking in. The gray dwarf came to a pile of baked wheat cakes, picked up a large pile of wheat cakes, and walked out slowly. Chapter 839. Captain Tennyson was about to follow the gray dwarf into the cabin, but the gray dwarf turned back with a sense of something. He raised the candle in his hand, and carefully observed the cargo hold for a long time, but did not observe anything unusual. He could only walk back with a puzzled look on his face. The gray dwarf was wearing metal combat boots, and his boots made a dull sound when they stepped on the floor. He held the candle high in one hand, and held the wheat cake in the other hand, leaving a clear shadow behind him. Captain Tennyson hid behind the gray dwarf, and walked into a large cabin. The air circulation in the cabin was very poor, and various smells were mixed in the air. It was stuffy and hot. The cabin on the lower 3 floors was crowded with gray dwarves, who were wearing thin linen clothes. There were a lot of metal armors piled up on the walls around them. There were only a few dim oil lamps in the cabin. The bearded gray dwarf holding the wheat cake dripped wax on a beam, and quickly stuck a candle on it while the wax was not dry. Under the candlelight, the bearded gray dwarf tore the wheat cake with his hands, and gave it to the gray dwarf next to him. No one spoke in the cabin, only the sounds of chewing and drinking water. After the bearded gray dwarf distributed the scones, he found an empty seat, and sat down, angrily saying, "The big ship cannot dock, and those imperial merchants are going to make a quick buck and leave." The cabin suddenly fell into a suffocating silence, and some gray dwarves were heard cursing in low voices. They couldn't suppress their anger, but they didn't dare to make a loud noise. The 3 lower cabins were filled with a fiery atmosphere. "We have been hiding in the lower cabin for so many days, are we just going to leave like that?" "Yes, haven't we agreed with the other leaders? We are creating opportunities at the dock to let other fleets land on the island from other places. If there is no movement here, what should the other gray dwarves do? If the merchant ship cannot dock, should we give up the action? That won't work. We have paid." What did Jais say? Jais said that the other half-elf leader found some clues on the ship, and ran back without looking back. Now the other side is on high alert against the merchant ship. So this is the reason why we evacuated K Island? The reason given by Moses is that even if we didn't take action, they have successfully tied down the Griffin Cavalry Regiment and a large number of half-blood elf guards on K Island. If we launch an attack on these half-blood elves from the merchant ships at this time, it will be tantamount to suicide. By then, even these merchant ships may be destroyed. Didn't we launch the attack last night? We have been sitting in the cabin all night, and suddenly we have to cancel it. It's really a bit confusing. We were planning to dock last night and launch a night attack, but they ignored our application and asked us to stay on the ship until the morning, when Boss Roy suddenly ran onto the ship. So why didn't you arrest him? I mean, if we arrested him, we might be able to occupy K Island directly. He brought a squadron of Griffin Cavalry, and the mercenaries and those Imperial merchants were scared at the critical moment. Fuck them. Sure enough, those Imperial people are not trustworthy. We shouldn't have cooperated with these Imperial merchants in the first place, and just thrown them into the sea to feed the sharks. What's the point of saying this now? Once all those half-blood elves leave, we can move freely in the lower cabin. That's great. If I don't go out for a walk and get some fresh air, mushrooms will grow on my body. The group of gray dwarves ate scones, and discussed the situation outside in a low voice. Captain Tennyson was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quietly withdrew from this cabin, returned to the cargo hold, and quickly drilled through the previously dug passage to the stern cargo hold on the 2nd floor, and then sneaked back to the deck. This Imperial merchant ship brought over 1,300 half-blood elves, just enough to fill 2 3-masted sailing ships. The 2 3-masted sailing ships returned to the port at the same time, and were warmly received by the half-blood elves on the dock. A large number of half-blood elves gathered on the entire dock. Some of them were brought by Roy from Castletown Port, and some were rescued by Roy from the Lost Sea. These half-blood elves were looking forward to having new half-blood elves join K Island, so that they would feel more secure. Although the half-blood elves on the Imperial merchant ship looked like a group of refugees, the half-blood elves waiting at the dock were very enthusiastic to take them to bathe, change into clean clothes, and then take 2 apples to sit in the clearing in the forest to rest, waiting for the allocation of tree houses. Walking into K Island, for these displaced half-blood elves, it was like entering a large group. The half-blood elves who walked down from the Imperial merchant ship were soon infected by this enthusiasm, and the worries on everyone's faces gradually disappeared, and slowly revealed a long-lost smile. Compared to the joyful atmosphere on the dock, it was a group of half-blood elf warriors, who walked down, from the three-masted sailing ship. Captain Tennyson walked down the three-mast ship with a cold face, and a group of Dark Moon Elf warriors followed closely behind him. Wherever they walked, the half-blood elves dodged to the left and right. A team of half-blood elf guards were waiting on the dock, and they all looked at Captain Tennyson. Captain Tennyson saw an officer among them, so he walked over and asked, "Where is Boss Roy?" The captain of the half-blood elf guard squadron immediately stood up, saluted Captain Tennyson and said, "The boss is checking the catapult on the beach." Captain Tennyson ran towards the beach. The half-elf guards looked at each other, not knowing what emergency had happened. Roy was looking at a trebuchet nearly 10 meters high. These trebuchets were built by the Grey Dwarf bandits, who had lived on Kauai Island. The huge trebuchet could throw half a ton of stones onto the sea 1 kilometer away. However, this trebuchet was very heavy. Every time it was thrown, the weight basket had to be manually hoisted up again, and the hit rate was also very low. Despite this, the trebuchets on the beach are still a defensive weapon against warships at sea. If a fleet wants to attack the dock of Kauai Island, it is bound to enter the effective range of this trebuchet. Recently, the headhunters of the plateau have built a seawall near the dock, even blocking part of the view of the trebuchet position. Roy came here to see that he wanted to add a lookout tower near the trebuchet. Captain Tennyson ran over in a hurry, and Roy immediately knew that there must be new developments on the Imperial merchant ship. Roy jumped from the wooden frame into the knee-deep sea water. The waves rushed over and wet his pants. He strode back to the beach and asked Captain Tennyson, "What's the situation on the merchant ship?" There are a large number of Grey Dwarf warriors hiding on these Imperial merchant ships. They were originally planning to raid Kauai Island at night, but their raid plan was disrupted by you. Those Imperial merchants didn't want to take risks, so the raid plan last night was directly ruined. Captain Tennyson said. Roy didn't quite understand what I disrupted the raid plan last night meant. Then Captain Tennyson said, "According to the conversation of the Grey Dwarves on the merchant ship, I have heard that the Grey Dwarves are trying to attack Kauai Island." Roy told Walker standing on the beach, "Notify Sabrina and ask her to quickly transport the half-blood elves on the Imperial merchant ship back. If they refuse to cooperate, use force to detain them all in the waters around the coral reef." "Yes," Walker replied immediately, and then ran quickly towards the dock. Roy wiped the water stains on his hands, walked towards the half-blood elf camp, and said to Captain Tennyson beside him, "Let's go back to the camp and immediately call a meeting of officers above the squadron leader." A herald officer beside him immediately ran to the camp to gather the officers in the camp in advance. 2 griffins flew low, spread their wings at high speed, and landed on the beach. The strong wind stirred up by the 2 pairs of wings blew up the sand and gravel, hitting Roy's face and making him feel painful. "Boss, the Grey Dwarf fleet was found in the eastern waters of the island. Their ships are very fast, and it seems that they are preparing to land on the east side of the island." The Griffin cavalry hurriedly reported to Roy before jumping off the Griffin's back. "Let Captain Teprado take a squadron of Griffin cavalry to the eastern part of Kauai Island for support," Roy said decisively. Captain Tennyson just said that there might be a Grey Dwarf fleet attacking the island. Since they have already abandoned the sea area on the Kauai Island dock, Roy guessed that they are likely to land on the eastern part of the island. There are only a few outposts set up there. Kauai Island is 40 kilometers long from east to west, and the coast suitable for landing is almost all built with seawalls. If the Grey Dwarf bandits want to land on the island, they can only forcibly capture the seawall. Roy came to the half-blood elf camp. A group of officers had gathered in the meeting room of the regiment. Roy stood near the sand table in the middle of the room, pointed to the east of the island, and inserted several small boat models outside the seawall. The atmosphere in the room was a little tense, and all the elves' eyes were on Roy. Captain Jarowin also hurried in from outside, and followed him into the meeting room with Captain Teprado. He asked Roy as soon as he came in, "The 2nd and 3rd squadrons of the Griffin cavalry have been sent over. How are you going to fight this battle?" Roy pointed at the dock of Kauai Island with a baton and said confidently, "There are currently 5 Imperial merchant ships 2 kilometers outside the dock. According to the investigation of Captain Tennyson, there are at least 5,000 Grey Dwarf warriors hiding on these 5 Imperial merchant ships. I plan to transport the half-blood elves back to the island and launch an attack on these Imperial merchant ships." He raised his head and found a familiar figure among the half-blood elf guard officers. He said again, "Vitas, you lead the 1st regiment of the mine guards to the east of the island immediately and try to defend the seawall. I will send Griffin cavalry and 2 magic airships to provide you with air support, but the seawall is definitely not the main battlefield. If the Grey Dwarves are determined to capture the seawall, I need you to find an appropriate time to abandon the seawall and let them in." "Yes." Vitas raised his chin and agreed. Captain Tennyson, you take all the Dark Moon Elf warriors into the jungle in the east of K Island. As long as there are Grey Dwarf bandits who dare to sneak into the dense forest on the island, you must lead your team to hunt these Grey Dwarves and let them understand one thing. Who is the master of the forest? Got it, boss. Captain Tennyson narrowed his eyes to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. This time, I don't need you to capture many Grey Dwarf bandits for me. The prisoner concentration camp in the Plateau City has been expanding, and the prisoners there are always saturated. I need a 3-masted sailing ship this time to try to expand our fleet. Then Roy said to Captain Jarowin, Captain Jarowin, please ask your priests of the Knights Templar to follow Captain Tennyson to the east of the island. I hope the priests can bless the elf warriors as much as possible. Although most of the priests have returned to the Sun Island Bay with the magic airship, a team of priests of the Knights Templar are still left on Kui Island. Got it, I arrange it now. Captain Jarowin agreed. Roy clapped his hands vigorously and said loudly, Okay, everyone, take action. We need to make these slave traders understand that they have hit a wall. 4 more magic airships took off near the dock. Although the distance was too far to see what was on the magic airship, the merchants on the Imperial merchant ship still had a very bad premonition. The Griffin cavalry above their heads flew back and forth frequently, and Griffin cavalry kept flying over from the dock. After talking with the Griffin cavalry, the half-blood elf female officer asked the other 3-masted sailing ships to come over. Now the remaining 4 Imperial merchant ships began to transfer the half-blood elves. The magic airship above the head was not suspended directly above the merchant ship. They not only lowered the suspension height, but also adjusted the suspension angle. A large number of Griffin cavalry hovered over the head, and some even began to try to dive. However, when the Griffins were about to touch the mast, the cavalry skillfully pulled up the reins and let the Griffins rush into the sky. What are they doing? The Imperial merchants couldn't understand why these Griffin cavalry were doing these meaningless and dangerous actions. The mercenary leader Jia Aic leaned against the glass window and looked at the sky and said, They are adjusting the dive angle. With these attempts, once the fight starts, these Griffin cavalry will dive down very accurately. The silver-haired Empire merchant suddenly stood up, ran from the rest area to the window, and looked out. Had they started preparing to attack us? The mercenary leader Jia Aic sneered and looked at the Empire merchant Moses, and said in a deep voice, It looks like it. Then should we stop those half-blood elves from getting off the ship? The deputy leader of the mercenary group stood up and asked. The Imperial merchant Moses hurriedly said, That way there will be no room for easing. I guess they will immediately capture our merchant ship. Can your mercenary group stop those Griffin cavalry? If it's just the Griffin cavalry, I think. Before the mercenary leader Jia Ace finished speaking, someone exclaimed, Look what's going on outside. Why is it snowing outside in such hot weather? You can see goose feather-like snowflakes floating outside the window of the Imperial merchant ship, falling from the sky one after another. The deck, the side of the ship, and the horizontal mast are all covered with falling snowflakes. At this time, the dazzling sunlight is still shining on the blue sea. Chapter 840. On the sea, as long as there is a place to rest, the group of Griffin cavalry is invincible. Grams the great magician stood on the bow of the number 13 magic airship, holding a staff in both hands and chanting a spell loudly. Behind Grams the great magician appeared a nearly 10-meter-tall water elementalist, and behind it was the gate to the elemental world. A large number of ice elements poked their heads out from the gate, and the cold wind they blew out formed a huge columnar vortex. Driven by this vortex, a huge vortex with a diameter of more than 2 kilometers formed above the 2 magic airships. The vortex stirred up the floating clouds in the sky and continued to gather in. Snowflakes began to condense in the air and fell on the sea, then disappeared without a trace. The snow that fell on the Imperial merchant ship began to accumulate slowly, turning the ship into an ice and snow world. Sabrina was on the deck of the Imperial merchant ship, with a group of half-blood elf guards to meet the half-blood elves on the ship. These half-blood elves ran out of the cabin. Almost all of them were disheveled, thinly dressed, and shivered as they ran across the deck to the 3-masted sailing ship. It was obvious that these half-blood elves had suffered a lot on the Imperial merchant ship. A half-blood elf woman was holding a little girl in her arms, and holding a bigger one in her hand. She had big dark circles under her eyes. Although her legs were sore and weak, she still gritted her teeth and walked out from under the deck, and ran to the 3-masted sailboat among the crowd. When the older elf child walked onto the sampan, the hull shook violently, and he accidentally fell off. The half-blood elf woman was so scared that she screamed while holding the little girl. Fortunately, there is a grid ladder under the sampan. This is K Island. We are half-elf warriors of the Mine Guard Regiment. Please go to our ship in an orderly manner. Everyone, follow closely, and be careful not to fall into the sea. Don't be afraid. There is a grid ladder under the sampan. 2 half-elf guards shouted loudly on the side of the ship. Sabrina jumped onto the grid ladder flexibly, and picked up the elf child lying on the grid ladder. Immediately, a half-elf guard took the elf child from Sabrina's arms. The half-elf woman thought the child had fallen into the sea, but she saw him fall into the net, and then a half-elf swordsman lifted him up and put him on the boat. She quickly carried the little one across the sampan, sat down on the deck, and hugged the older child tightly in her arms. Sabrina supported herself on the side of the boat with one hand, turned over and boarded the 3-masted sailboat. The half-elf woman struggled to stand up and thanked Sabrina. Another half-elf came to the 3-masted sailboat and saw that the crew on the ship were all half-elves. So he asked them, "Are we really sent to K Island by the Imperial merchants? This is K Island. You will arrive at K Island Pier on this 3-masted sailing ship soon." The half-blood elves hugged each other excitedly, and some elves shouted excitedly, "I thought we were tricked by those Imperial merchants to come on the ship and be sold by them, but I didn't expect them to really send us to K Island." "It's true." The half-blood elf guard couldn't understand it. He asked the half-blood elf, who was shouting excitedly, "Since you already suspected that there was something wrong with this Imperial merchant ship, why did you believe what these Imperial merchants said and board this Imperial merchant ship in Manaska City? Aren't you afraid that the Imperial merchants will sell you to Roland Continent?" The half-blood elf immediately said with shame on his face. At that time, several half-blood elves at the Manaska dock had been recommending this merchant ship. Those half-blood elves said that this merchant ship would take us to K Island. Everyone was very happy to hear this news. Many elves were asking about K Island. They said K Island was a paradise for half-blood elves. My family saw many half-blood elves boarding the ship, and we got on board with them in a rush. The half-elf's eyes showed a trace of fear, and he continued to say to the half-elf guard, "When everyone got on the ship, I regretted it a little. I wanted to try to get off the ship, but the crew on the merchant ship threatened me. They said that if I dared to make trouble at that time, they would strangle my family with sail ropes, throw the bodies into the bottom cargo hold and freeze them, and then transport them to the frozen sea to make specimens. I was so scared at the time, and they locked us in a cabin, so I couldn't escape. After the merchant ship left the port, I dared not escape even more. They'd probably worry that we have too much energy, so they only provide 1 meal a day, and even limit the number of times we go to the toilet. These 2 days on the ship, I thought they would really transport us to Roland Continent, but I didn't expect that they would actually send us to Kui Island." The half-blood elf laughed after he finished speaking. The half-blood elf guard said to him, "Do you know why they sent you to Kui Island instead of Roland Continent?" A group of half-blood elves shook their heads. "That's because trafficking in magic herbs is more profitable than trafficking in elf slaves now," the half-elf guard said casually. The half-elf woman leaned against the side of the ship and whispered to comfort the older child. Sabrina sat on the side of the ship, patted her back, and comforted her. "When you arrive at K Island, take a good bath, change clothes, and eat something. From tomorrow, prepare to welcome a new life. It's too cold outside, go into the cabin and warm up." The heavy snow kept falling, covering the Imperial merchant ship with a thin layer. Sabrina could see the great magician standing on the head of the bronze Argali on the bow of the magic airship through the white snow. Although the figure of that person was not much bigger than a fly, the deterrent force formed by this blizzard directly suppressed the restless gray dwarves in the cabin, and they dared not show up at all. The Imperial crew members on the merchant ship stared at this side, with eager eyes, and the half-blood elf guards stood neatly on the side of the 3-masted sailing ship with bows and arrows in their hands. Hundreds of griffin cavalrymen circled in the sky. At this moment, Sabrina even felt that the gray dwarves on the Imperial merchant ship had given up the raid plan. She sat on the side of the ship in the wind and snow, staring at the Imperial crew members on the opposite deck. In just a little while, all the half-blood elves on the 2 Imperial merchant ships could be transferred to the 4 3-masted sailing ships. A low horn sounded. Moo. It was a horn made of Argali horns that the dwarves particularly liked. It had a low sound, and was full of offensive desire. I saw the Imperial merchant ship that had already unloaded the half-elves quickly raising its sails in the wind and snow. The entire merchant ship quickly turned and rushed directly towards the dock of K Island. At this time, a large group of gray dwarf robbers wearing black dwarf chain mail rushed to the deck. A group of Imperial mercenaries also appeared on the top of the ship. Are they crazy? What on earth do they want to do? Kaka, who was riding a griffin and hovering in the air, stared at the scene in the sea with wide eyes, unable to understand. At the same time, The other 4 Imperial merchant ships were also in chaos. 2 of the Imperial merchant ships were surrounded by 4 three-masted sailing ships. There were more than 20 sampans on these 2 Imperial merchant ships, and a large number of half-blood elves were transferred to the three-masted sailing ships through the sampans. Sabrina was on the side of one of the three-masted sailing ships. When the crew on the Imperial merchant ship heard the horn, they immediately rushed to the 5 tall masts. They untied the ropes and successfully raised the sails. As the sails were raised, the Imperial merchant ship began to move forward slowly. The sampans and the half-blood elves standing on them fell onto the rope nets under the huge shock, but because the Imperial merchant ship was moving forward and the 2 three-masted sailboats on both sides of the ship were stationary, the rope nets were deformed. The mesh rope ladder was pulled tight by the huge force, and the half-blood elves who fell on the rope net were even deformed by the mesh, and their ankles were clamped. There were constant screams and wails all around, and many half-blood elves were still stranded on the deck of the Imperial merchant ship. As soon as the chaos appeared, these half-blood elves ran towards the three-masted sailing ship. They didn't care whether there was a sampan or not, and ran directly towards the three-masted sailing ship along the rope net. A large number of gray dwarf robbers suddenly rushed out of the entrance to the next level of the Imperial merchant ship. They rushed to the side of the ship and actually stepped on the rope net to rush towards the three-masted sailing ship. The other 2 Imperial merchant ships that had been staying in place and had not yet been handed over also quickly raised their sails and followed the first Imperial merchant ship towards the port dock. Sabrina couldn't understand the behavior of the gray dwarf robbers, but seeing the gray dwarf robbers rushing over on the rope net, she pulled out the 2 Saruki long swords on her back and took the first step towards the rope net. Her body seemed to be dancing a very mysterious and graceful dance. She was a blade dancer who had completed the second job transfer. She wore the most exquisite magic pattern structure that could be bought in the magic market of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Her body exuded a faint blue halo. When the long sword danced, it transformed into a magnificent trajectory like a colorful ribbon. The shadow of the elven swordsman behind her immediately merged with Sabrina, and the shadow instantly formed a layer of light armor outside Sabrina's body. A group of half-blood elven guards jumped from the side of the ship to the rope net. When they approached Sabrina, a layer of clearly visible light armor would appear on their bodies. This mysterious dance was also learned by Sabrina from Count Amelia Ellington. It is considered the secret sword dance of the Ellington family. Just as the half-blood elven guards rushed onto the rope net, a group of priests also chased out of the ship without hesitation. They chanted prayers and stood by the ship to draw divine patterns as much as they could, so that the blessing magic would fall on the half-blood elven guards. The first to take action were not Sabrina, but the half-blood elf guards standing by the side of the ship holding elven longbows. They quickly pulled the bowstrings and shot the magic arrows in their hands into the gray dwarf robbers, who jumped onto the rope net without hesitation. The gray dwarf robbers were wearing heavy dwarf chain mail. If they were just ordinary arrows, it would be difficult for these arrows to penetrate the heavy armor on the gray dwarf robbers. But the arrows in the quivers of these half-blood elf guards were all magic arrows that Boss Roy bought from the Silver Moon Elf Magic Guild at a high price. The tips of these arrows not only have the 2 magic properties of armor breaking and penetration, but also have the magic of controlling wind on the arrows. Such an arrow costs as much as 1 magic crystal, and this is the preferential price obtained through the great magician Grams. That is to say, a round of volleys by these half-blood elf guards on the ship will cost nearly 100 magic crystals. Of course, the lethality of these magic arrows fully proves that they are worth the money. The arrows hit the dwarf chain mail, and the arrow tips were like inserted into cardboard, quickly piercing the chain mail, and then passed through the light leather lining inside, directly nailing into the flesh of the gray dwarf robbers. Puff, puff, puff. Gray dwarf bandits kept getting shot and falling. Although this magic arrow can penetrate armor, to kill these gray dwarf bandits, you have to shoot them directly in the chest, piercing their hearts with 1 arrow. Otherwise, these gray dwarf bandits, who are full of adrenaline, can still rush forward with their hand axes even if their chain mail is full of arrows. In front of Sabrina is a group of gray dwarf bandits full of adrenaline. They are howling, not feeling any pain at all, and fighting with the half-blood elf guards like crazy. Sabrina swung her sword and cut off the axe handle held by a gray dwarf. The long sword chopped off the shoulder of the gray dwarf bandit, cutting his body in half diagonally. 3 gray dwarves saw their companion being chopped down by Sabrina's sword, and immediately gave up the opponent in front of them, and surrounded Sabrina. The 3 gray dwarves seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. They threw the shorthand axes in their hands at Sabrina, and each axe flew out with almost half a second interval. The long sword in Sabrina's other hand cut off a flying axe. As her body jumped forward, her upper body suddenly flattened, and the second axe almost rubbed her abdomen and flew out flat. The third flying axe was blocked by Sabrina's raised foot, and the axe blade just chopped on the sole of her shoe. But this combat boot made of thorium was very strong, and the flying axe only rubbed a mark on the sole. At this time, 3 gray dwarf bandits had successfully approached Sabrina. They opened their strong arms, and prepared to throw Sabrina onto the rope net. At that time, even if Sabrina had superb martial arts, she could not avoid the close-range attack of the gray dwarf bandits. A huge black shadow swooped down from the sky. The Griffin cavalry happened to be from Sabrina's squadron. He noticed from the sky that the squadron leader Sabrina was rushing to the front. Seeing that the squadron leader was in danger, he immediately locked his target on a gray dwarf bandit in front of Sabrina. Taking advantage of the extreme speed of the dive, the Griffin cavalry fiercely pointed the short flying spear in his hand. At this time, the Griffin had dived to the lowest point, and the short flying spear instantly flew out of his hand. The short flying spear, which reached the extreme speed, was less than 10 meters away from the gray dwarf robber. A silver light fell down, like a flash of lightning. The short flying spear directly pierced the bull helmet on the gray dwarf's head, pierced through his head and body, and finally the tip of the spear appeared from the back. The gray dwarf robber didn't even have time to scream before he fell on his back. The incident happened so suddenly that the Imperial merchant ship was about to sail out of the blizzard area before the Griffin cavalry in the sky reacted. Chapter 841. On the Imperial merchant ship where all the half-blood elves had been transferred, a group of mercenary warriors stood in the captain's room. Holding weapons, they controlled 8 Imperial men including the captain in the rest area. The Imperial merchant Moses' face was pale, and other Imperial merchants were also staring at the mercenaries with fear. Their faces were all bruised and purple, and some merchants' clothes were torn in the tearing just now. The worst Imperial merchant had a bleeding arm and a large blood stain on his sleeve. The leader of the mercenary group, Jais, stood in front of the steering wheel, biting a piece of tobacco in his mouth and howling excitedly. The rest of the mercenaries stayed in the captain's room until several gray dwarves wearing dwarf chain mail kicked open the door of the captain's room and shouted at the leader of the mercenary group in the room, "Jais, why do you want to take action now?" The mercenary leader, chewing tobacco in his mouth, glanced at the gray dwarf leader and said casually, "Samji, you only know how to hide and sleep at the bottom of the ship. You know how cowardly these Imperial merchants are. You shouldn't expect them to cooperate with you in the raid on Kui Island." The mercenary leader, Jia Aic, put down the steering wheel in his hand, pointed to the ceiling and said, "There is a great magician above our heads now. I remember that the king of the hill is best at smashing the heads of these magicians with a warhammer. If he dares to approach us to cast magic, you will smash his head with a warhammer, otherwise we will struggle in his blizzard and may even freeze into ice in the wind and snow." The leader of the gray dwarves turned around and looked at the sea in front of him, pointed to the blue sea, and said to the mercenary leader, "Aren't we about to rush out of the blizzard area? When this merchant ship hits the dock, my people will occupy the K Island dock as soon as possible." The mercenary leader sneered and said, "How could it be so easy?" He handed the rudder to a subordinate, and said to the other mercenaries in the captain's room, "Keep an eye on them, I don't want to see them causing trouble for us." As he said that, he walked out of the captain's room with the gray dwarf leader. The corridor was cold and snowflakes flew in through the door. The two came to the outside of the ship building, and just saw a group of gray dwarves coming out of the cabin. They had occupied most of the deck. There were even gray dwarf warriors, who cried out for the heavy snow falling from the sky. I remember that when I was in Dalong Fortress, it snowed for 8 months a year. I never thought that I could see snowflakes here. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately retorted, "Idiot, this snow is summoned by magic. It doesn't snow here all year round." The 2 gray dwarves immediately broke out into a quarrel. When they saw the gray dwarf leader Sanji walk out of the captain's room, they immediately quieted down. At this time, a pair of Griffin cavalrymen had already caught up with them overhead. "Shield warriors, get ready, the rest of the dwarves, all squat," Sanji shouted in a deep voice. A large group of gray dwarves on the deck squatted down. Their legs were short and thick, and squatting on the deck was no different from sitting. The gray dwarves holding chain shields immediately raised their shields with both hands. "Samji, look ahead." The mercenary leader Jais looked at the flying snow and exclaimed. He jumped onto the crossbar of the main mast, holding the rope with one hand, and pointed at the magic airship in the air with the other hand holding the sword. A large group of Griffin cavalrymen flew over in a huge crowd. Suddenly, they dispersed in the air. A crossbow arrow wrapped with countless frost was shot at the merchant ship. The crossbow arrow kept absorbing the snowflakes around in the air. The Grey Dwarf leader Sanji pulled out a hammer from his waist, and then he shouted loudly. The shadow of a storm dwarf appeared behind him, and the storm dwarf kept the same posture as him. Sanji threw a hammer at the arrow that was shot at him. The warhammer did not even show any trajectory. It disappeared from Sanji's front in an instant. As a lightning bolt fell from the sky, the warhammer just appeared in front of the magic crystal arrow. The magic crystal arrows wrapped with countless ice and snow were smashed directly by the silver warhammer. Countless ice and snow exploded in the air, and these ice and snow crackled in the sea like hail. The Grey Dwarf warriors standing on the Imperial merchant ship immediately cheered. But before their cheers ended, 3 giant magic crossbow arrows were shot out from the magic airship again, also wrapped with a lot of frost and snow. Sanji, stop them quickly, those are magic crystal arrows made by the Silver Moon Elf magicians, with a 3rd-level magic ice engraved on them. Once the ice spikes hit the ship, none of us can withstand it. The mercenary leader, Jais, roared as he climbed up the mast railings in the wind and snow. The leader of the Grey Dwarves also knew the power of this magic crossbow, and quickly took the warhammer from the other Grey Dwarves, and once again gathered a powerful force in his arms, throwing out 3 warhammers in succession. These warhammers disappeared instantly when Jais swung them out, and when a flash of lightning fell, the warhammers appeared out of thin air and hit the magic crystal arrows, instantly stopping the magic crystal arrows in midair. For magic crystal arrows were intercepted in succession, and the half of crew on the magic airship began to hesitate. After all, this kind of magic crystal arrow is expensive, and 4 of them have been wasted. Everyone, don't stop, keep shooting at that merchant ship. Captain Rodhard shouted to the crew on the ship's deck. As the magic crystal arrows continued to fall, the Griffin cavalry in the sky also hid in the wind and snow and dived towards the Imperial merchant ship. After adjusting the angle at high altitude, the Griffins suddenly retracted their open wings, and the entire Griffin rushed towards the Imperial merchant ship like a huge cannonball. When they dived to within 50 meters of the Imperial merchant ship, the cavalrymen threw out the short flying spears in their hands. This short flying spear was specially made by the forging workshop of the Partington Plain. Because these short flying spears were all thrown from high altitude, they were twice as heavy as normal short flying spears, and they also had exaggerated metal tail wings. One after another, the short flying spears fell on the Imperial merchant ship, but the Griffins flew over the merchant ship, and they quickly spread their wings and climbed to the sky. In front of such sharp short flying spears, even the dwarf chain shields carefully crafted by the Grey Dwarves could not completely block them. A short flying spear just happened to be inserted into the dwarf chain shield, and the huge impact force made the Grey Dwarf shield warrior's knees bend, and the right arm tied to the shield made a crisp sound of crackling, and the 2 bones of the forearm were directly cracked by the huge impact force. The shield hit the top of the Grey Dwarf shield warrior's head, and the sound of metal clashing again was heard. The tip of the short flying spear passed through the dwarf chain shield, which was about 3 inches long. The spear tip pierced the helmet of the Grey Dwarf shield warrior, and the Grey Dwarf shield warrior was stunned, and then the whole person fell straight on the deck. At the same time, more than 100 short flying spears fell on the deck. Half of the short flying spears were blocked by the dwarf chain shield, but the Grey Dwarves holding the shields almost all had their arms injured. There were even a few Grey Dwarf shield warriors who were unlucky. After the short flying spears pierced the shield, they also opened fist-sized blood holes on their heads, and the whole person died immediately. In addition, the short flying spears fell all over the deck, some directly pierced the bodies of the Grey Dwarf warriors, and some fell on the deck, making big holes in the deck, and the entire short flying spear disappeared without a trace. There was even a short flying spear stuck in the main mast, and it actually pierced through the main mast with a diameter of half a meter. These Griffin Knights are simply crazy. The Grey Dwarf leader Sanji screamed in anger. He was ready to throw a hammer to hit the Griffin Knights, who were buzzing in the air like smelly flies. But at this moment, the magic airship fired 4 magic crystal arrows at the same time again. These giant crossbow arrows stirred up the wind and snow in the air, and the arrow shafts were full of small ice arrows circling continuously. The face of the mercenary leader Jia Ac was ashen, and it was unknown whether it was because of the cold wind or the giant crossbow arrows in the sky. The Grey Dwarf leader Sanji rubbed his aching right arm and called out the phantom of the Storm Dwarf again. He could only use the lightning power of the Storm Dwarf to accurately smash the warhammer on the magic crystal arrow. After throwing 4 warhammers in succession, the right arm of the Grey Dwarf leader Sanji was swollen, and countless extremely fine blood threads appeared on the surface of the skin, which looked like some capillaries were broken. He kept rubbing his right arm with his left hand. At this time, the fatigue of his right arm had exceeded the maximum limit. He even felt that if he threw the warhammers at such a high load, the tendons in his elbow would probably break. The Grey Dwarf leader's face was slightly red, as if he was drunk, and his whole body was slightly steaming. The snowflakes that fell on him soon turned into steaming hot air. In the air, Kaka, Little Eugene, and another captain of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment gathered 180 Griffin Cavalry above the Imperial merchant ship. After circling in the air, they took out a short flying spear again and started the last dive and throw. Because of such heavy short flying spears, each Griffin Cavalry only brought 2 when they went on a mission. The first one was just thrown out, and the next round of throwing will be forced to raid the merchant ship. In the direction of the dock, for magic airships took off one after another and were heading this way. Several 3-masted sailing ships were also leaving the port. The catapults on the beach east of the dock also threw huge stones into the sky. The leader of the Grey Dwarves, Samji, watched the Griffin Knights swooping down, but he had no way to do anything. He could only shout in the chaos, "Hide quickly, hide away." Unfortunately, he shouted a little too slowly, and the Grey Dwarf bandits had nowhere to hide. The second round of short flying spears harvested the lives of dozens of Grey Dwarf bandits again. Chapter 842. The mercenary leader Jia Asi, who was standing on the main mast, had a cut on his face by a short flying spear. He shouted to the deck angrily, "I finally figured out how this half-blood elf army defeated you. They have the support of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom behind them. The group of Silver Moon Elves have never given up on them. The news of the breakup between the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves is just a cover to deceive you fools. Guys from the Miracle Mercenary Group, get out of here quickly." Jia Asi shouted loudly, and indeed, he called out the mercenaries, who were guarding the Imperial merchants in the captain's room. Then Jia Asi, who was standing on the horizontal bar, made a follow-me gesture to everyone, and then jumped into the sea like a dolphin. The mercenaries who walked out of the captain's room didn't understand what stimulated the boss, but they had already noticed the miserable situation on the deck, and also noticed the short flying spears falling from the sky. Seeing the leader Jia Asi jump into the sea without hesitation, these mercenary warriors did not hesitate at all, and almost immediately abandoned the merchant ship and jumped into the sea continuously. But as they got closer to the cold sea on the top and warm on the bottom, they saw a group of black shadows emerging from the bottom of the sea. They stretched out their strong arms, and specifically grabbed the ankles of these mercenary warriors. These shadows were extremely powerful. Once they grabbed the ankles of the mercenaries, they would dive directly into the depths without waiting for them to resist. Any resistance by the mercenaries in the sea was futile. The violent resistance would make them unconsciously want to breathe. The seawater poured into the lungs from the nasal cavity, and these mercenaries would be completely stunned in the sea. The mercenary leader Jia Asi stabbed a mermaid warrior in armor to death in the sea, and tried to save the lives of other mercenaries. He saw the mercenaries being dragged to the bottom of the sea by the mermaids. Jia tried his best to dive, but he couldn't catch up with the sea monsters. He could only watch his companions disappear in the dark seabed. The mercenary leader Jia ran out of breath, and could only rush out of the sea and breathe hard. He looked at the Imperial merchant ship rushing towards the dock of Kui Island, and wiped the seawater off his face. At this moment, Jia really wanted to drown himself. Who would have thought that there was a group of sea monsters hiding in the sea? When did these half-blood elves collude with the sea monsters? Jia looked up and watched the snowflakes falling on the sea. The group of Griffin cavalrymen had already started preparing for the third dive and throw. The magic airship chasing from behind even fired the third round of magic crystal arrows. 15 minutes ago, the mercenary leader Jia was still full of passion. He was ready to show the art of war at the dock of Kui Island. Unfortunately, before the merchant ship arrived at the port dock, he was in such a mess that he looked like an old dog who had lost his home. Seeing the 2 rounds of attacks by the Griffin cavalrymen in the sky, the Imperial merchant Moses finally remembered what Darwin reminded him of. "I thought Darwin's warning was just to let me abide by the rules between merchants. Now it seems that the merchant Darwin didn't want to make a fool of himself. In fact, he was already very conservative." Seeing the strong strength of the half-blood elf army on K Island, he immediately cancelled the plan to attack the dock of K Island. Moses even wanted to send the half-blood elves on the ship to K Island and run away with 5 Imperial merchant ships. Because his behavior has angered the owner of K Island, Boss Roy. In the morning, he saw Boss Roy coming to his merchant ship with Griffin cavalry, and he had a premonition that the situation was not good. The Naga tribe in the Endless Sea, the Silver Moon Elves in the Queen Uini Islands, and the Orc tribe in the Mensa Plains were all unable to defeat this group of nomadic Grey Dwarf bandits, who liked to pester others, but it was clear that this half-elf army had a way to deal with these grey dwarves. The mercenaries in the captain's room had already jumped off the ship and fled, and the grey dwarves were still waiting on the deck to be slaughtered. The Imperial merchants gathered in the captain's room and gained a brief freedom. The Imperial crew on the ship also quietly moved towards the captain's room. Now no place on the ship was safe. The silver-haired merchant from the Empire, who was beaten black and blue by the mercenaries, said with a tangled face, "If we raise our hands and surrender now, do you think these half-blood elves will spare our lives?" Several merchants looked at each other. The grey dwarf warriors hiding in the merchant ship had already run out, and the battle had already started. Is there any need to think about this? The losing party can only wait to be slaughtered. Another merchant from the Empire took the opportunity to say, "I heard that the half-blood elves like to call him Boss Roy. Does this mean that everything can be discussed as a business? As long as we can offer a good price, maybe we can survive." The silver-haired Empire merchant thought about it and said, "Once we are captured, everything on the ship will no longer belong to us, so we must use the wealth outside the merchant ship to impress Boss Roy. No matter what. We have to try it." Just when several Empire merchants were discussing in the captain's room what price they would have to pay to save their lives after the failure of this battle, for magic crystal arrows on the Empire merchant ship exploded at the same time. A large amount of ice chips and extremely cold mist instantly filled the entire deck. Not only was the entire deck covered with a thick layer of frost and snow, but the entire merchant ship was repeatedly covered with a thick layer of frost. The cold air that burst out after the magic crystal arrow exploded seemed to freeze the entire ship. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Only a breeze blew, dispersing the cold mist on the deck. All the grey dwarves wearing dwarf chain mail on the deck were wrapped in a thick layer of frost. Their bodies were all stiff in place. Under the cover of frost and snow, they could barely maintain their original appearance, but their whole bodies became swollen in an instant. The grey dwarf leader Sanji got out of the freezing immediately. Although he was covered with thick ice chips and his hands and feet were a little stiff, he could run freely on the deck. The group of guards following him also quickly freed themselves from the frozen stiff state, and they all went to rescue their frozen companions. The grey dwarf leader Sanji looked up at the magic airship in the sky again. What made him completely desperate was that the whale-hunting crossbow on the side of the magic airship shot out 4 magic crystal arrows again. At this time, not only was his entire right arm powerless, but his left arm and legs were also shaking slightly. The 4th round of magic crystal arrows exploded on the Imperial merchant ship, covering the merchant ship, which was already covered with a thick layer of frost and snow, with another layer of ice crystals. Until this moment, the magic crystal arrow showed its original power. It was the kind of arrow that could freeze everything into ice crystals. The grey dwarf leader Sanji shook violently, and an invisible force burst out around his body, shattering the frost and snow covering him. He staggered on the thick ice crystals on the deck. A whistling sound came again above his head. A large group of Griffin cavalry dived towards the Imperial merchant ship. Sanji squinted his eyes, waiting desperately for the short-flying spears to fall, but this time the Griffin cavalry did not continue to throw the short-flying spears, but swooped down on the Griffins. The Griffins didn't slow down until they hit the deck. The sound of ice and wood breaking, accompanied by countless explosions, filled the eardrums of the grey dwarf leader Sanji. A black shadow appeared above his head, and he was even powerless to stop it. He could only watch the black shadow hit him, and then his eyes went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 843. The Griffin cavalrymen with iron wills were like large cannonballs that crashed onto the Imperial merchant ship. The Griffin's body turned into steel, and instantly smashed through the deck of the Imperial merchant ship. Countless grey dwarves wrapped in frost were smashed to pieces by the huge impact force. If there was only one Griffin cavalryman, perhaps this collision would not form a suppressive advantage on the merchant ship's deck. Perhaps before the Griffin and the half-blood elf cavalry could stand out from the broken deck, they would be chopped off their heads by an axe from the grey dwarves on the deck. But now, 180 Griffin cavalrymen dived towards the Imperial merchant ship at the same time. When they activated their iron will, the moment they hit the deck of the entire merchant ship made a devastating explosion. A large amount of white frost was raised on the deck of the entire Imperial merchant ship, and the deck of the entire hull was completely broken and collapsed. The half-blood elves and the Griffins fell into the lower cabin together. The deck of the hull became a ruin. The lower deck was the cabin, which was built in small compartments. Many Griffin cavalrymen were trapped in these small cabins. A large amount of frost and snow filled the deck. While the ice was everywhere, the Griffin riders quickly stood up from the snow. Holding swords and shields, they dealt with all the Grey Dwarf bandits, who were dying from the collision. The Grey Dwarf leader Samji was awakened by a chill. When he woke up in the ruins, the white frost and air were still not completely dissipated in front of him. A long sword stabbed at him from the side, and he subconsciously wanted to block it with his right arm, but he felt that his right arm had been swollen and could no longer move. At this time, the elf sword pierced Samji's neck. Samji's neck quickly turned into a stone, and there were even mottled marks of rock on it. But the elf sword was one step faster, and the tip of the sword cut his throat, and a stream of blood spurted out. He widened his eyes, and felt the power in his body quickly draining away. A second-level strongman, who was about to become the king of the hill, died on the Imperial merchant ship in such a miserable way. The half-blood elf guard, who killed Samji, was the most ordinary elf warrior in the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. The first moment he crawled out of the ruins, he saw a sturdy Grey Dwarf warrior open his eyes from the ice and snow and sit up. So he tried his best, and stabbed the sturdy Grey Dwarf in the neck with a sword. Although the Grey Dwarf leader Samji covered his neck with his hands, blood continued to flow out through his fingers. He stared at the half-blood elf warrior angrily, and wanted to smash his head with a hammer, but his body had already completely disobeyed his command. The griffin following behind the half-blood elf warrior flapped its huge wings, stretched out a steel claw, and suddenly stepped forward, stepping on the Grey Dwarf leader Samji under its feet, and its sharp and hard beak fiercely pecked at Samji's forehead. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on Samji's forehead, which had already been petrified. At the same time, on the ruins of the Imperial merchant ship, other Grey Dwarf bandits also fell in a pool of blood. The blood dyed the ruins of the ship red. Less than 200 Griffin cavalrymen actually controlled the situation on the deck. A group of Griffin cavalrymen surrounded the entrance to the lower second floor. Whenever a Grey Dwarf bandit rushed out with a shield, he would be chopped to the ground by the half-blood elf guards guarding outside. At the same time, more than 20 half-blood elf warriors held longbows and surrounded the entrance of the passage. Grey Dwarf bandits kept rushing out, and before they could see the appearance of the half-blood elf guards clearly, the blood had already covered their eyes. The other two Imperial merchant ships that were transferring half-blood elves were in even greater chaos. The two Imperial merchant ships were surrounded by 4 three-masted sailing ships. They tried to break out of the three-masted sailing ships, but they were tied with ropes and nets, and could not be separated at all. At this time, Sabrina led a large number of half-blood elf guards to the deck of the Imperial merchant ship. Among these half-blood elf guards, there were also several priests of the Knights Templar. From time to time, a holy light would flash in the team. A light shield appeared on the half-blood elf guards surrounding Sabrina, and halos continued to appear under their feet. The half-blood elves on the Imperial merchant ship screamed in panic, and the deck of the merchant ship was in chaos. A large number of half-blood elves scrambled to escape to the three-masted sailing ship. Many half-blood elves were crowded on the net ropes, and some half-blood elves were pushed into the sea. The Grey Dwarf robbers on the ship rushed out of the bottom cabin and entangled with the half-blood elf guards. Originally, in the cognition of the Grey Dwarf robbers, although the elves had excellent martial arts and were well equipped, their biggest weakness was fear of death. As long as they put on a desperate posture, the elves would generally retreat. In addition, the Grey Dwarf bandits are much stronger than the elves in terms of strength. This is the suppression of racial talent, which is a limit that the elves can never break through. The Grey Dwarf bandits also rely on these 2 points to easily gain an advantage in the battle with the elves. And the elves will also rely on flexible and changeable tactics to constantly deal with the Grey Dwarves and look for the flaws of the Grey Dwarves. But this battle is different. The Grey Dwarf bandits rushed up from under the deck. Although the warhammers in their hands blocked the long swords of the half-blood elf guards, the shields in their hands could not block the full-strength war spears. The half-blood elf holding the war spear suddenly thrust out the war spear, which was blocked by a dwarf chain shield. The Grey Dwarf bandit, who was about to rush out of the passage, was pushed back by a powerful force and fell among a group of Grey Dwarves. As arrows shot into the merchant ship's deck door, the Grey Dwarf robbers in the passage immediately retreated. The half-blood elf guards with blessing magic killed the Grey Dwarf robbers on the merchant ship and defeated them step by step. After they lost the entrance to the deck passage, the half-blood elf guards tried to re-enter the corridor on the lower deck, but were blocked by the Grey Dwarf robbers. "How many half-blood elves are there in the cabin below?" Sabrina asked, holding 2 bloody Surluki swords and pulling out an Imperial crew member from the corner. The Imperial crew member replied with a bitter face, "There should be 200 or 300 half-blood elves." They didn't come out completely, and the group of Grey Dwarves rushed out. She jumped to the second floor of the ship with her long legs. With an elegant flip, she stood on the top of the ship with great flexibility and whistled to the sky. A snow-white griffin appeared from the edge of the sky, plunged into the wind and snow, and soon rushed to Sabrina. Sabrina turned over and rode on the griffin. The griffin stepped on the top of the ship with its claws, spread its wings, and then took off. The white griffin took Sabrina directly into the sky. With the appearance of Sabrina, the griffin cavalry wandering in the sky gathered behind Sabrina. Sabrina made a gesture in the sky, and the griffin riders formed a formation and followed Sabrina, diving into the snowstorm with her. The griffin under Sabrina folded its wings, and it was like a white snowball falling from the sky. Under the gaze of the half-blood elf guards, the white snowball hit the deck of the Imperial merchant ship, and the deck collapsed suddenly, with countless broken wooden boards flying everywhere. A few seconds later, Sabrina climbed out of the damaged hole with the white griffin. She patted the white griffin's neck and let it fly back to the sky. Then she waved her hand in the sky, signaling the griffin cavalry to rush down again. 7 griffin cavalrymen successively activated Iron Will and dived down, finally breaking a big hole in the deck of the Imperial merchant ship. Sabrina personally led a squadron of half-blood elf guards and jumped in. She touched the lower 2-story cabin, which was filled with a strong sour smell. Some half-blood elves gathered towards the hole in fear, and the half-blood elf guards on the deck sent down the ladder. Sabrina walked quickly towards the entrance of the lower second-floor cabin, and a team of half-blood elf guards followed her with murderous intent. At the same time, an elf guard shouted to the cabin in Elvish, "Everyone go this way, and climb up this ladder." After arranging the tasks of each combat team in the mine guard camp, Roy hurriedly left the camp. The sound of the horn of the battle came from the direction of the Coral Reef Sea. Roy sighed. The group of Imperial merchants couldn't help it after all. Originally, he wanted to transfer all the half-blood elves to Kauai Island before starting the battle, but he didn't expect that the other party couldn't wait to start. Running through the woods, the first batch of half-blood elves from the Empire merchant ship had arrived at the dock. They stood on the dock, also curiously looking towards the coral orange sea. Roy ran to the dock, and Moira saw Roy and immediately chased him and asked, "What happened?" Moira stood in front of Roy. Roy said, as he ran, "The Empire merchants brought a group of gray dwarves, and these gray dwarf bandits fought with Sabrina and her friends on the merchant ship." Moira looked up at the magic airships and griffin cavalry over the distant Coral Reef Sea, and she didn't understand why the gray dwarf bandits chose to start a war at this time. She followed Roy to the dock, and Roy did not stop her. Wendy stood on the terrace of the coconut house. Although the dock was in chaos, she pretended to be calm and hung the washed clothes on the clothesline. A row of griffin cavalrymen were parked on the chaotic dock. Roy asked a griffin cavalryman to take her to the battlefield on the other side of the Coral Reef Sea. Moira grabbed a griffin cavalryman and asked him to follow Roy. The griffin cavalryman did not dare to disobey orders, and quickly took Moira to chase after him. Flying a little closer, Roy realized that it was snowing heavily in the entire Coral Reef Sea, and the figure of the great magician Grams was vaguely standing on the bow of the magic airship. Although an Imperial merchant ship had rushed out of the ice and snow area, the entire ship was almost completely wrapped in frost. The deck was a ruin, and a group of griffin cavalry were fighting bloody battles on the ship. Roy didn't think twice, patted the griffin cavalry on the shoulder, and signaled him to come down. Chapter 844. Roy jumped down from the position behind the griffin cavalry and landed steadily on the frost-covered Imperial merchant ship, with his feet stepping into the thick snow. At this time, the gray dwarf warriors who rushed out from the bottom cabin had gradually recaptured the back half of the Imperial merchant ship. There were less than 200 griffin cavalry on this merchant ship, and there were at least 500 gray dwarf bandits rushing out from the bottom cabin. Since they had been hiding in the bottom cabin before, they were not affected by the magic crystal arrow's quick freezing ice explosion. They waited until the griffin cavalry boarded the ship and turned the deck into a ruin before coming out. They rushed out from the bottom cabin under the rain of arrows, and relying on their large numbers, they immediately caught the griffin cavalry off guard. The advantage they had previously occupied was quickly taken back by the gray dwarf bandits, and Kaka and little Eugene could only retreat to the bow with the remaining griffin cavalry. Without the blessing of the priest, the griffin cavalry seemed to have a hard time fighting the gray dwarf bandits, and could only rely on their excellent armor to barely remain undefeated. Roy appeared on this Imperial merchant ship at this time. The griffin cavalry saw Roy flying from the sky with reinforcements. They burst out all their potential at once, not only blocking a round of attacks by the gray dwarf bandits, but also forcing them back to the vicinity of the ship's tower. Roy landed on the Imperial merchant ship, and the morale of the griffin cavalry was high. Seeing Roy holding the Book of Judgment in one hand and the flail in the other, everyone gathered around Roy. Roy jumped down from the air, immediately opened the Book of Judgment, and threw a small silver hammer out of the book. In the holy light, the silver hammer pierced a Grey Dwarf bandit's chest. The Grey Dwarf bandit spurted blood and fell on his back. The other Grey Dwarves were so scared that they retreated frequently. Roy stood in front of all the Griffin cavalry with a flail, and the golden sacred tree quietly appeared behind Roy. Flowers of light fell from the treetops. In the eyes of everyone, beams of light formed and continued to fall on the surrounding Griffin cavalry. Some new blessing halos appeared under the feet of these Griffin cavalry, and the wounds of some injured Griffin cavalry were also healing rapidly. Roy had just discovered a few days ago that after he summoned the holy tree, the blessing spell could be completed with the power of the holy tree. In other words, when Roy casts blessing spells while the holy tree's light flower blooms, the consumption of holy light power will be reduced to the lowest point. At the same time, the blessing spell cast by the holy tree also has a weak healing and purification effect, which is very powerful. According to the explanation of Captain Jarowin, the prayer in the 4th level blessing spell has 4 blessings at the same time, and can also eliminate some negative emotions. A layer of light golden holy light appeared on Roy's body. The look he gave the Grey Dwarves made the Grey Dwarves feel a little flustered. The Grey Dwarves knew that if they didn't find a way to fight their way out, they might not be able to escape. A large group of Grey Dwarves roared at the same time. They raised their war hammers and short axes and rushed towards Roy and the Griffin cavalry. The magic pattern structure on Roy's body flashed with light blue magic light. As a new round of enhancement effects fell on Roy, his strength, speed, and physical strength continued to increase, and Roy felt that he was full of endless strength. Clear mind, weakened pain, petrified skin, dragon scale shield. The protective spells on this series of magic pattern constructs were all activated. Grace Walder's magic pattern constructs almost armed Roy to the teeth. The layers of shields were like thick turtle shells. Roy led the Griffin cavalry forward, and the Grey Dwarf bandits threw their flying axes. In the chaos, 3 flying axes flew towards Roy. Roy didn't even have time to raise the Book of Judgment in his hand, and the axe came in front of him. With 3 consecutive dull collisions, the 3 flying axes were all blocked by the dragon scale shield. The transparent light shield hidden in the air only flashed 3 times in a row. Roy was so frightened that his heart was pounding, and he saw the flying axes falling on the tattered deck. Roy threw the flail in his hand at a Grey Dwarf robber, and the Grey Dwarf robber was forced to parry. A holy light bullet flew out of the flail, and exploded in front of the Grey Dwarf robber's chest. The surrounding Grey Dwarf robbers were also blown away by the holy light bullet. The Griffin cavalry followed Roy, and swung the elven long sword at the Grey Dwarf robber, who rushed up. With Roy in the front and new reinforcements joining, the battle situation on the merchant ship reversed again. The Griffin cavalry quickly cleared the Grey Dwarves on the Imperial merchant ship. When they rushed to the ship's tower, they found that there were still several Imperial merchants hiding in the captain's room. They were sure that the Griffin cavalry had forced their way in, and they all stood by the wall with pitiful expressions. They had been beaten by the Grey Dwarves and the mercenaries, and looked very miserable. Now the most visible thing in their eyes was panic. Roy just glanced at the Imperial merchants and shouted to the Griffin cavalry, "Keep them under control first, and the rest of the guards will rush to the bottom cabin with me. We must fight quickly." The Griffin cavalry responded. Roy led the Griffin cavalry into the bottom cabin in one breath. Some of the Grey Dwarf warriors died inexplicably. They didn't even do anything, but blood began to ooze out of their bodies, and soon fainted and fell down. Moira cut the heart tubes of more than a dozen Grey Dwarf bandits in succession, and then she found out. When Roy was fighting, there was a vague figure hiding in his shadow, helping him to guard behind. Until all the Grey Dwarf warriors on this Imperial merchant ship were cleared, the figure sank into the darkness again. Moira hurriedly chased after it, only to find that it was Leah. She squatted in an inconspicuous corner, her body almost translucent. Leah looked up at Moira, forced a smile at her, and then panted and quietly recovered her strength here. "You have been following him all the time?" Leah nodded, but did not speak. When she was fighting with Roy just now, the dazzling sunlight dispelled a lot of the dark aura on her body, making her body a little exhausted. While cleaning the battlefield, Moira also sat down in this corner. The two watched the Griffin cavalrymen cleaning up the bodies of the Grey Dwarf bandits on the merchant ship. After a short rest, the Griffin cavalrymen who were still able to fight had to rush into the blizzard again to rescue the half-blood elves on other Imperial merchant ships. At this time, 2 Imperial merchant ships in the blizzard were entangled by 4 three-masted sailing ships. The half-blood elf guards on the ship were cleaning up the Grey Dwarf bandits. There were only some traces of the battle left on the deck. Some unarmed half-blood elves really fled to the three-masted sailing ship. It seems that Sabrina and the half-blood elf guards have successfully controlled the Imperial merchant ship. At present, the half-blood elf guards have already attacked the interior of the hull and started fighting with the Grey Dwarfs. The other two Imperial merchant ships were affected by the blizzard and have been frozen in the sea by magic crystal arrows. It is unknown how many magic crystal arrows the magic airship in the air shot out to make the 200-meter-long Imperial merchant ships lose their ability to sail and completely freeze in the sea. Roy did not hesitate too much and took the Griffin cavalry to support the Imperial merchant ship where Sabrina was. He planned to clean up the Imperial merchant ship here first, and then deal with the other two Imperial merchant ships frozen in the sea. Chapter 845. Just when the Grey Dwarf bandits in the Coral Reef area were in a tough fight, 23-masted sailing ships appeared in the sea east of K Island. These three-masted sailing ships were blown towards K Island by the southwest wind, and they drew white lines on the sea. The sailing ships did not slow down when approaching K Island. The Grey Dwarf captain standing in the captain's room saw the long seawall across the coastline, held the steering wheel tightly, pushed open the glass window, and shouted to the Grey Dwarf crew on the deck, "Pull the sails, we rush over." The 5 three-masted sailing ships at the front directly crashed into the seawall. All the crew members stood beside the side of the ship, holding onto the handrails on the side of the ship tightly. The 5 sailing ships were pushed by the sea breeze and crashed directly into the seawall. The huge impact force caused the hard bronze argali horns on the bow to directly hit the gabion of the seawall. The nearly 70-meter-long three-masted sailing ship directly inserted the argali horns on the bow into the stone wall. Then the bow moved on the foundation stone of the seawall, the bronze argali horns were raised high, the huge hull tilted, and the front third of the three-masted sailing ship rushed out of the sea directly and pressed on the gap in the seawall. The Grey Dwarf robbers on the ship held onto the handrails tightly, but were still lifted into the air by the huge impact force and fell heavily on the deck. It was not until the three-masted sailboat stopped that the Grey Dwarf bandits climbed up from the deck with great pain. They saw that the three-masted sailboat had hit the seawall, and they jumped from the three-masted sailboat to the seawall. At this time, the Griffin cavalry from the K Island pier to the east of the island were still on the way to support. On the seawall not far away, only some Highland headhunters were reinforcing the seawall. When they saw the three-masted sailboat on the sea, they thought it was a half-blood elf driving a sailboat in the surrounding waters. It was not until these three-masted sailing ships rushed to the seawall that the Highland headhunters realized something was wrong. 5 three-masted sailing ships rushed to the seawall, and a large number of Grey Dwarf robbers rushed down from the ships, holding weapons in their hands and killing along the seawall. The Highland headhunters suddenly realized that they had no way to escape on the seawall, and they could only fight to the death to have a glimmer of hope. These Highland headhunters holding hammers, chisels, and crowbars also had red eyes at this moment. They were originally a group of hunters with a strong desire to fight. Seeing the Grey Dwarf robbers howling and killing them, they also roared wildly. In order for the headhunters to work well, the half-blood elves had already untied the shackles on their hands. Although the shackles between their legs were not removed, the chain between the shackles was very long and did not affect their walking. The fully armed Grey Dwarf robbers rushed over, but only 5 people were allowed to walk side by side on the seawall. The 2 sides collided on the seawall, and only the dozen warriors in the front could attack each other. The Grey Dwarf robbers hit the headhunters with war hammers, and those headhunters also fought back desperately with stone chiseling hammers. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, more than a dozen headhunters had their heads smashed by the Grey Dwarf bandits, and their bodies fell on the seawall, and were immediately trampled under the feet of the Grey Dwarf bandits. The Highland headhunters squeezed in the back howled, and did not retreat a step. They took advantage of the Grey Dwarf bandits swinging their hammers, and smashed the Grey Dwarf bandits with their hammers. For a while, many Grey Dwarf bandits were also smashed and lying on the seawall. This was the first time that the Grey Dwarf bandits fought against the headhunters. For these foreign races whose fighting will was not weaker than that of the tribal orcs, the Grey Dwarf warriors caused huge casualties to the headhunters, but their own casualties were also serious. The melee on the seawall began to spread to the shallows. At this time, more Highland headhunters emerged from the reef area. They were mining rocks in the reef area not far away. Some people saw the fight on the seawall and immediately came to support this side. The Highland headhunters howled while running, and the strong fighting spirit also broke out in this howl. A large number of Grey Dwarf bandits rushed from the seawall into the shallows, and then the 2 sides started a bloody battle on the eastern beach of Kui Island. This group of Highland headhunters, who had been suppressed in the prisoner of war concentration camp for several years, finally found an emotional outlet. Although the price seemed a bit high, the plateau headhunters still rushed forward like crazy. Plateau headhunters continued to fall in the shallow sea, their blood dyed a large area of the sea red, and their bodies were soaked in the sea. The Grey Dwarf bandits also suffered a certain degree of casualties, but the number of Grey Dwarf bandits killed in the battle was far less than that of the plateau headhunters. In the jungle less than 500 meters away from the beach battlefield, there were some elf outposts hidden, and each outpost had a half-blood elf team. When they saw a group of 3-masted sailboats rushing towards the seawall, they fired a magic flare into the sky for help. Originally, they were waiting for the Grey Dwarf bandits to sneak into the edge of the jungle, so they would shoot 2 rounds of arrows with bows and arrows to teach these Grey Dwarf bandits a lesson. But they never expected that these Grey Dwarves would rush to the seawall and actually fight with the Highland Headhunters first. And these Highland Headhunters also showed their bloodiness. Without a piece of armor on their bodies, they actually fought with the Grey Dwarves wearing chain mail with their flesh and blood. Seeing the blood flowing on the beach, the half-blood elf guards hiding in the jungle had a little respect for the plateau headhunters for the first time. No wonder these plateau headhunters were able to become the overlords of the Pagisto Plateau and chase the half-blood elves on the plateau everywhere. If it weren't for Boss Roy stepping out to drive them away, the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau would still be living somewhere else. A half-blood elf guard standing on the top of the tree canopy and responsible for observation shouted excitedly to the half-blood elf patrol team in the tree canopy, "Captain, look at the sky over there. It seems to be our Griffin cavalry." A half-elf guard captain, who was standing on a horizontal branch and observing the beach battlefield, looked up and said in confusion, "This place is at least 20 kilometers away from the dock. How did they come so quickly? How many Griffin cavalrymen came?" The half-elf guard shouted again, "It's a large group. There should be hundreds of Griffin cavalrymen. Captain, look." He pointed to the sky in the distance. The half-elf guard captain saw the dense Griffin cavalrymen in the sky through the gaps between the leaves. They were like a dark cloud passing over the sea, flying towards this side rapidly. The Grey Dwarf bandits on the beach obviously noticed these Griffin cavalrymen, and there were still more Grey Dwarf bandits rushing down from the 3-masted sailing ships. These 23-masted sailing ships brought more than 30,000 Grey Dwarf bandits. There were only more than 7,000 Grey Dwarf bandits fighting with the Highland Headhunters on the beach, but they had firmly grasped the situation at this moment and surrounded more than 5,000 Highland Headhunters on the beach. Every moment, Headhunters continued to fall into the blood-stained sea water. As the loud and high-pitched cries of the Griffins came, a large number of Grey Dwarf bandits began to cross the beach and rush into the jungle. The guards in the half-blood elf outposts at the edge of the jungle had found the best blocking position, and almost every one of them had an elven longbow. Seeing the Grey Dwarf bandits approaching, they all shot out the magic arrows in their hands. These magic arrows were of course from the generosity of Boss Roy. In fact, Roy had long discovered that ordinary arrows had very limited lethality to the Grey Dwarves wearing chain mail. This time, he captured Quay Island at the suggestion of Mrs. Nancy, which was equivalent to snatching a piece of fat meat from the Grey Dwarves. Considering that the Grey Dwarves would definitely retaliate, in order to defeat these Grey Dwarf bandits, Roy decisively paid for a large number of magic arrows from the Magic Guild of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. These magic arrows have 2 magic effects, penetration and armor breaking. There are only a dozen arrows in a round. However, these arrows are very secretive, and they all fly out suddenly from the dense leaves. By the time the running Grey Dwarfs find the arrows, it is too late to hide. These tricky arrows are shot at the Grey Dwarfs. If they don't penetrate the eyes or hit the heart, it is almost difficult to cause a fatal blow to the Grey Dwarfs. Moreover, the half-blood elf team was set up as a sentry post in the east of the island after all. When encountering a large number of enemies, they did not need to defend the place to the death. The half-blood elf guards only shot 2 rounds of arrows, and then moved from the treetops to the depths of the dense forest. At this time, hundreds of Griffin cavalrymen in the sky had already arrived above the beach. Captain Teprado saw the Grey Dwarf bandits rushing to the beach in a line, pulled out a short flying spear from the weapon rack behind him, and then blew the whistle in his mouth vigorously. Woo! All the Griffin cavalrymen stared at Captain Teprado, and saw him rushing towards the gap in the seawall that was broken by the 3-masted sailboat. The Griffin cavalrymen followed him one after another, each holding a short flying spear in his hand. Then they dived towards the place where the Grey Dwarf bandits were particularly dense. On the 3-masted sailboat, where the Grey Dwarf bandits were, Machio followed behind all the Grey Dwarf bandits. He was wearing heavy plate armor, like a tin can, and the helmet with the horns of the Snowman King hung on his belt. As he stepped forward, it hit his skirt armor with a clang. He was a second-level warrior, holding a metal shield thicker than a door in his right hand. As the highest commander of the fleet heading south, Machio was a little confused. There was a large island in front of him with a coastline of dozens of kilometers for landing, but he couldn't find out any information about the island. At first, he thought that the Grey Dwarf scouts, who quietly landed on the island, were all idiots, but there were as many as 100 Grey Dwarf scouts sent out, and still no one could bring back information about Kui Island. Machio began to suspect that there was a half-blood elf inside the Grey Dwarf army. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he still had no clue. So he used the close relationship he had established with the Imperial merchants before, and asked them to transport the Grey Dwarf vanguard to the dock of K Island in advance. But it was obvious that the Imperial merchants were unreliable. The battle that should have started last night was delayed until this morning. In order to recapture K Island, the Grey Dwarf army had to land on the island to fight. Although Machio knew that this was not the most appropriate time, he had no choice. At this time, what he needed to do was to strike a thunderbolt at the half-blood elves on K Island. They were the Grey Dwarf reinforcements coming from the north, but when they arrived here, they found that the Grey Dwarves near K Island had been frightened by the half-blood elves, and they didn't even have the courage to participate in this battle. Machio brought 30,000 Grey Dwarves from the north, and barely gathered 5,000 Grey Dwarves from nearby pirates. He thought that there should be only tens of thousands of half-blood elves guarding K Island. In terms of combat effectiveness, the Grey Dwarf warriors are much stronger than the elf guards. In this way, as long as a perfect raid can be completed, his army of Grey Dwarves can defeat the elven army on the island in one fell swoop. He looked at the dense griffin cavalry in the sky, frowned and cursed. Damn it, there are so many griffin knights on the island. Why didn't anyone tell me? No wonder these half-blood elves can occupy K Island. It turns out that they have a powerful air force. Pass my order, let the team speed up. We have to rush into the jungle before these griffin cavalry launch the most fierce attack on us. The griffins in the sky can't fight in the jungle. We have to take back the underground castle on the island before dark. The leader of the Grey Dwarves, Machio, said to the herald beside him. Yes, Commander. The herald beside him immediately chased forward, relaying Machio's orders over and over again. These Grey Dwarves had strong execution ability, and the team's running speed increased significantly. Even the Grey Dwarves who were fighting with the aliens on the beach began to prepare to rush into the jungle. When the griffin cavalry in the sky passed by the shallow battlefield, they casually threw a round of short flying spears. These Grey Dwarf bandits had no idea what the griffin cavalry were holding. Although they knew that there were griffin cavalry flying in the sky, they were powerless to stop them, as they could not throw their flying axes that high. They did not even think that the griffin cavalry would attack them, because there were still many foreign races on the battlefield, and an indiscriminate throwing attack from a high altitude would inevitably injure those foreign warriors without a piece of armor. Just when the Grey Dwarf bandits thought that the griffin cavalry would not attack them, those short flying spears had already fallen from the sky. A short flying spear fell beside the Grey Dwarf bandit like lightning. It dived into the sea water in a flash, without even a shadow. The Grey Dwarf robber only felt a cool breeze blowing down from the top of his head. The other Grey Dwarf robber was not so lucky. Just as he raised the short-hand axe in his hand, and was about to chop off the head of the alien in front of him, a black shadow fell from the sky, and the tip of the short flying spear just pierced into his right shoulder. The powerful penetrating power directly made the short flying spear penetrate the shoulder armor, and the tip of the spear broke his collarbone, and then rushed into the chest cavity, crushing the heart and lungs. A blood mist dispersed, and the short flying spear that fell from the sky broke the right arm of the Grey Dwarf warrior at the shoulder, and the entire chest cavity exploded, and then the tip of the spear came out from his lower back. The Grey Dwarf warrior disappeared in an instant. At the same time, hundreds of short flying spears fell from the sky, and at least 300 Grey Dwarf warriors were pierced by these short flying spears, and fell on the beach. Chapter 846. In order to control the slave trade in the west coast of the Elven continent, the Grey Dwarves not only formed an alliance with the Siren in the Lost Sea, but also occupied all the islands in the sea area of Kui Island from the Naga Sea clan. The Grey Dwarves who gradually gained a foothold in Kui Island were not satisfied with only controlling the waters of Kui Island. They set their sights on the first line of defense on the west coast of the Elven continent, the Queen Iveni Islands. In the past 10 years, although the Silver Moon Elves with the Silver Pegasus Knights have always occupied the Queen Iveni Islands, they have also been harassed by the Grey Dwarf bandits. Especially in recent years, with the help of the Sirens, the Grey Dwarf bandits even successfully occupied some of the outer islands of the Queen Iveni Islands. Unfortunately, these islands were basically not preserved and were taken back by the elves one after another. In the recent battles in the Queen Iveni Islands, the Grey Dwarfs have been repeatedly damaged. Even if the Sirens summoned a lot of fog in the waters of the Queen Ivani Islands, they could not take the Queen Ivani Island from the hands of the Silver Pegasus Knights of the Silver Moon Elves. Machio felt that from that time on, the Grey Dwarfs living in the waters of K Island slowly began to lose their moments of glory. These Grey Dwarfs began to suffer setbacks frequently in front of the Elven army. By the time he led the fleet to reinforce the waters of K Island, the Grey Dwarfs of K Island had lost nearly 100,000 Grey Dwarf warriors in the battle with the Silver Moon Elves, and almost 100 of their most precious three-masted sailing ships were also lost. The loss of a large number of three-masted sailing ships was the most unacceptable loss for the Grey Dwarfs, because the homeland of the Grey Dwarfs in the north of the Elven continent has now become a battlefield, and the two largest Grey Dwarf cities have become ruins in the war. The big demons in the flaming hell entered the homeland of the Grey Dwarfs through the portal of the Demon Warlock. The Grey Dwarfs could not stop the demon army, and could only abandon the Grey Dwarf cities with a long history. The Grey Dwarfs could not stop the demon army of the flaming hell. As their neighbors, the tribal orcs on the Mensa Plains would naturally not just guard the border line. In fact, when the first city of the Grey Dwarfs was captured by the Demon Legion, the Wolf Riders of the Horde Orcs crossed the snow-capped mountains to the north and entered the territory of the Grey Dwarfs. In addition, the Dwarf Kingdom, which is separated from the Grey Dwarfs by a frozen sea, also sent a 500,000-strong Dwarf Legion. Although the Grey Dwarfs have always been called bandits, they are also part of the Dwarf tribe after all. The Dwarf Kingdom, adhering to the Brotherhood, led the Dwarf army to support them. Because the Dwarves and Orcs reinforced the Grey Dwarfs at the same time, the Grey Dwarfs had a great buffer period. Their battle with the Flaming Hell Demon Legion was also sometimes good and sometimes bad. Some of the Grey Dwarfs stayed to guard their homes, while others sailed south to find a new home. At the best time, the three-party coalition of Grey Dwarfs, Dwarves, and tribal orcs even reached the Gate of Hell. Unfortunately, a Grey Dwarf general stole a batch of valuable magic weapons with Hextech technology belonging to the Dwarf Kingdom at that time. The three-party coalition lost the most basic trust overnight, and could only fight on their own. The Flaming Hell Demon Army took the opportunity to recapture one-third of the Grey Dwarfs' territory. Because the orcs participated in this war, the elves, who were the orcs' mortal enemies, did not want to participate in this war. The Plain War broke out in the Green Empire, and it was even more busy. Nearly half of the Grey Dwarfs' northern homeland was occupied by demons, and the rest of the place was basically destroyed. Most of the Grey Dwarfs were displaced. They did not want to stay in the cold north to face the demons in the flaming hell, so a large number of Grey Dwarfs migrated south by boat. As for the demon army, the Dwarf Kingdom, and the Horde Orcs jointly fought against it. At present, most of the Grey Dwarfs' homeland has become a battlefield. Both sides continue to send troops to the battlefield, but the Grey Dwarfs, the masters of this land, left early. Now the Grey Dwarfs only want to migrate to Garo Island in the Seventh Sea. Garo Island is a large island that is very suitable for living. The longest axis of the entire island is more than 500 kilometers. There are only some subhumans such as dog-headed people, werewolves, guinea pigs, etc. on the island. If the dwarves live on this island, it will be much better than freezing in the north. For the Grey Dwarfs, the biggest problem in migrating to Garo Island is that the journey is too long. The Grey Dwarfs need to organize a large fleet to transport all the Grey Dwarfs. In addition, they must ensure that the waterway is unobstructed, the fleet is safe, and there are sufficient footholds along the way to replenish supplies. In the past 10 years, the Grey Dwarfs have successively formed more than 70 fleets, and sent nearly 4 million Grey Dwarfs to Garo Island. However, only 2 million Grey Dwarfs have actually arrived at Garo Island. The rest of the Grey Dwarfs have almost all settled down on the islands along the way. Currently, there are less than 2 million Grey Dwarfs left in their northern homeland. Recently, the number of Grey Dwarfs in the waters of K Island has dropped sharply by nearly 100,000. In addition, K Island, the most important transit station, has also been occupied by a half-blood elf force. The Grey Dwarfs living in the waters of K Island have been frequently attacked by half-blood elves, and many Grey Dwarfs even want to migrate to the south. If the Grey Dwarfs lose the archipelago in the K Island waters, then their sea route from north to south will be cut off. This was unacceptable to the Grey Dwarfs, who had not yet left their homes in the north. Commander Machio led the fleet to the waters of K Island to clean up the mess here. But he did not expect that the Grey Dwarfs here were already rotten to the core. They had long since become a group of profit-seeking slave traders, and recently their spines were broken by the elves. When they saw the elves, they couldn't even straighten their backs, let alone fight against them. This time, Machio reorganized the Grey Dwarf army near the waters of K Island, and no Grey Dwarves were willing to join. Most of them would rather hide in the caves on the island than come out to fight. The Grey Dwarves here have almost lost all their three-masted sailing ships. They usually travel with only some rafts and canoes. They are easily overturned when encountering 2-meter-high waves on the sea. Machio is a little confused. In the past few years, the battle reports sent back from the waters of K Island often boasted about how brave the Grey Dwarves were, as if they would soon disintegrate the entire elven world. Now, it can only be said that those boastful Grey Dwarves have been mixed with the sand on the seabed. Stepping on the land of K Island, Machio looked at the aliens who kept falling in a pool of blood. When the Grey Dwarf warriors rushed into the jungle, they were only blocked by a small group of elf guards. Commander Machio immediately felt that the half-blood elf army was nothing special. This is where he, Lord Machio, starts again. Looking at the annoying griffin cavalry above his head, Machio hurriedly urged the Grey Dwarf warriors around him to enter the jungle quickly. When all the Grey Dwarf warriors enter, it will be the turn of the griffin cavalry to have a headache. As long as those griffin knights dare to rush into the jungle, Machio will prepare to taste the salted roasted bird in the evening. The only thing that makes him feel a little troublesome is those fearless foreigners. Even if they are at an absolute disadvantage, they still dare to rush up and fight with the Grey Dwarf warriors. In the sky, the Griffin cavalry only threw 2 rounds and raised the flight altitude. The Grey Dwarf warriors kept going into the island jungle. The Griffin cavalry did not continue to pursue, and the Grey Dwarves only left hundreds of Grey Dwarf corpses on the beach. This level of casualties is still acceptable to Commander Machio. As for the 23-masted sailing ships anchored outside the seawall, Commander Machio did not leave any guards. According to Commander Machio's plan, they would engage in an extremely protracted war with the half-blood elves on K Island, so they did not think about leaving K Island by ship in the near future. Dispersing the troops to guard the 3-masted sailing ships would only make the limited troops more dispersed. Besides, most of those 3-masted sailing ships were damaged. Machio did not believe that the half-blood elves could drive them away in the short term. In his opinion, the eastern part of K Island is currently occupied by the Grey Dwarves. If the elves dare to approach here, they will inevitably suffer a thunderbolt from them. What worries Machio the most is the battle situation at the K Island dock. It is unknown whether the Grey Dwarves on the Imperial merchant ship can hold out until the moment they kill them. The Griffin cavalry hovered over the beach battlefield and did not rush down to chase the Grey Dwarf bandits, who rushed into the dense forest. These Grey Dwarves wearing heavy chain armor could not run fast after entering the jungle. The jungle was full of vines and ferns, and the island was full of slippery moss. The Grey Dwarves were born with short legs. Facing those vines that could not be avoided, the dwarves could only clear a path in the forest. According to the latest intelligence obtained by the Griffin cavalry, the Mine Guard regiment is less than 7 kilometers away from here. Captain Teprado did not intend to let the Griffin cavalry confront this Grey Dwarf army head-on. Seeing that the Grey Dwarf bandits all rushed into the dense forest, Captain Teprado sent a squadron of Griffin cavalry to closely monitor the movements of this group of Grey Dwarf bandits over the eastern dense forest. Another squadron of Griffin cavalry was sent to the area where the Mine Guard regiment was located. The island is so large that the cavalry needs to guide the elven guards on the ground. Then Captain Teprado set his sights on the 3-masted sailing ships outside the seawall. A team of Griffin cavalry flew over and immediately found that most of these 3-masted sailing ships had been damaged and could not be driven away before they were repaired. Moreover, there were so many sailing ships crowded together, and there were no Grey Dwarf bandits guarding them. The 3-masted sailing ships seemed empty. The bows of the first 5 3-masted sailing ships were completely broken, and they might need to face major repairs. The dozen or so 3-masted sailing ships behind were also crowded together, and almost all of them had various hull collisions. The bows of these sailing ships were damaged to a certain extent. If they were not repaired, they would not be able to continue sailing on the sea. Captain Teprado landed on the seawall with a squadron of Griffin cavalry. The elven warriors drew their long swords and followed Captain Teprado's steps to kill the crowded 3-masted sailing ships. Several Grey Dwarf crew members hiding in the ship's tower saw the Griffin cavalry boarding the ship with weapons in hand, and they jumped into the sea in fear, and a few waves were immediately stirred up on the sea surface. Captain Teprado asked the cavalry to search the ship, and there was almost nothing on these 3-masted sailing ships. The blood in the bones of the Highland headhunters was completely aroused by the Grey Dwarves. The headhunters who survived smashed the shackles on their ankles with hammers. They stripped the heavy armor from the dead Grey Dwarves and put it on, then chased into the jungle. The Griffin cavalry were ordered to scout over the jungle. They didn't dare to fly too low, but they could still observe the movements of the Grey Dwarf bandits. The first army to arrive at the eastern jungle of K Island was the Assassination Regiment led by Captain Tennyson. In the past, the Dark Moon Elf warriors basically carried out their missions at night, and the reconnaissance teams were all Dark Moon Elf warriors. Now with the Griffin cavalry in the air, Captain Tennyson doesn't need to arrange too many reconnaissance teams. He can accurately determine the location of the Grey Dwarf bandits based on the instructions of the Griffin cavalry in the air. Now the Dark Moon Elves are hiding in the dense forest. Following the guidance of the Griffin cavalry, Captain Tennyson led the Dark Moon Elves warriors to ambush on the road that the Grey Dwarf bandits must pass through. This is the home court of the Elves. Captain Tennyson led more than 800 Dark Moon Elves warriors to wait in this jungle for about a quarter of an hour, and found that some half-blood elf guards on the treetops above their heads retreated to the northwest. At the same time, the guidance of the Griffin cavalry in the sky also indicated that the group of Grey Dwarf bandits were about to come. Everyone follow my instructions. Captain Tennyson leaned against the tree trunk, and as his body gradually became transparent, he seemed to be completely integrated into the tree. A group of Dark Moon Elf warriors had been lurking in this dense forest for a long time. The chaotic footsteps finally came. These Grey Dwarf bandits were all wearing heavy dwarf chain mail, and the iron boots on their feet stepped on the soft mud in the woods, leaving very deep footprints. A lot of mud stuck to the boots, and they couldn't get rid of it when they ran. The legs of the Grey Dwarves are very short, and the roads in the jungle are very muddy, which naturally makes these Grey Dwarves miserable. Not long after they entered the dense forest, they were sweating profusely due to the hot environment here. There were also many elves hiding in the trees and shooting cold arrows, so they dared not take off their helmets and armor. They could only wear heavy armor and grope forward sweating profusely. These Grey Dwarves came from the north, and were not familiar with the environment of the island here. They sweated a lot while marching in the jungle, and they kept replenishing water. After the assassins' ambush, no one noticed the abnormality in this forest area. Captain Tennyson did not choose to hit the Grey Dwarves head-on. He let most of the Grey Dwarves pass through this forest, and waited until the Grey Dwarves, who fell behind, came over before giving the order to start. A Grey Dwarf, who fell behind, tried to pull his boots out of the mud. He held the trunk of a tree with one hand, and scraped the mud off his boots with a stick in the other hand. Then he opened the chainmail buckle, and kept fanning his belly. At this moment, an arm stretched out from the trunk appeared behind him. This arm directly strangled the Grey Dwarf's neck, and a sharp dagger was inserted from the gap of the buckle near his left rib, and the tip of the knife went straight to his heart along the gap between the ribs. The Grey Dwarf warrior didn't even make a cry, and he leaned against the tree trunk with convulsions all over his body, and then stopped breathing. Chapter 847. A Grey Dwarf bandit pulled his left foot out of the mud with difficulty, but tripped on a vine when he stepped forward. The Grey Dwarf almost fell forward. He looked down at the vine that tripped him, pulled out an axe and chopped it down. Because there was no point of force, the axe did not cut the vine, but bounced his shorthand axe back. The Grey Dwarf bent down and tried to pull up the vine that tripped him, and a silent figure slid down from the tree along the vine. He quietly came behind the Grey Dwarf and stabbed the dwarf's neck. The Grey Dwarf fell headfirst into the mud and never got up again. This scene continued in the jungle. Commander Machio found that many Grey Dwarves who fell behind could no longer catch up, and he began to realize the seriousness of the problem. However, there are nearly 30,000 Grey Dwarves scattered in this jungle. If he wants the army to stop, he needs to let the herald run to the front of the team and pass the command back continuously. The jungle was filled with strange atmosphere, and was eerily quiet. The small animals and birds in the forest had all disappeared, and there were no roads in the forest. He could only rely on a hand-drawn map of K Island to move towards the underground castle. He was going to capture this military fortress first. There was a slippery slope in front, and the rocks were covered with moss. The Grey Dwarf warriors could only climb up with a few vines. The Grey Dwarves who followed from behind were crowded together. Many of them became restless and felt that there were countless eyes staring at them in the jungle. "Commander, we found an elf army in front, but they didn't fight with us at all. All the elves hid in the trees and shot cold arrows. They were very familiar with this jungle and always wanted to lead our warriors to the place full of vines. What should we do?" A Grey Dwarf captain ran back from the front and reported to Commander Machio. "We must not be led by the elves by the nose. We must reach the underground castle as soon as possible. When marching, be careful of the elves' cold arrows shot from the trees. They dare not confront us head-on, so we must force them to fight us." The elves have been avoiding fighting, which makes Machio full of confidence in this battle of K Island. The supervision team that went to the jungle behind to search for the Grey Dwarf warriors who fell behind has returned, but this supervision team had 24 Grey Dwarves when they left, but only 8 returned. Machio looked for the captain of the supervision team in the crowd. "Where is your captain?" Mazio's voice was a little rough, and his tone seemed a little anxious. Their captain was Mazio's nephew, who grew up with Mazio, and was a very brave young man. The 8 Grey Dwarves of the supervisory team said dejectedly, "Commander, there is a group of Dark Moon Elves lurking in the jungle behind. Almost all the soldiers who fell behind were killed by them. The captain was also killed by the group of Dark Moon Elves in order to cover our retreat." Mazio felt as if someone had hit his chest. He held his chest with one hand and said to the messenger beside him, "Pass the order, all soldiers are not allowed to fall behind, and do not stop. Our goal is the underground castle of K Island." "Yes." The original plan was to enter the jungle and give the elves a head-on blow. Now this group of Grey Dwarves from the north are suffering from the terrible environment in the jungle and can't find the direction of victory. Machio looked at the deep jungle at the foot of the volcano, wiped the sweat from his face, and continued to move forward. Roy and Moira rushed into the bottom cabin of the Imperial merchant ship with a group of Griffin cavalry, and saw several priests treating a group of injured half-blood elf guards. They sat on one side of the corridor. The weapons of the Grey Dwarves were all blunt instruments. If the elf warriors were hit by them accidentally, their bones would be broken at best, and their bones would be smashed if they were hit more seriously. However, there were not many injured half-blood elf guards. Roy and Moira could hear the fighting in the cabin below as they passed through the corridor. "Where is Sabrina?" Roy asked a wounded Griffin rider. Lady Sabrina went inside. The wounded Griffin rider pointed inside the cabin and said. Roy stopped talking and ran directly into the cabin, with Moira following him in a panic. The Grey Dwarves in the cabin had been suppressed in a corner by the half-blood elf guards, but they were numerous, and there were still hundreds of Grey Dwarf bandits in the bottom cabin who were fighting tenaciously. Some of the ceilings in the bottom cabin had been damaged, and the ice and snow on the deck fell directly into the cabin through these holes. The seawater was pouring in through the gaps in the hull, and the seawater in the bottom cabin had already reached above the ankles. An iron hammer bulged out from the side of the cabin, and then a Grey Dwarf robber wearing black full-covering armor tore open the wooden wall and rushed out from inside, and suddenly a big hole appeared in the wooden wall. The Grey Dwarf robber fell to the left, and at the moment he fell, a Saruki long sword stretched out from the wooden hole in the wall behind him. Sabrina's beautiful figure also emerged from the big hole, and there were traces of being hit by an axe and hammer on her body. 2 priests were behind her, and several Grey Dwarfs holding square hammers were chasing after her. 2 priests held the axe in the hands of the Grey Dwarf with scepters. When Sabrina turned around, the Saruki sword in her hand suddenly disappeared. When she turned her wrist, the sword cut the Grey Dwarf's forearm from a tricky angle. The Grey Dwarf robber stopped in a hurry. He had no time to block with the hammer in his hand. He could only stick out his stomach and hit Sabrina with his shoulder. The black iron shoulder armor worn by the Grey Dwarf was covered with sharp rivets, which looked like a small round shield full of spikes. However, he ignored the 2 priests beside him. The 2 priests suddenly had a sacred shield condensed by holy light on their arms, blocking Sabrina like 2 doors. The Grey Dwarf bandit's shoulder hit the holy shield, and although it broke the holy shield instantly, Sabrina used her long sword to cut a hole in his left arm's elbow joint. His left arm immediately fell down weakly, probably because the tendon was cut off. Sabrina's long sword continued to stab inside, but was clamped by the Grey Dwarf's wrist armor, and the sharp sword tip hit his chest armor, and she could no longer pierce in. At this moment, Sabrina immediately pulled back her long sword, and the Grey Dwarf bandit took the opportunity to hit Sabrina's face again with a chain shield in his hand. This Grey Dwarf was able to hold his own in the fight, so he must be at least a peak warrior. The Grey Dwarf, who chased him from behind, swung his hammer at the 2 priests. The priests' sacred shields had already dissipated on their arms, so they could only grit their teeth and use their sacred scepters to parry. At this time, Roy and Moira rushed into the bottom cabin. When Roy saw the Grey Dwarf robbers, he immediately opened the Book of Judgment. Although the cover of the Book of Judgment had become a carved wooden board and had lost its defensive power, it was still possible to instantly cast the Hammer of Judgment. The holy hammer circled in the air and flew towards the Grey Dwarf. Unexpectedly, the Grey Dwarf warrior standing in front of him just raised his shield to hit Sabrina. When he saw a silver hammer flying along the corridor, he moved his shield horizontally and hit the heavy dwarf chain shield with the holy hammer. What Roy didn't expect was that a layer of black light burst out from the surface of the chain shield, and then the holy hammer shattered. The gray dwarf warrior was shocked back 3 steps, and the floor under his feet was dented by him. The hammer of judgment didn't penetrate the chain shield, which made Roy a little surprised. It seems that there are some second-level strongmen hidden among the gray dwarves. The gray dwarf warrior looked at the prickly footprints on the floor, and stared at Roy with some fear. He had been fighting with Sabrina for a long time, and knew how difficult this sword dancer was. His elbow tendon had just been cut, leaving only his right arm holding the shield to move. Now there was another human priest, and his last hope of victory was shattered. He didn't want to lose his life here. Seeing that Roy and Sabrina didn't move, he tensed up again and rushed towards the right wall. He wanted to break through the wall and escape, but before he could get out of the broken wall, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back. He reached out to grab it, but only touched the leather armor. When he turned around, he saw the gray figure disappear into the shadows. It seemed to be a petite female elf assassin. The pain in his waist paralyzed half of his body. The gray dwarf quickly petrified his body. Marble patterns appeared on his body, and all the pain disappeared. This can also prevent bleeding, but the petrified body will not heal the wound, but may aggravate the injury. The benefits are also obvious. After such a serious injury, the body has returned to normal, and even the left arm can move without hindrance. The gray dwarf raised his war hammer to block Sabrina's long sword. Before he could gather his strength to fight back, he saw the figure that had disappeared actually appear in his arms, and a fanged dagger stabbed into his chest. The black iron plate armor was actually unable to block the dagger. The hilt of the sword hit the iron plate on his chest, making a ding sound, and the entire sword body sank into the chest of the gray dwarf. The gray dwarf looked at the beautiful elf girl in front of him with a delicate face, but slightly gray skin in despair. He could feel the essence of life in his body constantly dissipating, and at this moment his soul seemed to be about to leave his body and rush into the sky. He was already somewhat unable to control his body, but at this moment he could not feel the pain. Before he died completely, he threw away his hammer and shield, and with his petrified body, which was temporarily immune to pain, he suddenly hugged the beautiful figure with his arms, trying to break her lumbar vertebrae with the strength of his arms. At this moment, Moira's big black eyes reflected the desperate and angry face of the gray dwarf, but she was like a loach, and at the moment when the gray dwarf closed his arms, she slipped out. A black mist emanated from the gray dwarf's arms, and as he staggered forward 2 steps, he fell to the ground with a plop. Chapter 848. Moira appeared beside Sabrina, and used her short sword to help her block a thrown axe, while Sabrina gently raised her long sword and easily disarmed the weapons in the hands of the 3 gray dwarves in front of her with her unique graceful dance-like movements. The heavy hammer fell to the ground. The 3 gray dwarves also had a sword wound on their shoulders, and their sword-holding arms instantly fell down weakly. As the half-blood elf guards behind came up, the elf guards held their shields in front and poked their spears through the gaps in the shields, and the gray dwarf warriors in front fell in a pool of blood. The half-blood elf guards have become very skilled in this fighting method. They couldn't beat the gray dwarves before because the elves were naturally much weaker than the dwarves in terms of strength, and the magic weapons made by the elves were not much better than those made by the dwarves. So in previous battles, the elves who never fought desperately on the battlefield could not beat the dwarves. But with the blessing of strength, the elves' strength is not weaker than the dwarves, and the weapons and equipment they have are the best in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. As the spear pierced the chainmail, the gray dwarves continued to fall in the battle in the bottom cabin. Sabrina rushed forward and returned to the chaotic bottom cabin. Moira stayed behind her sister. She was very agile in the dark environment, and many of her movements had an indescribable sense of lingering in the air. The gray dwarf robbers felt that they had hit Moira, but the next second they found that they had hit the air. On the battlefield, such errors in judgment are often the most fatal. As Roy appeared, the half-blood elf guards in the lower cabin burst into extremely strong morale, and 3 priests, who were a little exhausted, also gathered around Roy. They kept blessing the elf guards on the battlefield, and the holy light power in their bodies was now completely exhausted. Roy casually summoned the sacred tree, and the shadow of a golden tree appeared in the corner of the lower cabin. Countless shadows of light flowers appeared on the treetops, and the petals of these light flowers kept falling down. When they landed on the heads of the priests, they would become the purest holy light and instantly melt into the bodies of the priests. The priests quickly absorbed the precious holy light particles. The gray dwarves lying in the pool of blood could only wait to die at this time, while the injured half-blood elf guards were dragged behind by their companions. The elf guards were treated by the priests, and some of the slightly injured elf guards could soon return to the battle. The balance of victory on the battlefield was tilted because of this. In the pool of blood, a gray dwarf stared blankly at a young human surrounded by a group of elves 10 meters away, He knew that person was Boss Roy. Many people said that he was a half-elf who had lived in the elf world since he was a child, and half of his blood belonged to the noble Silver Moon elves. Many Grey Dwarves were talking about him. He was almost the nightmare of the Grey Dwarves in the waters of K Island. The half-elf army he led specifically looked for trouble with the Grey Dwarves in this sea area. He felt that the blood in his body was almost drained out, and endless coldness swept over his body. He lay in the dim and cold bottom cabin, his body soaked in the salty sea water, and his eyes gradually blurred. He wanted to ask the Grey Dwarf commander why he launched this uncertain war. But as his breathing weakened, his body began to slowly cool down. Just a few steps away from the Grey Dwarf, the half-elf guards had already begun to clean up the battlefield. Seeing that the holy light power of those human priests had recovered a little, Roy took the sacred tree into his body. He came to Sabrina, and saw that her armor was covered with dents. In this battle on the merchant ship, the tall Sabrina was obviously at a disadvantage. Especially in the narrow space of the bottom cabin, Sabrina, who was good at sword dancing, could not display those gorgeous sword skills at all. In comparison, the Grey Dwarf warriors had more advantages. The silver armor was deformed by the hammer, and it was estimated that there must be some bruises under the armor. "Are there any broken bones?" Roy asked, pointing at Sabrina's left rib. The breastplate at that position was obviously damaged. Sabrina shook her head, and before she could say anything, a holy light spell fell on her. Roy's holy light spell had a very obvious healing ability, and Sabrina only felt that some of the pain in her body was obviously relieved. Then Moira also came over, and saw Roy take out various colored magic potion bottles from his magic waste bag. Physical potion, strength potion, recovery potion, spirit potion. She reached out to take it, pulled out the cork, and handed it to Sabrina. Sabrina didn't want to drink those magic potions at all. For her, drinking those magic potions would be better than drinking the sap of the Tree of Life. Since the half-blood elves occupied the Partington Plain, they have a Tree of Life in the city of Padstow. For the half-blood elves, the sap of the Tree of Life is no longer something that can only be bought on the black market. Looking at the magic potion bottle handed to her mouth, Sabrina didn't want to drink it. She stretched out her hand to push the potion bottle away. However, Moira flexibly bypassed Sabrina's hand, stuffed the mouth of the potion bottle directly into Sabrina's mouth, and forced the potion down. Sabrina leaned against the wall in a daze. The battle in the bottom cabin of the merchant ship ended quickly. The remaining Grey Dwarf bandits, who had lost their will to fight, kept fleeing around, and were then disarmed by the elven guards, who gathered them together and imprisoned them. Roy left the almost ruined Imperial merchant ship, and moved to another Imperial merchant ship. The Grey Dwarves on this Imperial merchant ship had not lost their fighting power, and they were guarding the passage from the deck to the bottom cabin. The half-elf guards occupied the deck and the captain's room, and did not rush into the cabin below the deck. A thick layer of snow had fallen on the deck, and many bodies of Grey Dwarf bandits were buried under the snow. As long as a Grey Dwarf poked his head out of the entrance, an ice arrow would fly down from the sky. The Grey Dwarves in the cabin, under the pressure of these ice arrows, no longer had the courage to rush out and fight to the death. Some Grey Dwarves even jumped directly into the sea from the window on the side of the hull, ready to swim back holding a piece of wood. Some other Grey Dwarves hid in the cabin under the deck. They hijacked the half-blood elves, who had not had time to evacuate. In order to avoid being shot by the elf guards, they tied up several half-blood elf women at the entrance of the passage and threatened, "If you dare to rush down, they will definitely be the first to die." Roy came here from the Imperial merchant ship with a group of half-blood elves, but he didn't expect to encounter such trouble. Several half-blood elf women, who were exhausted, were tied up with ropes and trembling at the entrance of the passage. Behind them were a group of panicked Grey Dwarf robbers holding sharp axes. Roy approached the door, and immediately a sharp axe pressed on the half-blood elf woman's shoulder. A string of dwarven language made Roy frown. He waved behind him, and immediately a half-blood elf, who understood dwarven language, came over. "Tell me the conditions. What do you want to release the half-blood elves in the cabin?" Roy asked the Grey Dwarf in the cabin casually. The Grey Dwarf robber inside hesitated for a moment before answering, "Let us go, and when we are safe, we will return them." The half-blood elf beside them translated what they said to Roy. Roy nodded and said to them, "I can let you go, but no matter how you leave, you must send someone to drive this merchant ship." The Grey Dwarf in the cabin responded again, "Your people must leave this ship. Let us drive this merchant ship away." The Grey Dwarf robber didn't expect Roy to agree so readily. "Okay, before leaving this merchant ship, I need you to prove that the half-blood elves in the cabin are still alive. You can let them come out. Just line up in the passage and walk around, and then let them return to the cabin." Roy spoke. The Grey Dwarf bandits in the passage discussed it, and felt that this method was still very feasible. Okay, then you wait. The half-blood elves trapped in the cabin were almost all locked up on the lower 2 floors, and the half-blood elves imprisoned on the lower floor had almost all been safely transferred to the 3-masted sailing ship. The Grey Dwarf bandits followed Roy's request, and let these half-blood elves walk out of the lower 2-story cabin. The corridor was very narrow, and there were Grey Dwarf bandits guarding every 1 meter, so the half-blood elves in the corridor could only stand in a row. The half-blood elves lined up, and walked out of the cabin on the second lower floor. They could not return to the cabin on the second lower floor for a while, so they could only be placed in the cabin on the lower floor. Roy, who was standing at the door of the deck, took out a parchment notebook from his magic waste bag, and it seemed that he was counting the number of half-blood elves. Moira stood beside Roy and watched him write on the yellowed parchment, "Sabrina, go and inform Captain Daisy in the sea, and let all the sirens do their best to sink this merchant ship." After writing these words, Roy tore off the parchment very casually and handed it to Sabrina next to him, but his eyes never left the half-blood elves in the passage. At this time, Roy was still shouting to the Grey Dwarf, "When they come here, they must turn their faces to me. I don't want those half-blood elves to always appear in front of me. Also, you are not allowed to beat, abuse, or humiliate them. You must also provide them with food and water on time. I don't want you to send them back with a pale face and a sick look." Roy stood at the entrance to the next level on the deck, observing the status of the half-blood elves and chattering non-stop. Sabrina took the parchment Roy handed her, ran to the side of the ship quickly, and jumped directly into the sea on the snowy deck. Chapter 849. Because of the continuous snowfall, the sea surface is very cold. But as long as you dive 2 or 3 meters, you will encounter warm seawater, and it will be even warmer if you dive deeper. There are hundreds of siren warriors swimming back and forth in this sea area. Those Grey Dwarves who jumped into the sea from the Imperial merchant ship first had to face the cold sea water, and then the siren warriors under the sea surface. Of course, the coldness on the sea surface may not be a big deal for the Grey Dwarves from the frozen sea, but they can't beat the group of sirens in the sea. Sabrina jumped into the sea, and several sirens approached her immediately. At first, they thought Sabrina was a spirit who accidentally fell into the water, and they were ready to rescue her from the sea and send her back to the 3-masted sailboat. After Sabrina floated to the surface, she told Roy's order to his siren captain. The siren captain immediately dived into the sea and let out a high-pitched scream in the sea. The sound was sharp and piercing, passing through the sea surface to Sabrina's ears, and even made her feel dizzy. Soon, the surrounding siren warriors gathered around and surrounded the Imperial merchant ship. Although they did not have special tools for drilling holes, the sirens were born with supernatural powers. Even if they used tridents to poke the thick wooden boards outside the merchant ship, they could still poke a thigh-thick hole in the merchant ship. However, if you want to drill through the nearly 100-meter-long Imperial merchant ship, this thigh-thick hole is obviously not enough. Nearly 80 sirens drilled the ship at the same time, and Sabrina did not return to the Imperial merchant ship. She dived into the sea and floated on the side of the merchant ship. The shadow of the elven female swordsman appeared behind her and merged with her. As Sabrina's Saruki sword in her hand emitted a nearly 1-meter-long sharp sword energy, she raised the Saruki sword above her head and stabbed it fiercely at the side of the Empire merchant ship. The blade directly penetrated the side wall. As Sabrina stepped on the side wall of the merchant ship with both feet, she used all her strength to cut a large hole with a diameter of 2 meters on the side wall of the hull. She kicked the circular hole open with 1 foot, and seawater immediately poured into the hole. The suction generated by the hole almost sucked Sabrina into the dark cabin, and the siren warrior swam towards Sabrina one after another. A siren warrior swam out of the sea with Sabrina, and sent her to a 3-masted sailing ship. There was a mesh rope ladder on the side of the 3-masted sailing ship that went into the sea. Sabrina climbed back to the ship along the rope ladder. The sirens followed the hole Sabrina opened to enter the interior of the Imperial merchant ship. The bottom of the Imperial merchant ship had no idea how many holes the sirens had dug, and the entire hull was sinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large amount of seawater poured into the merchant ship, and the Grey Dwarves in the bottom cabin began to wail in fear. Soon the entire merchant ship became chaotic. At this time, Roy, who was waiting on the deck, opened the Book of Judgment, and a small silver hammer appeared on his chest. Hundreds of magic patterns emerged from his magic pattern structure, which formed dozens of magic runes. As the entire magic pattern structure was activated, various shields appeared on his body, and 6 blessing halos appeared under his feet at the same time. On his arm, a sacred shield was condensed with holy light. The hammer of judgment flew directly into the passage under the deck and smashed a large hole in the chest of a Grey Dwarf robber. The Grey Dwarf fell backwards and hit the wall directly. Roy took the opportunity to rush into the corridor on the next floor, swung the flail with his right hand, and a holy light bullet flew out, shining brightly in the dim passage. The panicked Grey Dwarfs dodged, but the Grey Dwarf, who rushed up from the bottom of the stairs, couldn't avoid it at all, and was hit directly by the holy light bullet. His body hit the Grey Dwarf behind him, and a group of Grey Dwarves rolled on the stairs. Roy came to the stairs with the holy shield raised, and a group of half-blood elf guards followed him, and chopped down several Grey Dwarf bandits, who were still trying to resist. Roy stood at the stairs, and began to rush to the second floor with the elf guards. At this time, the stairs leading to the second floor were crowded with Grey Dwarf bandits, and there were even some half-blood elves who had not had time to enter the cabin on the next floor. Roy didn't care about that, and immediately asked the elf guards behind him to shoot the Grey Dwarf bandits at the stairs with bows and arrows. The Grey Dwarf bandits standing in front were full of arrows, and rolled down the stairs. The Grey Dwarf bandits behind them hurriedly avoided them. The Grey Dwarf bandits shouted some incomprehensible dwarven language, and their eyes were full of anger. A team of half-blood elf guards held shields and blocked the stairs, followed by a group of archers holding elven longbows. A round of arrows was fired, and the Grey Dwarf robbers, who rushed up from the bottom of the stairs, immediately raised their shields and arms to block. At this time, a row of spears pierced out from the gaps in the shields. Immediately, the group of Grey Dwarf robbers retreated. Roy held up his shield, crouched down, and stretched out his hand to pull up the half-blood elves squatting on the edge of the stairs. A square hammer hit Roy's back, and a dragon scale shield appeared out of thin air on Roy's magic pattern structure, which immediately blocked the square hammer. At the same time, several arrows fell on the Grey Dwarf robber who attacked Roy. The Grey Dwarf bandits wailed and retreated down the stairs. At this time, the Grey Dwarves in the lower cabin had begun to riot. Countless Grey Dwarves rushed out from the lower cabin, and the Grey Dwarves in the entire staircase were running up. The Grey Dwarves pushed and shouted loudly, "The ship is about to sink! The ship is about to sink! Everyone hurry out!" The Grey Dwarves kept rushing up, but the half-blood elf guards at the stairs formed a shield wall. Anyone who dared to rush up would be stabbed by a spear. The Grey Dwarves also kept throwing flying axes at the half-blood elf guards at the bottom of the stairs. Some of the flying axes were blocked by shields, and some of the flying axes were chopped on the half-blood elf guards. Some half-blood elf guards were knocked down by flying axes, and were dragged to the back by their companions. They were wearing full coverage mithril armor, so the flying axes could not cause fatal injuries to them. As long as they were dragged to the deck, there would be a group of priests waiting to treat them. Roy relied on the heavy armor of the magic pattern construct Griswold to resist the attacks of the Grey Dwarf bandits, and rescued several half-blood elves on the stairs. In the cabin on the lower deck, there were some half-blood elves. There were only a few Grey Dwarf bandits guarding them in the corridor. Roy led the half-blood elf guards to the staircase on the next floor, and more than 10 half-blood elf combat teams followed the cabin corridor into the cabin. They were divided into teams, and each team was led by an outstanding captain. These captains were usually first-level high-level elf warriors, and the other elf guards were also first-level elf warriors. The first task they received was to deal with the Grey Dwarf bandits in the cabin passage on this floor, rescue the half-blood elves in the cabin, and take the opportunity to capture several other staircases leading to the next floor. For such a large merchant ship, there was more than one staircase leading to the next floor on each cabin. According to the information obtained by the half-blood elves, there were 5 staircases from the next floor to the second floor. In addition to the widest main staircase here on Roy, there is a staircase every 20 meters on the merchant ship. Roy is located between the ship's tower and the 4th mast. The other staircases are temporarily blocked by the Grey Dwarves from below, and it is impossible to enter the next cabin from the deck. You can only enter the next floor from the staircase entrance on Roy's side, and then occupy other staircases along the corridor of the next floor. The more than 10 elite combat teams re-entered the passage and continued to clear the Grey Dwarf bandits in the corridor, then quickly occupied each staircase, and began to clear the passage leading to the deck. At this time, Roy had already led the half-blood elf guards to the stairs of the second floor. There were dozens of corpses of Grey Dwarf bandits lying on the stairs. The half-blood elf guards piled these corpses on the stairs from the second floor to the third floor, in order to block the Grey Dwarves rushing out of the bottom cabin. Under Roy's leadership, the Grey Dwarf bandits in the staircase corridor were no match for the half-blood elf guards, who were blessed with divine spells. They kept rushing to the stairs, but were blocked by the half-blood elf guards. Seawater kept pouring into the lower cabin, and the Grey Dwarf bandits became terrified. However, several staircases were blocked by half-blood elf guards. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons and surrender. Put down your weapons and surrender. Put down your weapons and surrender. As a large number of half-blood elf guards rushed into the lower second floor, the Grey Dwarf bandits, who tried to climb out of the pile of corpses, lost their last will to fight. They threw away the square hammers in their hands and wailed, "We surrender, let us climb out quickly, we are about to be drowned." Seeing the Grey Dwarves throw away their weapons and climb out from the stairs on the second floor, the half-elf guards quickly asked them to unfasten the belts around their waists and use them to tie their arms tightly before letting them walk out of the deck. The merchant ship continued to sink. Soon, more than 1,000 Grey Dwarf robbers in the bottom cabin of the merchant ship became captives. They were tightly trapped by their belts. Some of the Grey Dwarf robbers failed to grab the waistband of their pants in the first time, and those heavy leather pants fell to their knees. Thick snow piled up on the deck, and the Grey Dwarves were shivering with cold. At this time, the great magician Grams, who was standing on the magic airship, had stopped casting spells. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated, and the magic vortex gathered at the bow was no longer visible. The half-blood elves in the cabin also supported each other and walked out. The dark clouds dissipated, and beams of sunlight shone through the remaining clouds, and the snow on the ship was melting rapidly. A three-masted sailing ship slowly approached, and the two ships were connected again with a grid rope ladder. The half-blood elves who escaped the disaster boarded the three-masted sailing ship with pale faces. This time, nearly 400 Grey Dwarf bandits stayed forever on this sinking Imperial merchant ship, and more than 200 half-blood elves were killed by the brutal Grey Dwarf bandits in the melee. The last batch of Grey Dwarf prisoners left the Imperial merchant ship, and the three-masted sailing ship, which had been seriously tilted, quickly untied the grid rope ladder and restored its balance. Chapter 850. The half-blood elves on the three Imperial merchant ships were successfully rescued. Except for the dead, the remaining Grey Dwarf bandits were almost captured by the elven guards, even those who jumped into the sea to escape. The elven guards had the upper hand, and the other two Imperial merchant ships also announced their surrender. The half-blood elves wrapped themselves in some sheets and blankets, shivering as they walked to the deck, waiting for the rescue of the half-blood elf guards. As for the Grey Dwarf bandits on the ship, they all climbed out of the bottom cabin and became prisoners obediently. The Imperial merchants and crew members on the ship were also taken to K Island by the half-blood elf guards. Only 2 of the 5 Imperial merchant ships were well preserved. One sank in the Coral Reef Sea, and the other 2 were almost destroyed during the battle. It is estimated that it is unlikely to be completely repaired. They can only run aground directly, and then dismantle some valuable things. These Grey Dwarf captives on the 5 merchant ships almost all live on islands near K Island. They know how powerful the half-blood elves are. They are often bullied by the Griffin cavalry. They know that they cannot beat the half-blood elves on K Island, so their fighting will is not very strong. They choose to surrender when they are slightly defeated, so that they can at least save their lives. This group of Imperial merchants was in a bad situation. Originally, they came to K Island to send half-blood elves from the Elf continent to K Island, preparing to make a fortune, and then buy a large number of magic herbs to return to the Green Empire to make another fortune. But they happened to meet Commander Machio on the way. Half-heartedly, the Imperial merchants decided to cooperate with this group of Grey Dwarves. Their original plan was, find an opportunity to raid K Island, and do business honestly if there is no opportunity. Unexpectedly, the Grey Dwarves colluded with the mercenaries on the merchant ship and launched a raid on K Island in the middle of the transaction, which not only made it impossible to continue the transaction, but also made this group of Imperial merchants and crew members captives of the half-blood elves. All their property was confiscated, and 3 of the 5 large sailing ships were scrapped at once. The crew sat in the wooden house obediently, and they didn't dare to complain at this time. Some half-blood elves died on the ship. Although they were killed by the Grey Dwarf bandits, they were also related to them. The Imperial crew on the 5 ships added up to more than 500 people, filling several wooden houses. 19 Imperial merchants were imprisoned in a wooden house. There was a bucket in the corner of the room, which was filled with fresh water. An elf guard also brought a box of rotten apples and placed it at the door. They probably had to eat this for a while, but they couldn't eat anything for the time being. A group of merchants quietly discussed what to do next. They needed to take out some chips to exchange for the forgiveness of the half-blood elves. Following the grill, they saw a long line of Grey Dwarf bandits outside walking dejectedly into the woods. Not long after, the merchants saw another team of half-blood elf guards coming out of the woods. The elf guards lined up in 4 rows, and walked for nearly half an hour in front of the hut, where they were imprisoned before they all walked past. How many elf guards just walked past? The imperial merchant Moses asked the imperial merchant standing at the window. 15,000 half-blood elves. The merchant looked back at Moses and said. At this moment, the room became extremely quiet, and all the merchants looked at Moses. Because this was different from the information Moses had provided before. At the beginning, Moses told everyone, there would be no more than 30,000 half-blood elf guards on Kauai Island. This time, the Grey Dwarf army prepared 40,000 Grey Dwarf warriors to attack Kauai Island, and the Grey Dwarf bandits had a huge advantage. Why did this group of half-blood elves deploy nearly half of their troops at the port dock? An imperial merchant broke the silence. The silver-haired imperial merchant guessed. Could it be that those Grey Dwarf bandits did not land on the east side of the island as planned? The imperial merchant Moses stood up, holding the window grill with both hands, and said seriously, "What's the point of saying this now?" He turned around, staring at the group of merchants in the wooden house like a hawk. Who do you hope will win at this time, the half-blood elves, or those Grey Dwarf bandits? Without waiting for everyone to answer, he said in a deep voice, "No matter who wins now, it can't change our fate. You don't think those Grey Dwarf bandits can share the joy of victory with us after occupying Kauai Island? In their eyes, we are also fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Now we are no longer qualified to share delicious food with them. We have become a piece of fat mutton. Whoever is the winner has the right to deal with us." Seeing a large number of half-blood elf guards walking out of the portal, the half-blood elves living in the tree houses around Kauai Island Square were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect so many half-elf troops to come out of the portal. The endless stream of elven troops, and a large amount of supplies instantly filled the entire forest square. These half-elf guards seemed to be coming to Kauai Island for the first time, and they looked around with curiosity. Mulan walked through a forest, and came to the Silver Beach. There were 6 3-masted sailing ships, and 2 larger 5-masted sailing ships docked at the pier in front. Mulan looked up at the blue sky and breathed in the warm air. It turned out that this was the main plane. She strode from the team to the dock, and saw a group of half-elf guards carrying wounded soldiers from the merchant ship. Roy was discussing things with Sabrina and Moira. Several priests were waiting on the side, and a group of Griffin cavalry were waiting further away. The dock seemed a bit chaotic, and there were still some blood stains on the floor. Mulan avoided the blood stains, and made way for 2 half-elf guards carrying stretchers. She was almost bumped by a half-elf, who was hurriedly getting off the ship, and then she came to Roy. "Why are you here too?" This was the first thing Roy said when he saw Mulan. Without waiting for Mulan to answer, Roy said again, "Mulan, you stay at the dock to deal with the aftermath. I will go to the east to see how the battle is going. Sabrina, you take the half-blood elf guards along the coastline to the east. According to the information provided by the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, try to encircle this group of Grey Dwarves, and don't let them run away." Mulan habitually agreed. "Oh!" Sabrina originally wanted to take her cavalry squadron directly to the battlefield in front, but now she can only take the security guard regiment to the east along the coastline. Got it. One of the 2 magic airships that participated in the battle in the Coral Reef Sea has returned to the dock, and the other is slowly heading to the eastern battlefield of the island. After Roy arranged things at the dock, he sat on the back seat of a Griffin cavalryman and let him fly into the sky. Grams the Great Magician rode a magic broom to catch up from behind, and the 2 went to the eastern battlefield together. Woods followed the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards, and trekked more than 10 kilometers in the jungle. The Griffin cavalry in the sky conveyed the information that the Grey Dwarf army was in the dense forest 1 kilometer ahead, and they were moving towards the underground castle. Vitas led the guard regiment to the front of the Grey Dwarf army, and happened to meet the half-blood elf warrior, who withdrew from the eastern outpost. Vitas was the half-blood elf warrior rescued by Roy in the Spinel mine. Along the way, he has become the leader of the 1st Regiment of the Mine Guard Regiment. He has experienced the war with the Plateau Headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau, the war with the Sea Beast Priest Lattimore on the Sun Island, the war with the Grey Dwarf Bandits on the Queen of Winnie Islands, and the defense of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. Although Vitas has not yet broken through the 2nd turn, he is considered the strongest elf warrior at the peak of the 1st turn. The captain of the elf training team, who had withdrawn from the sentry post, went straight to Vitas and explained the actual situation of these Grey Dwarf Bandits to him. "Captain Vitas, the Grey Dwarf Bandits will arrive here soon. There are about 30,000 Grey Dwarf Bandits landing this time. Their leader is a Grey Dwarf wearing heavy armor like an iron can. So far, 5 of his companions have died under his flying axe. He can throw the flying axe directly 300 meters away, and even waist-thick trees can be easily cut off. Please be careful when you meet him. Their commander should be a second-level warrior. Vita said to the 15 captains around him. Although they have 30,000 people, we don't need to worry too much about the Grey Dwarf bandits being able to tear through our defenses. He turned to look at Captain Jeroen, who had hurriedly followed with a group of priests, and said to a group of half-elves, "This time, Captain Jeroen and the priests of the Knights Templar will give us the greatest support. Those Grey Dwarves dared to come to Kuei Island. This time we must let them know how powerful our mine guards are." The morale of the half-elves captains was high. Captain Vitas is right. This time we have to let these Grey Dwarves know that we are not the weaklings on Queen Eunie's island. I don't know which captain said this in the crowd. Vitas paused and said, "In addition, the assassins are currently biting their tails. Captain Tennyson is leading the team again, so there is no need for me to say more. As long as we can tear apart the formation of this Grey Dwarf army, Captain Tennyson will have a way to eat them up. So, warriors, it's time to prove yourself." Vitas squatted down, drew a simple diagram on the ground with a branch, and continued to arrange. Each team will form a shield wall later, the archers will shoot 3 rounds of arrow rain, and then we will give them a hard blow. When the blessing magic is about to disappear, we will retreat to the north, and the archers will cover us in the trees. We must not fight with them. Our physical strength and endurance will definitely not be able to outlast them. There is a large depression here, which is a mangrove forest. Let's go directly into the mangrove forest. A captain immediately reminded Vitas, "Vitas, we have been there when we were patrolling before. The mangrove forest is too difficult to walk. In some places, the mud can cover the whole thigh." Vitas smiled and said, "That's why we have to go there. What do you think will happen to the Grey Dwarves if the mud in the mangrove forest can swallow our thighs?" Chapter 851. A dozen captains quickly dispersed, and the half-blood elf guards quickly formed a silver shield wall in the jungle. Captain Jeroen came with a large group of priests, and immediately blessed the shield elf guards with a blessing halo. As the prayers continued to sound, holy beams rushed to the sky, and towers of light rose in the jungle. The Grey Dwarf bandits ran from a distance with square hammers. When they saw the half-blood elf guards forming a silver shield wall in the forest ahead, they immediately slowed down and stopped far away. Until a Grey Dwarf warrior wrapped in black armor came up and reprimanded the group of Grey Dwarf bandits. The group of Grey Dwarf bandits howled, raised the square hammers in their hands, and rushed towards the elven guards. Tens of thousands of Grey Dwarves were a large black mass in the dense forest, and their heavy footsteps made the entire forest tremble constantly. Commander Machio rushed to the front, followed by a large number of Grey Dwarf bandits. If you look down from the air, you can see that the Grey Dwarves formed an arrow formation, and Machio was on the tip of the arrow. As the Grey Dwarf bandits approached quickly, a large number of elven archers appeared on the horizontal branches of the big tree above the heads of the elven guards, and then a rain of arrows shot down. Commander Machio quickly raised the dwarf chain shield and shouted, "Raise the shield." The Grey Dwarves running in front raised their dwarf chain shields one after another, and Commander Machio shouted in the crowd. A shockwave spread outward from him, and the Grey Dwarves around him turned red. The rain of arrows came in an instant, most of which were blocked by the chain mail on the Grey Dwarf bandits, and some arrows penetrated the gaps in the shields, penetrated the weakest part of the chain mail, and pierced the Grey Dwarf bandits. But these Grey Dwarf bandits did not fall down. They roared loudly and rushed forward. 100 meters away from the half-blood elf guards, the second round of arrow rain came again, and this time the number of injured Grey Dwarf bandits increased significantly. Many Grey Dwarf bandits were pierced with arrows. At this time, Commander Machio shouted, "All dwarves, get ready." The Grey Dwarf bandits running in the forest immediately pulled out a throwing axe from their waists. "Throw!" Machio shouted with all his might. The flying axes flew towards the half-blood elf guards, and they scraped against the branches, causing a large number of branches and leaves to fall from the treetops. Then the flying axes fell into the half-blood elf camp, and the huge inertia caused the flying axes to hit the iris shields, making a loud bang. Although the flying axes failed to split the iris shields, they also made the arms of the elf guards holding the shields sore. Some of the flying axes passed the half-blood elf guards in the front row and fell into the elf guard camp. The heavy flying axes hit the half-blood elf helmets, and immediately knocked the half-blood elf guards to the ground. A flying axe fell, and hundreds of half-blood elf guards were injured. The priests retreated to the back of the camp in advance and avoided this round of flying axes. They saw a large number of half-blood elf guards injured and fell to the ground, and immediately squeezed into the half-blood elf army, and carried the injured half-blood elf guards back to the back of the camp. Vitas found that this group of Grey Dwarf robbers was much more powerful than the Grey Dwarves he had encountered before. They were not only physically strong, but also had strong execution ability. They caused heavy losses to the half-blood elf guards before they even made contact. Before Vitas could think too much, a Grey Dwarf shield warrior rushed up. He jumped high, and suddenly a shadow of a dwarf warrior appeared behind him, and made the same move as him. Finally, he crossed more than 20 meters with this step, and smashed the square hammer in his hand hard on the head of a half-blood elf guard. Vitas rushed out of the army and faced the Grey Dwarf shield warrior in black armor. Vitas stood in front of the half-blood elf guard, holding an iris shield in both hands. At the same time, a holy light fell on Vitas, and the shield in his hand was visibly coated with a layer of silver, and a strong holy aura spread from the shield. A heavy square hammer hit Vitas directly, and the holy aura on the surface of the shield exploded immediately, forming a layer of holy shield on the surface of the iris shield, but it was shattered by the square hammer, and then the square hammer hit the iris shield. Vitas felt like a white rock rhino hit him. With a bang, Vitas flew backwards, first hitting 2 half-elf guards holding shields, and then the 3 rolled into a ball. The half-elf guard shield wall was instantly breached by the Grey Dwarf bandits. The half-elf guards behind him were also knocked to the ground. As the Grey Dwarf bandit fell to the ground, the Grey Dwarf bandits behind him also rushed up like a tide. The Grey Dwarf bandits and the half-elf guards collided with each other in an instant, like a huge wave hitting the sea reef, instantly stirring up countless waves. The half-elf guards raised their iris shields at the same time, and actually blocked the Grey Dwarf bandits steadily. The spearmen standing behind the shield holding half-elf guards were pale-faced, and were leaning their shoulders against their companions' backs. The half-elf guards behind the spearmen were pushing their shoulders with both hands. The wave of the Grey Dwarf charge was stopped, and the half-elf spearmen behind them immediately pulled out the spears that were diagonally inserted into the mud, and stabbed the Grey Dwarf robbers through the gaps in the shields. The blades of these spears were engraved with armor-piercing magic patterns. When the spears stabbed the Grey Dwarf robbers, it was like stabbing on cardboard, directly piercing the Grey Dwarf robbers' bodies. Although the Grey Dwarf bandits were stopped by the iris shield, they also smashed down with their square hammers, some of which hit the iris shield, making a dull bang. Some half-blood elf guards were injured by the Grey Dwarf bandits with hammers, and half-blood elf guards holding shields immediately blocked the gaps behind them. The elven archers on the trees exerted their greatest power at this time, because a large number of Grey Dwarf bandits were right under their feet. As long as they pulled their longbows to the full, they could shoot the Grey Dwarf bandits even with their eyes closed. The front row of Grey Dwarf bandits acted very crazy. Even though they were full of arrows, and had several blood holes pierced by the half-blood elf guards, with elven swords and spears, they could still desperately rush forward and use their bodies to open a bloody path for their companions behind. These Grey Dwarf bandits were not even afraid of pain. They were covered in blood, but still desperately rushed forward. Elven swords stabbed out along the edge of the iris shield, penetrated through the gaps in the armor, and pierced into the dwarfs' bodies. The half-blood elf guards also did not retreat. Commander Machio stood in the center of the battlefield with a square hammer in his hand. He looked around anxiously. The injured half-blood elf guards were quickly carried off the battlefield by their companions. Holy beams of light continued to light up at the back of the battlefield. The situation on the side of the Grey Dwarf warriors was different. Even the seriously injured Grey Dwarf warriors would charge forward desperately. But even so, the half-blood elves on the battlefield were still eager to fight. Commander Machio raised his shield to block the spears stabbing from the front, and swung his square hammer to knock down 2 half-blood elf guards. He strode forward, trying to break through the half-blood elf's defensive formation. Arrows kept shooting at his helmet, making his ears always jingle. He wanted to smash the head of the half-blood elf guard under his feet. Just as he raised his hammer, he heard a roar from the half-blood elf guard camp. The roar made the Grey Dwarf bandits around him pause for a moment. Then he saw a big earth bear wearing armor rushing out of the half-blood elf camp. When the big earth bear ran, its smooth fur kept shaking. Its body was like an adult hippopotamus. When it ran at full speed, the whole forest was shaking. The earth bear was 40 meters away from Commander Machio. Its body turned into a white light and rushed to Commander Machio in the blink of an eye. It opened its huge mouth and bit Commander Machio's head. Commander Machio quickly smashed the earth bear's mouth with a shield in his hand. He did not notice that the earth bear was stepping on 6 blessing halos. The earth bear's bite was obviously a feint. When Commander Machio swung his shield, the earth bear raised its head high to avoid the shield attack, and raised its front paws high to grab Commander Machio. Commander Machio had never expected that the earth bear would feint, and he was pinned to the ground by the bear's claws without paying attention. But as he fell, he rolled to the left with all his strength, avoiding the earth bear's claw attack, and the square hammer in his hand also hit the earth bear's right front leg. The earth bear roared and pounced on Commander Machio again. Commander Machio took this opportunity to roll on the ground and stood up steadily. When he rushed towards the earth bear again, Vitas rushed up again, and the elf sword in his hand steadily blocked the square hammer in Commander Machio's hand. Commander Machio was a second-level strongman, but Vitas was only a first-level elf warrior at the peak. In terms of strength, Vitas was far inferior to Commander Machio. The two fought for only a dozen times before Vitas was forced to retreat again and again by Commander Machio. The half-blood elf guards, who wanted to help, were all beaten back by Commander Machio's square hammer. He opened up a battlefield in the half-blood elf camp with his own strength. As the earth bear appeared behind Machio again, it and Vitas tried to join forces to deal with Commander Machio, and the situation here stabilized. Every time Commander Machio suppressed Vitas, a holy shield would appear on Vitas' body, blocking Commander Machio's sharp attack. After several times, Commander Machio discovered that there was a group of priests hiding behind the half-blood elves around him. When the half-blood elf guards were injured, they would quickly retreat, and then a holy light would appear in the team. The holy light made the dwarves extremely desperate. Each holy light represented that an injured half-blood elf guard was recovering quickly, as if he could never kill this half-blood elf warrior, who was much worse than himself. As a low horn sounded in the distance, the griffins in the sky also cried out at the same time. At this time, the half-blood elf guards, who were originally a little tired, burst into high morale again, and the priests standing behind them also frequently released holy light beams. The earth bear rushed behind Commander Machio and raised his claws to grab his back. Commander Machio did not dodge or avoid. He turned quickly with the square hammer and crashed directly into the arms of the earth bear. The earth bear's eyes were full of spirituality and had a hint of teasing. Just when Commander Machio realized that something was wrong, an ice spear flew in through the gap in the forest. This ice spear seemed to have eyes, and flew directly towards Commander Machio. Just as Commander Machio hit the fat belly of the earth bear, the ice spear exploded on Commander Machio's back. Instantly, the huge ice block froze Machio and the earth bear, but the ice block that bound the earth bear kept cracking and turned into broken ice on the ground. The ice block that froze Commander Machio did not move at all. Commander Machio gathered all his strength and tried to break the ice. A great magician riding a magic broom flew into the dense forest and landed steadily beside Commander Machio. He looked at Commander Machio and pressed one hand on the ice block. Then a magic pattern array quickly appeared on the ice block. With the sound of a magic spell, a larger ice coffin sealed the ice block in the center. Commander Machio suddenly found that the ice that froze him had become like a block of iron, and no matter how hard he struggled, there was no sign of loosening. A griffin rushed through the dense branches and fell on the battlefield, and then a young imperial man jumped off the griffin's back. He just glanced over here, and then made a gesture of wiping his neck to the elf magician. The elf magician spread his hands helplessly, then turned to Commander Machio, who was frozen in the ice, and said, "I thought Roy would want you alive. It seems that he doesn't like you very much. In view of the war crimes you committed, Roy, the leader of the Mine Guard, convicted you and sentenced you to death. Now I will execute you." As he spoke, the great magician Grams took out a magic scroll from his arms, and spread it flat on the ice coffin that was beginning to loosen. Commander Machio, who was suffocating in the ice coffin with a livid face, heard the sound of ice cracking, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. The surrounding gray dwarf bandits found that the commander was frozen in the ice, and rushed to the center of the battlefield desperately. But as spider web-like light blue magic runes appeared on the ice coffin, these runes became more and more, and the entire ice coffin was covered with such runes, and the magic halo full of destructive breath began to emanate from these runes. Explode. As the great magician Grams uttered a word, the ice coffin that froze Commander Machio actually exploded directly, and the entire ice coffin shattered into slag. Commander Machio's black iron armor also shattered into countless iron pieces along with the ice coffin. This second-level gray dwarf lay naked on the broken ice, with countless tiny wounds all over his body, but he did not shatter with the ice coffin. He is really a strong gray dwarf. Even with the 5-layer ice explosion spell, he can't be killed. Roy, I think it's better to lock him up. The great magician Graham stood beside Commander Machio, and spoke loudly to Roy, who was walking towards him. The surroundings were filled with a lot of shouts and roars. Roy swung his flail, and smashed a gray dwarf bandit, who rushed over. He walked closer, and pulled out the elven long sword from Vita's waist. Without any exaggerated movements, he stepped on Commander Machio's back and chopped off the head that was condensed with countless ice chips. Then Roy looked at the gray dwarf bandits, who rushed over with blood all over their bodies, and shouted loudly, "Put down your weapons, and those who surrender will not be killed." The half-blood elf guards following Roy also shouted loudly, "Put down your weapons, and those who surrender will not be killed." The whole jungle was filled with the shouts of half-blood elves. Chapter 852. In the jungle, holy beams of light fell on the half-blood elf guards. This holy beam of light quickly restored the half-blood elf guards' physical strength. Then the priests would desperately bless the half-blood elf warriors with divine spells. The holy light was like free. The wounds of the injured half-blood elves were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their wounds were only washed with clean water, and they were not even sutured or bandaged, waiting for the priests to cast the holy light spell to heal the wounds. At the beginning of the fight, the Grey Dwarf bandits didn't see that there were so many priests hiding in the opposite camp. But now these priests are releasing magic like crazy, which really scared the Grey Dwarf bandits. If they saw this kind of strong magic constantly falling on the half-blood elves camp at the beginning, what's the point of fighting? If they are injured, they will heal in a blink of an eye. They are extremely tired, but they can recover in an instant. With the blessing of magic, these half-blood elves are invincible, and can't be killed or tired. When the Grey Dwarf bandits saw that Commander Machio's head was smashed by the chain hammer in the hands of the opposing officer, how could they keep calm and continue to fight desperately on the battlefield? They began to howl and run back. Unexpectedly, the last straw that broke the camel's back was the unrestrained casting of divine spells by the priests of the Knights Templar. In fact, the priests of the Knights Templar had their reasons for doing so. The main reason was that Boss Roy was here. Even if the priests had consumed all the holy light power in their bodies, as long as Boss Roy came to the battlefield and replaced the sacred tree, they could quickly restore the holy light power on the battlefield. It's just that the danger level in the forest far exceeded the expectations of the Grey Dwarf bandits. It was not like this when they came in, but now the Grey Dwarves often run, and their heads are strangled by a steel wire, and then the whole person is hung on the tree canopy. Because they are hanged to death, their fat and thick tongues stick out long. Some Grey Dwarf bandits accidentally hit the swamp. Once they stepped into a puddle, their thighs directly stepped into the mud. They would watch their bodies gradually become silent, and the more they struggled, the faster they sank. When the muddy water flooded his mouth, he would try his best to raise his head and barely breathe the last breath, until the muddy water completely swallowed their bodies, and finally a few small bubbles appeared in the muddy water, and then they disappeared in the swamp. Through the gaps in the forest, the Grey Dwarf bandits trapped in the swamp looked up at the sky, struggling in vain. A fleeing Grey Dwarf leaned against a big tree panting. His legs felt weak, and he had just wet his pants out of fear. The commander died straight in the air, his head cracked like a rotten egg falling on the ground, with white and red stuff inside. He panted and wanted to run out of the jungle as soon as possible, as it seemed safer to return to the beach. But the muddy road in the forest was so bad that at least dozens of pounds of mud hung on his boots. Every step took 5 times the usual effort. He was about to rest on a big tree, and just as he was breathing heavily, his neck was suddenly strangled by an arm that stretched out from the tree, and then another arm holding a sharp dagger cut the throat of the Grey Dwarf bandit. Such small-scale battles always appear in every corner of the jungle. What makes the Grey Dwarf bandits most desperate is that those half-blood elves are simply impossible to kill. No matter when, there is always a group of priests standing behind them, and holy light falls down, and all the half-blood elves keep rushing forward as if they were injected with chicken blood. The jungle was filled with the wailing of the Grey Dwarf bandits, who were much more numerous than the half-elf guards. When the battle began, the Grey Dwarves did not show any signs of defeat. But when Commander Machio fell, at that moment, the Grey Dwarf army on the battlefield began to lose their will to fight. They turned around and ran towards the coastline. But they forgot that Commander Machio had ordered 23 masted sailing ships to attack Hetty for this landing battle. At least half of these 23 masted sailing ships could not sail normally, and 10 of them were damaged to varying degrees. The Imperial crew members, who stayed on the 3 masted sailing ships, were either dead or escaped. They seemed to have forgotten how muddy this jungle was. Many Grey Dwarf bandits fell into the swamp, and were choked to death by the muddy water. In the eastern waters of K Island, less than 2 kilometers from the coastline, thousands of Naga warriors were slowly approaching the beach. Miss Tiffany looked at the dark mass of Naga sea people in front of her and took the initiative to ask, "This is K Island. What do you want to do?" The Naga leader swam out from a group of Nagas and said coldly, "I heard that this sea area is occupied by half-blood elves." We are preparing to take it back. Miss Tiffany was not afraid of him at all, and asked directly, there is a war on the island. A group of grey dwarf bandits, and the half-blood elf guards on the island are fighting in the jungle. Do you want to fish in troubled waters, and gain some benefits from this war? The Naga leader smiled contemptuously. His face was a little cold. How can it be just to gain some benefits? Soon this place will return to the territory of the Naga Empire. You want to go to war with the half-blood elves? They occupied our island. Of course we have to take it back. Didn't the half-blood elves take this island back from the Grey Dwarves? The Naga leader paused and said to Miss Tiffany, although it was occupied by the Grey Dwarves for a while, it originally belonged to our Naga Sea clan. Miss Tiffany's eyes widened, glared at the Naga leader and asked him, then why didn't you take it back from the Grey Dwarves? The Naga leader was speechless. They. Tiffany asked again, why do you think you can take this island from the half-blood elves? Do you know that the Grey Dwarves and the half-blood elves are fighting, and think that no matter who wins, you can just rush up and take back what belongs to you? This? Miss Tiffany asked coldly. Don't you think it's shameful to do this? The Naga leader retorted to Miss Tiffany, we took what originally belonged to us. What's shameful about this? Where did you come from? Don't think you can stop us just because you have a three-colored tail fin. I'm standing here just to ask you, do you know who entered the Lost Sea and rescued nearly 1,000 Naga Sea people from Priestedden Island? Miss Tiffany continued to ask questions. They just saved our compatriots, and now we are going to take advantage of them. Do we really want to do this? Yes. Chief, my sister just escaped from Priestedden Island, and I don't really want to be an enemy of the half-blood elves. My cousin just came home from Priestedden Island, and he also told me that it was the half-blood elves who saved him. Looking at the eyes of the Naga warriors around him, the Naga leader hesitated. Chapter 853. Miss Tiffany saw that the Naga leader was silent, so she said, if you want to talk to the half-blood elves, I can contact the elves on the island, but you have to wait until the war between the elves and the Grey Dwarves is over, then someone will talk to you. The Naga leader swam back and forth in the sea, thinking seriously. His eyes fell on the Naga Sea people behind him, turned his head, and looked at Tiffany, and asked her, negotiation? Miss Tiffany spread her hands, and she said directly, then why can't we talk to the half-blood elves? And those half-blood elves have no ill towards us. They were able to drive away the Grey Dwarf bandits on the island, which means that their army's combat effectiveness may be a little stronger than that of the Grey Dwarves. Since the Grey Dwarf bandits occupied this island before, the Naga Sea clan has never been able to take back the sea area. So why do you think you can defeat these half-blood elves? Elves usually live on land, and we Nagas live in the sea. So, our living areas are actually not in conflict. If we Nagas want to enter the sea area, I think the half-blood elves have no reason to stop us. They are not those Grey Dwarf bandits. They will not secretly hunt us Naga Sea people. Not only will they not poach us, they have also saved us recently. I think there are some things that we can sit down and talk with the half-blood elves. Miss Tiffany's words seemed to touch the heart of the Naga leader, and his eyes became bright. The body also relaxed from the fighting state, and all the sharp fins that were originally erected on the body were reattached to the body. Who are you? Tiffany, a Naga Sea tribe member who likes to live alone. Recently, I live at the dock of K Island. I know those half-blood elves. The Naga leader narrowed his eyes, looked at Miss Tiffany's tricolor fishtail, thought seriously for a while, and then said, I am Nozahak, the leader of the Whitefin tribe. I accept your suggestion. I can talk to the half-blood elf. Nozahak waved the trident in his hand and said to Tiffany, this sea area was originally my tribal territory. A group of Grey Dwarf robbers came and robbed this place more than 10 years ago, and also captured many compatriots. After several wars, we were unable to take the sea area back from those Grey Dwarf robbers. Those Grey Dwarf robbers plundered and poached everywhere in the sea area, and our tribe had to move away from here. Now our Whiteback tribe has grown stronger again, so we are ready to take this place back. Miss Tiffany stepped back 2 meters, avoiding Nozahak's fiery gaze calmly, and said, in fact, this island of K has been occupied by half-blood elves. There are still some Grey Dwarves living on other islands around, but their number is not large, and they have little combat power. Now, there happens to be a Grey Dwarf army that wants to take back K Island. They are currently fighting with the half-blood elf army on the island. She paused for a moment, and suddenly asked Nozahak, do you want to watch the battle? If you want to watch the battle, I can take you to the shallow sea area to have a look, but you can't go with so many Nagas, you can go with one team. Is it okay? Miss Tiffany asked Nozahak to swim over. You guys follow me. The rest of the Nagas are waiting here. Nozahak gave an order, and the Naga warriors really stayed where they were. "Where are you from?" Miss Tiffany asked the leader of Nozahak. The two swam forward side by side, and a group of Naga sea tribes followed behind them. "After the city of Gomez was occupied by the Grey Dwarf bandits, we moved to Gomez to settle down." The leader of Nozahak was very young and strong, but his face was a little scary, but he seemed polite when he spoke. Miss Tiffany said casually, "I have been to that underwater city, eaten the seaweed cakes there, and walked around the scale column maze. It is indeed a livable city. In fact, there are many interesting places in Gomez City. If you want to go there again, I am willing to be your guide. I am very familiar with that city," Chief Nozahak said very attentively. Miss Tiffany did not continue to speak, but instead increased her swimming speed and rushed to the front. Miss Tiffany led the team of Naga Sea Tribe to swim under the seawall. For the Naga Sea Tribe, this seawall is very difficult to climb up with just their arms. The simplest way is to ask the weavers to summon the tide to rush over directly. This is also the reason why I can't invite all of you Naga warriors to come here to watch the battle. I can only summon so many bubbles at a time," Miss Tiffany said, holding a reef tied with iron chains with both hands. The waves kept coming from behind, always trying to hit them on the reef. The Naga Sea Tribe almost used their hands to support the reef to keep their bodies stable. Miss Tiffany took out a staff, and as the spell sounded, countless bubbles suddenly emerged from the seabed. The higher these bubbles floated, the bigger they became. By the time the bubbles rushed to Miss Tiffany, they were big enough to completely wrap the Naga warriors. As the bubbles wrapped the Naga warriors, they continued to float upwards, floating out of the sea, then floating into the air, and finally slowly crossed the seawall, and in the breeze, landed on the waist-deep shallows on the other side of the seawall. The bubbles burst, and the Naga warriors walked out of the bubbles. They smelled a strong smell of blood in the air. Leader Nozahak looked in the direction of the bloody smell, and the color of the sea water over there was light red. There were some howling and shouting in the dense forest on the island. Suddenly, a black shadow flew over his head. Leader Nozahak looked up and found that it was an elf riding a griffin flying through the sky. When he saw those griffins, Leader Nozahak's heart began to beat violently. He had never expected that there would be flying cavalry on this island, and not just a few. He felt that the sky was full of flying cavalry circling constantly. For the Naga warriors, the elven army on land was difficult to deal with. Now there is an air force on this island. If they fight in the sea, it's fine. The Naga Sea Tribe can completely control the situation. But if they want to fight on the island, without the help of the Naga Weaver, the battle will become very difficult. Once they fight on the island, the elves have the advantage in the air, and the Naga Sea Tribe may suffer greater losses in the battle. Miss Tiffany stood up in the waist-deep seawater, and she walked along the beach against the wind. The smell of blood in front is getting stronger and stronger, and the color of the seawater under her feet is getting darker and darker. A group of injured Highland headhunters are fishing the bodies of their dead companions out of the sea, digging pits on the higher sand on the beach, and burying the bodies of these companions. Chief Nozahak and other Naga warriors did not want to move forward in the bloody sea, so they took the initiative to come to the beach and crawl forward like snakes. After Miss Tiffany left the sea, she turned into an elf woman in a blink of an eye, wearing a mermaid-patterned long skirt. She walked lightly on the beach, leaving a series of clear footprints. The headhunters turned their heads expressionlessly when they saw Miss Tiffany, and then set their sights on the group of Naga warriors behind her. Soon, Chief Nozahak saw that in addition to the bodies of the foreigners on the beach, there were also a large number of naked gray dwarf bodies. Their bodies were soaked in the sea, the blood had been drained, and their skin appeared a grayish-white color full of death. It turns out that this beach is a battlefield. It seems that the battle here is very fierce. Chief Nozahak thought to himself. With a sudden sound of footsteps, a group of gray dwarf robbers suddenly rushed out from the dense forest. They looked very embarrassed. Their belts were almost covered with mud. They were wearing heavy armor, and could not run fast at all. A group of headhunters chased them from behind with axes in their hands, and soon intercepted these gray dwarf robbers on the beach. The two sides fought each other. The headhunters had no armor, and were the weaker party. Even though the gray dwarf bandits were almost exhausted, they could still knock the headhunters down on the beach. A moment later, a group of fully armed half-elf archers chased out of the woods. They did not approach the gray dwarves, but drew their longbows at the edge of the jungle, shooting a rain of arrows, and instantly the gray dwarf bandits turned into hedgehogs. The gray dwarf bandits did not dare to fight, and ran desperately to the seawall with arrows that they could not pull out in time. They rushed into the shallow sea, and their speed slowed down significantly. Leader Nozahak heard a cry, and griffins flew across the sky. The Griffin riders swooped down, throwing their short flying spears accurately. The Grey Dwarf bandits in the shallow sea were like living targets without any resistance, being pierced by the short flying spears one by one, and a large amount of blood continued to spread in the sea. Leader Nozahack was almost dumbfounded by this scene. He and the Naga warrior behind him looked at each other, and they could feel the horror in each other's eyes. Soon another group of Grey Dwarf bandits escaped from the dense forest, and they were almost covered in mud. The heavy armor made it impossible for them to run. They howled in despair. They didn't know what horror was behind them. They almost gave up resistance. They could only roar in despair. When Chief Nozahack looked over, he saw a Grey Dwarf bandit who was only half a step away from escaping the dense forest. Suddenly, it was as if he was tripped by something, and then a thigh left his body. Because his body was moving violently, the bright red blood kept spurting out, and it turned into a gurgling flow after a few seconds. Chief Nozahack looked at the beach under the feet of the Grey Dwarf bandit. Sure enough, the beach over there was also stained red with blood. Under the feet of the Grey Dwarf bandits was a road stained with blood. There were always some Grey Dwarf bandits trying their best to escape from the woods, and then died along the way. Those half-blood elf archers just stood on the horizontal branches of the big tree and shot arrows one after another. A Grey Dwarf bandit covered in blood finally rushed out of the woods, but he seemed to have lost his mind. He did not rush to the sea, but rushed directly to the leader of Nozahack. He had several arrows stuck in his body, and finally fell in front of the leader of Nozahack. However, the half-blood elf archers who were chasing behind stopped and looked at Chief Nozahack with a wary look, then turned back to the forest. Chief Nozahack glanced at Miss Tiffany. He knew very well that these half-blood elves knew Miss Tiffany, and they even looked at her with concern just now. It looks like this battle is about to end. I thought these Grey Dwarves could hold out for 3 days, but I didn't expect them to not even hold out for a day, Miss Tiffany said with a disappointed look on her face. Leader Nozahack leaned forward, then leaned over, stretched out his hand to hold an arrow, and pulled it out with force. The tip of the arrow left the body of the Grey Dwarf robber, and a stream of blood spurted out immediately. He put the arrow under his nose and smelled it, but did not feel any poisonous smell. He looked at the tip of the arrow carefully, and found that there was a very subtle inscription on it. It turned out to be a magic arrow. He touched the back of the Grey Dwarf robber, and the cold metal touch of the heavy chain mail made him slightly startled. He felt the thickness of the armor. Even if he wanted to pierce the heavy armor with the trident in his hand, he would have to use all his strength, and the Grey Dwarf on the opposite side could not dodge. Unexpectedly, even such heavy armor could not escape the elves' arrows. He had heard that the armor on the Grey Dwarf robbers was very heavy, and now he found that these dwarf armor was even heavier than he expected. But the combat power displayed by the group of elven guards surprised him even more. The magic arrows they shot could actually penetrate the dwarf chain mail. Thinking of this, Chief Nozahack couldn't help but touch the scales on his ribs with his hands. The scales on his body could indeed block ordinary knife and axe chops. But facing this kind of magic arrow, he had no confidence. He turned the Grey Dwarf bandit, who was lying on the ground, over. This Grey Dwarf had more than just arrow wounds on his body. There were also 3 fist-sized blood holes on his chest. Although the blood holes were no longer bleeding, the horrible wounds made the leader Nozahack's heart completely cold. Miss Tiffany didn't want to smell the blood and retreated to a farther place. Not many Grey Dwarf bandits could escape from the dense forest, but the killing beach and seawall outside the dense forest were the last barrier that could not be crossed for these Grey Dwarf bandits. Chief Nozahack saw beams of golden light coming from the dense treetops of the jungle, and the magical aura made his heart beat faster. Miss Tiffany and Chief Nozahack waited on the beach for a while, and finally a team of half-blood elf guards came out of the jungle. They were fully armed, and their silver armor was stained with blood. A group of Highland headhunters followed them, staggering out of the jungle, and then sat on the beach. At first, Chief Nozahack didn't care too much, but as the number of these aliens sitting on the beach increased, and soon there were thousands of people, he couldn't help but ask Miss Tiffany, "Are they also warriors in the elf army?" "They are just prisoners of war who came to Kauai Island to do hard labor, but I don't understand why they don't work, but go to fight." Miss Tiffany frowned and said,